Ye Qiu pushed the door open and froze as he heard a man and woman's voices from the bathroom as sound like a thunderclap to his ears. The frustration that had built up over the past few days erupted into a sharp pain and burning anger. The soft voice belonged to Zhang Lili, his beloved girlfriend of many years. They had once been classmates at medical school, about to begin their careers together at Jiangzhou Hospital, ready to face the future side by side. Yet now, he never imagined that Zhang Lili would betray him like this. The intermittent gasps from inside the bathroom pricked Ye Qiu's nerves, fueling his fury. Clenching his fists, he stormed to the door, desperate to uncover the identity of the man behind the woman he loved. But at the threshold, he hesitated, would knowing the truth really erase what he once loved and trusted? A single door's distance separated his world from Zhang Lili's secret, feeling like an unbridgeable chasm. At that moment, all he wanted was to preserve a shred of dignity for both of them. Just as Ye Qiu was about to turn away, voices drifted out again. Hurry up, Ye Qiu's about to get off work. If he finds out, we're done for. Even if he sees, I don't care. Ye Qiu's brows furrowed to recognize that man's voice all too well. Zhang Lili continued, are you sure you told your dad about my official position? Don't worry. My dad is the vice director. Getting a permanent post is just a matter of his order. It's him. Ye Qiu's mind exploded. The man in the bathroom was Guo Xiaocong, a surgeon at Jiangzhou Hospital notorious for his arrogance and abusing his father's influence. He was infamous for forcing girlfriends to abort, exploiting married women, and bullying countless nurses. Ye Qiu's heart shattered, unable to believe that Zhang Lili, the woman he adored, had tangled herself with such a scoundrel just to secure a permanent position. Inside, Zhang Lili asked, will Ye Qiu get the permanent post? No way, Guo Xiaocong sneered. I asked my dad. There's only one spot this time. Director Bai wants to give it to Ye Qiu, but in the end, my dad calls the shots. But Director Bai values him. It doesn't matter. My dad decides. The spot's naturally mine. Zhang Lili mocked. Ye Qiu can't even count on getting permanent employment, and now he's been cuckolded. Pathetic. You feel sorry for him? That idiot has been with you for 2 years and never slept with you. Must have some saintly self-control, was Xiaocong taunted. Am enough for him, Zhang Lili sneered coldly. Outside, Ye Qiu clenched his fists tightly. The word bastard cut deep into his heart. For years, a secret he never dared speak, the identity of his father had driven his mother from home and become his most vulnerable wound. Guo Xiaocong asked suspiciously, he really doesn't know who his biological father is? It's no act. He genuinely doesn't know? Zhang Lili replied with disdain, veins bulging on his forehead. Ye Qiu's mother was his bottom line. Any insult toward her was unforgivable. Finally, reason ablaze with fury, Ye Qiu kicked the bathroom door open with a thunderous crash, chaos erupting. Zhang Lili screamed, hurriedly wrapping a towel around herself. Guo Xiaocong turned, startled, then smirked coldly. Lili, look who's here. Zhang Lili froze. Ye Qiu, when did you get back? Ye Qiu's voice was icy. Just now. Sorry to interrupt your good time. Zhang Lili scrambled for excuses. Ye Qiu, it's not what you think. Ye Qiu cut her off. I saw everything myself. Do you think I'm blind? His tone was bitter. I never thought you were this kind of person. Shame and anger burned on Zhang Lili's face. I was blind at first for liking a loser like you. 2 years, and all you gave me was a lousy bracelet you called a family heirloom. Pathetic. With that, she threw down the white jade bangle. From now on, we're done. No longer part of each other's lives. Ye Qiu watched her cold back with a deadened heart. The woman he loved had turned into someone unrecognizable. Guo Xiaocong wrapped an arm possessively around Zhang Lili, sneering defiantly. Kid, want a live show? I can put on a performance with Lili for you. Furious beyond words, Ye Qiu threw a punch that landed squarely on Guo Xiaocong's face. Blood spurted from his nose, but enraged, Guo Xiaocong unleashed a brutal barrage of blows until Ye Qiu collapsed. Towering and muscular, Guo Xiaocong easily dominated Ye Qiu. Amid punches and kicks, he spat insults. Bastard dares to fight back? Doesn't know when he's dead. Crushing Ye Qiu's 2 fingers beneath his boot, the pain was excruciating. Ye Qiu cried out before passing out. Proudly, Guo Xiaocong spat on Ye Qiu's face. Unnoticed, a trickle of blood seeped through Ye Qiu's fingers onto the white jade bracelet. As Ye Qiu slipped into unconsciousness, an ancient voice echoed through his mind. I am the old ancestor of the Ye family, who once roamed heaven and earth, invincible in battle. As I approached death, I sealed a fragment of my divine consciousness within this jade bracelet, creating a family heirloom. Never did I expect it to reappear today, only to see my descendants fallen so low. It is truly pitiful. Since fate has brought us together, I will pass all that I have learned to you. Remember, with my inheritance comes the duty to uphold righteousness. Should you choose the path of wickedness, there will be no burial place for you. The voice rang out like thunder, resonating with overwhelming authority. Suddenly, a white jade bracelet, the very one given to Zhang Lili, appeared before Ye Qiu's eyes. The bracelet burst into golden light, transforming into a 5-clawed golden dragon whose scales shimmered as it roared and plunged into his chest. Ah! Ye Qiu jolted awake with a start. Looking around, he found himself still lying in Zhang Lily's dimly lit rental room. The empty room was silent. Zhang Lily and Guo Xiaozong long gone. Selfish, heartless scoundrels. He snarled through gritted teeth, pushing aside the cluttered coffee table and spilled beer bottles as he hauled himself off the cold floor. To his astonishment, there was no pain anywhere on his body. He clearly remembered Guo Xiaozong breaking his finger, the pain so intense it caused him to faint. Yet now there was no injury at all. The skin was even smoother and more flawless than before. What the hell? Ye Qiu lifted his hand and inspected it. The finger bones were perfectly aligned. Recalling the strange dream, a chill ran through him, and he closed his eyes. The next moment, a flood of unfamiliar knowledge poured into his mind. Advanced medical techniques, fierce martial arts, internal energy cultivation methods, mysterious divination arts, feng shui, and alchemy. Among it all was a book titled The Complete Maoshan Talisman Manual. The book detailed the drawing and use of 108 talismans, including bad luck charms, swift travel spells, exorcisms, and the opening of spiritual eyes. Every word burned itself into his brain as if branded with a hot iron. Oh my God, what is happening to me? Ye Qiu stood frozen, his head buzzing relentlessly. Beep, beep, beep. The rapid ringing of his phone snapped him back to reality. The caller ID read, by Bing. Hastily, Ye Qiu answered, speaking with respect. Director Bai, you called? Come back immediately. I'm waiting for you in the office. The woman's voice was cool but pleasant. Director Bai, may I ask what this is about? Ye Qiu probed cautiously. The things you've done yourself? And you still have the nerve to ask me? Her words ended abruptly with a click as she hung up. Her icy tone sent a weight sinking into Ye Qiu's chest. Muttering, what have I done? He slipped on his shoes, shut the door behind him, and hurried toward the hospital. At Jiangzhou Hospital's administrative building, Bai Bing's name was known by everyone. Her skin was like polished ivory, her figure tall and elegant, and her delicate features had an inherent nobility. Yet her cold expression rarely softened. Colleagues secretly called her the ice goddess. Despite numerous admirers, no one ever succeeded in winning her favor. She had every reason to be proud. Earning a PhD from the Royal College of Surgeons in the UK at 23, rising to fame in Jiangzhou by 24, and at 25, breaking records to become the youngest surgical director in Jiangzhou Hospital's history. In the entire medical field of Jiangzhou, no one was more well-known or respected than Bai Bing. What puzzled Ye Qiu the most was that after joining the hospital, he had heard colleagues mention that many top hospitals in the capital and in Suzhou and Hangzhou had offered large sums repeatedly to recruit Bai Bing, but she had rejected them all. As for the reason, Bai Bing had never revealed it, and no one outside had uncovered the truth. This matter had always hung like a fog over the hospital. Early that morning, he rushed to the hospital. As soon as he stepped into the spacious lobby, several young nurses near the information desk whispered and pointed at him, their expressions full of obvious disdain. A sinking feeling hit Ye Qiu's heart. Something must have gone wrong, and it was definitely connected to him. But when he thought carefully, he hadn't made any mistakes recently. Without time to ponder, he headed straight to the office of the surgical department director and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Come in, came a cold voice from inside. Ye Qiu took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Inside, Bai Bing was glancing down at some patient files. She didn't say a word, her attention fixed on the documents. Director Bai, did you call for me? Ye Qiu lowered his voice. Bai Bing didn't even lift her eyelids. A heavy weight settled in Ye Qiu's chest. Having worked under her for so long, he had long learned her temper. Silence meant she was angry. But what had he done wrong? The air stood still. Ye Qiu could only stand in front of the desk, stealing glances at her. Her silver-white professional suit outlined her tall, slender figure. Her chest rose and fell, as if threatening to burst the shirt buttons. Her jet-black hair was tied back, revealing a cold, sharp oval face. Efficient, distant, like a statue carved from ice. The silence stretched for a full 5 minutes. Snap Bai Bing snapped the file shut, looked up, and tossed the document toward Ye Qiu. Did you write this patient record? Ye Qiu glanced at it and nodded. Yes, Director Bai. I wrote it this morning. Then explain. Bai Bing's voice turned icy. Why this patient record is exactly the same as the one written by Guo Xiaozong. Be honest, why did you plagiarize? Exactly the same? Ye Qiu's heart skipped a beat. Impossible. I definitely wrote this record in the office this morning. I didn't copy anyone. You claim you wrote it, but do you have proof? Yes. Ye Qiu said quickly. Zhang Lily came to the department this morning to deliver a soda to me. She saw me writing it. But Zhang Lily has already testified on behalf of Guo Xiaozong, confirming the record came from him. Bai Bing's expression grew colder. What else do you have to say? Ye Qiu was stunned. After a moment, it dawned on him those two scoundrels must be conspiring against him. Director Bai, I swear I wrote this record myself. He spoke faster. I worked late into the night to get it right and researched extensively. Zhang Lily is lying because she's in cahoots with Guo Xiaozong. Enough. No need to explain. Bai Bing raised her hand to cut him off. The medical affairs department already knows about this. Starting today, you will report to the nursing aid station as an aide. Without my approval, You are forbidden from seeing any patients. Director Bai I. Out. Bai Bing gestured coldly toward the door, merciless. Ye Qiu clenched his fists tightly, swallowing down his rage and humiliation. He turned and left the director's office. The corridor lights were cold. He bit his lip in silence. Guo Xiaozong, Zhang Lili, just you wait, I will never let you get away with this. Ye Qiu came out of Bai Bing's office, feeling wronged and on the verge of tears. Not only had Guo Xiaozong stolen Zhang Lili from him, but they also framed him together. The worst part was that Bai Bing actually believed those two lovebirds and sent him to work as a caregiver. What kind of job is a caregiver? Simply put, it's a babysitter's role, washing patients' faces and feet morning and night, feeding them, wiping them down, washing clothes, handling their bodily functions. He was a top student at medical school. Every time he thought about spending 5 years studying hard only to be assigned such menial tasks, his chest felt like it was weighed down by a stone. The truth was, he had no power and no influence. If he were from a wealthy family, Zhang Lili would never have betrayed him, Guo Xiaozong wouldn't dare lay a hand on him, and Director Bai wouldn't have pushed the dirty work onto him. The root cause was simply he was poor and had no background. Clenching his fists, Ye Qiu silently vowed. In this life, he would rise above and trample all those who looked down on him underfoot. Ding! The elevator door opened at the end of the corridor. He stepped in and was hit by a familiar scent of perfume. Looking up, he saw Guo Xiaozong and Zhang Lili standing side by side inside. The purplish-blue scar on Guo's nose bridge was the fist mark Ye Qiu had left on him at Zhang Lili's rented apartment. Enemies meet on narrow paths. Ye Qiu wanted to leave, unwilling to share the ride. But Guo Xiaozong laughed maliciously. Well, if it isn't caregiver Yi, what a coincidence. Zhang Lili shot Ye Qiu a disdainful glance and muttered, why do I keep running into you everywhere? You're bad luck. Ye Qiu showed no expression and simply ignored them. His silence only provoked Guo Xiaozong more. Ye Qiu, I'm not done with you yet, Guo said darkly. Count yourself lucky today. If that bitch Bai Bing hadn't protected you, you'd be kicked out of the hospital long ago. Even hiring caregivers, they wouldn't have picked you. Ye Qiu frowned. What does Director Bai have to do with any of this? Guo snorted coldly. If Bai Bing hadn't promised to take the blame if you mess up again, do you think the hospital would go easy on you? I just don't get what kind of relationship you two have. Why is she so protective? You two must be hooking up, right? None of your business. Ye Qiu looked up, his voice icy. Guo raised his fist. Don't be impulsive. Zhang Lili quickly grabbed his arm and whispered, the elevator has cameras. If you get caught, you'll be in trouble. Guo withdrew his fist and snorted. Ye Qiu, as long as you're in this hospital, we'll find a way to ruin you. Ye Qiu didn't respond. His mind drifted elsewhere. Maybe he had misjudged Director Bai. Without her stepping in, he'd have been thrown out by now. This unexpected protection warmed his heart a little. Seeing no reaction, Guo turned to Zhang Lili and asked, what did you even see in this loser? Zhang Lili rolled her eyes. Must been blind. Yeah, no one with eyes would choose him, Guo laughed arrogantly. Lily, that fun hotel we went to last time was great. Let's go again later. You bad guy, wanting to do naughty things in broad daylight, Zhang Lili teased. Don't you like it? I remember you called for half an hour last time. Their conversation grew increasingly explicit. Ye Qiu's anger flared up fiercely. That despicable couple deliberately said those things right in front of him, just to provoke him. He almost threw a punch. But in the end, rationality held him back. There were cameras in the elevator, and if he acted out, the footage would end up in Guo Xiaokong's hands. Once the footage was handed over to the hospital's medical affairs department, not only would he be fired from Jiangzhou Hospital, but even the director Bai Bing wouldn't be able to protect him. At that point, he would be a beaten dog with nowhere to turn. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, Ye Qiu told himself sternly. What harm is there in holding back for now? Ding! The elevator doors slid open, and the bustling first-floor lobby appeared at once. A long queue stretched across the registration, payment, and pharmacy windows, noisy with people talking, and the air heavy with the smell of patient gowns and disinfectant. Guo Xiaozong gave Ye Qiu a cold glance. I wonder how long you'll be able to hold back. Alarm bells rang inside Ye Qiu's mind, and his footsteps unconsciously quickened as he tried to leave quickly. Nurse Yi, don't be in such a hurry. Guo Xiaozong suddenly blocked his way, forcing a fake smile. What do you want? Ye Qiu took a wary step back. What do I want? You'll find out soon enough. Guo's lips curled in a sinister grin as he suddenly raised his voice. Everyone, come take a look. I want to introduce someone to you. His voice boomed through the lobby like thunder, drawing the attention of many patients and their families who turned to look. Guo pointed at Ye Qiu and went on loudly. This is Ye Qiu. He's a probationary doctor here, but he's deceitful, plagiarized my medical records. When I caught him, he even got violent and hit me. Look at the bruise on my nose, that's his doing. Now he's been demoted to a nurse assistant. Remember his face if you need a nurse assistant. Don't pick him, or you might just get punched too. I'm warning you. The onlookers, unaware of the real story, were instantly roused to anger. How could Jiangzhou Hospital, a top-tier medical center, hire someone like this? What a menace. People like him should be kicked out. The lobby filled with jeers and finger-pointing, surrounding Ye Qiu on all sides. Ye Qiu knew arguing now wouldn't help. He gave Guo Xiaozong a cold, hard stare and tried to walk away. What's wrong? Feeling guilty and trying to run? Guo blocked his path again, raising his voice even louder. Everyone, I have an even bigger secret to share. At the word secret, Ye Qiu immediately realized Guo's intention and angrily barked, Guo Xiaozong, don't push things too far. Guo smiled coldly and yelled, everyone, this so-called nurse assistant Yi is actually an illegitimate child born of a mother, but without a father. Chaos erupted in the crowd. No wonder he plagiarized and even dares to hit a doctor he's got no upbringing. This bastard needs to get out of the hospital. Countless hostile eyes pierced Ye Qiu like needles. His face turned pale as his fists clenched so tight they cracked. But Guo wasn't finished. He stepped forward and slapped Ye Qiu sharply across the face, taunting him arrogantly. I'm bullying you, what are you going to do about it? The fury almost ripped apart Ye Qiu's reason, but he knew if he fought back, he'd be fired. Jiangzhou Hospital was the best hospital in the city. Once his reputation was ruined, even lower-tier hospitals wouldn't accept him. It was all because he had no power or influence, otherwise Guo wouldn't dare be so arrogant. What if? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why not try? Ye Qiu looked up sharply and said coldly, Guo Xiaozong, twisting the truth like this, aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Divine retribution, my foot. Even the heavenly king himself doesn't scare me. Guo snapped, but before he finished, bang. Right after Guo spoke, his head was suddenly split open and bleeding. With a loud bang, Guo Xiaokong's head was split open and blood poured down his face. It turned out that the chandelier hanging from the ceiling suddenly fell, striking him right on the forehead. Luckily, the chandelier wasn't too large. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just been badly injured but would have died on the spot. Blood flowed down from his forehead as he covered the wound, dropping to one knee and screaming in pain. Ah. Xiaozong, what happened to you? Zhang Lili hurriedly bent down. Are you blind? Didn't you see I got hit? Guo Xiaozong shouted angrily. Being yelled at like that in front of everyone made Zhang Lili's eyes instantly redden, tears welling up. Standing behind the crowd, Ye Qiu smirked coldly. Serves him right. What did you say? Zhang Lili snapped back, spinning around to point at Ye Qiu. Did you do this? Which eye did you see that with? Ye Qiu shrugged. If it wasn't you, how would the chandelier fall? Zhang Lili gritted her teeth. Ye Qiu replied calmly. There's a god 3 feet above your head. He's twisting truth and lies. This is heaven punishing him. Heaven, my foot. Stop acting all creepy. Guo Xiaozong cursed, then yelled at Zhang Lili. Help me up now? Oh. Zhang Lili quickly reached out her hand. At that moment, a nurse carrying medicine hurried past. No one saw exactly how she suddenly slipped, but she fell forward, and the 2 bottles of alcohol she held slipped out of her hands. Bang! 2 dull thuds sounded as the alcohol bottles hit Guo Xiaokong's head precisely. Crash! Glass shattered everywhere, and the sharp alcohol splashed directly into his already open wound. The burning pain shot like flames along his nerves. Ah! It hurt so much. Guo Xiaozong clutched his head and rolled on the floor. Zhang Lili panicked. What are you doing? Watch where you're going. Sorry. The nurse bowed repeatedly. If anything happens to Xiaozong, I won't let you off. Zhang Lili cursed again, then shouted towards the nurse station. 2 people, come help. 2 junior nurses quickly came over. Sister Lily, what do you need? What do you think? Can't you see Xiaokong's hurt? Help me take him to get bandaged. Zhang Lili snapped. The 2 nurses were annoyed but didn't dare refuse the doctors here, outrank nurses. The 3 of them fumbled as they carried Guo Xiaozong towards the elevator. With a ding, the elevator doors opened and they shoved him inside. Just as the doors were about to close, the 2 junior nurses suddenly let go. One whispered, Sister Lily, we have to get back to our station. Get lost. Zhang Lili snapped irritably. Before the words finished, clang. The elevator doors slammed shut without warning, trapping Guo Xiaozong, who had no support left between them. It hurts. Open the door, Guo Xiaozong screamed miserably. The noise drew the attention of nearby people, and security rushed over to pull the doors open. But just as they raised their hands, buzz, the lights on the whole floor went out instantly. A power outage. In the darkness, only Guo Xiaokong's agonized wails and the whispering crowd remained. He lay wedged in the doorway, gasping in pain, his heart turning cold. Today was unbelievably cursed. Was this really divine punishment? What he didn't know was that all this was just a little trick played by Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu followed the method recorded in the comprehensive manual of Maoshan talismans stored in his mind, and secretly drew a bad luck talisman. Unexpectedly, the effect was surprisingly strong. The suffocating frustration in his heart instantly vanished. He strode decisively out of the hospital. Jing Lake was the road he always took home. The lakeside in the evening was lively as usual. The music from middle-aged women's square dancing vibrated along the shore. Elderly men bent over chessboards, carefully moving their pieces. Children chased and played, and a few fishermen stood quietly by their rods. Ye Qiu walked slowly along the boardwalk, when suddenly a piercing scream made his heart leap. Help! Someone's fallen into the lake. He spun around sharply and saw churning waves on the water's surface. A boy about 5 or 6 years old was thrashing desperately, his head bobbing up and down. Elderly men and women on the shore were anxiously pacing back and forth. Whose child is this? Where are the parents? Call 120 quickly. There's no time. The kid is about to drown. The situation was critical, no time to hesitate. With a splash, Ye Qiu dove into the lake. His figure cut through the water, and in a few strokes he reached the boy's side, wrapping an arm firmly around the child's waist and quickly swimming back to shore. When the boy was pulled out of the water, a crowd rushed over. The child had inhaled a large amount of lake water, unconscious, his face pale and lips purple, barely breathing. This kid's in bad shape. Get him to the hospital now. Someone shouted hoarsely. Without answering, Ye Qiu helped the boy sit up and rhythmically patted his back twice. Suddenly, the boy coughed up cloudy lake water. Within half a minute, his eyelashes twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. He's awake. He's awake. The onlookers breathed a collective sigh of relief. Thank you, uncle. The boy's innocent voice brought comfort. Ye Qiu smiled and asked, where are your family? My grandpa and Uncle Zhao don't know where they went, the boy replied. Before the words finished, a neatly silver-haired old man and a stern-faced middle-aged man came running, panting heavily. Xiaohu, are you all right? The old man hugged his grandson tightly. I'm fine, grandpa. This uncle saved me. The boy pointed to Ye Qiu. Thank you, young man. The old man said quickly. Ye Qiu's face turned serious. Sir, you're quite old now. How could you be so careless? If something had happened to the child, your family would blame you, and you'd live with that guilt forever. The old man was about to respond when the middle-aged man behind him interrupted coldly. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Let me tell you. Zhao Yun. The old man shot him a glare. The man immediately fell silent. The old man smiled kindly. Young man, you'll be more careful in the future. Truly grateful to you. No trouble at all. Only then did Ye Qiu carefully study them. The old man wore a deep blue tang suit, his silver hair perfectly combed. A dark jade thumb ring on his left hand shone with a subtle luster, and his every movement radiated an air of distinction. Zhao Yun's sharp features and piercing eyes revealed he was no ordinary man either. What's your name, young man? The old man asked. Ye Qiu. Looks like you're already working, right? Oh, are you checking my ID? Ye Qiu smiled. It's getting late. I should head back. Goodbye. He turned to leave. Please wait. The old man hurriedly took a bank card from his pocket and handed it to him. What do you mean? Ye Qiu frowned. Thank you for saving my grandson. There's 500,000 yuan on the card. Don't be shy, take it. Offering 500,000 right away showed how wealthy he was, but Ye Qiu wasn't tempted. I didn't save him for money. Then he suddenly leaned forward. Zhao Yun sneered silently. So he came for the money after all. But instead of grabbing the card, Ye Qiu fixed his gaze on the old man's face, scanning from forehead to chin multiple times. After half a minute, he said, Are you sick? I'm not ill. I just finished a physical last week. I'm in good health. The old man chuckled and waved his hand. That's strange, Ye Qiu frowned. I feel like there's something seriously wrong with you, but I can't say what. Maybe I'm wrong. Don't take it personally. I don't mind. The old man still smiled warmly. Well, he'll be off then. Goodbye. Ye Qiu waved and quickened his pace. The moment Ye Qiu left, the old man's aura shifted dramatically. His kindness vanished, replaced by an imposing, king-like presence, as if he held life and death in his hands. I've traveled far and wide seeking famous doctors over the years, and none have found my illness. But this young man saw it instantly. Perhaps heaven wants to give me a few more years. He muttered to himself, voice low but commanding. Zhao Yun. Here. Investigate Ye Qiu immediately. I want to know everything about him. Yes, sir. When Ye Qiu got home, his mother had already prepared dinner. The kitchen was filled with warm steam and the rich aroma of sauces. Qian Jinglan, wearing an apron, stood by the stove. Turning around and seeing her son, she couldn't help but smile. Qiu'er, you're soaked through. Don't tell me you fell into Jing Lake. Mom, you're amazing. How did you guess that? Ye Qiu chuckled as he emptied water from his shoes and scratched his head. You really did fall into Jing Lake. Qian Jinglan's expression immediately grew serious. Come on, tell me exactly what happened. Ye Qiu recounted everything that happened at Jing Lake, how someone had fallen in. So he jumped in to pull the person ashore, struggled for a while to revive them, and ended up drenched himself. After hearing the story, Qian Jinglan nodded approvingly. You did the right thing. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Then she warned, but next time, be careful. Safety always comes first. I know, Mom, Ye Qiu replied with a smile. Go change into some dry clothes, then come eat. All right. Ye Qiu took a hot shower in his room, hanging his wet clothes in the bathroom to drip dry. He changed into comfortable home wear and returned to the dining table. The dishes were steaming hot braised spare ribs, stir-fried bok choy, oyster sauce mushrooms, and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. Qian Jinglan was originally from Suzhou, Hangzhou, in her early 40s, but with strands of white hair at her temples from years of hard work. Ye Qiu knew little about his mother's family history, only vaguely recalling that she had once mentioned being born into a prominent Qian clan. Later, for some reason, the family had mercilessly cast her out. Without that expulsion, their lives might not have been so tough. Thinking about this, Ye Qiu felt not only an unspoken resentment toward the Qian family, but also deep contempt for the man he had never met his biological father. For over 20 years, the man had never looked at them or uttered a word of greeting. In Ye Qiu's eyes, such irresponsibility was no less than abandonment. At the table, Qian Jinglan placed a piece of spare rib into Ye Qiu's bowl. Eat more. You got soaked this afternoon, that chills the body. I'm fine, Mom. Several times Ye Qiu opened his mouth to ask about his father, but each time stopped himself when he noticed the crow's feet at the corners of his mother's eyes. Qiuer, Qian Jinglan suddenly looked up. I haven't seen Lily lately. Are you two having some kind of disagreement? Ye Qiu was momentarily caught off guard but smiled and shook his head. No, she's just busy with work. The lie slipped out easily. He didn't dare tell his mother that Zhang Lily had already betrayed him by getting involved with Guo Xiaozong. Qian Jinglan always regarded Zhang Lily as her future daughter-in-law. If she knew the truth, she would inevitably be hurt and angry. That's good then. Qian Jinglan breathed a sigh of relief. Bring Lily home to dinner sometime soon. I want to talk to her about something. Mom, what do you want to say? Ye Qiu asked cautiously. What else? Qian Jinglan smiled and put down her chopsticks. It's about your marriage. You two have been together since college 2 years now, and your relationship is steady. I want to meet Lily's parents and set a wedding date. What do you think? Ye Qiu forced a bitter smile, thinking silently, that's the last thing I want, but he replied aloud, Mom, Lily and I just graduated. Neither of us has a stable job yet. Let's hold off on marriage for now. Hold off? Qian Jinglan frowned. Aunt Wang's son next door is your age, and he's already holding a grandchild. Just leave this to me. Bring Lily over, and I'll have a proper talk with her. Ye Qiu could only nod reluctantly, feeling more unsettled inside. After dinner, he washed the dishes and went to bed early. The room was quiet. The night breeze after the rain slipped through the screen window, cool and faint. Yet he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. The day's events played over in his mind like a movie. The way Zhang Lily leaned against Guo Xiaozong, whispering softly, with smug expression, and the humiliation of betrayal that drove him running into the rain. One day, they'll make sure they realize betraying me was the biggest mistake of their lives, he thought, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white. Deeper into the night, the clock in the living room ticked steadily. Ye Qiu stared at the ceiling, heart pounding faster. Since sleep wouldn't come, he might as well process everything swirling in his mind. The legacy of the Yi family patriarch wasn't just that huge book of Maoshan talismans. It also contained plenty of medical knowledge, martial arts techniques, cultivation methods, and the secrets of Qimen Duanjia. Ye Qiu sat cross-legged on the small wooden bed in his cramped rented room, eyes half closed, silently chanting the incantations over and over. His true energy circulated through the newly memorized meridian pathways inside him. Night passed. At dawn, the first slant of sunlight slipped through the window, waking him. He opened his eyes feeling refreshed and energized, as if boundless strength surged through his body. After a quick wash and a breakfast of steamed buns and soy milk, he slung his canvas bag over his shoulder and headed to register at the Jiangzhou Hospital Nursing Assistant Station. Jiangzhou Hospital was no small place. The nursing assistant station housed about 30 people, mostly middle-aged women and men in their 40s and 50s. Ye Qiu, barely in his 20s, was the only young one among them. As soon as he stepped inside, he noticed two middle-aged women quietly wiping tears, their eyes red-rimmed. What's going on? He asked in a low voice to a closely shaved man nearby. Patient in Ward 301 Special Care was admitted yesterday. Temperamental as hell, the man said with a shake of his head. They've already gone through 4 caretakers, and each one got cursed out like mad. Very difficult to handle. Before he could say more, the nursing station head strode in wearing heels, locking her gaze on Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu, you're going to Ward 301, she said sharply. His heart sank, and he looked up at her. What's your stare for? Get moving. If the patient complains about you, pack up and get out. Her voice rose without mercy. Yes, ma'am, Ye Qiu replied, turning to leave. The nurse station head sneered behind his back. Who does he think he is, daring to offend even Guo Xiao? No sense of limits. Ye Qiu ignored the jab and took a deep breath to steel himself as he reached the special care area. He pushed open the door to Ward 301. The room was bright and spacious. By the window lay a woman propped up on snowy white pillows, scrolling on her phone. In that instant, a flash of admiration crossed Ye Qiu's eyes. She wore a light purple 3/4 sleeve blouse with a neckline plunging to her chest, revealing a broad expanse of smooth, pale skin, like peeled lychee, fair and gently undulating. Her waist was slender, and even sitting down, her figure traced elegant curves. Most strikingly, her entire left leg stretched out beside the sheet long, straight, skin whiter than snow. On her feet were delicate 3-inch lotus shoes that spoke of exquisite refinement, sparking vivid imagination. A body like that must come with a breathtakingly beautiful face. Ye Qiu instinctively lifted his gaze to her face. She happened to catch his eyes locking with hers. For a moment, his breath froze for half a second, and one thought burned inside. Could such an enchanting woman really exist in this world? She looked to be about 30, with jet black hair cascading down, a heart-shaped face, and grape-like eyes brimming with natural allure like a classic fox spirit come to life. Who are you? What do you want? She spoke first, voice crisp but laced with coldness. Ye Qiu quickly pulled himself together. Hello, I'm the new nursing assistant. Nursing assistant? Her eyes scanned him up and down. Where's your ID? He fumbled in his pocket and handed over his nursing assistant card. She glanced at it briefly, then smiled faintly. What were you looking at just now? Ye Qiu's cheeks flushed. Obviously, he couldn't say he had been staring at her figure. The woman continued as if reading his mind. You were looking at me, weren't you? He had no choice but to nod awkwardly. Do you think I'm pretty? She blinked, a hint of playfulness in her eyes. Yes, very pretty, Ye Qiu replied honestly. Then which part do you like best, me face? Or she stopped abruptly and suddenly made a move that sent a jolt of alarm through Ye Qiu's heart. The woman suddenly leaned forward, and in an instant, a captivating silhouette came into Ye Qiu's view, impossibly alluring. That curve, accompanied by a faint, pleasant fragrance, seemed almost capable of stealing his very soul. The woman lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering like rippling water, filled with quiet affection, as if silently inviting him, come on, handsome, play with me. Heat rushed to Ye Qiu's ears, turning them the color of a sunset, and his breath faltered. A fire ignited in his chest, making him startle at his own reaction as he scrambled to figure out how to hide it. Then the woman's soft voice broke the silence. Do you like it when sister is like this? Her voice was like fingertips running over strings, sending a tingling sensation from his ear deep into his heart. Ye Qiu whipped around and practically fled. Don't go. Handsome, I still have so much to tell you. Ha ha, her unabashed laughter echoed behind him. In the corridor, Ye Qiu wiped his burning face with the back of his hand. He cursed himself bitterly. A grown man, yet scared off by a woman, how humiliating. But no matter how he looked at it, she was undeniably a top-tier beauty, both in looks and figure. Among all the women he had ever seen, only Bai Bing could rival her. The difference was, Bai Bing wore a permanent scowl like a block of ice nobody dared approach, while the woman in the hospital room was the opposite of fiery passion radiated from her every move, a deadly temptation for any man. He took several deep breaths, trying to calm his racing heart. He knew that if he couldn't handle this patient, the head nurse would surely take the opportunity to kick him off the care team once they got back to the nurse's station, meaning no second chances. So he had to return to the room and win her favor. With zero experience in such matters, the best he could do was to grit his teeth and go for it. Ye Qiu pushed the door open and stepped inside. Huh, you're back again so soon? The woman tilted her head, surprise flashing in her eyes before a playful smile spread across her lips. Miss me already? Ye Qiu's face flamed red in an instant. Oh my, so easily embarrassed, how cute. Come on, tell me, a hat do you want? Sister will satisfy you. Clearing his throat, he dared not meet those enchanting eyes directly. I want to check your leg. Wow, you look so innocent, but I never expected you to be so naughty asking to see my leg. How shy. The woman feigned bashfulness, but her voice remained teasingly seductive. Ye Qiu hurriedly waved his hands to explain. There's a misunderstanding, ma'am. I want to check the wound on your leg. She paused. You don't want to see my leg? No. She stared at him for 2 seconds, then giggled. Handsome, you're not being honest. Ye Qiu put on a serious expression. I'm a caregiver. It's my duty to check your wound and help with dressing changes when needed. All right then. She shrugged and turned back the blanket. Her right leg slid out into the warm light, skin smooth and delicate like polished jade. Thick bandages wrapped her calf. Ye Qiu knelt beside the bed and carefully peeled away the gauze. A 10-centimeter-long incision came into view, the dense stitches resembling a centipedogruesome and hard to look at. Heavens are unjust to such a beauty. Ye Qiu's mood soured instantly. It seemed so unfair that such a beautiful woman had to suffer like this. How did you get hurt? He asked in a low voice. Car accident. Broke some bones. The woman turned her head slightly, her voice soft. I'll need another surgery in a few days. But haven't you already had one? Why do you need another? With his medical experience, Ye Qiu could tell her condition didn't warrant a second operation. I'm vain, I suppose. I don't want any scars. She smiled, but it couldn't hide the worry in her eyes. So that was it. The doctor said the wound area is too large. A second surgery to completely remove the scarring is almost impossible. If I really end up with scars, I'll never be able to wear short skirts again. How awful. Before she could finish, the door swung open and a slightly plump middle-aged male doctor walked in, followed by several interns. Ms. Lin, how are you feeling today? The doctor wore a professionally warm smile. Not bad. Ms. Lin looked up and asked eagerly, Dr. Wang, have you found a way to remove the scars? I'm afraid I have to disappoint you, Ms. Lin. Dr. Wang's smile faded, his tone regretful. I've consulted with dermatology specialists. In your case, completely removing the scars is virtually impossible. Even with another skin repair surgery, we wouldn't be able to eliminate them entirely. There's really nothing that can be done? The woman refused to give up, her voice pleading. Dr. Wang, I'll pay whatever it takes to get rid of these scars. It's not about the money. Current medical technology simply has its limits. We can't meet your expectations. The light in her eyes dimmed instantly. For someone who cared so much about her appearance, visible scars would be like an inescapable flaw marring her life. For some reason, seeing her so dejected made Ye Qiu's heart ache too. Before he knew it, the word slipped out. Actually, there might be a way. Everyone's eyes turned to him at once. Dr. Wong looked him up and down. Who are you? I'm. Before Ye Qiu could introduce himself, an intern behind him cut in. Dr. Wong. He's Ye Qiu. Just an orderly. An orderly? Dr. Wong frowned. What did you mean by that just now? Ye Qiu hurried to explain. Dr. Wong, Ms. Lin's situation isn't completely hopeless. So you're saying you have a solution? Dr. Wong's frown deepened. Yes. Ye Qiu nodded. What kind of solution? Maoshan talismans. Nonsense. Dr. Wong's expression darkened instantly. What era do you think we're living in? You're promoting feudal superstition? Do you want to lose your job at this hospital? Dr. Wong, please hear me out. Maoshan talismans aren't superstition. They're a profound metaphysical art that can truly help Ms. Lin remove her scars. Get out. Dr. Wong cut him off sharply. One more word of this nonsense, and I'll have you fired from the orderly department immediately. Why did no one ever believe the truth? Ye Qiu opened his mouth to speak, but seeing Dr. Wong's stormy expression, he could only sigh softly and turn to leave. Just then, wait. The woman suddenly spoke up. You just said you can help me get rid of my scars. Is that true? The woman asked. Before Ye Qiu could respond, Dr. Wong interrupted, pushing up his gold-rimmed glasses and calmly advising, Ms. Lin, don't listen to his nonsense. Those Maoshan talismans are nothing but superstition. They can't possibly help remove scars. The woman's eyes flickered with curiosity as she fixed her gaze on Dr. Wong, her voice calm but scrutinizing. Are you Ye Qiu? Dr. Wong laughed awkwardly, waving his hands. Ms. Lin, you must be joking. I'm definitely not Ye Qiu. Since you're not Ye Qiu, what makes you qualified to answer my question? Her tone remained gentle, but a commanding presence suddenly emanated from her, her cold stare cutting through the air like a blade. A chill crept up Dr. Wong's spine to the back of his neck. He instinctively wiped the sweat from his forehead. Ye Qiu was momentarily stunned as well at that moment. The woman carried a proud aloofness somewhat akin to Bai Bing's, only more intense and fierce. He silently wondered what kind of background she had. Dr. Wong forced a smile and kept bowing repeatedly. Ms. Lin, I apologize, The woman ignored him and turned her attention to Ye Qiu. Her expression softened slightly, a hint of a smile at the corner of her eye. What exactly is this Maoshan talisman you mentioned? Maoshan talisman magic is an extremely esoteric art. Ye Qiu straightened up, speaking earnestly. It has many effects. Outsiders dismiss it as superstition, but those who truly understand regard it as a divine skill. Can Maoshan talismans really remove my scars completely? The woman asked again. Yes, Ye Qiu answered firmly. There is a scar removal talisman recorded in the complete Maoshan talisman manual. When performed, it can smooth scars in a very short time, restoring the skin to its original state. The woman slightly frowned, weighing the conflict between her dress and her scars. How long does it take? About 10 minutes, Ye Qiu estimated. What did you say? The woman's eyes widened. Thinking she might be impatient, Ye Qiu quickly added, if I put in extra effort, maybe 5 minutes. She froze in disbelief. Behind Dr. Wong, several interns stifled chuckles before openly mocking. Ye Qiu, who do you think you're fooling? These scars gone completely in 5 minutes? Do you take us for fools, or do you really have magical powers? You're talking nonsense. Even Dr. Wong, an authority expert, can't do it. What can a mere nurse like you accomplish? Another sneered sarcastically, Maoshan talismans? Huh. Why don't you say you also know the secret arts of Longhu Mountain? Ye Qiu remained unfazed. I do know a bit about Longhu Mountain arts, but they don't help with scar removal. That comment sent some interns into fits of laughter. A glimpse of his family's secret heritage came to mind. Did have records about Longhu Mountain arts, but he was too tired to explain further. Hilarious. If I asked you about feng shui, would you say you know a little? Ye Qiu nodded. Yes, I know a little feng shui too. The intern scoffed. If you're so impressive, why did you copy Guo Xiao's medical records? I didn't copy. Ye Qiu's gaze grew cold. If you didn't, why were you sent to the nurse station? The intern pressed relentlessly. Ye Qiu's face flushed. Anyway, I didn't copy. Guo Xiao framed me. That's enough. Dr. Wong's patience snapped. His face darkened as he sharply interrupted. This isn't your business. Get out. Wait. The woman spoke again, looking deeply into Ye Qiu's eyes. Can I trust you? Ye Qiu's heart stirred. He knew the moment had come. Meeting her gaze, he replied slowly and clearly, you can trust me. I promise I won't let you down. When can you start treating me? She pressed. Anytime. Ye Qiu answered without hesitation. Then do it now. The woman's voice was firm. If you can completely remove my scar, I'll reward you handsomely. Dr. Wong nearby broke into a cold sweat and quickly intervened. Ms. Lin, treating illness is no joke. You can't just rush into this. Ye Qiu is just a junior nurse assistant, knows nothing. Lin's eyes flicked briefly to Dr. Wang, then back to Ye Qiu. If the treatment fails, will it harm my body in any way? Ye Qiu answered calmly. Even if it doesn't work, there will be no harm at all. After getting that assurance, Lin turned sharply to Dr. Wang. You heard that, no harm if it fails. Why not give it a try? Or is there some other agenda behind your objections? Her tone suddenly turned cold, eyes cutting toward Dr. Wang like knives. He shivered under her gaze and quickly raised his hands in defense. Ms. Lin, please don't misunderstand. I only worry that Ye Qiu can't cure you. Nothing else. Nothing is best. Otherwise, I won't let you off, Lin snapped, then suddenly softened, smiling coquettishly as she said in a voice as soft as cotton, young man, please help me. Within seconds, she flipped moods several times. Ye Qiu silently grew alert. This woman was volatile and best not to offend. He walked over and fetched a bowl of water. Holding his right hand above it, he joined his index and middle fingers and traced invisible symbols in the air as he whispered under his breath. At the end, only a faint GGRU Lu Ling could be heard. Quack, muttered an intern behind Dr. Wang. The others snickered too. To them, curing patients meant shots, medicine, or surgery. Taoist charms like these were nothing but charlatan tricks. 3 minutes passed. Ye Qiu stopped and gently dabbed the water onto the stitched scar on Ms. Lin's calf. He said with certainty, wait 2 more minutes, the scar will disappear. A stifled snort came from one intern. Ye Qiu, not bad. You should quit nursing and go act in Hongdian. Another chimed in, when modern medicine can't solve it. And you just put some water on it? Yeah, they'll believe that when pigs fly. Dr. Wang said nothing, but his eyes showed disbelief. In all his years as a doctor, had never heard of charms healing wounds. Otherwise, why would doctors still be necessary? Second by second passed. 2 minutes approached. Suddenly, Ms. Lin exclaimed, the scar is disappearing, it's disappearing. Dr. Wang furrowed his brows and bent down to check, unable to believe what he saw. Then his pupils shrank and his eyes went wide, like copper bells. The interns behind him were frozen in shock too. How is this possible? The scar on the woman's skin was visibly fading away before their eyes. In less than 30 seconds, the jagged long mark had completely smoothed out, and the black stitches once sewn into the wound seemed to have been quietly pulled out, vanished without a trace. Looking at her calf again, the skin was like smooth white porcelain, so delicate that not even a single sweat pore could be seen. The ward fell into silence. The interns who had just been sneering at Ye Qiu were now dumbfounded. Dr. Wang stood frozen after decades in medicine. This was the first time he had witnessed such an unbelievable healing speed firsthand. How did you do that? He asked in a hushed voice, unable to mask his astonishment. Didn't you see for yourself? Ye Qiu calmly spread out the yellow talisman in his hand. Could it really be a Maoshan talisman? Dr. Wang found it hard to believe. Ye Qiu's expression grew serious. I told you, Maoshan talismans aren't superstition theorists' secret art. But, the woman suddenly frowned and interrupted. Are you done? This doesn't concern you anymore. You can leave. Ms. Lin, I will take my leave now. Call me if you need anything, Dr. Wang said reluctantly, shooting a cold glance at Ye Qiu before stepping out. In the hallway, the interns could no longer hold back their frustration. Sir, Ye Qiu is obviously bluffing. People like him should be kicked out of the hospital. Right. A rotten apple spoils the whole bunch. He'll cause trouble sooner or later. Teacher, you're still Lin's attending physician. If anything goes wrong, you're responsible. Silence. Dr. Wang snapped, his expression dark. Does anyone know where Guoxiao is? I saw him head to the nurse's station when I came here, one replied. All right, carry on with your duties. Seeing the doctor's grim face, the interns didn't dare say more and quickly dispersed. Dr. Wang paused briefly, then headed toward the nurse's station. Inside the ward, the atmosphere was completely different. The woman propped her chin on her hands, her big, sparkling eyes fixed on Ye Qiu as if admiring a work of art. Ye Qiu felt awkward under her gaze, unsure where to put his toes. I'm thinking, you've helped me so much, how should I thank you? She blinked her long lashes, eyes shining. How about a kiss? Ye Qiu's face flushed red in an instant. Ms. Lin, please don't. Then what do you want me to do? Offer myself to you? She blew a playful kiss and winked. Ye Qiu's heart suddenly pounded faster, and he quickly averted his eyes. This woman was downright a temptress. No way, you get shy this easily. Never been around girls before. She laughed, shoulders shaking gently. You're a doctor, dealing with women every day? Or is it because I'm prettier than any girl you've met? Ye Qiu's ears burned hotter. He had to admit, this woman standing here was indeed the most beautiful head ever seen. Every glance she gave could steal one's soul. Any normal man would be hard-pressed to resist. All right, I'll stop teasing you. She put away her playful look and seriously extended her hand. Ye Qiu, nice to formally meet you. My name's Lin Jingji. Jingji? Ye Qiu looked her up and down, indeed a fitting name. Yet he suddenly sighed. What's with the sigh? Don't like my name? She raised an eyebrow. Ye Qiu shook his head lightly, a smile tugging at his lips. I think Lin Yaojing fits you better. After saying those words, Ye Qiu immediately regretted it. Why did he have to be so tactless? What if the woman got angry and refused to hire him as her caregiver? His heart pounded nervously, but the woman in the hospital bed did not get upset. Instead, a faint smile curved on her lips. You're clever. People usually call me Lin Yeojing Forest Spirit. Oh, Ye Qiu breathed a sigh of relief, then looked her over carefully. Actually, calling you a spirit isn't quite right. Why is that? Because you're more beautiful than any spirit. She chuckled softly, her slender eyes scanning him as if trying to see right through him. If you want me to do something, just say it straight. Ye Qiu scratched his head. He hadn't expected her to see through his little ploy so quickly. With a deep breath, he said, Ms. Lin, I want to be your caregiver. Just that? Lin Jingji raised an eyebrow. Yes. Ye Qiu nodded seriously. I was originally a surgical resident in probation, but someone framed me and sent me to the caregiver station. If I can't be your caregiver, I'll lose my job. Lin Jingji was surprised. Judging by Ye Qiu, he could easily find a better position elsewhere. With your skills, losing this job isn't a big deal. I love this profession, Ye Qiu said with unprecedented firmness. I want to be a great doctor. Lin Jingji stared at him for a moment. Appreciation lit up her eyes, and she smiled. I like men with dreams. Starting now, you're my caregiver. Do I need to sign a contract? I'll get it right now. Ye Qiu said excitedly, then hurried out of the room. After the door closed, Lin Jingji shook her head with a soft smile. This little guy is quite interesting. Then she took out her phone and called her assistant in a crisp voice, Xiao Jia. Send me all the information on Ye Qiu, a caregiver at Jiangzhou Hospital, within 3 minutes. Yes, Ms. Lin. Less than 3 minutes later, her phone vibrated. Lin Jingji browsed the screen, frowning slightly. An illegitimate child? Girlfriend stolen? Also plagiarizing medical records? This guy is quite a story. Knock knock. A knock at the door broke her train of thought. She looked up to see a young doctor push the door open. Ms. Lin, I'm Guo Xiaozong, a surgeon here, he said, his gaze flickering over Lin Jingji. I heard you're thinking of hiring Ye Qiu as a caregiver? What do you want to say? Lin Jingji asked calmly. I have to warn you, you can't let Ye Qiu be your caregiver. Guo Xiaokang's expression was serious. Why not? Ye Qiu was a surgical intern, but he's irresponsible, careless at work, and plagiarized my medical records. People like him should be firmly rejected, or else. A breeze stirred at the door as Ye Qiu returned, holding the contract folder. Why are you still here? His face darkened when he saw Guo Xiaozong. Why does it concern you? Guo Xiaozong said arrogantly. Lin Jingji smiled, watching their confrontation. Dr. Guo just told me you're irresponsible, careless at work, and plagiarized his records, so he asked me not to hire you. Guo Xiaozong, why do you always pick on me? Ye Qiu clenched his fists. I just don't like you, is that enough? Guo Xiaozong sneered, then turned back to Lin Jingji. Ms. Lin, please seriously reconsider my advice. What if I insist on hiring Ye Qiu as my caregiver? Lin Jingji said with a sly smile. Guo Xiaozong froze, then ground his teeth. Then if anything goes wrong, the hospital takes no responsibility. Lin Jingji's smile vanished, her tone cold. If something really happens to me, do you think your hospital can take that responsibility? Suddenly she radiated a sharp, commanding aura, like a queen looking down on everyone. Guo Xiaokang's heart trembled. He had never felt such pressure, not even from the hospital director, and wondered about the mysterious woman before him. Ye Qiu, Lin Jingji called softly. He immediately looked toward her. Let me teach you something about life today. The world doesn't always work the way that if you take a step back, others will too. Often, if you step back, people just see it as weakness and push further. Being kind gets you taken advantage of. That's just how it is. Ye Qiu was silent for a moment, then nodded. I understand. Then what are you waiting for? He took a deep breath, eyes coldly fixed on Guo Xiaozong. Guo Xiaozong grew uneasy under the stare, then shouted aggressively, What are you looking at, you bastard? Smack. A sharp slap suddenly landed on Guo Xiaokang's face. The sharp slap echoed through the hospital room as Guo Xiaokang's left cheek swelled visibly right before their eyes. You dare hit me? His eyes widened in disbelief. For the longest time, Ye Qiu had been nothing more than a pushover in his eyes, but now, Ye Qiu's fingers tingled faintly at his side, but his voice remained cold. I've tolerated you and let you get away with it not because I'm afraid of you. He'll kill you. Guo Xiaozong raised his fist, ready to strike. Try moving a finger against him. A cold female voice cut in. Lin Jingji stepped forward, standing between Ye Qiu and Guo Xiaozong, her gaze icy. If you dare touch Ye Qiu, I'll make you pay with your life. Guo Xiaozong turned to meet Lin Jingji's unyielding stare, his heart suddenly skipping a beat. Who exactly are you? I'm someone you'll never be able to mess with. Lin Jingji's almond-shaped eyes flared. Now get lost. Her commanding rebuke made the air in the room freeze. Guo Xiaokang's knuckles whitened as he hesitated, then slowly unclenched his fist. He wasn't about to act rashly until he knew who she really was. What if he truly couldn't afford to offend her? Ye Qiu, I'm not done with this. Just wait. He spat out the threat before skulking out of the room. The door closed, and silence fell instantly. Lin Jia, thank you. Ye Qiu exhaled deeply, genuinely grateful. He had seen Lin Jingji stand up for him just now, and it warmed his heart. No big deal, don't mention it. Lin Jingji smiled and teased. So, how did it feel to slap Guo Xiaozong? Great. Ye Qiu recalled the slap, feeling the heaviness drain from his chest. Then he lowered his voice. Jia, do you think I'm weak? No, you're not weak, you're just too kind. Lin Jingzi's expression softened before sharpening again. Good people get bullied, just like good horses get ridden. You keep backing down, but that hasn't solved anything. With Xiaozong bullying you over and over proves that. Remember, if a man wants to stand firm, his heart has to be ruthless. Yi Qiu smiled bitterly. I understand that, but you feel powerless because you lack backing and can't afford to offend them, right? Yeah, he nodded. Lin Jingji raised an eyebrow. Why not think from another angle? The barefoot don't fear the shoe wearer. If you were tough enough, do you think they'd dare pick a fight with you? Yi Qiu was stunned. In this world, the richer and more powerful someone is, the more they fear death, Lin Jingji said softly. Besides, you're not completely without backing. What do you mean? Yi Qiu asked, puzzled. From now on, I'm your shield. Anyone who bullies you, I'll handle. Her promise, whether real or not, warmed Yi Qiu's heart. Thank you, Jia. I don't like just hearing thanks. How about something more practical? Lin Jingzi's slender eyes narrowed flirtatiously as she looked at him. Give me a kiss. Ah. Yi Qiu's face flushed bright red. That's a bit too straightforward. Huh. You really are a little cutie. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Hand over the contract. Lin Jingji laughed playfully. Yi Qiu hurriedly passed over the contract and pen. Without even reading it, Lin Jingji signed her name with flair. All done. Yi Qiu finally breathed out in relief. With this, the caregiving station would have no reason to kick him out, meaning he could continue working at the hospital. As long as he stayed there, Yi Qiu still had a chance to return to the surgery department. In the ward, Lin Jingji lifted her plastered right leg and blinked her bright, watery eyes at him. By the way, can you use Maoshan talismans to heal my leg? Yi Qiu gently waved his hand. Maoshan talismans do include bone-setting techniques, but I haven't gotten to that chapter yet. Besides, your leg has already been operated on. Just rest quietly, and it will heal. But I don't like lying down all the time, Lin Jingji pouted. They'll take you to the garden downstairs for a walk later, Yi Qiu said after thinking for a moment. Really? Yi Qiu, you're so thoughtful. Lin Jingji smiled playfully and flirtatiously. I wish you were my boyfriend. Here we go again. Yi Qiu wiped sweat from his forehead. How did she always love to tease him? He hurriedly shook his head. Lin, he'll get you something to eat in the cafeteria. Don't move around too much. With that, he nearly fled the room. These past few days, Qian Jinglan had been preoccupied with Yi Qiu's marriage. On her day off, after finishing chores, she came to the hospital full of plans to talk with Zhang Lili about arranging a meeting between their parents to settle the marriage. Just as she reached the entrance to the inpatient department, she saw Zhang Lili supporting a young male doctor. The doctor's arm was around Zhang Lili's slim waist, their expressions intimate. The traditional and conservative Qian Jinglan immediately felt uneasy. Zhang Lili noticed her too and frowned. Auntie, what are you doing here? Lily, I've come to talk, Qian Jinglan said directly. I want to set a date for the families to get together and finalize things between you and Yi Qiu. Zhang Lili's frown deepened. Auntie, didn't Yi Qiu tell you? Tell me what? Qian Jinglan was confused. Yi Qiu and I have broken up, Zhang Lili said calmly. Also, he was caught plagiarizing Dr. Guo's case notes and has been sent to the caregiving station as a caretaker. What? Qian Jinglan staggered. Can he still get promoted after that? The male doctor beside her sneered. He can't even keep his job, let alone get promoted. Dream on. Then he disdainfully introduced himself, Guo Xiaozong. Old lady, your precious son plagiarized my notes, and even hit me. Yi Qiu hit you? Impossible. Qian Jinglan instinctively defended her son. He's always kind. He would never hit anyone. You must have misunderstood. Misunderstand my swollen face? Guo Xiaozong pointed at his bruised left cheek. Open your eyes and look, that's your son's doing. Zhang Lili added with a cutting tone. Annie, I can vouch for that. Sheikong's father is the deputy director. Yi Qiu won't be getting any promotion in this lifetime. Qian Jinglan's face drained of color. Yi Qiu was her only hope. He couldn't lose his job. She forced a smile and bowed slightly to Guo Xiaozong. Dr. Guo, this is all Yi Qiu's fault. When he comes home, he'll teach him a lesson. Please have mercy and give him a chance. Mercy? Huh. Guo Xiaozong spat on her cheek. How much is your face worth? Qian Jinglan wiped away the spit, but still smiled weakly. Dr. Guo, please forgive him, was just immature. I apologize on his behalf. Smack. A sharp slap landed. Guo Xiaozong said coldly. Lowly people like you deserve no forgiveness. Qian Jinglan covered her burning cheek and turned to Zhang Lili for help. Lily, since you used to be close, please plead for him. Zhang Lili's expression was indifferent. I've cut ties with Yi Qiu completely. Whether he lives or dies is none of my concern. Qian Jinglan stared in disbelief. Just then, Guo Xiaozong sneered darkly. Old lady, if you kneel and apologize to me, I might give Yi Qiu a chance. With no hesitation, she dropped to her knees. For her son's future, personal dignity meant nothing. Unexpectedly, Yi Qiu came out of the inpatient department and caught sight of this scene. His eyes instantly filled with tears. With a whoosh, Ye Qiu charged like a runaway wild horse and grabbed Guo Xiaozong by the throat. How dare you bully my mother? You're asking for death. His voice thundered, each word sharp and fierce. Qian Jinglan was the most important person in his life, and he would never allow anyone to wrong her. Bang! Guo Xiaozong raised his foot and savagely kicked Ye Qiu in the stomach, but the brute force failed to push him away. Ye Qiu's arms were like steel bands, tightening until Guo Xiaozong's veins bulged and his breath grew labored. Ye Qiu, if you've got the guts, kill me. Guo Xiaozong spat through clenched teeth, his face flushed red. You think I don't dare? Ye Qiu added more pressure to his grip. Zhang Lili rushed forward in panic, shouting, Ye Qiu, let Xiaozong go now. Get lost. Ye Qiu sneered coldly. In his eyes, Zhang Lili was no different from Guo Xiaozong at this moment. Zhang Lili was angry and desperate. She spun to beg Qian Jinglan. Auntie, please stop Ye Qiu. If anything happens to Xiaozong, Ye Qiu will pay with his life. Only then did Qian Jinglan come to her senses. She sprang up and grabbed her son's arm tightly. Qiu'er, release Dr. Guo immediately. Mom, if he bullies you, I will never let him off. Ye Qiu replied stubbornly. Dr. Guo never bullied, might was my own choice. Please let him go. I want. Qiu'er, can't you even listen to me? Tears glimmered in her mother's eyes. Ye Qiu's heart wrenched, and with great reluctance, he finally loosened his grip. Hack, hack! Guo Xiaozong coughed violently, clutching his throat, his face dark with rage. Old woman, do you see this? Your own son tried to kill me in broad daylight. Tell me, should someone like this be allowed to stay in the hospital? Zhang Lili glared fiercely at Ye Qiu. You think you're tough now? Xiaozong is not someone you can mess with. Apologize to him right now. Apologize? Not a chance. Ye Qiu's eyes were sharp as knives. You know exactly how you treated my mother. Today, you joined Guo Xiaozong in bullying her. Are you even human? I never bullied Annie. Don't believe me? Ask her yourself, Zhang Lili said stiffly. Qian Jinglan hurried to smooth things over. Qiu'er, Lili didn't bully me. I did it of my own free will. Mom, Ye Qiu's voice faltered. Guo Xiaozong sneered. Hear that, Ye Qiu? I didn't bully her. The old woman got down on her knees herself. You actually dared to lay a hand on me. I won't let this go. Ye Qiu opened his mouth to reply, but Qian Jinglan quickly pulled him behind her. Dr. Guo, I'm very sorry. Ye Qiu didn't know the full story just now and thought I'd been wronged, so he acted impulsively. Please forgive him. Hey, race a little something from me, consider it compensation for the trouble. Her hand shook as she pulled out a wrinkled stack of 100 yuan bills from her pocket. After counting carefully, it was exactly 1,000 yuan. She bent down and held it out. Smack! Guo Xiaozong's slap landed hard across Qian Jinglan's face. Dr. Guo, Zhang Lili cried out in shock. Slap! Another sharp blow followed. This little money? You're trying to bribe a beggar? Guo Xiaozong kicked the bills aside with disdain, strutting proudly. Old woman, even if you gave me 1,000,000, I still wouldn't let your son off. Dare you hit my mother? You must really be tired of living. Ye Qiu clenched his fists, veins bulging, rushing forward fiercely. Qiu'er, don't be reckless. Qian Jinglan held him back with all her strength. Mom, that bastard's gone too far. He dares to bully you right in front of me today. I'm going to. Shut up. Qian Jinglan sharply stopped Ye Qiu, then forced a smile as she apologized to Guo Xiaozong, saying, Dr. Guo, I'm terribly sorry. He'll talk to Ye Qiu, and will come by another day to apologize properly. Though humiliated to the point of trembling inside, for her son's future, Qian Jinglan tightly gripped Ye Qiu's arm, bowed her head deferentially, and just wanted to get him out of there quickly. Just as they turned to leave, Guo Xiaozong bent down, grabbed a red brick from the flower bed beside him, and silently slammed it hard against Ye Qiu's back. Crack! The brick instantly shattered in two, sending fragments flying everywhere. That guy's body must be invincible or something, Guo Xiaozong said, eyes wide in disbelief. Ye Qiu's fury ignited completely. If that brick had hit the back of his head, he'd probably be dead now. In that lightning-fast moment, Lin Jingzi's advice flashed through his mind. To stand firm as a man, you have to be ruthless. Crack! Ye Qiu spun around sharply, his fingers clamping onto Guo Xiaozong's throat like iron pincers. Without hesitation, he lifted him high and slammed him onto the ground. Bang! The 63, 220-pound man's head hit the concrete with a gush of blood, leaving Zhang Lili stunned. Before Guo Xiaozong could react, Ye Qiu was already holding him in the air like a chicken. Zhang Lili's face was full of shock. How could Ye Qiu possibly be that strong? Ye Qiu looked down at Guo Xiaozong's right hand coldly and said, Lin Jia was right. A good horse gets ridden, a good man gets bullied. I kept backing down, but you only got worse. That hand was just used to hit my mother, wasn't it? What do you want? Guo Xiaozong shouted angrily. If you dare touch me, do you want to die? Before he finished, Ye Qiu stepped down firmly. Crack! The bones in Guo Xiaozong's fingers shattered, flesh torn open, and he screamed in excruciating pain. Ye Qiu looked down at him. You bullied me, slandered me, insulted me, sidelined me, even took Zhang Lili away. I tolerated it all. But you hurt my mother. That I will not. With that, he grabbed Guo Xiaozong by the hair and yanked him up, then delivered a brutal knee strike. Thud! Guo Xiaozong dropped to his knees. Apologize to my mother. Ye Qiu's voice was icy cold. Never. Smack. A heavy slap landed across his cheek. Apologize. You want me to apologize to that old hag? Dream on. I'd die first. Guo Xiaozong still refused to yield. In that case, I'll cripple you. Ye Qiu's fists came down like thunder, breaking both of Guo Xiaokong's arms. Then both legs swept out with lightning speed. Crack. Crack. Both knees shattered, Guo Xiaokong's limbs broken. He lay on the ground howling in unbearable pain. Ye Qiu pressed his foot down hard on Guo Xiaokong's face and asked in a low voice, Guo Xiaozong, aren't you going to apologize? Enough, Ye Qiu. Zhang Lili finally recovered from her shock and shouted sharply, you're going to commit a terrible crime. You'll go to jail for this. Ye Qiu turned his head, eyes flashing with murderous intent. If hurting someone means jail time, what about killing someone? He slowly shifted his foot from Guo Xiaokong's face to his throat, then suddenly pressed down hard. Stop right there. Ye Qiu was about to step down when a sharp feminine shout erupted. Startled, Ye Qiu quickly pulled back his foot and looked up. Bai Bing was striding forward, her gaze cold and razor-sharp. A sudden wave of guilt and unease hit him, felt exactly like when he was caught red-handed by a teacher back in elementary school. Seeing Bai Bing, Guo Xiaozong grabbed at straws desperately, shouting hoarsely, Director Bai, please save me. Ye Qiu is trying to kill me, you'll have to stop him. Zhang Lili took the opportunity to scream. Director Bai, Ye Qiu's crazy. He wants to hurt someone. You have to stop him. Bai Bing's eyes locked on Ye Qiu as she commanded coldly. Let go of Dr. Guo. Director Bai, please listen to me. Let him go. Bai Bing's voice was calm, but carried undeniable authority. That tone struck a nerve in Ye Qiu's pride. You're not my boss anymore. Since when do you have the right to order me around? Bai Bing's tone turned urgent and frustrated. Don't you want to stay at the hospital? Ye Qiu sneered. The forged medical records were a setup between Guo Xiaozong and Zhang Lili. You didn't even investigate before kicking me out to the caretaker station. Such a hospital, I don't want to stay here anyway. He had made up his mind. Even if he lost his job as a doctor, he wouldn't starve because of his own skills. Bai Bing suppressed her anger and spoke more gently. Ye Qiu, I may no longer be your supervisor, but I was at least your mentor for a while. If you still respect me, then release him. You've studied medicine for years and finally earned your license. Are you really going to throw it all away? Are you doing this for your mother's sake? Her last words hit him like a hammer to the chest. Ye Qiu turned to see Qian Jinglan's tear-streaked face, guilt flooding his heart. Mom. Qian Jinglan choked up. Qiuer, please let Dr. Guo go. But, Mom knows he's a jerk, and hitting him wasn't wrong. But if you lose your life over a jerk like him, that's just not worth it. His mother's words were like a warning bell ringing inside him. Suddenly, Ye Qiu calmed down. Yes, going to jail because of someone like Guo Xiaozong wasn't worth it at all. He bent close to Guo Xiaokong's ear, voice icy. Listen carefully. I'm sparing you today. But if you ever bully my mom again, I won't hesitate to finish you. With that, he moved his foot away, helped Qian Jinglan to her feet, and said, Mom, let's go. Stop right there. Zhang Lili stepped in front of them, tone sharp. You beat Xiaozong like that, and think you can just leave? Ye Qiu's eyes darkened. Good dogs don't block the way, move aside. Zhang Lili raised her phone. I've already called Vice Director Guo. No one's leaving until he gets here. Zhang Lili, are you looking for trouble? Ye Qiu's killing intent surged. She sneered. Ye Qiu, you crippled Xiaozong. If he sues you, you'll spend the rest of your life behind bars. Only then did Bai Bing notice Guo Xiaokong's limbs were mangled and bloody. Her heart sank into an abyss. This was a disaster. She made a quick decision. Ye Qiu, you take Annie and go. The farther away, the better. Director Bai, what do you mean? Zhang Lili shot Bai Bing a furious glare. Ye Qiu violently injured Xiaozong. If he runs off, who takes responsibility? You? I take responsibility. Bai Bing said firmly, each word deliberate. Zhang Lili stared at Bai Bing in astonishment. Yesterday in the medical department, I already said that if Ye Qiu makes another mistake, I will take responsibility for him. Zhang Lili's heart tightened, bitterness creeping into her voice as she asked, what's your relationship? Why would you do that for him? She secretly wondered if Ye Qiu and Bai Bing were involved somehow. Bai Bing raised an eyebrow, her tone cold. What kind of relationship Ye Qiu and I have is none of your business. Ye Qiu, take Annie away. Ye Qiu hesitated. Director Bai, if I leave, then what will you do? Don't worry about me. I have my own way. Bai Bing's eyes were resolute. She was prepared to shoulder the blame and protect Ye Qiu at all costs, clearly ready for the worst. Ye Qiu felt a surge of warmth, but shook his head firmly. Director Bai, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm the one who did this. I don't need anyone else to take the fall for me. Bai Bing grew urgent. I'm looking out for you. You beat Guo Xiaozong so badly. Do you think Vice Director Guo will just let it go? If they press charges, you'll go to jail. His father is the executive vice president with plenty of influence in Jiangzhou. If you don't leave now, you won't get out. I've thought about all that, but I'm not afraid. Ye Qiu's expression was as steady as a rock. If it comes to it, he'll go down fighting. Better to die with honor than live without dignity. Bai Bing pressed on, lowering her voice. And have you thought about your mother? If you end up in jail, what will she do? Leave her all alone. After silent for a long moment, Qian Jinglan suddenly spoke, gently stepping in front of her son. Director Bai, thank you for caring for Ye Qiu. As his mother, I am grateful. But a real man takes responsibility for his own actions. If he can't do that, he's not worthy to be my son. Bai Bing tried to argue again, but Auntie, Ye Qiu is still young. Jail will ruin his life. Director Bai, don't worry, Qian Jinglan said calmly, but with absolute conviction. Qiu won't go to jail. I might not have much, but I'm capable of protecting him. Her certainty struck a chord with Bai Bing. This seemingly ordinary woman had an unexpectedly powerful presence. The more Bai Bing looked at her, the more familiar she seemed, stirring a strange sense of closeness. Auntie, haven't we met before? Bai Bing finally asked. Just once, Qian Jinglan smiled gently. On Ye Qiu's first day in the surgery department, I came to bring him and greeted you. I see Bai Bing was about to say more when suddenly a loud, angry shout came from behind them. Who beat my son? Everyone was startled and turned to see a stout, shiny bald middle-aged man storming toward them, followed by several fierce-looking security guards. This was Guadanu, executive vice president of Jiangzhou Hospital and father of Gua Shaokong seething with rage. Uncle, you're just in time. Shaokong's hurt. Zhang Lili rushed forward, barely able to hide her anxiety. Guadanu threw himself beside the stretcher, his face darkening as he saw his son broken and battered. Xiaocong, how do you feel? Does it hurt? Who did this? Dad, help me, I'm ruined, Gua Xiaocong wailed in pain. Zhang Lili pointed tremblingly at Ye Qiu, venom in her voice. Uncle, it was him. Guadanu's bloodshot eyes locked onto Ye Qiu. He roared out every word with deadly menace. Even if the king himself came down today, he couldn't save you. What are you all waiting for? Break him. Several security guards quickly surrounded Ye Qiu and rolled up their sleeves, clearly ready to take action at any moment. Bai Bing's heart tightened as she hurriedly stepped in front of Ye Qiu, speaking urgently. Deputy Director Gua, Ye Qiu is from our surgical department. Could you please show some consideration? Guadanu's face darkened with anger as he coldly shot her a glance. My son is also in your surgical department. Why haven't you protected him? Bai Bing was left speechless by his words. Director Bai, Guadanu said icily. Today I'm only holding this kid responsible. I hope you won't interfere. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. With that, he turned his head and commanded the guards sharply, take him down. Wait. Bai Bing raised her hand to block the guards, her voice suddenly rising. Deputy Director Gua, these are hospital security staff, not your personal enforcers. You have no right to order them to assault someone. Ridiculous. Guadanu sneered. In the executive deputy director. Besides the director, I have authority over everyone here including you. Suppressing her anger, Bai Bing replied firmly. According to hospital regulations, no leader is allowed to abuse their power. Don't bore me with rules, Guadanu said, eyes blazing with fury. Right now, all I want is to avenge my son. Get them. The guards hesitated for a moment, but then stepped forward threateningly. In desperation, Bai Bing stood her ground again. Let's see who dares to make a move. Recognizing Bai Bing, the guards faltered slightly. Deputy Director Gua, what should we do now? One whispered. Guadanu fixed Bai Bing with a menacing glare. Director Bai, do you really want to be my enemy? You've misunderstood, Deputy Director Gua. I don't want to be your enemy. Bai Bing took a deep breath. I just want to remind you, as a leader of this hospital, you must be mindful of your image. Ordering security to beat someone is wrong. Well, when he was attacking my son, where were you? Guadanu's voice thundered. No one is stopping me from avenging Xiaocong today. You lot, take him down. Any consequences are mine to bear alone. At that, the guard stopped hesitating. Director Bai, please step aside, or don't blame us for being unkind, one said gravely. Ye Qiu leaned slightly forward and stood in front of Bai Bing. Director Bai, please move aside. I can handle these guys. But, Director Bai, trust me. Ye Qiu's tone was calm but resolute, confidence shining clearly on his face. He had absorbed a bit of the inheritance, only a tiny fraction, but enough to handle these few people easily. Bai Bing hesitated for half a second, then finally pulled Qian Jinglan aside. Then be careful. Ye Qiu stood alone in the middle of the corridor. The light shone on his back, casting a long shadow. The guards exchanged glances, fists clenched tightly, ready to strike. Boom. Outside the main door, an engine roared fiercely. A black Maybach burst into the hospital like a beast, the rear wheels whipping around elegantly before stopping firmly in front of Guadanu. The car door flew open, and a middle-aged man with a resolute face and piercing eyes stepped out of the driver's seat. His leather shoes clicked sharply on the floor. Ye Qiu raised an eyebrow. Zhao Yun, what's he doing here? Guadanu's face instantly changed. He let go of the supporting Gua Xiaocong and hurried forward, bowing deeply. Mr. Zhao, what wind blew you here today? Zhao Yun's gaze swept across the scene like a blade. His voice was calm. I'm here on business. Mr. Zhao, there's no need for you to come personally. Just say the word, and he'll take care of everything perfectly for you, Guadanu said, bowing and flattering like a desperate servant. Zhao Yun finally raised his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. You? The short question sent a chill down Guadagno's spine. Can you handle the task given by the Dragon King? Zhao Yun's last word fell slowly. Dragon King. The name struck Guadagno's mind like thunder, shaking his very core. The confusion only deepened. Why did the Dragon King send Mr. Zhao to the hospital? Was there some big shot staying here? As the executive vice president of Jiangzhou Hospital, Guadagno prided himself on knowing every little stir in the hospital, but he had no recollection of this. Zhao Yun walked steadily right up to Ye Qiu, his voice calm but firm, impossible to ignore. Dr. Yi, we meet again. Mr. Zhao, Ye Qiu replied politely. Are you free now? Zhao Yun asked. Ye Qiu raised a hand toward a group of nearby security guards. I'm afraid not. They're just about to take me down. Zhao Yun's eyes flicked coldly over the guards. In that instant, it was as if a tiger had locked its gaze on them. Their chests tightened, and they instinctively stepped back a few paces. Anyone could plainly read the murderous intent in his eyes. This was no bluffer. Guadagno immediately barked. What's going on here? Zhao Yun's voice was deep. Explain. Guadagno quickly responded. Mr. Zhao, Ye Qiu crippled my son. I want revenge. Your son? Zhao Yun glanced at Gua Xiaozong, who was slumped half-conscious on the ground. He's not dead, yet what's the rush for revenge? His words stunned everyone into silence. Guadagno didn't catch the hidden meaning and forced himself to speak on. Mr. Zhao, do you mean? Zhao Yun said. Dr. Yi is a friend of the Dragon King. I have come at the Dragon King's command to invite Dr. Yi to visit his residence. What? He's a friend of the Dragon King? Guadagno looked at Ye Qiu in disbelief. He knew the Dragon King's circle was full of powerful, untouchable elders who could shake Jiangzhou with a stomp. How could someone in their 20s, still on probation as a junior doctor, be part of that? There had to be something fishy going on. Zhao Yun furrowed his brow and pointed toward the black Maybach outside. You doubt my words? See for yourself, that's the Dragon King's personal car. Mr. Zhao jokes, Guadagno said quietly, stealing a glance at the license plate Jiang 888888. The unique number sent a cold sweat trickling down his spine. The Dragon King had sent his personal bodyguard, driving his official car, to pick up Ye Qiu. This was no ordinary friendship. Zhao Yun spoke again, his tone icy. I'm taking Dr. Yi to meet the Dragon King. Do you have any objections? No. Guadagno hurriedly shook his head. Though he was executive vice president, in the presence of real power, he was nothing. Good. If you do, direct them at me. A fierce light flashed in Zhao Yun's eyes. Guadagno's heart skipped, and he forced a smile. Not with 1,000 lives, I wouldn't dare. Glad to hear it. Dr. Yi, please. Zhao Yun personally opened the car door for Ye Qiu. Guadagno's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. A personal bodyguard opening the door? That was treatment reserved for top-tier figures. May I bring my mother along? Ye Qiu asked. Zhao Yun looked at Qian Jinglan and nodded. Of course. Ye Qiu helped his mother into the car and then said to Bai Bing, Director Bai, thank you for today. They'll treat you to a meal another time. As the door was about to close, Gua Xiaozong screamed hysterically. Dad, how can you let them leave? Stop, Ye Qiu, kill him. Shut up. Guadagno glared angrily at his son before bowing and nodding toward Zhao Yun. Mr. Zhao, take care. The Maybach slowly pulled away, carrying Ye Qiu and his mother out of sight. Only when the car disappeared completely did Guadagno finally exhale, his stiffened back straightening. Gua Xiaozong was furious. Dad, you just let Ye Qiu get away? Aren't you going to get revenge? Guadagno shook his head bitterly. Today, we have to accept defeat. Why? Because he's a friend of the Dragon King. Just because of that. Gua Xiaozong exploded. Who's the Dragon King? Why are you so afraid of him? Is he more powerful than the Heavenly King? Guadagno sighed deeply, as if releasing years of reverence and fear had kept bottled inside. In Jiangzhou, the Dragon King is God. In the car, Ye Qiu said, Mom, I'm sorry for making you upset today. You silly boy, what are you talking about? Qian Jinglan leaned back in her seat, her tone reproachful but full of concern. You went through so much at the hospital and didn't even tell me. If I hadn't gone there today, how long were you planning to keep it from me? I just didn't want to worry you. Listen to your mom. Don't push yourself too hard. She reached out and patted her son's hand. If things really can't work out at that hospital, just switch to another one. As for Zhang Lily, she's changed. She's not the kind, good girl she used to be. Maybe it's better this way. Ye Qiu responded softly. Yeah. Up front, Zhao Yun slowly eased the car to a stop. Qian Jinglan glanced at the rearview mirror. Mr. Zhao must have something important to discuss with you, so I won't hold you up. Oh, get out here. The car pulled over to the side of the road. Ye Qiu opened his door and helped his mother step down carefully, supporting her as she descended. Mr. Zhao, thank you for your help today. Qian Jinglan bowed slightly toward the driver. No need to be so polite, auntie. It's nothing. Zhao Yun replied with a slight nod, his manners impeccable. Before she left, Qian Jinglan reminded Ye Qiu, come back early. He'll be waiting to have dinner with you and making your favorite, mapo tofu. Got it. The car door closed and the vehicle slid forward again. Inside the car became quiet. Ye Qiu rubbed his nose a little awkwardly. My mom is like this, a bit naggy. Mr. Zhao, I hope you don't mind. It's fine, Zhao Yun said calmly, keeping his eyes on the road. Fine. Ye Qiu looked at him, puzzled. Zhao Yun said nothing further and focused on driving. The silence thickened, like a dense fog wrapping around the cabin. Ye Qiu opened his mouth several times, but swallowed his words. 20 minutes later, Zhao Yun suddenly spoke up. Dr. Yi, I'm sure you have a lot of questions in your mind. Yes, Ye Qiu admitted openly. Ask whatever you want. As long as I can tell you, I will. The first question that had been bottled up inside, Ye Qiu blurted out. Who is the Dragon King? The Dragon King is the ruler of Jiang's Hao's underworld. He used to be a top-ranked master on the Tiger list, Zhao Yun said deliberately, each word clear and measured. Actually, you've already met him. You mean that elderly man in the Tang suit who was with me yesterday? Ye Qiu asked. Yes. That confirmed the old man definitely seemed extraordinary yesterday. And now Ye Qiu's suspicion was proven right. Is Dragon King his real name? No, it's just a title. His real name is Long Qianxiu, but everyone in the martial world calls him the Dragon King. I see. Ye Qiu couldn't help but ask more. Then what is your relationship with the Dragon King, Mr. Zhao? I am the Dragon King's personal bodyguard. So your skills must be really impressive? Zhao Yun only smiled and said nothing. By now the car had entered the city center, then turned onto a quiet mountain road. Through the window, Ye Qiu saw the winding road and asked, Are we going to Yunwu Mountain? Yes. The Dragon King lives there, Zhao Yun confirmed. Yunwu Mountain, a 500-meter peak in the heart of Jiangzhou City. Originally a park since the founding of the nation, it had since been developed into a top-tier luxury area, reserved only for the city's most elite and powerful. The thought stirred something deep inside Ye Qiu. 15 minutes later, exquisite villas in classical Chinese style came into view, their blue-tiled roofs and whitewashed walls nestled among lush greenery, serene and timeless. The car wound its way up the mountain, finally stopping in front of a courtyard house with an antique charm at the summit. We're here, Dr. Yi, Zhao Yun announced. Ye Qiu nodded and got out, immediately noticing 4 guards stationed at the villa's gate. They were sturdy and sharp-eyed, emanating a quiet but palpable sense of pressure not unlike Zhao Yun's aura, though noticeably less intense. Brother Zhao. Upon seeing Zhao Yun, the 4 guards called out respectfully. This is Ye Qiu, a guest invited by the Dragon King. After a brief introduction, Zhao Yun raised his hand to signal them. The guards glanced at Ye Qiu and immediately cleared the way. Dr. Yi, please follow me. Zhao Yun took the lead. Ye Qiu followed behind, passing through the vermilion lacquered gate. A sprawling estate covering several hundred square meters unfolded before him. Bluestone paving stretched across the ground. A curved bridge lay across the water. Pavilions and waterside gazebos were arranged in perfect harmony. Koi fish glided through the pond. Mist rose from the crevices of artificial rockeries, and various rare flowers and exotic plants released their subtle fragrance. The scene resembled a miniature summer retreat. In the center of the courtyard stood a massive parasol tree with a canopy spreading like a giant umbrella, clearly at least a century old. Beneath its shade, a stone table sat firmly in place, with snow-white rice paper fluttering gently in the breeze. At that moment, the Dragon King stood with brush in hand, deeply absorbed in his calligraphy practice. The Dragon King detests being disturbed while practicing calligraphy. Keep your footsteps light, Zhao Yun whispered. Ye Qiu nodded, softened his steps, and stopped alongside Zhao Yun beside the tree. The scent of ink filled the air. Ye Qiu leaned forward to look and saw lines of bold, sweeping characters on the rice paper. To accomplish the sovereign's affairs for all under heaven, to win glory both in life and after death. Alas, my hair has turned white. The brushstrokes moved like dragons and phoenixes, the ink soaking through to the back of the paper, the forceful strokes nearly bursting through, imbued with a fierce, murderous aura. The calligraphy is excellent, but unfortunately, Ye Qiu blurted out. Unfortunately what? The Dragon King asked coolly. Unfortunately, there's too much killing intent. Thwack. The brush was set down heavily. The Dragon King raised his head, his gaze like an abyss, locking directly onto Ye Qiu. In that instant, Ye Qiu felt as if he were being stared down by an ancient predator. His hair stood on end, his back tensed. Sensing trouble, Zhao Yun quickly intervened. Ye Qiu, you should apologize to the Dragon King immediately. But the Dragon King spoke first. You understand calligraphy as well? A little, Ye Qiu answered reluctantly, drawing upon the calligraphy knowledge passed down through his family. When you say my calligraphy has too much killing intent, are you suggesting my state of mind while writing was wrong? The Dragon King inquired again. Ye Qiu had no choice but to explain truthfully. This poem comes from Xian Shiji of the Southern Song dynasty. Throughout his life, Xian Shiji advocated for reclaiming the Central Plains, yet he faced constant rejection and spent long periods in idle retirement. This poem was written during his time of disappointment, expressing his ambitions to defeat enemies and serve the nation, achieve meritorious deeds, and establish greatness. However, the final line, alas, my hair has turned white, reveals the melancholy, anguish, and indignation of having no way to serve his country. Your brushstrokes are sharp and forceful, saturated with killing intent, which doesn't match the poet's helpless, pent-up emotions at the time. Yet they also possess the momentum of swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger, which reminds me of Cao Cao's lines. The old warhorse lies in the stable, yet its ambition reaches 1,000 miles. The hero in his twilight years, his determination unwavering. The Dragon King gazed silently at Ye Qiu, his profound eyes like an unreceding tide, his imposing presence still bearing down. Ye Qiu's chest tightened, sweat forming on his forehead. 2 minutes felt like an entire year. Suddenly, the Dragon King burst into hearty laughter. Ye Qiu, you're quite impressive. Ye Qiu secretly let out a breath of relief, his shoulders unconsciously dropping. The Dragon King's expression softened. I had Zhao Yun bring you here. I hope this didn't interrupt your work? No, it didn't. Ye Qiu shook his head. That's good. The Dragon King's smile faded, his tone becoming serious. Ye Qiu, the reason I asked you to come is that there's something I'd like to request your help with. What is it? I'd like you to help me treat an illness. The Dragon King's gaze was candid, yet revealed a trace of stubbornness. I'm dying. Ye Qiu was startled and glanced up at the Dragon King. The elderly man before him had impeccably groomed silver hair, his misty white eyebrows and mustache sharply contrasting with his ruddy complexion. His chest rose and fell steadily, and his eyes burned with intensity, looked far from someone on the verge of death. Dragon King, you must be joking. Ye Qiu instinctively took a half step back, forcing an awkward smile. You look so healthy, hardly like someone who's ill. I'm not joking, the Dragon King said, squinting slightly. His voice was low but powerful. I really am dying soon. Ye Qiu felt a cold jolt in his heart. He was just a probationary doctor in a hospital. If he ran into a complicated case like this, he might not even survive himself. Facing such a big figure in Jiang's house underground world, he instantly regretted everything. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come for anything in the world. The Dragon King seemed to see through his anxiety and calmly said, I believe you can cure me. Ye Qiu forced a smile. You probably won't believe it, but even I don't believe in myself. Xiaoyi, you're young. You need to believe in yourself, the Dragon King said, changing the subject. Then he asked suddenly, do you know why I came to find you? Ye Qiu shook his head, suspicion flickering through his eyes. Why would the old man choose him, a nobody, over all the famous doctors out there? Could it be that this old man really had lost his mind? The Dragon King seemed to read his thoughts, lightly coughing and teasing. Are you thinking I've lost my mind? Of course not. Not at all. Ye Qiu hurriedly shook his head. Actually, I came to you because yesterday, when we first met, you blurted out and asked me if I was sick, the Dragon King said as he slowly paced. The sound of his footsteps echoed clearly across the floor. For 9 years, I've searched all the renowned doctors. None have detected my hidden illness. Only you, with a single glance, said I was sick. That's why I believe you can cure me. Ye Qiu silently slapped himself in the face. If he had known this, he wouldn't have been so cheeky. He swallowed hard and said, Dragon King, to be honest, what I said yesterday was just offhand. A casual remark that detects disease proves your skill is extraordinary, the Dragon King said, raising a hand to stop him. Extraordinary, my foot. Ye Qiu cursed inwardly, but smiled on the surface. If he really were so skilled, would he have been assigned to the caretaker station? The alarm bells of self-preservation rang loudly in Ye Qiu's mind, and he made up his mind. Dragon King, you're flattering me too much. I'm just a probationary doctor, just transferred to the caretaker station today. 2 days from now, I might be fired from the hospital. I really can't cure your illness. You should look for a better doctor. You're refusing me? The smile on the Dragon King's face gradually faded, his gaze turning cold and severe. Ye Qiu fell silent. No words meant consent. The Dragon King stood with hands behind his back, voice indifferent. Do you know what happened to those who refused me before? Zhao Yun, tell him. Zhao Yun, standing nearby, slightly bowed to Ye Qiu without emotion and said, those who refused the Dragon King before, I threw into the river to feed the fish. Ye Qiu sucked in a sharp breath, his complexion instantly pale. Dragon King, please don't scare me. I have a timid heart. I'm not trying to scare you. The Dragon King turned to face him. For many years, no one dared refuse me again. If you cure my illness, I will grant you endless wealth and honor. In Jiangzhou, you'll have the freedom to go anywhere as you please. But if you fail, the Dragon King's voice suddenly fell silent. Will you kill me if you can't cure me? Ye Qiu asked nervously. The Dragon King didn't answer directly. Instead, he squinted with a half smile. Are you afraid of dying? Yes. Ye Qiu's heart pounded. He thought anyone would be afraid of death. The Dragon King nodded slowly, his voice low but firm. If you're afraid to die, then do your best to cure me. Because I'm afraid of dying too. Hearing this, Ye Qiu realized there was no turning back. Either he cured the Dragon King, or he himself would die. He took a deep breath, forcing his voice steady. Let me examine you first. Are you willing to treat me now? The Dragon King raised an eyebrow. Ye Qiu gave a bitter smile. Of course. If I refused, I'd be dead. How could I not want to try? For the first time, he truly felt the dangers of being a doctor. The Dragon King laughed heartily. Little Yi, are you scared? No, Ye Qiu said stubbornly. The Dragon King laughed even louder. Zhao Yun didn't lie to you. Anyone who dared refuse me before was thrown into the river for the fish. But he shifted tone. None of those people were doctors. At this, Ye Qiu vaguely sensed a trap. The Dragon King added leisurely, those I killed deserved it. Doctors save lives. Harming them would damage my merit. Ye Qiu exhaled, but stayed on guard. To be honest, Dragon King, I don't really understand your illness, and I can't promise to cure you. The Dragon King was unoffended, his expression solemn. Ye Qiu, as long as you try your best, I won't blame you even if you fail. That would just mean my time has come. Then I'll start examining you now. Good. The Dragon King settled into his large armchair and asked, what do you need me to do? Just follow my instructions, Ye Qiu replied, leaning forward to study the Dragon King's face carefully. When they first met last night, Ye Qiu had sensed the Dragon King was seriously ill, but the king denied it, so he hadn't pressed further. Now, examining closely again, his face was ruddy. Eyes bright, looked stronger than most elderly men. Strange, Ye Qiu thought, reaching out. Dragon King, give me your right hand. It was bone-chilling cold. The Dragon King's right hand felt as though taken from a freezer. When Ye Qiu grasped it, a sharp cold shot into his palm, making him shiver. Closing his eyes, Ye Qiu palpated the pulsite was strong and steady, nothing like a sick patient's. He frowned and said, Dragon King, give me your left hand too. The left hand was the opposite, burning hot, like a red-hot coal, scorching Ye Qiu's palm. But the pulse was still steady, no abnormalities. How can this be? Ye Qiu was puzzled. Little Yi, do you see anything? The Dragon King asked with a smile. Let me think. Ye Qiu let go and stood quietly, deep in thought for a full 10 minutes. Then he looked up, determination shining in his eyes. I understand now. What do you understand? The Dragon King asked urgently. You're gravely ill, with less than 7 days left to live. What? Less than 7 days to live? Zhao Yun's expression changed dramatically. He lunged forward, his voice cutting toward Ye Qiu like a blade. Ye Qiu, do you have any idea what nonsense you're spouting? If you dare talk such rubbish again, don't blame me for not being polite. Silence. The Dragon King looked up, his gaze as cold as ice. Zhao Yun was stopped short by that glare and could only cough twice under his breath before retreating to the side. The Dragon King turned to Ye Qiu, his tone softening. Zhao Yun has always had a fiery temper, and take it personally. You say I have only 7 days left to live. Have you identified the cause of my illness? Ye Qiu nodded. What is the cause? Zhao Yun pressed urgently. He didn't believe it in his heart. Countless renowned physicians had been summoned to the capital, all at their wits' end. What could this young man, barely in his 20s, possibly see? Ye Qiu spoke in a low, steady voice. If I'm not mistaken, Dragon King, you've been poisoned by a rare toxin. The moment those words fell, the study went utterly silent. The Dragon King's brow twitched slightly, while Zhao Yun first stood stunned, then cried out, a rare toxin? Ye Qiu, how can you tell? This poison is extremely rare and exists only in the Miao borderlands. People call it poison. Goo poison. Zhao Yun gasped. The Dragon King slowly straightened up, his voice low. I really didn't pick the wrong person. So many experts couldn't identify the cause. Yet after just a brief examination, you pointed out goo poison. The younger generation truly surpasses the old. What else can you see? Ye Qiu's expression grew grave. I need to confirm a few more things. I hope you'll answer truthfully. Go ahead. Ask. After you were afflicted by the goo, there were no symptoms at all for the first 6 months. The symptoms only appeared after that half-year mark, correct? Correct. The Dragon King nodded, recalling those early days. At first, I only had abdominal pain during the day. I had countless examinations, but nothing showed up. Ye Qiu continued. The goo poison lies deep in the blood. Ordinary instruments can't detect it. Later, the symptoms shifted from daytime to nighttime, didn't they? Yes. Then your constitution suddenly became sensitive to cold. Even during the dog days of summer, you felt as if you were in an ice cellar. You could only fall asleep by warming yourself by a fire each night, right? Right? Even when it was over 30 degrees Celsius, I had to hold a hot water bottle. The Dragon King smiled bitterly. That condition lasted 3 years. After 3 years, your constitution reversed completely. You became extremely heat sensitive. Even in the dead of winter, you wore only short sleeves and needed a fan running, correct? Yes. The Dragon King nodded emphatically. Snow would be falling outside, yet inside my room I'd be gasping from the heat. After that, your current state is half cold, half hot. This split temperature difference appeared less than half a month ago. Correct. And one more thing, the symptoms follow a strict pattern. They begin precisely at midnight every day and stop precisely at 6 in the morning. The pain is like 10,000 ants devouring your heart. And no matter what you try, acupuncture, pain injections, analgesic pumps, nothing works. Yes, yes, yes. Every single word is right. The Dragon King's breathing quickened, his eyes filled with both pain and hope. At this point, Ye Qiu had confirmed the type of goo poison. He looked up, his tone easing. I've finished my questions. But before treatment, I have one small request. I hope you'll cooperate. What request? Take off your clothes. What? The Dragon King stared at Ye Qiu in astonishment, his gaze strange and unsettling. Ye Qiu felt a chill creep up his scalp under that look and quickly explained, "Please don't misunderstand. Asking you to remove your clothes was only to examine the goo poison on your body." "I see." The Dragon King laughed heartily and immediately took off his shirt, revealing a muscular back illuminated by the light. Ye Qiu circled behind him and bent forward to inspect closely. Suddenly, he gasped softly and murmured, "Just as I expected." The Dragon King's back was split into two distinct halves. The left side was dark red, as if scorched by charcoal, while the right side was pale white, like it had just been taken out of a freezer. Along the boundary, a raised meridian line about an inch long protruded, shining purple-black and twisted like two small snakes entwined, radiating a chilling aura. "Ye Qiu, what exactly did you discover?" Zhao Yun couldn't help but ask. Ye Qiu composed himself, his expression serious. "I can be 100% certain. The goo poison inside the Dragon King is the Yin-Yang snake goo." "You recognized that just by looking?" The Dragon King was utterly shocked. Over the years, he had consulted numerous renowned doctors, some claiming miraculous skills, yet none had uncovered the true nature of his poisoning. Yet Ye Qiu not only identified it at a glance, but also named the goo precisely. The Dragon King thought to himself, could this young man really be a medical genius? In truth, Ye Qiu's insight came entirely from the ancestral knowledge inherited in his mind. Just now, he had sifted through vast medical records and quickly pinpointed the yin-yang snake goo among countless cases. To be cautious, he asked the Dragon King detailed questions and palpated the raised meridian before finally confirming his diagnosis. The yin-yang snake goo is extremely sinister. In the early stages, those poisons show no symptoms. The toxin usually lies dormant for 6 months before manifesting, first causing chills, then heat intolerance, eventually disrupting the bodis yin-yang balance, one side freezing cold, the other burning hot, accompanied by relentless abdominal pain, driving the sufferer to a torment worse than death. Ye Qiu found it hard to imagine how the Dragon King had endured it all these years. His tone held a trace of sympathy. "It must have been unbearable for you." "Absolutely," the Dragon King said with a carefree smile. 9 years now. Every flare-up feels like my heart and guts are being torn apart, and with no cure available, it's worse than dying. Still, I've managed to survive it." Ye Qiu admired him sincerely. "Most people wouldn't last more than 3 years. I've trained in martial arts since childhood, so my body is stronger," the Dragon King replied, his eyes aflame with hope. "Xiao Yi, since you've identified the yin-yang snake goo, does that mean you can cure me?" Ye Qiu shook his head with a wry smile. "You're giving me too much credit. The yin-yang snake goo is no ordinary poison. Completely curing it is almost impossible. Is there really no way?" the Dragon King asked stubbornly. Ye Qiu pondered for a moment. "Actually, it's not entirely hopeless, unless..." "Unless what?" "Unless I can open the heavenly eye," Ye Qiu thought to himself. He recalled a secret technique from the Maoshan talisman, lore the heavenly eye. Legend says there is a hidden eye 2 inches above the space between the eyebrows, invisible to the naked flesh eye. Once opened, it can see through steel and walls, revealing things ordinary people cannot perceive. Wandering spirits, lingering evil energies, lurking demons at the highest level. It even allows one to foresee fortune and misfortune, understand personal fate, and grasp the world's grand trends. Truly a wondrous power. Yet, not everyone can awaken the heavenly eye. There are 2 kinds, innate and acquired. Some people are born with it open, like ancient deities Huangdi, Shenong, Fuxi, and Yuhua. Others attain it through relentless practice, like Zhuge Liang, Li Chunfeng, Yuan Tiangang, and Lu Bowen. Without exception, those who open the heavenly eye become legendary figures, looking down on their times. At this moment, Ye Qiu knew clearly. The yin-yang snake goo hidden in the Dragon King's blood was so fine it could not be detected by ordinary medical instruments, not even its shadow. If he could open the heavenly eye, its sight-piercing power would be able to expose and draw out the poisonous bugs one by one. Sadly, he had just received the inheritance yesterday and hadn't even taken the first step of learning, let alone open the eye within 7 days to save the Dragon King's life. "Xiao Yi, you just said unless." "Unless what? Is there a way to save me?" The Dragon King's tall figure suddenly leaned forward, and the calm in his eyes had vanished. "There is indeed a way to purge the goo poison." Ye Qiu nodded, but immediately added, "I just don't know how to do it yet." "Then learn it quickly." Zhao Yun stamped his foot in frustration. "If I could learn it in a short time, I would have started already." Ye Qiu smiled bitterly, trying not to show the slight cold sweat forming in his palm. The Dragon King pressed on. "Can others learn this method? If it can save my life, I'm willing to pay any price or favor." Ye Qiu shook his head. "I'm afraid it's difficult for others as well. In thousands of years, only a handful have truly mastered it. Sounds so mystical. I refuse to believe no one else can learn it." Zhao Yun frowned, clearly unwilling to give up. "What kind of technique is it? Tell me," the Dragon King said gravely, though with a hint of hope. "Have you ever heard of opening the heavenly eye?" Ye Qiu asked. At those words, the Dragon King's body trembled sharply. The heavenly eye? That's a profound secret technique. I've heard only enlightened monks or reclusive masters can master it. He lowered his voice. Does this have something to do with the goo poison inside me? It's closely connected, Ye Qiu explained. The yin-yang snake goo hides in the blood. With the heavenly eye, it immediately reveals itself. Looking across the world, if someone truly masters this technique, the Dragon King pondered for a moment. There might only be three: the Wudong sect master, the Dragon and Tiger Mountain sect master, and the living Buddha of the Tibetan Sky Palace. Dragon King, heed my advice, Ye Qiu spoke earnestly. Go find them immediately. It might still save your life. 10 years ago, the chief abbots of Wudong Mountain and Longhu Mountain closed the gate of life and death, both determined to claim the top spot on the dragon ranking. As for the living Buddha of the Heavenly Palace in the Tibetan region, it was said that a year ago he journeyed alone, traveling deep into the desert in search of true Buddhist wisdom. Since then, no one has heard a word. Whether he lives or dies remains a mystery. A cool breeze swept through the courtyard, and the sky hung heavy with clouds. The Dragon King looked up at the swirling clouds, despair filling his eyes, and sighed deeply. It seems that heaven itself wants to take me away. Dragon King, he'll gather a group and enter the desert to find the living Buddha. Zhao Yun stepped forward, his voice urgent. Don't waste your effort. The Dragon King waved his hand to stop him. Putting aside whether we can even find the living Buddha, there's no guarantee he has awakened the heavenly eye. Even if he has, a nobody like me might not have the privilege to ask for his help. Everyone understood clearly, though the Dragon King ruled the underground world of Jiangzhou with unquestioned authority, to great masters like the living Buddha or the Wudong chief abbot, he was still just a minor player. But Zhao Yun tried to object, only to be cut off by the Dragon King's raised hand. There's a saying, life and death are fated, wealth and honor are decreed by heaven. Since there's no way to change this, we might as well accept fate. His words hung heavy, and a shadow of sorrow crossed Zhao Yun's face. The Dragon King's tone suddenly softened as he turned toward Ye Qiu. Little Yi, thank you for coming to treat me today. You're too kind. I didn't do anything meaningful. Ye Qiu hastily waved his hand. The Dragon King laughed heartily. Didn't I just say, life and death are destined? This is my destiny. But I still have to praise you. Ye Qiu looked at him in surprise. I've visited many famous doctors over the years, and none saw the goo poison inside me. But you saw through it immediately. The Dragon King's eyes gleamed. To me, your medical skill far surpasses those who seek fame and glory. Work hard, and one day you will become a great doctorno, a divine healer. I will do my best. Ye Qiu nodded seriously. The Dragon King asked again. Ye Qiu, is there anything I can help you with? Even if my time is short, I still have some influence in Jiangzhou. Ye Qiu hesitated. He had wanted to ask the Dragon King to help arrange work for him and ease the trouble caused by Guo Song. But thinking of the Dragon King's condition, he couldn't bring himself to ask. Seeking favors from a dying man felt improper. With that, he said softly, thank you for your kindness, I understand. I only hope your condition improves. I ask for nothing else. I knew you'd say that. The Dragon King's expression grew solemn. Then, suddenly raising his voice, he commanded, Zhao Yun, listen carefully. At your command. Zhao Yun bowed and clasped his fists. After I'm gone, you must take good care of Ye Qiu. If Ye Qiu asks for anything that doesn't go against the chivalrous code, grant it without hesitation. Understood? Understood. Zhao Yun promised solemnly. Only then did the Dragon King turn back to Ye Qiu, his tone tinged with regret. I don't like owing favors. Yesterday, you saved my grandson from drowning. Today, you treated me. I can only ask Zhao Yun to repay this kindness for me. If you ever run into trouble, go find him. Dragon King, you're too generous. I truly didn't do anything to deserve it. I feel uneasy accepting such gratitude. Ye Qiu kept refusing. The Dragon King patted his shoulder. No need to worry about small things. I hope that one day you truly become a divine healer who can save the world and help all beings. Finished speaking, he nodded to Zhao Yun. See our guest out. Dr. Yi, this way please. Zhao Yun stepped aside politely. Take care, sir. Ye Qiu cupped his fists respectfully to the Dragon King and turned to leave. After walking a few steps, suddenly Ye Qiu spun around sharply. Xiao Yi, do you still need something? Seeing Ye Qiu turn back again, the Dragon King felt a bit puzzled and asked with curiosity. Ye Qiu stopped by the couch, eyes sharp and intent. I just thought of a method that might help with your condition. Oh, what method? The Dragon King's eyes, clouded from years of illness, suddenly brightened. Acupuncture. The light quickly faded. The Dragon King gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Xiao Yi, thank you. In my condition, acupuncture won't work. Over the years, I've consulted countless doctors and even tried acupuncture to expel the poison, but it did no good. Ye Qiu didn't back down. Dragon King, while my acupuncture can't remove the goo toxin or cure your root injury, it can help extend your life. My days are numbered. It's probably pointless to try. The Dragon King's side, then suddenly looked up. Wait, what did you say? Extend my life? Yes, I can help you live longer. Ye Qiu nodded confidently. The Dragon King was skeptical. You're not joking? The art of life extension only exists in legends. I've never heard of anyone truly masters it. I wouldn't joke about something like this. Ye Qiu's expression was serious. The Dragon King scrutinized him for a moment. Seeing no trace of mockery, he asked, "How much longer can you extend it? If all goes well, I can add about a month." "Only a month." The Dragon King's expression darkened again. He muttered, "Is there really a difference between 7 days and a month?" "Not really. It's just waiting to die." Zhao Yun had followed the Dragon King for years and read his thoughts immediately. He quickly urged, "Dragon King, if Ye Qiu can do it, let him try. 1 month is short, but it's still more time. Maybe during that month, you'll find someone who can truly cure the goo poison." The Dragon King smiled bitterly. "For 9 years I've searched far and wide for doctors. None diagnosed the goo poison. Do you really think you'll find a cure in just 1 month?" He knew well. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Every expert he called before brought only false hope. Zhao Yun refused to give up. But in 9 years, no one recognized the poison. Ye Qiu saw it at a glance, and can even help extend your life. That means your fate isn't sealed yet. Good people have divine protection. Something will turn around in this month. Ye Qiu, don't you agree? Ye Qiu nodded knowingly and urged, "Dragon King, please let me extend your life." The Dragon King laughed ruefully. 7 days or a month, what's the difference? Sometimes an early death is a relief. You don't know what it's like. Agonizing stomach pain in the middle of the night is worse than death. Ye Qiu added, "Dragon King, I forgot to mention once the life extension takes effect, the pain will immediately go away." "Really?" The Dragon King was still doubtful. "If the poison isn't gone, how can the pain disappear?" This is the miracle of this acupuncture technique. It can't remove the goo poison, but it can prolong life and relieve pain. The Dragon King frowned, raised his hand to gently stroke his abdomen, and asked tentatively, "If what you say is true, and the abdominal pain disappears, then I suppose it's worth a try." Zhao Yun immediately jumped in, speaking rapidly. "Ye Qiu, the Dragon King has agreed. Hurry up and perform the life-extending acupuncture for him. Are there any silver needles?" Ye Qiu glanced around the room. "We have some at home. He'll go get them right away." Zhao Yun strode quickly into the house. In less than half a minute, he returned carrying an old-style medicine box, which he slammed onto the table. When the lid was lifted, silver needles, alcohol, disinfectant cotton balls, and other supplies were neatly arranged inside. The cold gleam of the needles and the sharp scent of alcohol filled the air. Ye Qiu pinched a cotton ball with tweezers, soaked it thoroughly with alcohol, then took out the first silver needle and carefully wiped it down with swift precision. Under the lamp, the needle reflected shards of cold light. His movements were steady and exact, each needle precisely sterilized without error. After nearly 3 minutes of this repeated process, every silver needle in the box was properly disinfected. "Dragon King, turn your back to me and loosen your shirt," Ye Qiu said calmly. The Dragon King turned around and pulled off his outer robe and inner shirt down to his waist, revealing a broad back exposed to the air. A raised, purple meridian line snaked clearly along the center of his back. "The needle will hurt when I insert it. If it becomes unbearable, don't hesitate to speak up," Ye Qiu warned. The Dragon King gritted his teeth and smiled weakly. "I've been enduring abdominal pain every day for years. What's a little needle prick compared to that? Shall I begin?" "Go ahead." The first silver needle pierced the Dazui point at high speed like a gust of wind. 2 seconds later, Ye Qiu asked, "What do you feel?" "Numbness. Pain. It's getting worse. Ah, this hurts so much." The Dragon King shouted hoarsely. Zhao Yun's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Ye Qiu, will the Dragon King be okay?" "Don't worry, that's a normal reaction." Before the words finished, the second silver needle swiftly pierced the Shindao point. "Ah!" The agonized scream grew louder. Then came the third needle at the Lingtai point. Like a switch being flipped off, the Dragon King suddenly fell silent, only heavy breathing audible. "Do you feel better now?" Ye Qiu asked. The Dragon King nodded, sweat beads trickling from his forehead down his temples. "Those first 2 needles almost took half my life, but now the pain is gone. From this moment on, not only will the pain cease, but this will also help regulate your yin-yang balance." The fourth needle pierced the Jiang point. The fifth, Zhongshu. The sixth, Jizhong. The seventh, Juyinshu. The eighth, Sanjiaoshu. And the ninth, Mingmen. With the last needle in place, the needles stood like a forest. In the next moment, something extraordinary happened. The raised purple meridian at the intersection of the Dragon King's vest began to vanish visibly, quickly fading until it disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Ye Qiu exhaled deeply and slowly withdrew the needles. "It's done. How do you feel now?" "Comfortable. My whole body is warm, like before I was poisoned by the goo." The Dragon King's eyes showed a rare relaxation. "Xiao Yi, what kind of acupuncture is this?" "It's truly miraculous. This is the 9 needles of restoring yang. It regulates yin and yang and replenishes vital energy. You're incredible to have mastered such a technique." Ye Qiu only smiled, but inwardly thought, "It's not me who's amazing, it's the Yi family ancestor. He passed down so many secrets. Any one of them would be a divine skill." I can only imagine how powerful he must have been in life. Only then did Zhao Yun remember the matter at hand and anxiously ask, Ye Qiu, is the life extension successful? The Dragon King's life will be safe for at least a month. That's a relief. Zhao Yun let out a heavy sigh, finally able to relax. Just then, a sudden ringtone came from Ye Qiu's pocket. Ye Qiu pulled out his phone and saw the incoming call was from an unknown number. He quickly answered, saying, Hello, this is Ye Qiu. Hey, mister, didn't you say you'd get me something to eat? Why haven't you come back yet? On the other end, Lin Jingzi's coquettish voice, tinged with laziness, pierced Ye Qiu's nerves like a needle. Suddenly remembering that Lin Jingzi was still waiting for him in the hospital room, his heart tightened. This woman was unpredictable. If he angered her, he'd be in big trouble. Lin Jia, sorry. My mom just arrived at the hospital, so I took her home. I'm heading back now, he lied, forcing himself to sound calm. Oh, is that so? Then hurry back. I'm so bored, all alone. Lin Jingji dragged out the last syllable, impatience clear in her tone. Yeah, I'll be right there. Ye Qiu hung up, put away his phone, and told Long Wang, there's another patient waiting for me at the hospital. I need to get back. Zhao Yun, drive Xiao Yi back to the hospital. Long Wang's hoarse voice still carried undeniable authority. Yes, sir, Zhao Yun responded. He got in the car, started the engine, and turned around. Inside the cabin, the engine rumbled low. Zhao Yun glanced at Ye Qiu and finally voiced his doubt. Ye Qiu, be honest with me, does Long Wang really have another month to live? Ye Qiu looked at the passing street scene and replied calmly. You don't believe me? It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that the idea of extending life sounds unbelievable. You only gave him a few injections, but I haven't seen any miracle. You're not Long Wang, so you can't feel the mysteries of the return Yang Nine Needles, Ye Qiu said with quiet confidence. During this month, Long Wang can eat, sleep, and live comfortably. But in the meantime, you'd better find a master to completely remove the poisonous goo inside him. Otherwise, nobody will be able to save him after a month. Zhao Yun nodded gravely. Understood. They'll send someone to the desert to find a living Buddha right away. After a moment of silence, Ye Qiu suddenly asked, Zhao Gu, when you came, you said Long Wang is the king of Jiang's house underworld and was once a tiger ranking expert, right? That's right, Zhao Yun confirmed. Long Wang also mentioned that the Wudong sect leader and the Dragon Tiger Mountain leader sealed their life and death challenge to compete for the top spot on the dragon ranking. Is that correct? You heard right. So what exactly are the tiger ranking and dragon ranking? They sound pretty impressive. They're not just impressive if they're really something, Zhao Yun said, tightening his grip on the steering wheel. You know the Forbes billionaire list, right? Of course. It's full of billionaires and trillionaires. The dragon ranking and tiger ranking are similar ranking lists too. The difference is, instead of billionaires, these lists rank top martial artists. Martial arts have rankings too? Ye Qiu's interest peaked. Let me explain the tiger ranking first, Zhao Yun said clearly. It's held every 5 years. On the 5th day of the 5th lunar month, the Dragon Boat Festival martial artists gather in Jining's Confucius Temple Arena to compete. The top 30 finalists get on the list. Long Wang was ranked 12th before he was poisoned and was Jiang's Hao's only tiger ranking expert. His health declined over time, and 5 years ago he voluntarily withdrew from the competition. So, we can only say he used to be a tiger ranking expert. And the dragon ranking? Ye Qiu asked. The dragon ranking. Zhao Yun's eyes showed reverence. Those who make the dragon ranking are supreme grandmasters of martial arts. Their names are engraved on Mount Tai stone wall for future generations to admire. It's every martial artist's dream. The dragon ranking list is updated every 10 years. On the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, top masters from all over the world gather at Mount Tai in Dongyue. Anyone aiming to break into the dragon ranking can challenge any expert already on the list. For participants, the dragon list represents the highest honor, but it's also like a towering wall reaching into the clouds. Those who manage to cross this wall mostly come from the tiger list, a well-known roster of second-tier strong contenders in the martial world. Occasionally, a few unknown but exceptionally talented individuals appear, but their chance of successfully entering the dragon ranking is extremely slim. In truth, whenever the list is updated, the real excitement isn't challengers making comebacks. It's the fierce battles for rank among the masters already on the dragon list. Lower-ranked experts must face the higher-ranked ones in a live challenge to move up, with victory or defeat decided on the spot. Zhao Yun knew all this by heart. Pointing toward the imagined summit of Mount Tai, he spoke with a mix of awe and respect. In short, every person on the dragon list is as mighty and unreachable as a snow-capped peak, so powerful it's almost hopeless to aspire to reach them. Ye Qiu listened silently, secretly marveling. What kind of people are on the dragon list? How strong does someone have to be to even step onto that list? The last time the rankings were announced, the Wudong sect leader was second and the Donglong sect leader was third. Zhao Yun raised 2 fingers to illustrate the rankings simply. Fourth was the abbot of Tianlong Temple in Dali, and fifth was a woman from the Murong family of Gusu. And who was first? Ye Qiu's curiosity was fully ignited. Who tops the dragon list? Zhao Yun teased a bit. Number one is, why do you want to know? Just curious, Ye Qiu smiled. Then Zhao Yun replied. The top spot belongs to Xiao Jiao, the war god of the north. He commands an army of 1 million and holds great power in the court. 10 years ago, he single-handedly slew 5,000 enemy soldiers and was awarded the title Champion Marquis by the current emperor. At this point, Zhao Yun's tone grew heavier. 10 years ago on Mount Tai, the Wudong and Donglong sect leaders teamed up to challenge him, trying to snatch the top spot. The result, 3 moves, and both were defeated. Ye Qiu gasped involuntarily. What's even scarier, Zhao Yun lowered his voice, is that Xiao Jiao is only 35 this year. That means he first reached the top of the dragon list at just 25. What? Only 35? Damn, that's insane. Ye Qiu's shock was obvious. Zhao Yun nodded. Because of this, the Wudong and Donglong sect leaders felt deeply humiliated. When they returned to their mountains, they locked themselves away for training, planning to reclaim their honor in the next dragon list competition. But in my opinion, their chances of success remain slim. Rumors in the martial world say Xiao Jiao's strength is already close to god level, and he might soon break into the divine list. The divine list? Ye Qiu frowned. What's that? Zhao Yun shrugged. I don't know much either. All I've heard is that the divine list appears once every 30 years and gathers the world's god-level masters. Where and how they fight is a mystery. He smiled wryly. I haven't even made the tiger list, so the divine list feels way out of reach for me. Ye Qiu suddenly sighed. If only one day I could become a divine list master. You? Zhao Yun glanced at him sideways, amused. Better stick to learning medicine. Do you really have no faith in me? Ye Qiu tapped his chest. I may be ordinary now, but give me 30 years, maybe you'll make the dragon list. And if I really become a dragon list master, Zhao, how about you take me as your junior brother? Deal. Zhao Yun agreed right away. To him, Ye Qiu had no martial foundation whatsoever, making even the tiger list felt far beyond reach. He glanced at his watch and muttered to himself. Counting the days, the dragon and tiger lists will update again next year. Wonder if he'll finally break into the tiger list this time. The two joked as the taxi pulled up in front of the hospital. Zhao Yun pulled out a business card and handed it to Ye Qiu. If anyone gives you trouble, don't hesitate to call me. Got it. After getting out, Ye Qiu headed straight for the special care ward. Ye Qiu arrived at the private care ward. The moment he pushed the door open, he froze completely. Lin Jingji wasn't wearing any clothes. See no evil. Instinctively, Ye Qiu wanted to back out, but then he noticed something odd. Lin Jingji had her head lowered, one hand fumbling clumsily behind her back, clearly unaware that he'd entered. Sister Lin, what are you doing? He finally spoke up. The sudden voice startled Lin Jingji, and she quickly wrapped the blanket around herself. Once she confirmed it was Ye Qiu, delight spread across her beautiful face, and she urged him hurriedly. Perfect timing. Come help me. What's wrong? Ye Qiu asked reluctantly. My hair's caught in the button on my clothes. I've been trying forever and can't get it free. Hurry up and help me. Ye Qiu frowned. Men and women shouldn't be so intimate. If someone walked in on this, he'd never be able to clear his name. The young nurses at the hospital loved to gossip, and once rumors spread about a caregiver getting involved with a female patient, his job would be over. Lin Jingji, however, had no time for such concerns. Seeing him hesitate, her voice took on a note of reproach. What are you standing there for? Get over here. Should I get a nurse? Ye Qiu suggested tentatively. What do we need a nurse for? She glanced at him, seeming to instantly understand his worry, and laughed lightly. If I'm not scared as a woman, what are you afraid of as a grown man? But, stop being fussy. If you don't get over here, I'll file a complaint. Lin Jingji pretended to be angry. Caregivers feared patients' complaints. Ye Qiu had no choice but to resign himself. He walked to the bedside, and Lin Jingji turned sideways. A stretch of flawless white back came into view, like white jade, not an ounce of excess flesh, truly living up to her name, Jingji, which meant exquisite. Looking down, he could indeed see several strands of long hair tightly tangled in the button. Hurry up, Lin Jingji urged. Ye Qiu carefully pinched the lock of hair, his movements extremely gentle, afraid of hurting her. After struggling for quite a while, sweat beading on his forehead, he finally freed the hair. All done, Sister Lin. Ye Qiu let out a long breath of relief. Help me unfasten the button. What? He didn't register it immediately. The button's too small, it's uncomfortable. I'll need to get a bigger size next time. Help me out. Ye Qiu stepped back 2 paces, thinking this woman clearly had hands of her own but wanted him to do it. Must be scheming something. He absolutely couldn't let her succeed. Do it yourself. Coward. Lin Jingji shot him a look, then added, Go get me some clothes from the wardrobe. The private care ward was a step up from regular rooms, equipped with its own bathroom and a solid wood wardrobe. Ye Qiu walked over and pulled open the door, then stood there stunned. Inside hung all sorts of outfits: short skirts, business suits, evening gowns, at least a dozen pieces, and even 2 very attractive slip dresses. Is this hospitalization or a vacation? He thought, secretly swallowing. The white t-shirt on the far left, see it? Bring it to me. Ye Qiu took down the clothing and handed it to Lin Jingji. Lin Jingji didn't hurry to get dressed. Instead, she looked up at Ye Qiu with those big, watery eyes, her long lashes fluttering gently. Her voice was soft and sweet. Big brother, do you like me? Is that even a question? Ye Qiu thought to himself. Who wouldn't be smitten? Someone as breathtaking as Lin Jing's man would dream of marrying her. He weighed his words carefully. Maybe confessing outright would be too abrupt. A guy should keep some restraint. His gaze drifted over her clothes hung loosely, the fabric falling like half a pipa covering her figure, inviting the imagination. You look beautiful. Ye Qiu swallowed nervously, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I like you. In that case, how about I be your girlfriend? Lin Jingji blinked playfully. Sure. Ye Qiu blurted without thinking. In your dreams. Lin Jingji laughed. A clear, tinkling sound. Damn, I got played, Ye Qiu said with mock frustration, turning away. Lin Jia, you better put your clothes back on. Behind him, a smug smile curved the corner of Lin Jingzi's lips. When Ye Qiu turned back, she had already slipped the shirt on, though it was a bit tight, stretched firmly across her chest. You weren't decisive enough today, she said suddenly. What do you mean? Ye Qiu frowned. You, Ingwa Xiaozong. How did you know? Ye Qiu was surprised. You crippled him, and the whole hospital's abuzz. I heard from the nurses. Lin Jingji tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. I see. So you think I wasn't decisive enough? Ye Qiu asked curiously. If it were me, Lin Jingji smiled faintly, I'd finish off Guo Xiaozong. You can take on the king of hell, but little devils are tricky. That guy's a complete villain. If you don't deal with him, he'll come back for revenge. Next time, it might cost you your life. That's unlikely, right? Ye Qiu frowned. You don't believe me? She raised an eyebrow. I just think no matter how arrogant he is, he wouldn't want me dead. Never underestimate how vengeful a villain can be. Just wait and see, she said softly. At the same time, in another ICU room of Jiangzhou Hospital, Guo Xiaozong came to groggily, blinking at the harsh white light on the ceiling. Where am I? ICU. Zhang Lily hurried over, tears of joy streaming down her face. Several experts performed surgery on you. They reattached your severed arm and knee. With 6 months of rest, you'll recover. What about my dad? Guo Xiaozong croaked. Deputy Director Guo is at work. Hearing this, fury flared through him. Even when I'm like this, he's still thinking about work. Xiaozong, don't be angry. The doctors said getting upset will harm your recovery. Get out. Guo Xiaozong roared viciously. Zhang Lily's eyes instantly reddened. Tears swirled as she sobbed and fled the room. Silence fell again. Guo Xiaozong stared blankly at the white ceiling, his expression dark and grim. His fist trembled slightly under the plaster cast. That woman, if not for her, would I be like this? He cursed under his breath. Then he gritted his teeth and hissed. Ye Qiu, just wait. I will never let you go. I will destroy your entire family. 7 p.m., Ye Qiu finished work. Standing at the hospital entrance, he let out a long sigh. He had spent the entire day in the ward taking care of Lin Jing's captivating and flirtatious woman who kept teasing him. Several times, she reached out to provoke him, leaving Ye Qiu blushing and heart-pounding, yet he dared not respond in any way that might offend her. After all, he was just an orderly. If he upset her, he could lose his job at any moment. Thinking about how long he would have to serve this troublesome enchantress, Ye Qiu muttered to himself and stepped out of the hospital. No sooner had he reached the bottom of the stairs than a black Mercedes screeched around the corner, its front nearly grazing his knees. Ye Qiu instinctively jumped to the roadside, a chill running down his spine. The window slowly rolled down, and behind the wheel was Zhao Yun, the man with a military aura, his face darker than the night itself. Zhao Gu, what are you doing here? Ye Qiu asked, perplexed. Get in, Zhao Yun said curtly. Is it from the Dragon King? Yes. Ye Qiu's heart sank. It shouldn't be. I gave the Dragon King an injection. The poison shouldn't worsen for at least a month. Who said it worsened? Zhao Yun shot him a sharp glance. I mean the Dragon King sent me. Relieved from misunderstanding, Ye Qiu hurriedly asked, what did the Dragon King want you to do? To thank you. The traffic light ahead turned red. The Mercedes came to a smooth stop. Zhao Yun reached to the back seat and grabbed an exquisitely crafted rectangular wooden box, tossing it casually onto the passenger seat. This is a gift from him. What's inside? Open it yourself. Ye Qiu opened the box and was stunned to see a pale yellow ginseng root, its tendrils twisting like silver threads. The main root was shaped like an old man sitting cross-legged, incredibly lifelike. This must be pretty old, he breathed in awe. A century-old wild ginseng, Zhao Yun answered. 100 years. Ye Qiu's eyes widened. Ordinary ginseng was already expensive. Decade-old roots could cost tens of thousands. 100-year-old wild ginseng would be worth at least $1 million, and even money couldn't always buy it. He quickly closed the box and handed it back. Zhao Gu, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. You have to return it to the Dragon King for me. The Dragon King said give it to you. Zhao Yun's tone softened. If you consider him a friend, don't refuse. But, take it. Zhao Yun smiled. Don't you want to make it onto the dragon ranking and become my big brother? Eating this brings you closer to a master level. Really? Ye Qiu hesitated, torn. The century-old ginseng was a tremendous tonic for martial artists. Finally, he nodded resolutely. All right, he'll respectfully accept. Please tell the Dragon King that Ye Qiu is grateful and will repay the favor someday. Good. Zhao Yun stepped on the gas. The car sped off again. After a moment of silence, Ye Qiu asked with concern, "How's the Dragon King since I left?" "Much better." Zhao Yun spoke evenly. He slept until 6 in the evening, then ate 2 big bowls of rice. His spirits are better than ever. Hearing this, Ye Qiu relaxed slightly, then spoke seriously, "But this can only last a month. You still need to find a master who can truly cure the Dragon King as soon as possible." Zhao Yun said, "I've already sent someone out into the desert. Whether we can find the living Buddha depends on fate." His gaze was steady, but he didn't want everyone to pin all their hopes on one person. "I think you shouldn't rely on just one individual." "What do you mean?" Ye Qiu pressed. "The living Buddha is meditating on Buddhist truths deep in the desert. It's uncertain if we'll be able to encounter him," Zhao Yun patiently explained. "So it's best to consider other options like going to Wudong Mountain or Longhu Mountain." "Forget it. There's no chance at either place," came a resigned voice from across. Zhao Yun shook his head. The heads of both Wudong and Longhu are in a state of closed-door meditation where no one can see them. Don't mention the Dragon King, not even Champion Ho could get in. Then he turned to Ye Qiu. "By the way, why don't you try seeking out Champion Ho?" Ye Qiu's eyes brightened. "Xiao Jiao is #1 on the dragon ranking, stronger than the heads of Wudong and Longhu. Surely he has a way?" Zhao Yun sighed deeply, his tone complicated. "Brother, you still don't understand Xiao Jiao. As Champion Ho, he commands 1,000,000 soldiers and wields immense power in the court. Someone like him isn't anyone we can just approach. To him, with our status, we're insignificant ants. Even if the Dragon King came seeking him, he probably couldn't get past the gate. If that happens, and the poison isn't lifted, it would only bring more shame." After a pause, he concluded, "So for now, the only hope lies with the living Buddha. Let's trust that fate will favor the Dragon King." After a brief silence, Zhao Yun stood up. "Where do you live? We'll take you home." 188, Jinghu Road. Ye Qiu gave the address. 15 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a small courtyard. Ye Qiu pushed open the door, and his mother, Qian Jinglan, immediately came forward, her face full of worry. "Qiu, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Ye Qiu forced a smile. "Mom, sorry for making you worry. Did the hospital punish you? Did that Guo Xiaocong and his father give you trouble?" "None of that happened." Qian Jinglan didn't quite believe it. "How is that possible? I saw Vice President Guo looking like he wanted to kill you back then. Tell me the truth." "Mom, I really am fine." Ye Qiu was puzzled too. Ever since returning from the Dragon King's mansion, the hospital had been unusually calm. Normally, the medical affairs department would have caused trouble long ago, especially after such a big incident today, but no one showed up. Even Guo Denua, who had been furious enough to want him dead, hadn't appeared. After considering this, Ye Qiu guessed Guo Denua must have recognized Zhao Yun's identity and, fearing the Dragon King, chose to lie low for now. Qian Jinglan still wasn't reassured. "This is too strange. You beat Guo Xiaocong so badly, but the hospital didn't touch you, and the Guo family stayed quiet. Qiu'er, you have to be very careful." "Don't worry, Mom, he'll be fine." After dinner, Ye Qiu went to bed early. Years of medical training had given him the habit of going to bed early and rising early, but tonight he tossed and turned. Thinking back on the conversation between the Dragon King and Zhao Yun, it was as if another world's door had been opened in front of him. Especially Xiao Jiao, the champion Hao so admired, so powerful, stirred a deep yearning in his heart. He stared at the ceiling and suddenly thought, if I start training in martial arts now, could I become someone like Xiao Jiao in the future, renowned and powerful across the land? Ye Qiu couldn't escape this kind of daydream. Growing up poor and raised solely by his mother, he was often bullied at school. Back then, he made a silent vow. He would become strong, so strong that no one would ever dare to mess with him again. Countless times, he imagined himself as the hero in a martial arts drama, protecting his family and fighting for justice. But as an adult, he came to realize the truth. Those TV shows were all fantasy. In reality, there were no heroes wielding legendary techniques like the dragon subduing palm. That was until today, when the words of the Dragon King and Zhao Yun completely shattered his worldview. This world actually had martial arts masters. Names like the Tiger List, Dragon List, and God List stirred his blood with excitement. And the champion Marquis Xiao Jiao became Ye Qiu's new goal to chase. Once an idea takes root in one's heart, it's impossible to hold back. Excited, Ye Qiu began rummaging through the vast martial arts legacies left behind by his family ancestors. The collection was immense, tens of thousands of volumes overwhelming him. Just as he struggled to decide, a thin little booklet caught his eye. The cover was worn by time, embossed with ancient, bold seal script characters. 9 Turns Divine Dragon Manual. Ye Qiu stared at it for a long moment before he could make out the title. It sounded powerful. He flipped to the first page and saw his ancestors' handwritten note. This technique was obtained by chance. Its origins and creator are unknown. From my analysis, it is extremely profound. If mastered perfectly, it could sweep through the ages. Only those without any cultivation can practice it. When I acquired it, my cultivation was already complete, and I could not train in it. Deep regret. Reading this, Ye Qiu nearly laughed aloud. Was exactly someone with no cultivation at all. He turned to the next page, which gave a detailed explanation. Traditional martial arts required training in basic stances and horse riding postures for over a decade to reach even a modest level. But the 9 Turns Divine Dragon Manual was all about innate talent. Those with high aptitude could achieve breakthroughs easily. Those less gifted might spend a lifetime without even glimpsing the first stage. I wonder what kind of talent I have. Ye Qiu thought, eager and ready to give it a try. The 9-stage Divine Dragon technique is divided into 9 realms, with the first stage being the body refinement realm. Training in this stage begins by guiding the innate energy, opening the Ren and Du meridians. Next, the practitioner senses and absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using it to temper the body. As the spiritual energy accumulates, the practitioner's physical strength gradually increases. When the strength in both arms reaches 3,000 Jin, the body refinement realm is considered complete, allowing advancement to the next realm. Strangely, after reading the detailed introduction and training methods for the first stage, Ye Qiu tried to turn the page to see the following realms, but found he couldn't. That thin sheet of paper felt as heavy as Mount Tai, completely motionless. After pondering for a while, Ye Qiu finally understood. If he couldn't comprehend the first realm, the later chapters simply wouldn't appear. This cultivation method was rather tricky, almost like a trap. No matter, he decided to try training first. Ye Qiu sat cross-legged on the bed, placing his hands naturally on his knees with palms facing upward. Closing his eyes, he focused intently on sensing the flow of energy within his body. The manual said that hidden within the Baihui acupoint atop each person's head was an innate energy stream. One had to first sense this energy, then guide it to break through the Ren and Du meridians. That counted as the first step in cultivation. Minutes ticked by, and after 15 minutes, Ye Qiu still felt nothing. Innate energy seemed nowhere to be found. Could his method be wrong? He rechecked the training steps carefully and confirmed he was doing everything correctly, yet he still couldn't sense the innate energy. Doubt crept in. Maybe his constitution was different from normal people and unsuitable for cultivating the 9-stage Divine Dragon technique. Many spend their entire lives unable to feel the innate energy's presence. Little did Ye Qiu know, he had only been practicing less than an hour. Since the technique must have reason to exist, the problem had to lie in his practice. Suddenly, an old saying from Zhao Yun flashed through his mind. As long as you eat the century-old wild ginseng, you can become a master. With that thought, Ye Qiu pulled the century-old wild ginseng from his small bag. The rich aroma filled his nose. Without washing it, he bit off a large chunk. The ginseng's sweetness quickly dissolved in his mouth, so tender it required almost no chewing before swallowing. Within 3 minutes, a warm current slowly rose from his dantian, stirring his blood vessels and causing his whole body to heat up. He quickly closed his eyes, concentrating on this warmth, and guided the energy as the manual instructed. After another half-hour of effort, his mind suddenly jolted. A cool stream of energy slowly spread from the Baihui point atop his head. The innate energy finally manifested. Ye Qiu suppressed the surge of excitement in his heart, holding his breath as he carefully guided the energy downward through the Ren and Du meridians according to the method. However, the Ren and Du meridians were like a bronze wall, stubbornly impenetrable. The innate energy slammed hard, but couldn't break through. Gritting his teeth, Ye Qiu persevered, repeatedly pushing the energy forward. Finally, near dawn, with a cracking sound, the meridian split. Open a gap had been forced through. In an instant, a mighty power surged through Ye Qiu's body, as if his bones and muscles were infused with iron. He felt no fatigue at all. Instead, his body and mind relaxed completely, full of energy. He got up and walked to the window, watching the rising sun. A look of firm confidence spread across his face. Silently, Ye Qiu vowed, if one day he became a figure like Xiaojiu, he would make his mother's family kneel and beg her to return home. He would find his real father and make him kneel before his mother to repent and apologize. Those who once looked down on them would eventually look up to him. Early in the morning, Ye Qiu arrived at the hospital. After checking in at the caregiver's station, he went to the cafeteria to buy breakfast for Lin Jingji. A caregiver, essentially a nanny, has to handle all sorts of chores, inside and out. After packing a steaming hot crystal bun, he carried the plastic bag and had just stepped out of the cafeteria when he ran into Zhang Lili at the entrance. He kept his eyes straight ahead and chose to brush past her without a word. Stop right there, Zhang Lili suddenly shouted. Ye Qiu ignored her and kept walking. Ye Qiu, I said stop. She raised her voice. Reluctantly, Ye Qiu stopped and glanced at her calmly from the side. Are you talking to me? Zhang Lili's face turned dark with anger. If I'm not talking to you, who else? You want me to talk to a dog? Then speak up if you've got something to say. Ye Qiu shot back sharply. Fuming, Zhang Lili gritted her teeth. I'm warning you, go apologize to Xiao Tsong, or you won't even know how you die. Ye Qiu's tone softened a little, thinking she might actually be worried. You're worried about me? Zhang Lili sneered. Worried about you? You are just an illegitimate child. What's there to worry about? I'm worried about Xiao Tsong getting better. He hates you right now. If you just get down on your knees and apologize, maybe he'd forgive you sooner. That's all you got. What else? If it weren't for Xiao Tsong, I wouldn't even waste a glance on you. Ye Qiu looked indifferent. Zhang Lili, hey, Ray, something I want to say too. Don't think so highly of yourself, and don't treat others like dogs. You used to be my girlfriend, and I spoiled you. From now on, bullshit. With that, he strode away. Zhang Lili froze, furious, stamping her feet and screaming after his retreating back. I was blind to fall for such a loser like you. In the special care ward, warm light spilled by the window. Ye Qiu handed over the breakfast. Sister Lin, I didn't know what you liked, so I got you crystal buns. Crystal buns? I love those. Lin Jingxi's eyes lit up with delight. Thank you, Ye Qiu. No need to thank me, it's my duty. She hesitated briefly, then softly said, I have a small favor. Could you feed me? Ye Qiu frowned slightly. Sister Lin, can I refuse? No, Lin Jingxi said with a sly smile, narrowing her eyes in a playful way. With no choice, Ye Qiu sat at the bedside, picked up a little soup dumpling-shaped crystal bun with his chopsticks, and gently lifted it to her lips. Lin Jingxi ate slowly, savoring each bite, occasionally looking up and casting a coquettish glance. Her charming, seductive manner was like a movie heroine's. A real enchantress, Ye Qiu thought, unwilling to stare. After half the crystal bun was eaten, Lin Jingxi suddenly said again, Ye Qiu, can you do me another favor? How about you eat the other half? Ye Qiu glanced at the bitten bun, the faint lipstick mark left behind, so basically, they had kissed indirectly. He hesitated. Eat it quickly, Lin Jingxi urged. Sister Lin, I already had breakfast, am not hungry. He shook his head firmly. His tone was serious. He knew they were just patient and caregiver, not a couple. If anyone saw this, it would cause trouble. Ye Qiu, is it because I took a bite that you think it's dirty, so you won't eat it? Lin Jingxi asked. The afternoon sunlight gently filtered into the hospital room, and the half-crystal dumpling on the windowsill was still steaming. Ye Qiu clutched his pant leg, a bead of sweat forming at his temple. Sister Lin, you've misunderstood. You just find me disgusting. Lin Jingxi's voice trembled, and her beautiful eyes quickly filled with tears, as if they were about to spill over at any moment. Ye Qiu hurriedly waved his hands. Sister Lin, I really don't find you disgusting. Then eat it. Lin Jingxi pushed the remaining half of the crystal dumpling in front of him. As long as you eat this half, I'll believe you. The dumpling gave off a sweet fragrance, yet Ye Qiu still hesitated. I'll feed you. She picked up the chopsticks, lifted the translucent half dumpling, and gently brought it to his lips. To eat or not to eat? Ye Qiu's heart pounded. Open your mouth. Lin Jingxi's tone was as gentle as a considerate wife coaxing her husband. Ye Qiu had no choice but to open his mouth and swallow the dumpling in one bite. The sweet, glutinous rice melted between his lips and teeth, and before he could praise it, Lin Jingxi had already pulled out a tissue and gently wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth. Is it good? Ye Qiu nodded vaguely. Do you want more? I'll eat half of the remaining crystal dumplings, and you eat the other half. How about that, Sister Lin? Ye Qiu had just begun when a low, deliberate coughing sound suddenly came from the doorway. He whipped his head around to see Bai Bing standing at the door. Her tall figure was wrapped in a tailored business suit, her hair in a perfect bun, but her pretty face was as cold as if she'd just been taken out of a freezer. Director Bai. Ye Qiu quickly stood up. When did you get here? Bai Bing merely glanced at him coolly, then shifted her gaze to the hospital bed. How's your injury? She asked Lin Jingxi. Not dead yet. Lin Jingxi had a smile on her lips, but her tone carried an equally icy edge. Ye Qiu looked back and forth between them, confused. You two know each other? None of your business. Both women spoke in unison. He awkwardly shut his mouth. Bai Bing, did you come here specifically to see me? Lin Jingxi smiled carelessly. Don't call me by my name. We're not that close. I'm here for Ye Qiu. Bai Bing's voice carried a sharp edge. Ye Qiu, come out with me. Oh. Ye Qiu responded and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Lin Jingxi called out. Director Bai, Ye Qiu is my caregiver now. If you want to take him away, shouldn't you at least give me a heads up? I'm the director of surgery, and Ye Qiu is a probationary doctor in my department. When I call him, I don't need to notify anyone. Bai Bing's tone was firm. But he's not a probationary doctor anymore. He's my caregiver now. Lin Jingxi looked up unhurriedly. So what? I can assign any caregiver in this hospital. Bai Bing didn't back down. Lin Jingxi, I must remind you that Ye Qiu is unreliable and careless in his work. You'd better get a different caregiver. Ye Qiu froze. What did she mean? Didn't she know that if he lost this job, he'd have to leave the hospital? But Lin Jingxi just smiled. Thank you for the reminder, Director Bai, but I like Ye Qiu. He's not only handsome, but he also takes meticulous care of me. Perhaps everything you're seeing is just an act from Ye Qiu. Don't be fooled by appearances. Bai Bing's tone grew even colder. Ye Qiu stole a glance at her. What's gotten into Director Bai today? Why does she keep bad-mouthing me? Lin Jingji paid no attention and kept her eyes on Ye Qiu. I trust my own eyes. These days, good men like Ye Qiu are rare. I wish he could be my boyfriend. Ye Qiu, would you like to be my boyfriend? Ye Qiu's head buzzed. Though he knew she was joking, his heart still gave an uncontrollable heavy thump. What if she were serious? He was still in a daze when Bai Bing's chest heaved violently with anger, and she shouted coldly, Ye Qiu, get out here now. Ye Qiu followed Bai Bing out of the special care ward and trailed her all the way to the director's office. Pushing open the door, Bai Bing walked straight to the desk and sat down, her fingertips tapping silently on the armrest. Her cold, expressionless face seemed covered by a layer of frost. Ye Qiu felt a tight knot in his chest. Standing politely in front of the desk, he hesitantly asked in a low voice, Director, did you need to see me? Can't I come to see you if I don't have business? Bai Bing looked up, her tone sharp and unyielding. Ye Qiu gave an awkward smile and scratched the back of his head. You're the boss. I'm ready for any orders. Suddenly, Bai Bing cut straight to the chase. Are you interested in Lin Jingji? No. Director, please don't misunderstand. Misunderstand? Bai Bing's voice dropped heavily. You mean to say I'm blind? I saw it clearly the way you looked when she fed you that bun, so satisfied. Ye Qiu hurriedly waved his hands. Director, it's really not what you think, actually. Shut up. Bai Bing interrupted him. I'm warning you, stay away from Lin Jingji. Otherwise, you may never know how you'll end up. Ye Qiu was stunned, silently wondering why Director Bai suddenly flared up like this. Did she have some grudge against Lin Jingji? Bai Bing stared at him, as if reading his thoughts. Don't guess wildly. I have no personal quarrel with her. I'm doing this for your own good. The situation felt increasingly strange to Ye Qiu. Bai Bing was usually so reserved, yet today she was unusually talkative. Director Bai, I'm just a caregiver now. Lin Jie is my patient. Taking care of her is my responsibility. Lin Jie? Bai Bing's eyes narrowed sharply. How long have you known her? You don't know anything about her, and you already call her Jie? It's just a form of address. Ye Qiu was more confused than ever. Smack. Bai Bing's palm slammed hard on the desk. Let me say it again. Stay away from Lin Jingji. Ye Qiu hurriedly nodded. I know you mean well, but couldn't you at least explain why? Taking a deep breath, Bai Bing's voice grew low and cold. Lin Jingji is beautiful, but she's a poisonous scorpion. Her fiancé was poisoned to death by her. What? Ye Qiu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You don't even believe me? Bai Bing shot him a piercing look. I believe you. It's just hard to accept that Lin Jingji could be like that. Calling her Jie? Bai Bing snorted coldly. Remember, not in front of me. Okay. Ye Qiu agreed, but couldn't help asking, did she really kill someone? Bai Bing's words came fast, but each one was dripping with coldness. Putting on a perfect facade in public, but who knows what she's done behind the scenes. The case of her poisoning her fiancé caused a huge scandal at the time. Everyone in Jiangsu and Zhujiang knew about it. There wasn't enough evidence to convict her, or she'd be in jail by now. Because of this, Lin Jingji was expelled from her family and came to Jiangzhou to start over. Bai Bingdao is a woman with plenty of tricks up her sleeve. The moment she arrived in Jiangzhou, she effortlessly infiltrated the city's high society. With her striking looks and figure, she quickly attracted numerous admirers, whether they were unmarried young masters or married men. They all flocked around her. In just a few short years, she made a name for herself in Jiangzhou. The company she headed went public successfully, and a financial magazine crowned her the most beautiful CEO in Jiangzhou. Bai Bingdao smiled coldly as she spoke. Others might not know much about her, but I know her inside out. She's just a social butterfly, nothing worth praising. Director Bai, how do you know so much about Lin Jingji? Ye Qiu asked, genuinely curious. Because I and she are. Bai Bingdao suddenly cut herself off, her eyes darkening. Anyway, she's no good. Remember this, stay away from her. When I criticized your work in the ward in front of her, it was exactly to keep you two from getting involved again. She paused, then softened her tone. They'll try to transfer you away from the nursing station. The further you stay from Lin Jingji, the better. Ye Qiu instantly felt relieved. Thank you, Director Bai. You're welcome, Bai said, her gaze mellowing. And from now on, you can also just call me sis in private. Ye Qiu was caught off guard, thinking he had misheard. What's off for? I'm older than you anyway. Bai shot him a quick glance, then looked away. Ye Qiu keenly noticed a fleeting hint of shyness in her eyes and wondered silently. Since when did Director Bai get shy? Suddenly Bai Bingdao remembered, by the way, Gua Xiaozong and Gua Dinu haven't given you any trouble, right? No. Ye Qiu shook his head. Just because they haven't acted yet doesn't mean it's safe. Always be on guard. I will. After saying this, she turned to leave. They'll stop by the nursing station later to arrange to have you transferred back to the department. Actually, I'll talk to Lin Jingji myself. Can't let her pull any stunts. Without delay, they returned to the special care ward. The soft light filtered in as Lin Jingji leaned on the hospital bed, her eyes curved in a smile when she saw them. Director Bai, thank you for bringing Ye Qiu back. I'm here to tell you, Bai said evenly, that Ye Qiu is no longer your nurse. What do you mean? Lin Jingzi's smile vanished instantly. Ye Qiu will be transferred back to the surgery department to continue his probation as a resident doctor. The nursing station will assign you a new nurse. By Bing Dao, what do you think you're doing? Ye Qiu is my nurse. Who gave you the right to transfer him? Lin Jingji raised her voice sharply. In the head of the surgery department, Bai replied calmly. You dare abuse your power? They'll file a complaint. Go ahead. Lin Jingzi's anger turned to a mocking laugh. Almost forgot given your status. No one in this hospital would dare touch you if you were reported. But I'm very curious, why do you want Ye Qiu gone? Are you jealous of him being with me? Lin Jingji, don't talk nonsense, Bai snapped coldly. If it's not true, then why get so upset? Lin Jingzi's smile grew wider as she spoke in a patient, coaxing tone. Bai Bing, I'm just saying, with your temper, you really should find a man to take care of you. Otherwise, you might mess up your hormones. After saying this, she raised her chin slightly and winked at Ye Qiu sitting by the bed, as if trying to get him on her side. Ye Qiu, don't you think I'm right? Ye Qiu froze for a moment, then lowered his head to fiddle with the medical records, pretending not to have heard a thing. Humph. Bai Bing snorted coldly, then turned toward Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu, let's go. Stop right there. Lin Jingzi's face darkened instantly. Ye Qiu is my caregiver. No one takes him away without my permission. Bai Bing's tone was equally unyielding. I'm his supervisor. I have the authority to reassign him. I signed a contract with Ye Qiu. It's written clearly in black and white. Lin Jingzi's pupils narrowed sharply. Bai Bing, are you trying to get Ye Qiu to break his contract? Let him break it, and he'll pay the penalty for him. Bai Bing raised her chin, voice firm and resolute. Bai Bing, are you deliberately making an enemy out of me? Lin Jingji leaned forward, though seated on the hospital bed, her presence still radiating a queen-like authority. So what if I am? Bai Bing stepped forward, her cold, elegant aura sharp and commanding. Their eyes locked, and the atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze instantly. Ye Qiu stood awkwardly between them, hands suspended midair, unsure how to mediate. Beep beep beep. A phone rang, breaking the tense silence. Ye Qiu pulled out his phone and saw an unknown number. Hello? Who is this? Are you Ye Qiu? Came a hoarse, low voice from the other end. That's me. Ye Qiu frowned. Who's this? You don't need to know who I am, the voice said coldly. Qian Jinglan is in my hands. If you don't want her to die, come to that abandoned building next to Zhongbei Road right away. Ye Qiu's expression darkened, his back teeth clenched tightly. You're all dead meat. With that, he slammed the door open and stormed out of the hospital room. Lin Jingji and Bai Bing both froze, unsure what had happened to Ye Qiu. Bai Bing had just reacted when she saw Ye Qiu dart down the stairs like an arrow, his footsteps hurried yet heavy. Ye Qiu, Ye Qiu, she called after him repeatedly, but Ye Qiu didn't slow down. He headed straight for another floor of the inpatient ward. That floor was where Guo room was located. Bai Bing's heart tightened as she quickened her pace to catch up. Ye Qiu, don't do anything reckless. Bang. Ye Qiu kicked open the ward door. Inside, Guo was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Lili was curled up on the sofa, scrolling her phone, startled so badly by the sudden noise that she nearly dropped it. Where's Guo? Ye Qiu asked in a low, stern voice. Seeing who it was, Zhang Lili immediately showed a look of disdain and scoffed. What are you here for? To apologize to Xiaocong? I'm asking where Guo is. No comment. Zhang Lili raised a hand, pointing down at the floor. If you want to apologize, start by getting on your knees. Crack. Ye Qiu stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Lili's neck with 5 fingers, lifting her off the ground entirely. What are you doing? Let me go? Zhang Lili struggled desperately, her face instantly flushed red. Bai Bing rushed into the room just in time to witness the scene and shouted urgently. Ye Qiu, let her go. Tell me where Guo is. Ye Qiu's voice was cold as ice, murderous intent clear in his eyes. Let me go help, someone's killing me, Zhang Lili screamed. Crack. Ye Qiu tightened his grip, cutting off her breath. Her eyes rolled back. Last time asking, where is Guo? If you don't tell me, I'll kill you. Seeing Ye Qiu completely out of control, Bai Bing pressed, Zhang Lili, where's Guo? He went out. Zhang Lili burst into tears. Where to? Xiaocong said the room felt stuffy, so he asked a nurse to wheel him down to the garden. Ye Qiu clearly didn't believe her. Then why didn't you go with him? Xiaocong wouldn't let me. Zhang Lili sobbed plaintively. It turned out that earlier that morning Guo had wanted some fresh air downstairs. Zhang Lili had volunteered to accompany him, but was verbally rebuked and told firmly that only a nurse could push him to the garden. She had sulked back to her phone in the room, not expecting Ye Qiu to burst in and grab her like this. Overwhelmed with fear and injustice, she began to wail uncontrollably. Bang! Ye Qiu released his hold and let Zhang Lili collapse onto the carpet. He then turned to leave. Ye Qiu, stop! Bai Bing stopped him in the hallway, her face cold with concern. What's going on? My mom's been kidnapped. Ye Qiu gritted his teeth. What? Bai Bing was shocked and only now understood why Ye Qiu had lost control. My only enemy is Guo, Ye Qiu said resolutely. Qian Jinglan's kidnapping has to be connected to him. Let's go find Guo, they said together as they rushed to the garden. There were patients and visitors scattered in 2s and 3s in the garden, but no sign of Guo. This bastard definitely kidnapped my mom. Ye Qiu was furious beyond measure. Ye Qiu, should we call the police? Bai Bing suggested. If it really was Guo Xiaozong behind this, then him his target. As long as he focuses on me, he won't hurt my mom. Ye Qiu quickly weighed the situation and then said to Bai Bing, if we call the police, he'll panic and my mom will be in danger. Bai Bing was about to persuade him further when the phone suddenly rang. Ye Qiu stopped mid-sentence, pulled out his phone, and saw the call was from that same unknown number. Answer it, he said, pressing the call button. A hoarse male voice came through. Ye Qiu, where are you? What do you want? Ye Qiu forced down his anger. If you've got guts, come at me. Don't touch my mom. Think I'll let your mom go just because you obey? Remember, if you even think about calling the cops, they'll kill her immediately. The man's sinister laugh sent a chill down the spine. 15 minutes. The abandoned building on Zhongbei Road. If you don't show, your mom dies today. Are you Guo Xiaozong? Ye Qiu demanded sharply. Want to know who I am? You'll find out when you get here. The hoarse voice sneered before hanging up abruptly. Ye Qiu clenched his phone tightly and turned right into Bai Bing's anxious eyes. She had heard everything clearly. Taking a taxi now is impossible. He'll drive you, she said, grabbing the car keys with no room for argument. Okay. Ye Qiu nodded. Saving his mom was more important than pleasantries. They rushed to the parking lot. Bai Bing pressed the accelerator and drove out of the hospital parking garage. The tension inside the car was like a tightly drawn bowstring. Ye Qiu used the time to call Zhao Yun. Once connected, he got straight to the point. Zhao Gu, I'm in trouble and need your help. What's going on? Zhao Yun sounded surprised. My mom's been kidnapped. Ye Qiu lowered his voice and quickly gave him the address and the 15-minute deadline. Understood. Keep them stable. I'm on my way, Zhao Yun replied. After hanging up, Ye Qiu turned to Bai Bing. Bai director, once we get there, I'm getting out alone. You should leave. Why? I'm afraid it's dangerous. Bai Bing shook her head. Then I can't leave. They'll go in with you. Maybe I can help. Ye Qiu glanced at her. The professional skirt hugged her curves, the seatbelt crossing her chest like a narrow mountain trail through a canyon. If the kidnappers saw her like this, the consequences could be terrible. Bai director, just listen this once. Don't go in. His tone was serious. If you're worried, wait outside. Bai Bing hesitated a moment, then nodded. Okay, they'll wait outside. Ye Qiu, be careful. Rescue Annie and come out. Don't worry. Ye Qiu took a deep breath and looked ahead. 12 minutes later, the car pulled up on Zhongbei Road, stopping in front of a towering abandoned building. The unfinished building on Zhongbei Road is the largest abandoned construction site in Jiangzhou. Years ago, a wealthy real estate company drove the first piles into this prime land, boasting they would build the tallest skyscraper in Jiangzhou. But halfway through construction, the company suddenly went bankrupt. The owner disappeared with the funds, leaving behind a half-finished skeleton of exposed steel and crumbling concrete. The city government has tried multiple times to find someone to take over, but due to financial, regulatory, and debt hurdles, all efforts failed, leaving this derelict structure frozen in the city skyline. To passers-by, it's a scar on the city's image. To homeless people and beggars, it serves as a makeshift shelter from the elements. Early this morning, a gang of about 20 thugs broke into the abandoned building. Swinging sticks and bats, they beat anyone they found, driving all the huddled homeless out. A dozen or so of them remained in the ground floor lobby, lining up in rows, pounding steel pipes and wooden clubs onto the floor as if waiting for prey. The lobby was dim, covered in broken glass and dust that hung like a gray haze. Not far off, two men spoke quietly. One was Guo Xiaozong. Sitting in a wheelchair, he was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, his pale face the only part visible, looking like a walking mummy. Guo Xiao, 15 more minutes testo, you really think that kid will come? The speaker was a man in his 40s, with a crew cut and a gruesome scar down his left cheek. His name was Lei Hu. He'll come, Guo Xiaozong said confidently. Old lattice in my hands, he dare not show. Lei Hu glanced at Qian Jinglan, sprawled unconscious among the rubble with her hands and feet bound, hair tangled, and a streak of blood at the corner of her mouth. A dark glint flickered in Lei Hu's eyes. Guo Xiao, I want to talk to you about something. He lowered his voice. Guo Xiaozong narrowed his eyes warily. Raising the price? We agreed on 1 million. Take out Ye Qiu, no more, no less. Guo Xiao, you know I'm a man of my word. Lei Hu grinned, the scar pulling with the smile. 1 million exactly, neither more nor less. But, Guo Xiaozong pressed. After we kill that kid, can I keep her? Lei Hu nodded toward Qian Jinglan. Guo Xiaozong froze. Lei, what do you want with her? She's almost 50. Lei Hu chuckled darkly. I've got a taste for the unusual, not young girls. I have a thing for good, proper women like her. A wave of disgust hit Guo Xiaozong's chest, but he quickly weighed the pros and cons. Fine. 1 million as agreed. She's yours. Lei Hu's face lit up. Then he added, don't worry. After I'm done playing, they'll take care of her, won't bring you any trouble. Better be that way, Guo Xiaozong said coldly, shifting his wheelchair closer to the decrepit doorway, his gaze fixed, waiting silently for Ye Qiu's arrival. Time ticked by, damp wind blowing through holes in the walls, carrying rust and mildew. Suddenly, a figure moved on the floor. Where is this? Qian Jinglan slowly opened her eyes, blinking dazedly as she looked around. She remembered buying groceries early that morning, just stepping out the building when two burly men shoved her into a van and in blackness. This is quite the nice place. Lei Hu squatted down, his face just inches from hers, his voice thick with crude excitement. Ah. Qian Jinglan gasped sharply at the sight of the scar on Lei Hu's face and asked in panic, "Who are you? What do you want?" Lei Hu smirked darkly, his voice laced with amusement. "Don't be afraid. This place is safe. As long as you behave, you'll be fine soon." Qian Jinglan furrowed her brows tightly and demanded again, "Who exactly are you?" Her eyes darted around nervously. Besides Lei Hu, there were a dozen other men, all gripping clubs, their expressions hostile. She realized she had nowhere to run. Then, a cold voice cut through the tension. "Old lady, you don't even recognize me anymore?" Guo Xiaocong turned his back, but gazed at Qian Jinglan with frosty eyes. She froze in surprise. "Dr. Guo? What are you doing here?" She was completely thrown off. Guo Xiaocong let out a chilling, sarcastic laugh. "You want to know why I'm here? Good question. Honestly, I'm waiting for your precious son." Hearing this, Qian Jinglan's brow furrowed deeper. "What do you want with Ye Qiu?" She was struggling to process the situation. A ruthless glint passed over Guo Xiaocong's face as he spoke slowly. "You'll find out soon enough." Sensing danger, Qian Jinglan desperately struggled and shouted, "Let me go, or I'll call the police." Guo Xiaocong sneered contemptuously. "Call the police? Do you really think you still have that chance?" Her hands and feet were tightly bound, unable to move, even to stand. Furious, she yelled, "You're kidnapping me. Don't you know that's a crime?" Lei Hu chuckled lightly. "Of course we know. Otherwise, why would I do this?" At that moment, Qian Jinglan's heart sank as she realized this kidnapping was Guo Xiaocong's act of revenge. "Dr. Guo, it was indeed Ye Qiu's fault for hurting you, and I apologize on his behalf. Please don't pressure him. I'm willing to compensate you." "Dr. Guo," she pleaded urgently. Guo Xiaocong's cold laugh cut through her words. "Compensate? Huh, yes, compensation is needed. Your son crippled me last time, and today, he'll take his life to pay it back." Qian Jinglan's face drained of color as she begged frantically. "Dr. Guo, please don't hurt Ye Qiu, I beg you." Lei Hu snorted from the side. "Stop wasting your breath. You're like a clay idol crossing a river, can't even save yourself now." He took a step forward, eyeing Qian Jinglan with a calculating gaze. She shrank back, trembling as she whispered, "What do you want to do?" Lei Hu's eyes darkened with greed, a lascivious smile curling his lips. "I didn't take a close look before, but now, I see you're quite pretty. With a little grooming, you'd be quite a catch." "I'm already getting impatient." He reached out toward her leg. Qian Jinglan screamed sharply, retreating desperately. "Don't touch me. If you dare, you'll pay dearly with your life." Lei Hu laughed wildly. "Not me who'll die today, your son will. If you don't cooperate, you won't escape your fate either." Without warning, he grabbed Qian Jinglan's chin roughly, grinning sinisterly. "I suggest you behave. If you listen, once your son is dealt with, we can have some fun together." Filled with fury, Qian Jinglan gathered her strength and headbutted Lei Hu hard. Caught off guard, Lei Hu fell back to the floor, enraged. He sprang up quickly and slapped her fiercely across the face. "You shameless woman, how dare you resist? Do you want to die?" He seized her hair harshly, threatening, "Once I kill your son, I'll deal with you properly." Just as the atmosphere grew even tenser, Ye Qiu suddenly appeared in the doorway. Ye Qiu had arrived in such a hurry that he was still wearing his caregiver's uniform, his refined features making him look like a student at first glance. But at this moment, his face radiated a savage ferocity like a blade in the darkness, his eyes gleaming with cold, resolute determination. "Brother Lei, he's here." Guo Xiaocong smiled with smug satisfaction. Lei Hu turned to look, and seeing Ye Qiu stride in, he released his grip on Qian Jinglan's hand and snorted coldly. "After dealing with your son, you're next." Qian Jinglan saw Ye Qiu and struggled to shout at the top of her lungs. "Qiu, or run. They're going to kill you. Get him." Lei Hu barked coldly, fearing Ye Qiu might escape. His thugs, wielding clubs and bats, immediately rushed forward and surrounded Ye Qiu. Ignoring the enemies encircling him, Ye Qiu's gaze fell directly on his mother Qian Jinglan's face, asking with urgency and heartache, "Mom, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Qian Jinglan's voice trembled as she forced out the words, "Qiu, you need to leave now. They really are going to kill you." Smack! Lei Hu slapped Qian Jinglan viciously across the face, cursing, "Keep yelling, and I'll kill you." Ye Qiu's gaze instantly locked onto Lei Hu, cold as an icicle piercing the heart. "You dare hit my mother? You're dead." Lei Hu glanced at Ye Qiu and felt an unprecedented sense of threat. The murderous intent in those eyes was like a beast eyeing its prey, instantly causing cold sweat to drip down his back. In less than 2 seconds, he sensed something was wrong. But the next moment, he found it laughable. Ye Qiu was just a caregiver with no background whatsoever, no power, no influence. What right did he have to threaten him? Lei Hu sneered mockingly. "Kid, I'd advise you to kill yourself now and spare yourself more suffering. Otherwise, young Master Guo will cripple you first, then slowly torture you to death." Ye Qiu's gaze then shifted to Guo Xiaocong, his murderous intent undiminished. At this moment, he was finally truly enraged. Guo Xiaozong had dared to kidnap his mother, crossing his bottom line. Guo Xiaozong smiled easily, composed and confident, as if eagerly anticipating the revenge to come. Ye Qiu, I didn't expect you to actually dare to show up. What exactly do you want? Ye Qiu asked coldly. You're asking me what I want. Are you stupid? I called you here for revenge, of course. The smile on Guo Xiaozong's face gradually twisted into something vicious. You once broke my kneecaps and both my arms. Today, I'm going to repay you double. Did you think that by calling a bunch of trash, you could handle me? Guo Xiaozong taunted triumphantly. A disdainful smile curved Ye Qiu's lips. Nothing but garbage. In the past, facing so many people, Ye Qiu would probably have had no choice but to take a beating. But now, having opened his meridians, even these petty thugs couldn't leave him completely defenseless. Lei Hu sneered coldly. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Let's see how long you can keep that up. Number 2, go cripple him, he ordered. A young thug wielding a baseball bat stepped forward, a wild smile on his lips, arrogantly pointing at Ye Qiu. Which part do you want crippled first? Left leg or right leg? Or maybe that other one? Hara! Amid the roaring laughter of the surrounding thugs, Ye Qiu glanced at the young man and cursed angrily. Trash. Still cursing me before you, Jayuri, really tired of living. The young man raised his baseball bat, his body suddenly dropping low as he swung viciously at Ye Qiu's head. Qiu'er, be careful. Tears welled up in Qian Jinglan's eyes as she turned her head away, unable to bear watching the brutal scene about to unfold. This scene was filled with tension and coldness, the air seemingly frozen on the eve of an explosive conflict. However, the baseball bat suddenly stopped when it was still about 8 inches from Ye Qiu's head. The young thug looked down and discovered that the other end of the bat was firmly gripped in Ye Qiu's palm. Well, pretty quick reflexes. He let out a cold snort and yanked hard. But the bat seemed rooted in Ye Qiu's hand. No matter how hard he pulled, it wouldn't budge an inch. With this little strength, you dare to be the first one out here as cannon fodder? Ye Qiu sneered. With a flick of his wrist, he snatched the baseball bat away, then swung it back and smashed it into the guy's chest. Thud! The young thug was sent flying over 30 feet like a rag doll, spewing blood as he hit the ground and passed out cold. This scene shocked everyone around them, their faces turning deathly pale. Guo Xiaozong's eyes widened, his voice trembling. How? How did he get so strong? Lei Hu's expression darkened as well. In fact, Ye Qiu himself was equally startled, only used 50% of his strength just now and still knocked the guy out. If he'd gone full force, he might actually have killed him. His confidence surged instantly as he raised the bat, pointing it straight at Lei Hu and said coldly, come here and die. Lei Hu responded with an icy tone. You think knocking out one of my guys changes anything? 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Yuri dead today, for sure. He then barked at the gang of thugs behind him. Brothers, all of you together take him down. Yes. The thugs answered readily enough, but no one dared charge first. Having witnessed their comrades sent flying with one swing, they knew all too well that whoever went first would only end up worse. Guo Xiaozong snorted with dissatisfaction. Brother Lei, look at your crew, bunch of cowards. Lei Hu smiled obsequiously. Young Master Guo, you can't blame the brothers. That kid's last swing was just too brutal. I think the boys need some motivation. What do you mean? Under a generous reward, there will always be brave men. Guo Xiaozong got it instantly and announced loudly. If you help me kill Ye Qiu, I'll give each of you an extra 10,000. With money on the table, the gang of thugs went wild like they'd been injected with adrenaline, charging at Ye Qiu without a care for their lives. The next moment, the scene turned bizarre. The baseball bat in Ye Qiu's hand swept through the air like a violent storm. Anyone who got close was sent flying over 30 feet away, spitting blood and passing out upon landing. In less than 3 minutes, more than a dozen thugs were all lying on the ground. Guo Xiaozong stood there stunned. Is he even human? Lei Hu's scalp tingled too. How can anyone fight like that? Qian Jinglan was completely dazed, with only one thought in her mind. Is this really my son? When did Qiu'er become so formidable? Ye Qiu looked around and snorted coldly. Not a single one of you can fight all trash. He once again pointed the baseball bat at the shocked Lei Hu. What's your name? Lei Hu. Lei Hu's voice trembled as a deep sense of dread rose from the pit of his stomach. Tell me, how do you want to die? Ye Qiu stared at Lei Hu with cold, emotionless eyes. Speak. How do you want to die? From the moment Lei Hu slapped Qian Jianling, Ye Qiu had already resolved to kill him. Lei Hu's heart trembled with fear, but he forced a fierce tone, asking in a low voice, Kid, do you know who I am? No, and I don't care. Ye Qiu's voice remained calm. You lay a hand on my mother, and there's only one outcome: death. You want to kill me? Lei Hu suddenly burst out laughing. Don't you know killing is against the law? Smack. Ye Qiu's figure moved like a ghost in an instant, delivering a slap that made Lei Hu's head jerk aside. Lei Hu froze, disbelief written all over his physique. Lei Hu had just been slapped by a lowly caregiver with no backing. It was a humiliating disgrace. Rage surged through him, filling his chest. He longed to tear Ye Qiu apart. Do you know who I am? Lei Hu roared. I'm not interested. Ye Qiu's glare grew colder. One more time, how do you want to die? You want me dead? Then I'll kill you first. Before he finished speaking, Lei Hu drew a gleaming dagger from his waist and lunged fiercely. His movements were lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, the blade was aimed straight at Ye Qiu's heart. Ye Qiu didn't flinch, but met the attack with a punch. Bang! His fist collided with the blade, ringing sharply as the dagger snapped in two while Ye Qiu's fist remained unscathed. Lei Hu was stunned. A fist-shattering steel had only seen such a feat years ago, performed by a top-tier tiger-ranking expert. Could this young man really be one as well? A flash of thought passed through Lei Hu's mind, and he turned to run. But Ye Qiu gave him no chance. Advancing a step, Ye Qiu struck Lei Hu's shoulder with a crushing punch crack. The shoulder blade shattered. Ah! Lei Hu's agonized scream echoed through the empty, unfinished building, chilling to the bone. This was only the beginning. Ye Qiu quickly grabbed Lei Hu's right arm and twisted hard crack. Another bone broke. Then a swift kick to the knee sent Lei Hu sprawling to the ground. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Lei Hu trembled in terror, begging desperately. If I'd known it would come to this, you never would have done it. Ye Qiu tightened his grip around Lei Hu's neck, his killing intent piercing the air. With life hanging by a thread, Lei Hu hissed. If you kill me, the Dragon King won't let you live. Ye Qiu's brow twitched. You know the Dragon King? I do. The Dragon King's my boss. Lei Hu hurriedly pleaded. Look, kid, it's my fault today. Spare me, and I swear I'll make amends to you and your mother. Please. Ye Qiu's frown deepened. The fact that this guy was connected to the Dragon King made things suddenly complicated. Kill him, and it would disrespect the Dragon King. Spare him, and the danger could linger indefinitely. When Lin Jingji dealt with Guo last time, she had warned Ye Qiu the King of Hell may be easy to provoke, but little devils are even harder to deal with. Ye Qiu had to watch out for Guo revenge. Ye Qiu hadn't taken it seriously at first, and didn't expect Guo to act so quickly. To kill him, Guo not only called on gang members, but also kidnapped his mother. He turned to look at his bound mother, Qian Jinglan. Tears streamed down her face as she begged. Qiu, promise me you won't kill anyone. You won't break the law, okay? All right. Ye Qiu nodded and released his grip on Lei Hu's collar. Without support, Lei Hu collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. Ye Qiu bent down, quickly untying the ropes binding Qian Jinglan's hands and feet, then smoothing her messy hair. His voice was filled with guilt. Mom, it's all my fault. I've caused you so much trouble. I'm fine. Qian Jinglan leaned on him to stand up, though her steps were still unsteady. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside. 2 seconds later, Zhao Yun pushed the door open, dressed all in black, his expression stern. 4 burly men followed him. Seeing Ye Qiu and his mother safe and sound, Zhao Yun visibly relaxed. His gaze swept across the room over a dozen men lay passed out and sprawled on the floor. His eyebrows lifted in surprise, but before he could speak, Lei Hu lunged at him. Mr. Zhao, save me. Lei Hu dropped to his knees, his voice desperate. What's going on? Zhao Yun frowned. It's him. Lei Hu pointed at Ye Qiu. That kid knocked out all my men and wanted to kill me. He broke my arm. Mr. Zhao, you have to save me. You can ask Guo. Zhao Yun looked up at Guo, who looked pale and was trembling. Clearly knew Zhao Yun and Ye Qiu had a close relationship. Lei Hu, unaware of this awkwardness, continued babbling. Mr. Zhao, you have to. Bang. Zhao Yun kicked Lei Hu over. Mr. Zhao? What are you doing? Lei Hu lay on the ground baffled. Zhao Yun said coldly. Ye Qiu is my brother. You dare lay a hand on him? You really don't want to live. What? Ye Qiu is Mr. Zhao's brother? Isn't he just a fatherless kid with no backing? Lei Hu's mind went blank, his body frozen. Zhao, watch over them for me. He'll be right back. Ye Qiu gave a word, supporting Qian Jinglan as he left. 3 minutes later, Ye Qiu returned alone. Brother, what do you plan to do with these two? Zhao Yun gestured at the subdued Lei Hu and the pale Guo. Ye Qiu first pointed at Lei Hu. I was going to kill him, but he said he's with the Dragon King's gang, so I held back. He's long been out. Zhao Yun shook his head. 2 years ago, he molested a woman in broad daylight and took pictures as evidence. The girl was humiliated and jumped off a building. For that, the Dragon King expelled him from the gang. So he's scum. Ye Qiu's voice was low and cold. If I kill him, the Dragon King won't mind? No. Zhao Yun answered firmly, then asked again, so what will you do with them? Ye Qiu looked at Lei Hu and Guo, then calmly said 2 words, bury alive. In Jiangzhou, there were 2 famous peaks. One was Yunwu Mountain, where the elite gathered amid breathtaking scenery. The other was the rarely visited Nanshan. At this moment, on the summit of Nanshan, several of Zhao Yun's men were swinging shovels vigorously, digging into a deep pit. Lei Hu, tightly bound and knelt on his knees, faced Ye Qiu, pleading desperately. Mr. Yi, please spare me. This was all ordered by Guo. Lei Hu's voice trembled. His fierce face showed nothing but fear now. He told me if I killed you and your mother, he'd reward me $1 million. The deep scar on his face couldn't mask his terror, his whole body shaking slightly. Ye Qiu's gaze was cold and merciless as he shot back. So someone tells you to kill, and you do it. If he told you to eat shit, would you do that too? Lei Hu panicked, but tried to curry favor. Mr. Yi, if you show mercy, am willing to work like a beast of burden. Even I could be your dog. Woof, woof. Before he finished, he started barking like a dog, looking ridiculous and pathetic. Ye Qiu sneered, want to be my dog? You're not even worthy. Rooting out the problem with no loose ends, that was Ye Qiu's resolve. Mr. Yi, you and your mother rely on each other. Your mother loves you dearly. But have you thought about her? If you kill me, you'll be committing a crime and face the law. If you go to prison, your mother will be left all alone. Can you bear that? Lei Hu strained every last ounce of strength to appeal to Ye Qiu's greatest weakness, money and family. But Ye Qiu's intent to kill was unwavering and unmoved. No matter the consequences, today I will not let you live. As Ye Qiu spoke, his eyes flicked toward Guo Xiaocong sitting in his wheelchair. Lin Jingzi's words echoed in his mind. A man who wants to stand firm must have a ruthless heart. Showing mercy today would only invite revenge from Guo Xiaocong and Lei Hu later. Killing them both was the only way out. Lei Hu shouted desperately, if you kill me, you'll go to jail. Mr. Yi, is my worthless life worth your own? Ye Qiu sneered. When did I say I'd get my hands dirty? Lei Hu froze, suddenly realizing Ye Qiu was letting Zhao Yun carry out the deed. Knowing Zhao Yun's style, the killing would leave no traces, and Ye Qiu himself would bear no responsibility. He hurriedly begged, Mr. Zhao, think of the times we served under the Dragon King together. Plead for Mr. Yi and spare me this once. I swear I'll change my ways. Zhao Yun's tone shifted sharply. Change? Men like you have no future. The Dragon King's had his eye on you for a long time. Every crime you committed these past 2 years is well known to him. Take this year alone in March. To help a construction company with demolitions, you drove out an elderly couple who refused to move, then killed them with an excavator. The wind howled across the mountain as Zhao Yun's men hammered their shovels into the earth with steady, powerful strokes. The pit took shape, and in this moment, life and death were about to be decided. In May, you saw a young, beautiful female teacher on campus. You forced yourself on her, and to prevent her from reporting you, you recorded a video to threaten her. Later, you repeatedly sought her out, driving her to the point where she ended up in a mental hospital. A month later, you were singing at a club and ordered plenty of expensive foreign liquor. When you couldn't pay the bill, you and your gang made up an excuse that the liquor was fake, destroyed the place, and extorted 100,000 yuan from the owner. Zhao Yun then rattled off more than a dozen incidents, all the bad things Lei Hu had done. Some brothers had already reported your actions to the Dragon King. If the Dragon King weren't unwell and busy, do you think you'd still be alive now? Zhao Yun said, in our world, there are rules, loyalty, and a code of honor. Those who do evil will ultimately destroy themselves. Lei Hu, be a good man in your next life. Lei Hu felt a chill run through him. Zhao Yun's words made it clear that he was going to die today. Zhao Gu, the pit is ready, one underling said. Lei Hu, do you have any last words? Zhao Yun asked. Lei Hu smiled bitterly. I brought this on myself. Mr. Zhao, could you let me die quickly? I don't want to be buried alive. Zhao Yun glanced at Ye Qiu, and seeing no objection, nodded. All right, I promise you. Thank you. Lei Hu closed his eyes and prepared for death. Zhao Yun drew a dagger, and with one swift motion, slit Lei Hu's throat. In an instant, Lei Hu was dead. Bury him, Zhao Yun said expressionlessly. Several underlings threw Lei Hu's body into the pit and quickly covered it up. Guo Xiaocong sat nearby, pretending to be calm. He thought Ye Qiu was just bluffing, but after witnessing Lei Hu's death, fear overtook him. Help! Help! Guo Xiaocong screamed at the top of his lungs. Slap! Zhao Yun slapped him hard across the face and snapped, shut up! Out here in the middle of nowhere, no one's coming to save you, no matter how much you scream. Finally, Guo Xiaocong couldn't hold back any longer and begged Ye Qiu, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. They'll give Zhang Lily back to you. I can even have my father give you the hospital bed reserved for me. Just don't kill me. Whatever you want, they'll give it to you. Please, bury him. Ye Qiu said without a word, ordering Zhao Yun's men to bury Guo Xiaocong alive. Soon, Guo Xiaocong, still in his wheelchair, was thrown into the pit. Ye Qiu, don't kill me. I was wrong. I won't go against you again. Please don't kill me, Guo Xiaocong wailed. Tears and snot mixing, utterly miserable. Goodbye forever, Guo Xiaocong, Ye Qiu said with a smile, waving his hand. Then he told Zhao Yun's men, fill the pit more slowly, so he can feel the terror of death. Understood. Zhao Yun's men slowed their pace. Guo Xiaocong struggled to climb out, but his wounds were too fresh for him to exert any strength. Soon the earth rose to his neck, leaving only his head exposed. Ye Qiu, please spare me. I beg you. I don't want to die. I'm not even married yet. I want a son, Guo Xiaocong suddenly shouted, his face twisting into a ferocious snarl, a curse on his lips. They'll haunt you after I die. They'll make sure your soul is torn apart. Ye Qiu returned to the hospital and headed straight to the surgical outpatient clinic. The lingering smell of disinfectant still hung in the corridor, and the bright fluorescent lights made the tile floor shine spotless. He pushed the door open, and at first glance, saw Qian Jinglan sitting beside the examination bed, her wrist wrapped neatly in a clean bandage. Ye Qiu hurried over, lowering his voice to a whisper. Mom, how are you feeling? I'm fine, just a minor scrape. Director Bai already took care of it for me. Qian Jinglan lifted her right hand and waved it gently, signaling for her son not to worry. Then, with concern showing on her face, she asked, Qiu, are you all right? I'm fine. Ye Qiu shot a grateful glance at Bai Bing standing nearby. Thank you, Director Bai. It was nothing, don't mention it. Bai Bing's tone remained calm and cool, but there was kindness beneath it. Ye Qiu gently guided his mother closer, lowering his voice as he said, Mom, from now on, if anyone asks, you have to say you didn't see Gua Xiaocong today, understand? Qiu, what's going on? Did you get involved in something illegal? Qian Jinglan's worry was evident as her eyes darted around nervously. Don't jump to conclusions. Just do as I say if anyone inquires. Ye Qiu spoke quickly but with firm resolve. All right. Qian Jinglan nodded, though her expression grew heavier. Even without details, she sensed something serious had happened. After a brief silence, she remembered another matter. By the way, Director Bai told me they're transferring you back to the surgical department to continue your probation as a doctor. You need to work hard and try to secure your permanent position early. Don't let Director Bai down. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Ye Qiu grasped his mother's arm. Mom, should I walk you back? You go to work. I can get there myself. Qian Jinglan stood up and gave Bai Bing a warm, simple smile. Thank you for your help today, Director Bai. You're welcome, Auntie. Get some rest once you're home. Bai Bing nodded gently. Ye Qiu and his mother walked together to the hospital entrance. A night breeze rustled the phoenix trees by the door as a taxi pulled up and the driver leaned out to call them. Before getting in, Qian Jinglan suddenly held Ye Qiu's hand, her voice low but resolute. Qiu, there are many ways to solve problems in this world, not all extreme. But if you ever do reach that point, you can't leave behind a single trace. And if you get into trouble, you must tell me. No matter what, Mom will protect you with her life. Her gaze was calm and steady inside him. Ye Qiu froze. This was the first time he had ever seen such a presence in his mother. Sensing the change in herself, Qian Jinglan cleared her throat twice and quickly returned to her usual friendly tone, leaning in to whisper. Qiu, does Director Bai have a boyfriend? Mom, why do you ask that? Ye Qiu looked puzzled. I think Director Bai is great, pretty, good figure, and the head of surgery. Why don't you try to pursue her? What? You want me to go after Director Bai? Ye Qiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Director Bai was the surgical director at Jiangzhou Hospital, a medical doctorate, and an admired ice goddess to many. Meanwhile, he was just a probationary doctor with no power or influence. Chasing his boss felt downright crazy. Qian Jinglan analyzed seriously. On the outside she's cold, but she's warm-hearted, attentive, and kind. I've looked her over carefully. She's got the figure to bear sons. Oh, come on, Ye Qiu rubbed his forehead. Mom, the ones who pursue her are either rich second-generation heirs or official second-gen elites, young, talented, wealthy, yet none succeeded. You really think I stand a chance? I do. I have faith in you. Qian Jinglan patted his shoulder. As a woman, I can tell Director Bai looks at you differently. How differently? I can't really put it into words, but I can tell she likes you. Qian Jinglan laughed softly and patted Ye Qiu's arm, her tone both serious and teasing. If only Director Bai could be my daughter-in-law. Mom, I really think you should drop that idea. Ye Qiu replied quietly, slinging his luggage over his shoulder with a helpless sigh. Education, age, family background, social status, there's nothing about me and Director Bai that matches. You haven't even tried to get along with her properly. Let me tell you. Before she could finish, an empty taxi pulled up right at the curb. Mom, the car's here. You should head back. Ye Qiu took the chance and helped his mother into the cab. Qiu, you need to take this seriously. I believe you can do it. Qian Jinglan poked her head out of the window to remind him as the door closed. All right, I get it. You should go now? Ye Qiu waved and watched the taxi turn around and drive off from the narrow driveway in front of the hospital. A wave of helplessness washed over him. What was Mom thinking today, pushing me to pursue Director Bai? He glanced down at his plain, unremarkable clothes and shook his head with a bitter smile. Still, he had to admit, Director Bai's almost otherworldly elegance really was alluring. If he could actually win her over, even if it cost him his life, it would be worth it. Steeling himself, he went on as planned to the director's office in the surgery department. Opening the door, he caught sight of Bai Bing tilting her head back to drink water. She had taken off her white coat, now wearing a sharply tailored dark professional outfit. Between the shirt and her slender waist, a sliver of amber-tinted skin peeked out, shimmering faintly in the light. Beautiful, the word flashed in Ye Qiu's mind, but Bai Bing set down her glass and cast him a cold glare. What are you staring at? Ye Qiu's face turned bright red. He quickly looked away and cleared his throat awkwardly. Nothing. Bai Bing eyed him suspiciously for a moment before sitting in her office chair, her tone flat. I've already spoken with the medical administration. You'll go handle the paperwork soon and transfer back to the department. Understood. Ye Qiu nodded. If that's all, you can leave now. Bai Bing lowered her head to review medical records. clearly uninterested in this little exchange. She didn't mention anything about Guo or that night, as if it had never happened. Ye Qiu was taken aback by the stark difference, but didn't dare pry. He hurried to the medical affairs office and completed the transfer procedures. Once he had the official notice, he headed straight to the ward building. Felt he owed it to Lin Jingji to tell her in person he was leaving his post as a caregiver. At the end of the corridor, two bodyguards stood motionless in black suits and dark glasses by Lin Jingzi's room, like two stone statues guarding the door. Seeing that intimidating scene from a distance, Ye Qiu thought to himself, whoever came to see Lin must be someone important. He approached and reached out, but the guard immediately blocked him. Ms. Qian ordered that no one is allowed in. The man on the left said coldly, I'm a doctor. Please step aside. Ye Qiu said politely. Ms. Qian instructed that no one can enter, no matter who you are, even if you are the hospital director. The man on the right snapped harshly. Now get lost. Ye Qiu frowned, about to argue, when suddenly a woman's sharp curse burst from inside the room. Lin Jingji, you slut. Slap. A crisp slap echoed immediately after. Ye Qiu's expression shifted slightly as he clearly sensed someone had slapped Lin Jingji in the hospital room. The heavy echo of the smack still hung in the air. He strode forward quickly and blocked the door, his voice deep and commanding, step aside. The two bodyguards in black at the door didn't move an inch, casting cold glances. Are you deaf? I told you to scram. One of them raised his chin impatiently and waved his hand dismissively. If you don't move now, don't blame me for being rude. Ye Qiu's gaze suddenly grew cold as he warned again. Last time I say it. Move now, or don't blame me for roughing you up. But the two bodyguards exchanged looks and suddenly burst into mocking laughter. Rough you up? Haha, who do you think you are? Skinny as a stick and still want to fight us? Before he finished speaking, bang! Ye Qiu unleashed a lightning-fast punch. The first bodyguard grunted deeply and immediately collapsed unconscious. The other guard reacted instantly, stepping aside and delivering a whipping kick. Ye Qiu narrowly evaded, the sharp force of the strike grazing just past his nose. Taking advantage of the momentum, he grabbed the guard's calf and pulled hard. Thud! The guard lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. Boom! Ye Qiu followed up with a kick, and the second bodyguard's vision darkened. After subduing them both, he pushed the door open and rushed inside the hospital room. Inside, the scene unfolded before him. A woman in a dark green qipao, heavily made up and dripping in jewelry, stood by the bedside. She was in her early 40s, holding a limited edition Hermes bag in her left hand, and pointed a finger venomously at Lin Jingji on the bed. You filthy bitch. If it weren't for you, my brother wouldn't have died such a horrible death. He loved you so much, even willing to break with his family to marry you, yet you poisoned him to death. The woman's voice was sharp, every word laden with hate. Lin Jingji, are you even human? Do you have no conscience? Ye Qiu immediately pieced together what had happened. By Bing had mentioned Lin Jingzi's fiancée was poisoned by her. This woman in front of him was undoubtedly Qiandong's sister. He glanced again at Lin Jingji. She sat on the hospital bed, a vivid red palm print marked clearly on her left cheek. Her face was cold as frost. Strangely, a pang of inexplicable tenderness rose in Ye Qiu's chest. The woman spat more insults. Lin Jingji, do you think poisoning my brother means you'll get away scot-free? Don't think I don't know what you did in Jiangzhou. A woman who can build such a huge empire must have crawled into many men's beds, right? How do people in the capital talk about you? Loose, unfaithful. Humph. To me, you're nothing but a common prostitute. Lin Jingji lifted her head, her eyes icy and sharp as blades. Qian Yanru, if it weren't for the fact you're Qiandong's sister, you wouldn't walk out of this room alive today. Oh, planning to poison me like you did Qiandong? Qian Yanru sneered arrogantly. You're overestimating yourself. Don't forget, you've lost a leg. Even if you were healthy, would you be able to touch me? Now, I'm here to avenge Qiandong. You're completely powerless. With that, she stepped forward, murder in her eyes. What do you want to do? Lin Jingzi's voice was low and steady. To avenge Qiandong. Qian Yanru suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Lin Jingzi's slender neck with both hands. Stop! A thunderous shout from the door rang out, Ye Qiu's voice filled with fury. Startled, the woman released her grip in an instant. Although she desperately wanted to avenge her younger brother, she had never killed anyone before. This was her first time, and she felt both nervous and guilty. Who are you? The woman lowered her voice, but the tremor in it was unmistakable. Ye Qiu, dressed in a pristine white coat, his handsome face growing cold, replied, I'm wearing this white coat. What do you think I am? Making a scene in a hospital ward? What kind of behavior is that? The woman's face paled and flushed by turns, her eyes blazing with fury. Given her status, when had a junior doctor ever dared to talk back to her like this? Do you even know who I am? She demanded halfway through, then suddenly hesitated. If she really knew, how could she speak to her in this tone? He'll tell you I am. I don't care who you are. Ye Qiu interrupted sternly. No loud noises in this ward. And you're absolutely not allowed to harm my patient. You please leave. You want me to leave? The woman's eyes widened as if she had spotted a monster. This is an intensive care ward. Unauthorized people are not allowed in. I don't know how you got here, but I have the authority to make you leave. Ye Qiu's gaze was steady. Please leave immediately, or I'll call security. The woman's anger nearly exploded. She pointed a finger at Ye Qiu. How dare a low-ranking doctor bully me? You're finished. Along. Ahu. Get in here now. But no one answered outside. Whenever there was trouble before, the two bodyguards would arrive instantly. Today, they were nowhere to be seen. She cursed under her breath. Maybe they hadn't recovered from last night's mess? Her fury deepened. Are you calling for your two bodyguards outside? They probably can't get in, Ye Qiu remarked calmly. What do you mean? Go check for yourself. The woman clicked her heels and ran to the hallway, then quickly returned. Inside the ward, Ye Qiu quietly asked Lin Jingji, Sis, are you okay? I'm fine. Lin Jingji forced a faint smile on her flawless face. That's good. I was about to. Bang. The door was slammed open, and the woman rushed in, her finger nearly poking Ye Qiu's nose. Did you do this? Do what? Ye Qiu feigned ignorance. Lin Jingji was confused. She didn't yet know that Ye Qiu had already taken down those two bodyguards. Cut the act. The woman growled. Why did you knock out my bodyguards? Ye Qiu let a slight smirk curl his lips. So those two were your bodyguards? I thought they were just guard dogs. You're courting death. How dare you touch them? Two. Suddenly, as if she had figured something out, she spun toward the hospital bed, grinding her teeth. Was it you? Did you send this brat to knock out my bodyguards? Lin Jingji, if you dare bully me, I'll fight you to the end. With that, she lunged madly at Lin Jingji. But before she could reach the bed, Ye Qiu raised his hand and slapped her away. His voice was cold as ice. I never hit women. But you're an exception. I never hit women except you. Ye Qiu's voice was calm, but carried a heavy weight, like a hammer striking the quiet hospital room. Lin Jingji looked up, surprise flashing in her eyes. She stared at Ye Qiu, her voice husky. Do you even know who she is? It doesn't matter who she is to me, Ye Qiu said firmly. I won't let anyone bully you right in front of me. Those words poured warmth into Lin Jingji's chest. The stubbornness she had carried alone all these years began to soften quietly. To the outside world, she was a ruthless, capable woman, but only she knew beneath that armor was someone who needed protection. And the one standing before her now to protect her was Ye Qiu. She whispered, the woman you just hit is the sister of my late fiancé. She comes from a powerful family in Beijing. That family has immense clout. One word from her could ruin you completely. So what? Ye Qiu's expression showed no fear. Like you said, Lin, the barefoot don't fear the shot. If she wants to take me down, they'll go down fighting. Lin Jingji froze. The timid, inexperienced girl who had once started in the workplace had grown into a steady mountain, someone you could rely on. She sighed. You don't have to make enemies over might's not worth it. Sis, that's wrong. Ye Qiu looked at her seriously. You're not an outsider. You're my sister. Lin Jingji's chest tightened, her eyes suddenly stinging with tears. Since that incident, she had cut ties with her family and struggled alone in Jiangzhou for years, never sharing her pain with anyone. Now those words, you're my sister, were like a light in the long night. Thank you, Ye Qiu. Her voice trembled, tears shimmering. Ye Qiu smiled softly. No need to be so formal. Just then, the woman Ye Qiu had just slapped flew back, clutching her face. She kicked open the hospital room door, shouting sharply, do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? Are you trying to get yourself killed? The special care ward erupted into chaos. Ye Qiu stepped forward, his voice low and stern. This is a special care ward. No loud disturbances allowed. Keep it up and don't blame me for being harsh. His words carried a chilling cold that seemed to drop the room's temperature to freezing. The woman took a step back, frightened and shaking. You. Lin Jingji spoke calmly. Qian Yanru, stop embarrassing yourself here. Oh, now I get it. Qian laughed bitterly. No wonder a nobody like you, a low-level doctor, has the guts. It's because of your backing. Lin Jingji, now you're stooping to associate with someone beneath you? Pathetic. Lin Jingji was unfazed by her spite, her face composed. If I'm shameless, then you're utterly shameless. You. Lin Jingji cut her off, continuing. Qian Yanru, hey, raise some advice. If you're sick, get medical help. Don't come looking for me, I'm not a vet. Ye Qiu couldn't help but let out a quiet laugh. It was the first time had seen Lin Jingji this sharp, and it felt wonderfully satisfying. Qian Yanru's face turned pale and greenish, trembling with rage. She shouted fiercely, Lin Jingji, how dare you insult me? Did I insult you? I was just speaking the truth. Lin Jingji wore an innocent smile, but her voice was sharp as a knife's edge. The Qian family is supposed to be one of the most prestigious clans in the capital. So how did they end up with a daughter like you? Since you're related to Qian Dong, they'll give you a piece of advice: don't throw away everything your parents gave you, especially your reputation. You. Qian Yanru's face flushed crimson from the relentless taunts. She suddenly lunged at the hospital bed like a fighting rooster. Before her nails could reach Lin Jingji, Ye Qiu's hand shot out like lightning, his fingers wrapping tightly around her throat. Her feet dangled as her face instantly turned purple, and breathing became a struggle. What do you want? Her voice was hoarse, filled with panic. Ye Qiu glanced at Lin Jingji and asked calmly, Lin, should we kill her, or bury her alive. Lin Jingji caught his meaning immediately. Her eyebrow rose slightly as she spoke seriously, as if discussing the weather. Killing her outright is boring. Burying her alive is troublesome. How about drowning? Or slow dismemberment? What do you think? Either works for me. Ye Qiu replied coolly. Qian Yinru felt her soul leave her body. She might not take such words seriously if said by others, but Lin Jingseho even dared to poison her own fiancé. What wouldn't she do? You can't kill me. She yelled desperately, hoarse from shouting. I came to Jiangzhou to find you. My family knows about it. If I die, they will never forgive you. Before she could finish, she screamed wildly, murder. Help. Shut up. Lin Jingji snapped coldly. The arrogant fury collapsed instantly. Qian Yanru's strength drained, as if her bones were pulled out. She went quiet obediently. Lin Jingji spoke softly now. Qian Yanru, I'm not killing you today not because I fear you, or your family. I just don't want to dirty my hands. But if you ever come to cause trouble again, I won't be so merciful. Ye Qiu, let her go. Ye Qiu released his grip, his voice icy as he spat, get out. Qian Yinru stumbled out of the ward like a frightened fugitive, too scared to look back. Silence fell over the room, broken only by the sterile smell and the beeping of the heart monitor. Lin Jingji looked at Ye Qiu, her tone unusually gentle. Thank you. Lin, do you really need to be so polite with me? Ye Qiu stepped closer, his gaze landing on the red mark left by the slap on her left cheek. He asked quietly, does it hurt? Oh, feeling sorry for me. Lin Jingzi's mesmerizing eyes locked onto his. Ye Qiu shifted uncomfortably, looking away. Just as he lowered his head, she ordered, look up. He obediently raised his eyes. Lin Jingji smiled slightly. Do I look good? Cough, cough. Ye Qiu cleared his throat nervously, cheeks heating up. Lin, let me treat your wound. Okay. Lin Jingji agreed readily. Ye Qiu quietly breathed out a sigh of relief and fetched ointment and cotton swabs. Lin Jingji turned slightly, offering him her left cheek for treatment. But her right hand remained hidden on the other side of her body, quietly making an okay gesture out the window so subtle. Even Ye Qiu, focused on her wound, didn't notice. About 200 meters from the hospital building, on the rooftop of a tall hotel, a harsh wind whipped through the night. A cold woman clad in black leather pulled back the sniper rifle mounted on the railing. After seeing Lin Jingzi's silent signal, she stowed the weapon and vanished into the darkness. In the hospital room, Ye Qiu used a Maoshan talisman to remove the fingerprints from Lin Jingzi's face. How does it feel? He folded up the talisman, his gaze full of concern. It's cool, like applying a facial mask, Lin Jingji said, cupping her face and gently rubbing it. Does it still hurt? She tried moving her face, then shook her head. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Ye Qiu recalled the rude female patient from earlier and couldn't help but warn, Lin, that woman clearly isn't someone to mess with. She probably won't let this go easily. You should have 2 bodyguards to protect you. Lin Jingji smiled and waved him off. With you protecting me, why would I need bodyguards? Ye Qiu sighed deeply. I've been transferred away from the caregiver position. Her smile instantly faded. Transferred where? To surgery? Was it by Bing who did this? She grabbed her phone angrily. This is outrageous. I'm calling the director right now. Ye Qiu quickly reached out to stop her. Lin, it's not Director Bei's doing. I asked to transfer back to surgery myself. Lin Jingji wouldn't relent. Don't defend her. She's the head of surgery. No way you could be moved without her order. You're right, it was Director Bei's order, but I was the one who initiated it. Lin Jingji frowned. But why would you leave? Her eyes locked onto his, suddenly glistening with tears as her voice softened. Is it because you hate me and want to get away? Ye Qiu laughed helplessly. How could I hate you? You're beautiful. Who would hate you? Do you really think that? Absolutely. Then why leave? She still didn't understand. Ye Qiu explained seriously, Lin, I've told you before, my dream is to be a great doctor. Greatness comes from doing the ordinary extraordinarily well. I study medicine to heal the sick and save lives, so more people can be free of pain. To reach that dream, the first step is returning to surgery. Only by seeing all kinds of patients every day can my medical skills improve. I hope you understand. Lin Jingji whispered. If you leave, who will take care of me? The hospital will assign a new caregiver. But I don't want to be cared for by anyone else. I want you to take care of me. Ye Qiu patiently reassured her. Those caregivers have years of experience, more than me. They're attentive and will care for you well. I said, I want you to take care of me. Lin Jingji suddenly looked at him with affectionate eyes, her voice softening. If I were your girlfriend, would you heartlessly leave me with other caregivers? No. Ye Qiu blurted out. If you were my girlfriend, I'd have my mom take care of you. It was meant as a joke, but Lin Jingji perked up. I like that idea. Why don't you have your mom come take care of me? She joked playfully. That way I can practice being the daughter-in-law early. Ye Qiu waved his hands. Lin, don't joke around. He knew while he was still a probationary doctor it was impossible. She actually liked him. You'll be discharged in a few days. But I don't want to leave. Why? Ye Qiu really didn't understand patients usually looked forward to going home as soon as possible. Lin Jingji looked up at him, her gaze soft and earnest. Because he'll miss you. Lin Jingji rested her chin in her hands, gazing at Ye Qiu with endless tenderness. Her beautiful eyes were so enchanting they seemed about to overflow with emotion. The hospital room was softly lit with warm white light, and outside the window, the sky was tinged with a faint blue. The air carried the sterile scent of disinfectant. Ye Qiu sat by the bedside. When he looked up, his eyes met hers shimmering like rippling water and a slight shiver ran down his spine. Here she goes again, always teasing him like this. Lin, you need to take better care of yourself from now on, Ye Qiu said after a light cough, his tone serious. The thought of soon returning to the surgery department and no longer being able to keep her company brought a subtle pang of regret. Spending time with such an extraordinary beauty truly lifted his spirits. Can't you really look after me? Lin Jingji asked softly. My work will be very busy when I'm back in surgery. I won't have time to take care of you, he explained. Then can you promise me one thing? What is it? I want you to promise to come see me every day. Ye Qiu hesitated awkwardly. Lin Jingji blinked with eyes sparkling like stars. You can't even do such a small favor? And you still say you don't dislike me. I think you're just avoiding me. Tears slipped down her cheeks. Ye Qiu hated seeing women cry. It always threw him off balance. When he was with Zhang Lili, any time she shed tears, he felt powerless and would quickly agree to anything she asked. Facing Lin Jingji now, he was no different. Lin, please don't cry. I promise I will come see you every day from now on, he said quickly, nodding. Then you also have to promise to come whenever I call. You know how many patients there are in surgery. I can't guarantee it'll be at your beck and call. Why, you heartless scoundrel, you take advantage of me and don't want to be responsible? Lin Jingji cut him off before he could explain. Her voice pitched higher, her cry growing louder. Okay, I promise. He'll come whenever you call. Please don't cry anymore, Ye Qiu said anxiously, glancing around to make sure no one overheard. He was a novice when dealing with women. If he struggled with Zhang Lili, Lin Jingji was even more impossible. Suddenly, Lin Jingji burst out laughing through her tears. I was just joking, to see if you really care about me. Lin, please don't joke like that. And don't say I take advantage of you. When have I ever done that? Have you never taken advantage of me? Be honest with yourself. Really? No, Ye Qiu started to say, but then he found himself facing a vast, snowy mountain landscape. The dazzling white light made his ears burn. Are you still going to deny it? Lin Jingzi's eyes gleamed mischievously. Ye Qiu blushed deeply and quickly looked away as if facing an adversary. At the same time, in the office of the executive vice president of Jiangzhou Hospital, behind a dark wooden desk, Guodai's face was as grim and stormy as a thundercloud. Zhang Lili stood before him, her knuckles white from clenching, tears welling in her eyes. Do you think you've been wronged? Let me tell you, you haven't, Guodai said in a low but imposing voice. I entrusted Xiaocong to you, expecting you to take good care of him. How did you care for him? And such a huge thing as his disappearance, you hid it from me. If I hadn't gone to the ward to visit and found him gone, how long were you planning to keep this from me? Do you have any respect left for me as the executive vice president? With a sudden slam of his palm on the desk, the teacup trembled. Zhang Lili could hold back no longer, breaking down in tears. Director Guo, I was wrong. Shut up. Guodai barked. If anything happens to Xiaocong, I will never forgive you. Through a mix of tears and panic, Zhang Lili blurted out, Director Guo, I think Xiaocong's disappearance has something to do with Ye Qiu. In the office of the executive vice dean, Zhang Lili recounted her suspicions to Guo Danu in full detail. After listening, Guo furrowed his brows deeply and lowered his voice. You're saying that Ye Qiu went to see Xiaocong, and he was very angry at the time? Yes, Zhang Lili nodded, still shaken as she recalled the scene. If Director Bai hadn't stopped him, Ye Qiu might have really killed me. You used to be Ye Qiu's lover. After being together so long, would he really harm you? Guo clearly didn't believe it. Dean Guo, I'm not lying. Everything I said is true. I was terrified back then, Zhang Lili emphasized. Tell me exactly what happened, every detail. Guo sat up straight in his chair, leaning his elbows on the desk, listening patiently. 5 minutes later, he had pieced together the sequence of events and tapped the desk. Zhang Lili, you need to find Ye Qiu right now. If Xiaocong's disappearance has anything to do with him, you have to find out where he is. Dean Guo, maybe you should ask Ye Qiu yourself? Zhang Lili's voice trembled as she thought of the fire blazing in Ye Qiu's eyes that morning. Guo's expression darkened. You expect me, the executive vice dean, to go looking for some lowly nurse's aid? Zhang Lili, are you giving him too much credit? Dean Guo, you misunderstood. What I meant was, I don't care what you mean. Go find Ye Qiu now. If he's involved, find out where Xiaocong is. If not, you still need to figure out where Xiaocong went. Otherwise, there's no spot for you at the hospital, and don't even think about marrying Xiaocong. Guo's stern words hit Zhang Lili like a blow. Her face drained of color, and she hurriedly promised, Dean Guo, don't worry. They'll find Xiaocong. I'm going now. With that, she nearly ran out of the office. Fool, Guo muttered under his breath as the door shut, his brows knitting into a tight knot. Xiaocong, where on earth have you gone? 3 seconds later, he grabbed the desk phone and dialed. When connected, his tone immediately became polite. Hello, I'm looking for Lei Hu isn't here. Do you know where he is? No. Please have him call me back when he returns. This is Guadanu, Executive Vice Dean of Jiangzhou Hospital. Thank you. After hanging up, Gua's frown deepened. What's going on today? Xiao Tsung's missing. Lei Hu's unreachable, it's like there's some evil spell. As he muttered, his left eyelid started twitching violently, a nameless unease creeping over him. At that moment, Ye Qiu stepped out of Lin Jingzi's hospital room. Turning a corner in the hallway, he nearly ran into Zhang Lili. Seeing the woman who had betrayed him, he ignored her and tried to pass by. Stop! Zhang Lili shouted. Ye Qiu kept walking, quickly stepping in front of him. She suppressed her anger and demanded, Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me calling you? You're calling me? Ye Qiu's voice was cold. I thought a dog was barking. You. Good dogs don't block the way. Ye Qiu cut in again, colder than before. Zhang Lili's face turned ashen with fury. Usually, she would have turned and walked away, but not this time. No matter how ashamed or angry she felt, she had to find out where Guo Xiaocong was. Otherwise, not only would she lose her place at the hospital, she wouldn't be able to marry him. Recently, there have been rumors going around the hospital that Guo Dana is going to replace the retiring old director and become the new head of Jiangzhou Hospital. As soon as this gossip spread, Zhang Lili started pressuring for marriage every day. She had it all figured out once she married Guo Xiaocong. She'd be the director's daughter-in-law. Who at the hospital would dare disrespect her then? At this moment in the corridor, Ye Qiu was hurrying to the emergency room, holding some files. Suddenly, Zhang Lili stepped right in front of him, blocking his way completely. I told you, a good dog doesn't get in the way. Didn't you hear me? Ye Qiu's voice was as cold and sharp as shattered ice. Zhang Lili clenched her fists, took a deep breath to calm herself, then forced down her anger. Ye Qiu, why are you doing this? We've been together for so long. Even though we broke up, can't we at least be ordinary friends? I don't want to be your friend. Ye Qiu looked up, emotionless as he added, I don't want anything to do with you. Zhang Lili was so stunned she went pale, but her reason told her to hold back. I admit it, breaking up was my fault. I betrayed you. But do you know why? Yeah, I do. Ye Qiu's answer was blunt. In your eyes, I'm just a poor kid. No background, no power, can't give you the life you want, right? Zhang Lili raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Ye Qiu sneered. Put it all together, it boils down to 8 words: despise the poor, love the rich. Vanity and greed. Zhang Lili was defiant. Who among girls doesn't love vanity in this world? Even if I was wrong, it's a mistake every girl makes. Talking about this now is pointless. I have work to do, step aside. Ye Qiu's tone softened a little, but still sounded distant. He thought she was here to apologize, but then she revealed her real reason. Ye Qiu, this morning you were looking for Xiaocong. Did you find him? So it was all about Guo Xiaocong. Ye Qiu's heart sank, a bitter silence settling in. The corridor lights were harsh and white, the air stiflingly hot. Zhang Lili suddenly unzipped her white coat, revealing a low-cut camisole underneath. Why is it so hot here? Are you hot, Ye Qiu? The smooth white skin of her neck and shoulders swung into his line of sight. Ye Qiu seemed not to notice, his gaze still clear and cold. Zhang Lili grew irritated. What's with the pretentious act? Every man is ruled by his lower half. She didn't realize that the more she put on a show, the more disgusted Ye Qiu felt. Back then, didn't you use the same trick? Ye Qiu suddenly spoke up. What did you say? Zhang Lili froze. I'm asking you when you seduced Guo Xiaocong. Wasn't it just like this? Ye Qiu's eyes were knives. Don't you think it's disgusting? Zhang Lili trembled with rage. Ye Qiu, can you speak properly? I dumped you, that's it. Why act like a bitter ex, counting every grievance? Are you still a man? Ye Qiu stared at her like she was some kind of alien, his voice calm, but icy to the bone. I never expected a cheater to be so shameless. Now I get it, it wasn't you who was blind, it was me. How could I ever have liked someone as messed up as you? He shoved Zhang Lili away hard. Get lost. With that, he turned and walked away. Ye Qiu, just you wait. Sooner or later, it'll make you regret this. Zhang Lili stomped her feet furiously on the spot, shouting at Ye Qiu's retreating back. Her chest heaved violently. She had only wanted to ask about Guo Xiaocong's whereabouts, but instead, Ye Qiu publicly humiliated her. A loser is just a loser. What's the big deal about being dumped by me? Look at him, acting like his mother was killed. It makes me so angry. She cursed under her breath. Halfway through her rant, she suddenly remembered her real purpose for coming to Ye Qiu. Damn, I still haven't found out where Xiaocong is. What should I do? Ye Qiu quickened his pace back to the surgery building, intending to report the situation to Bai Bing. Just as he reached the director's office door, he overheard anxious voices inside. Director Bai, the condition of the patient in bed 5 is not looking good. We've consulted several of us together, but still haven't found an effective treatment plan. The patient has gone into shock twice today and has now been transferred to ICU. If we can't find a solution soon, I'm afraid. Ye Qiu leaned in to listen. Inside, 3 elderly experts with gray hair stood around Bai Bing, speaking gravely. Director Bai, we need to come up with a treatment plan immediately. At the patient's current state, they won't last long. If the patient dies in our department, the responsibility will be huge. I suggest informing the family right away and arranging a transfer. Bai Bing frowned deeply. Our hospital is the best in Jiangzhou. If we transfer the patient now, where could they possibly go? One old expert smiled and responded, there are many good hospitals across the country. Peking Union Medical College Hospital in the capital, or the affiliated hospital of Minghai Jiaotong University would both work. Another nodded in agreement. Especially Peking Union, a top specialist in treating intracranial hematomas, gathering the nation's leading authorities there might save the patient. The main thing is to prevent the patient from dying here. The room fell into momentary silence. The bed 5 patient had an intracranial hematoma caused by trauma condition, usually common and stable after surgery, but suddenly worsened today with repeated shocks, now on the brink of death. Even 3 experts together couldn't find the cause. Director Bai, the situation is urgent. You really should notify the family to arrange a transfer as soon as possible. The patient won't last long, we can't delay further. The expert urged again. Director Bai, please decide quickly. Bai Bing looked up. If we transfer now, do you think he can even survive to reach the capital? That's hard to say, one expert replied. What do you mean hard to say? Bai Bing pressed. Give me a precise probability. How likely is it that he'll still be alive by the time he reaches the capital if we transfer him now? The 3 experts exchanged glances, but none answered. I need an accurate answer. Bai Bing's voice was grave. After 30 seconds, the bespectacled old expert adjusted his glasses, his voice hoarse. I'm afraid it's less than 1 in 1,000. In that case, transferring is meaningless. Bai Bing shook her head. Director Bai, you can't say that. Another expert objected. Transferring is still very meaningful as long as the patient doesn't die in our department. Everyone avoids blame. If we don't transfer him and the patient dies here, who will take responsibility? Bai Bing's face darkened slightly as her gaze swept over the 3 experts. She spoke with controlled intensity. The points you made earlier are not without merit. But let me ask you, what was your original purpose in studying medicine? Certainly, it was to save lives and heal the wounded. So I ask again, the patient's near death. Why aren't you trying to save him now? Director Bai, it's not that we don't want to save him. One expert adjusted his reading glasses, his voice tinged with helplessness. We simply haven't found a way to treat him successfully. Suggesting a transfer is also a reluctant choice. Bai Bing's tone turned colder as she shot back. But just now you also said that even if transferred, his chance of surviving to reach Beijing is less than 1 in 1,000. So telling him to transfer is essentially telling him to die, isn't it? The 3 experts fell silent simultaneously. After a moment, Bai Bing pressed on. I know what you're worried about. If the patient dies in our department, it would tarnish your lifetime reputations. You 3 are seasoned specialists, highly experienced, near retirement. A death now would affect your prestige. But isn't the very purpose of medicine to save lives? The patient desperately needs you. Yet instead of exhausting all options, you come to me suggesting a transfer. Do you really think that is saving lives? One gray-haired expert winced. Director Bai, we truly have no solution. If the patient dies here, who takes responsibility? We have practiced medicine diligently for decades, but do not want our careers stained before retirement. Please understand our position. Bai Bing's shoulders rose slightly, as if holding back her disappointment. I thought you 3 would be exemplars for our surgical department, role models we all could learn from. But now I find you so afraid to bear responsibility. Doctors are human, not gods. Our duty is to do everything possible for each patient. If we give it our all, even if the patient doesn't survive, the family will understand. If they don't, let them find May will take full responsibility. But now, you 3 have let me down. If you're so afraid to be responsible, then I will treat the patient myself. With that, she opened the door and strode out decisively toward the intensive care unit. Only the 3 experts remained in the office, exchanging low whispers. Director Bai wants to personally treat him. What do we do? If she insists, then let her. If the patient dies, it's not on us. She's young and arrogant, hasn't faced setbacks yet, doesn't understand how tense doctor-patient relations are. When the patient dies, she'll realize. Outside the door, Ye Qiu overheard their conversation and silently disdained. The older doctors may have better skills, but their courage diminishes with age. He hurried down the hall to the ICU. Pushing open the door, he saw Bai Bing and a specialist doctor huddled around the patient's bed, scrutinizing various monitors. The patient's skin was slightly pale, but breathing remained stable. Strange. Vital signs are normal. How did he go into shock twice? Bai Bing's brows furrowed deeply. The specialist frowned. In my 10 years of practice, I've never seen anything like this. Have other hospital experts examined him? Yes, but they found no clues. Bai Bing thought for a moment and decided firmly, immediately connect with experts at Xia Hospital in Beijing. See if they have any ideas. I contacted them before Director Bai arrived. They said they've never encountered a case like this and advised watchful waiting. Watchful waiting? Bai Bing's heart sank. That's just waiting for the patient to get worse. Before she could say more, the cardiac monitor let out a sharp, urgent alarm. The specialist doctor spun around, face pale. Not good. The patient's pulse is dropping rapidly. 90, 80, 60, 40. He's dying. The patient's heartbeat rapidly weakened, dropping to just 20 in the blink of an eye. This is critical. Bai Bing commanded decisively, her voice firm. Inject adrenaline immediately. Prepare the respirator. Increase oxygen flow. Get the pacemaker ready. Beep beep. Before she could finish, the heart monitor suddenly flatlined, displaying a harsh, unbroken line. The emergency room instantly filled only with the piercing sound of alarms. Director Bai, the patient isn't going to make it. Notify the family, said the attending doctor grimly, holding the report. Bai Bing's heart sank, her face turning pale, but she quickly forced herself to stay calm and ordered sharply, follow my instructions, keep going, execute immediately. The attending doctor sighed silently, had seen scenes like this too many times. The data had already made the verdict, but he mechanically proceeded with defibrillation, chest compressions, and artificial respiration. As expected, all efforts met with silence. How could this happen? Bai Bing stood stiffly by the bedside, chest tight with pain. She had wanted to save the patient, but death met her as soon as she entered the ward. If only I had arrived a minute earlier, maybe I could have. Director Bai, it's not your fault, the attending doctor comforted quietly. We did everything we could. Did everything we could. Those words cut into Bai Bing's ears like a cold blade, as if a death sentence that made the family recoil. She drew a deep breath and steadied her tone. Notify the family. Yes. The doctor turned and pushed open the door. Bang. The door was suddenly slammed open. A young man strode up to the bedside, and with a flicker of silver, a thin needle was steadily inserted into the top of the patient's head. It was Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu, what are you doing? Bai Bing shouted sharply. He's not dead yet. There's still hope, Ye Qiu whispered, pulling out a second silver needle and without hesitation stabbing it into the patient's brow, skipping even disinfection. You're desecrating a corpse. The attending doctor's fury exploded. He grabbed Ye Qiu's shoulder. Stop. If the family sees this. Bai Bing also reached out, but found him immovable as a rock. I told you, he's not dead yet, Ye Qiu said without looking up, continuing to place needles around the patient's head and face. The attending doctor's face turned iron gray. Are you saying I misdiagnosed? That all the monitors are useless? If you want to show off, at least choose the right place. Nonsense. Stop this, Ye Qiu. Respect the deceased. Bai Bing lowered her voice, trying to reason with him. She was worried about unnecessary trouble and feared the family would hold them accountable. All procedures on a body must be properly documented. She knew well that if the family found cause for complaint, this wouldn't be a mere protocol violation but a legal issue. Not only would Ye Qiu be fully responsible, the entire department would be implicated. Desecrating a body was not only a serious breach of rules, but a criminal offense. If the family pursued it to the end, Ye Qiu could face imprisonment. But Ye Qiu seemed not to hear her advice and continued inserting the needles. Ye Qiu, give up. Once someone has died, they can't come back to life. Nothing you do will change that. Ye Qiu, are you even listening to me? Bai Bing kept lowering her voice to plead repeatedly, but got no response. Her frown deepened, and anger surged in her heart. Suddenly, she raised her hand sharply. Smack. The sharp slap echoed down the corridor, and a red palm print blossomed instantly on Ye Qiu's face. His shoulders trembled slightly, but he didn't even lift his head. His fingertips flew swiftly between the patient's chest and abdomen. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen silver needles were steadily inserted into acupuncture points, their ends still vibrating faintly. After finishing the last needle, Ye Qiu suddenly stopped and pointed precisely at the Bai point on the patient's crown. The large hospital room fell silent except for the flat, beeping sound of the heart monitor. Time ticked by slowly. Bai Bing's eyes widened, while the specialist doctor and nurses stood frozen, unsure of what to do. 10 seconds passed. Ye Qiu shouted sharply, wake up. Thud. The patient's chest suddenly heaved, and black, clotted blood gushed from his throat, splattering onto the pristine white sheets. The acrid smell of dark blood, sharp and metallic, filled the room. The nurse screamed in shock, and the specialist doctor went completely blank. Quick, start resuscitation. Ye Qiu's voice was short, but unmistakably clear. The specialist snapped back to reality and realized that this patient they had just declared dead was suddenly showing signs of life. Without asking questions, he immediately rushed to the bedside with the medical staff and took over the emergency treatment. Bai Bing was stunned at first, her usually icy face revealing a mix of shock and excitement. She gave Ye Qiu a long, intense look before throwing herself into the rescue efforts, pushing all doubts aside for the moment. Office of the Executive Vice President. Zhang Lili stood by the desk, reporting every detail of the latest situation word for word to Guadanu. What did you say? Ye Qiu cured a patient who was already declared dead? That's impossible. Guadanu jumped up abruptly, his thick brows furrowed deeply. His gaze was so fierce it felt like he intended to pin Zhang Lili to the spot. The one thing I can't tolerate in this life is being lied to. Director Gua, I swear I'm not lying, Zhang Lili said, trembling but forcing herself to respond. If you don't believe me, you can call the surgery department right now to verify. Seeing her confidence, Guadanu was slightly shaken inside. Could this be true after all? But how could a patient confirmed dead come back to life? There must be something fishy here. What about Ye Qiu's medical skills? He pressed. Not great. Just an inexperienced junior doctor. Zhang Lili replied honestly. Inexperienced, and yet he could save a declared dead patient? Guadanu clearly didn't believe it. A freshly graduated medical student can't have much experience. Zhang Lili shrugged helplessly and quickened her pace. I don't know what's happened, but Ye Qiu seems like a different person these past 2 days. He used to be as weak as a chicken, but now he's unbelievably strong. He used to be timid, but lately, he's been arrogantly ignoring everyone. Enough about Ye Qiu. Guadanu waved his hand to cut her off. What about Xiaozong? I asked you to find him. Did you? Not yet. Zhang Lili felt uneasy mentioning Gua Xiaozong. I tried everything, but there's no trace of him. It's like he vanished without a trace. What kind of idiot are you? You can't even find your own boyfriend when he's missing. What good are you? Useless. Guadanu slammed his hand on the desk, the sound shaking the room. Biting her lip, Zhang Lili lowered her head as a wave of injustice welled up in her eyes, and tears trembled under the light. At that moment, the desk phone suddenly rang. Gua erupted in anger, snatching up the phone. How's it going with the task? Director Gua, as you instructed, I've already copied the video and sent it straight to your email. Good. Gua slammed down the phone and immediately sat at his computer. His inbox popped up, and the surveillance video began to load. Within minutes, he watched it frowning, then nervously replayed it from the start. Zhang Lili stood quietly beside him, inching forward and stealing a glance at the screen. In the footage, Ye Qiu kicked open Gua Xiaokang's hospital room door. In the hallway, he whispered anxiously with Bai Bing. Then the two hurriedly searched back and forth in the garden. Finally, they jumped into a car and sped away from the hospital. The more Zhang Lili watched, the more puzzled she became. She whispered, Director Gua, isn't this just the footage from the day Xiaozong disappeared? Why are you watching this again? Are you serious? Gua shot back, rage boiling over. If you weren't so incompetent, Xiaozong wouldn't still be missing. Do you think I trust anyone else to check the footage? He barked, idiot. Zhang Lili's frustration burst forth at once, tears welling up and streaming down her cheeks. Stop that. Get those tears wiped away immediately. If you dare cry in front of me again, get out of this hospital. Gua slammed his fist on the desk. Stiffening in fear, Zhang Lili hurriedly wiped her tears away. Listen carefully here. Tears are the most useless thing. Just a few drops of water, nothing but annoyance. Director Gua, I'm sorry, she sobbed quietly. You should be sorry to Xiaozong, not me. Gua snorted heavily. You can't even find your own boyfriend, yet you have the nerve to act pitiful in front of me? Shameless. Finished berating her, he pointed at the screen. But I do think your earlier guess was right. Xiaokang's disappearance is definitely connected to Ye Qiu. Did you discover something? Zhang Lili asked quickly. See for yourself. Gua gestured at the monitor. Ye Qiu went straight to the special care ward. His goal was obvious. He was looking for Xiaozong. Look at his expressions in a hurry. If something big related to Xiaozong hadn't happened, why else would he and Bai Bing rush out of the hospital like that? Do you think they left just to eat? Zhang Lili tried tentatively. Are you kidding me? Gua glared. That was not mealtime. Besides, Bai Bing is a notorious workaholic. She's worked here for years without ever taking leave. Someone that disciplined leaving their post during working hours? Doesn't that strike you as strange? Yeah, it is a little odd, Zhang Lili admitted quietly. A little? Gua raised his voice. It's outrageous. Xiaozong disappears. Bai Bing abandons work to leave with Ye Qiu. And Ye Qiu acts hurried. Put these pieces together, and I can say for sure Xiaokang's disappearance is tied to Ye Qiu. Then why wait? Just call Ye Qiu and Director Bai in for questioning, and find out immediately. Zhang Lili brightened. Gua glanced at her and cursed silently. She might look good and have a nice figure, but her brain was mush. Director Gua, should I call Ye Qiu and Director Bai over right now? She asked again. Calling them won't help. How could it not? Just one question might reveal where Xiaozong is. Gua was so exasperated he almost passed out. If Xiaokang's disappearance really involves Ye Qiu and Bai Bing, do you think I'd get anything just by asking? It's like if you killed someone, and I asked if it was you, would you admit it? Zhang Lili raised her eyebrows and countered. She immediately shook her head. Of course not. Anyone who admits it is just plain stupid. Exactly. Guadanu slammed the file shut in anger. Ye Qiu and Bai Bing aren't idiots. If they really made Xiaozong disappear, I wouldn't get a single useful piece of information out of them. Director Gua, what should we do now? Zhang Lili forced a smile, but her voice was full of anxiety. Guadanu pondered for a moment, then suddenly grabbed the office phone and punched a speed dial. Director Bai, get Ye Qiu to my office right away. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up loudly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Zhang Lili didn't understand yet and asked hesitantly, but didn't you just say there's nothing to be gotten from them? Then why bring them here? Stop wasting my time. Guadanu snapped, waving her toward the door. This doesn't concern you anymore. Out. All right. She replied softly and reluctantly stepped back. After the door closed, he muttered under his breath, fool. In the director's office, Bai Bing frowned deeply after hanging up the phone. Director, what's wrong? Ye Qiu asked with concern. Vice President Gua wants us to come over. Bai Bing shook her head. What could he want from us at this hour? Ye Qiu thought for a moment. Probably to ask about the patient's condition. Everyone in the surgery department has been talking about how I saved a life. It's likely related. When we meet with Vice President Guo, listen carefully, say as little as possible by being warned. After all, he's our superior. Don't worry. I know how to handle this. Ye Qiu replied calmly, though inside he was already preparing himself. If Guodanu was reasonable, he'd give him face. But if Guo acted high and mighty, he wouldn't just endure it silently. A moment later, the two arrived at the vice president's office. As soon as the door opened, Guodanu stood up first, his smile warm and welcoming. Director Bai, you're here please, have a seat. To their surprise, he personally poured 2 cups of hot tea and handed them over. Bai Bing was quietly shocked since Guodanu became executive vice president, had always been arrogant and dismissive. But this was the first time she'd seen him offer such hospitality. Ye Qiu immediately became alert. When he was a child, Qian Jinglan once warned him, if someone suddenly treats you overly friendly, they probably have an ulterior motive. Sure enough, Guo's gaze quickly locked on him. Little Yi, I heard you have the power to bring people back from the dead? Vice President Guo, you're joking. I'm just an ordinary person, I don't have that kind of ability, Ye Qiu said evenly, neither humble nor arrogant. I've heard all about your deeds. A hero in his youth. Guodanu gave him a thumbs up, his smile growing even friendlier. Little Yi, because of your outstanding performance, the hospital has decided to give you this year's only full-time position. At these words, both Ye Qiu and Bai Bing were stunned. Deputy Dean Guo, is what you said really true? Bai Bing and Ye Qiu were both stunned almost simultaneously. They had just been worried about Ye Qiu's chances of getting a permanent position, but now hearing Deputy Dean Guo announce it himself left them completely incredulous. Leaning back in his chair, Guodanu smiled and glanced at the two of them. What, Director Bai, do you think I'm lying? It's not that, it's just so sudden, Bai Bing replied cautiously. A few days ago, she had gone to him pleading for Ye Qiu's promotion, only to be rejected outright. Who would have thought that now he would voluntarily hand over the only available slot? Guodanu drummed his fingers lightly on the desk, his tone growing serious. Since you brought up Yi last time, I went through his entire record. Since joining, he's been diligent, hardworking, never shirking any task. If a young man like him can't get regularized, then no one else deserves it. He paused, then added, at today's administrative meeting, I proposed giving this year's sole surgical permanent position to Ye Qiu and it passed unanimously. Ye Qiu listened seriously, but felt something was off. Guodanu pounded the table once, like awarding a medal to a recruit. Yi, from now on you're an official member of the surgical department. Work hard and contribute well. Thank you, Deputy Dean Guo. They'll do my best. Ye Qiu nodded politely, still wary. It didn't seem so simple. Guodanu waved a hand. If you want to thank someone, thank Director Bai. If she hadn't come to tell me about you, I wouldn't even know there was talent like you in the department. Of course his smile deepened with meaning. I did play a small part as well. I won't forget your support, Deputy Dean. He'll make sure to thank you properly when the time comes, Ye Qiu said diplomatically. Guodanu's expression suddenly turned serious. Yi, are you sincere? Absolutely, Ye Qiu answered with firm conviction. Then don't wait until later. Thank me now. Ye Qiu was taken aback. What began as a formality suddenly sounded genuine. He thought silently that Guo's face was pretty thick. May I ask what you want me to do? Guodanu's smile grew wider. It's nothing major. Just a small favor. I want you to use your resuscitation skills and save old Li in the intensive care unit. When the words landed, Bai Bing's expression changed immediately. She spoke up at once. Deputy Dean Guo, you're giving Ye Qiu too much credit. He doesn't have any miraculous skill. She just happened to save a patient by luck before. As for old Li, I'm afraid even he can't help. Director Bai, you need to have more faith in your own people, was said brusquely, waving her off. Besides, Director Li has already intervened. I guaranteed him that Ye Qiu can definitely cure old Li. Bai Bing's face grew grave. Ye Qiu glanced at her and knew something was seriously wrong. He lowered his voice and asked, Director Bai, what illness does old Li have? In a vegetative state. He's been bedbound for 5 years, Bai replied sharply, the weight in her words unmistakable. What? Vegetative state? Ye Qiu sucked in a sharp breath. A vegetative state is unlike other diseases. Other illnesses can be treated symptomatically, and even if incurable, the treatment approach is clear. But a vegetative state is almost a no-go zone for doctors. Many cases don't even have an identifiable cause. Clinical data shows treating patients in a vegetative state is extremely difficult with a very low success rate. Ye Qiu stared at Deputy Dean Guo, silently cursing. Does he think I'm some kind of miracle worker? How is a vegetative state going to get better? Guodong laughed angrily and said, Xiao Yi, since you have the skill to bring the dead back to life, then treating a vegetative patient should be a piece of cake for you, right? In the deputy director's office, the afternoon sunlight streamed through the half-open blinds, slanting onto the desk. Guodong leaned back in the boss chair with his arms crossed. The smile on his face seemed rehearsed in advance, without a trace of hesitation. Ye Qiu stood in front of the desk, his white coat slightly rumpled where his hands clenched it. Deputy Director Guo, I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have any miraculous healing powers. Don't listen to what others say. As for old Li, he shook his head, his tone heavy with reluctance. I'm afraid I can't cure him. Sigh. Xiao Yi, you really put me in a tough spot. Guodanhua leaned his chair back further, his tone turning earnest. I've already guaranteed to Director Li that you can cure old Li. Director Li? Ye Qiu's brow twitched. You don't know yet? Guodanhua pressed his hand on the table, making each word hit Ye Qiu's ears. Old Li's eldest son, Li Xiangyang, is the top official of Jiang's house bureau. Damn. Ye Qiu cursed silently, but forced himself to remain calm on the surface. Guodanhua continued coaxing, and I also told Director Li about your official promotion. He said as long as you can cure old Li, he'll be immensely grateful. And what if I can't? Ye Qiu's lips twitched. He asked bluntly. I believe you'll succeed. Guodanhua kept smiling, but the warmth in his eyes felt ice-cold to Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu took a deep breath and reminded him, Deputy Director Gua, you know we're doctors, not gods. Not all illnesses can be cured, especially complex cases like someone in a vegetative state. As the words fell, the smile on Guodanuo's face suddenly faded. He leaned forward, lowering his voice several degrees. Xiao Yi, I hope you can cure old Li. Otherwise, your promotion might become problematic. Nearby, Bai Bing couldn't help but speak up, frowning. Deputy Director Gua, didn't the office meeting already approve Ye Qiu's promotion? How can there still be trouble? Guo explained calmly. Director Li and his father are very close. Even with his busy schedule, Director Li visits at least once a week, often half a day. His greatest wish is for old Li to regain consciousness. When he heard that Ye Qiu has miraculous healing skills, he immediately hoped Ye Qiu would take on the case. If Ye Qiu succeeds, the sky's the limit for him. But if he fails, Director Li's hope will turn to disappointment, and the promotion will be uncertain. Of course, whether to try or not is still up to Ye Qiu himself. Despite Gua's words, Ye Qiu knew this was no real choice. If he refused, Director Li would be dissatisfied, and not only would the promotion be in jeopardy, his job might be at risk too. Who would dare cross Director Li in Jiangzhou? The air suddenly grew heavy with invisible pressure. Guodanhua glanced at his watch and urged, Xiao Yi, give me an answer quickly. I still have to report back to Director Li. Ye Qiu lifted his head and steadied his voice. Deputy Director Gua, please tell Director Li I'm willing to take a look at old Li. But I can't promise I'll wake up. That's all I needed to hear. Guodanhua slapped the desk and relaxed again. Director Bai, please take Xiao Yi to see old Li now. All right. Bai Bing nodded, stood up, and when she reached the door, she glanced back at Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu smoothed his coat and followed her out of the office. Just as the door handle was turned and a sliver of light appeared through the crack, Guodanhua suddenly called out again, Xiao Yi. Ye Qiu paused, turned around, puzzled. Deputy Director Gua, is there something else? Nothing big, just something small I wanted to ask. Guodanhua smiled warmly. Have you seen Xiaotsong these past couple of days? Upon hearing Guodanu's sharp inquiry about Gua Xiaotsong, Ye Qiu immediately understood that Guodanu was testing him. Because Gua Xiaotsong had gone missing, the deputy director had already grown suspicious of him. Alarm bells rang in Ye Qiu's mind, yet he remained calm and composed, answering without the slightest hesitation, Deputy Director Gua, I was about to ask you the same thing. Where has Gua Xiaotsong gone? I haven't seen him at all. Are you really unaware of his whereabouts? Guodanu narrowed his eyes, like a hawk searching for any sign of deceit in Ye Qiu's expression. But Ye Qiu's face was serene, his breathing steady, nothing betrayed him. I went to the ward to look for Xiaotsong. Zhang Lili said he went for a walk in the garden, so I rushed there but still didn't find him. Ye Qiu continued to explain. Is that so? Guodanu's tone was dripping with skepticism. Xiao Yi, you wouldn't be lying to me, would you? How could you not know where Xiaotsong is? If you don't believe me, you can ask Director Bai. Ye Qiu deflected, nodding toward Bai Bing beside him. Director Bai was right next to me when I went to the garden. He can confirm it. Director Bai, Guodanu looked at Bai Bing. Is what Ye Qiu said true? Ye Qiu isn't lying. What he said is true, Bai Bing answered calmly. Suddenly, a smile crossed Guodanu's face, as if everything was under his control. I thought Xiao Yi would know Sheikong's whereabouts. Ye Qiu shot back, Deputy Director Gua, you're Gua Sheikong's father. Doesn't he inform you where he goes? You don't know, Guodanu shrugged. Xiaotsong is reckless and already an adult. I can't control him. Then he swiftly turned the question on Ye Qiu. Xiao Yi, why are you looking for Xiaotsong? Zhang Lili falsely accused me of plagiarizing Sheikong's medical records. I have to confront her and clear things up in person, Ye Qiu replied, feigning some irritation. Guodanu's tone softened to a friendly one. It's a small matter. When Xiaotsong comes back, they'll have him explain it to you. For now, you should go treat elderly. All right. Ye Qiu nodded and left the office with Bai Bing. As the door closed behind them, Guodanu's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a cold and menacing glare. That little bastard is pretty sly, he muttered, clenching his fist. A cold light flashed in his eyes. If you want to tell me where Xiaotsong is, then don't blame me for being ruthless. He snatched up the office phone and quickly dialed. 5 seconds later, a commanding male voice answered. Who is this? Hello, Director Li. It's Xiaogua here. Guodanu immediately bowed slightly and spoke respectfully. There was a pause on the other end, as if trying to recall which Xiaogua it was. Finally, the voice hesitated. Are you Guadanu from Jiangzhou Hospital? Yes, yes, that's me. Thank you, Director Li, for remembering. Guadanu replied, flattered and speaking faster. What do you want? Director Li asked briefly. Hey, race the thing. Guadanu lowered his voice. We have a surgeon who insists on treating elderly. No matter how I try, I can't stop him. A surgeon? What's his name? How old is he? His name's Ye Qiu. Just in his early 20s. A probationary surgeon. Nonsense. Director Li sharply retorted. A probationary surgeon? How could he possibly cure my father? Guadanu, I order you, don't let that doctor treat my father. Director Li, I really can't stop him. He's already started the treatment. What kind of operation is this? You are the executive deputy director, yet you can't control a probationary doctor? You don't know the situation, Director Li. Director Bai from surgery supports Ye Qiu's treatment plan. I'm stuck. No matter what it takes, you must stop them. I'm on my way to the hospital right now. Slap. The sharp sound of the phone being slammed down came from the other end, and Director Li was so furious his breath was trembling. Meanwhile, Guadanoa angrily put down his phone, a smug smile creeping onto his lips as he sneered coldly. Ye Qiu, I'm going to not only get you fired but also throw you in jail. After leaving Guadanuo's office, Bai Bing's expression grew serious. She almost whispered to Ye Qiu, you shouldn't have agreed to treat him just now. Old Mr. Li has a special status. If anything goes wrong, the trouble will be enormous. Ye Qiu took a deep breath but spoke calmly. Director, I didn't have a choice. If I don't treat him, it'll definitely offend Director Li. If I do, there's still a chance. What if it succeeds? What if? Bai Bing frowned deeply and immediately scolded him. You're a doctor. You can't gamble with hope. Treating patients requires confidence. This is a matter of life and death. I'm sorry, Director. I was wrong. Ye Qiu admitted his mistake promptly, showing sincerity. Bai Bing's expression softened a little, and she reminded him, since you promised, give it your all. Deputy Director Gua is right. If you can really cure old Mr. Li, your path will become much easier. I will do my best. The two of them hurried toward the intensive care unit together. Ye Qiu noticed that this ward was on the same floor as Lin Jingzi's, separated by just a few rooms. As they pushed open the door, the smell of medicine hit them immediately. On the bed lay old Mr. Li, in his 70s, eyes tightly shut, face pale and gray, breathing shallow. A middle-aged female caregiver was bent over, gently wiping his feet. Bai Bing ordered bluntly, you go outside for now. We need to examine old Mr. Li. Yes. The caregiver put down the towel and hurried out of the room. Ye Qiu, take a look at him first. Ye Qiu nodded and grabbed the medical records hanging by the bedside. Several years ago, old Mr. Li had just dozed off in his chair and never woke up, slipping into a vegetative state. Director Li had called in top experts and tried every kind of treatment, but there was never any sign of improvement. Now he was sustained only by nutritional fluids, his body wasted away to skin and bone. Closing the file, Ye Qiu sat by the bed and placed 3 fingers lightly on old Mr. Li's pulse, carefully sensing the qualities of it. Curious, Bai Bing asked, you know traditional Chinese medicine? Yeah, Ye Qiu answered straightforwardly. Why didn't you mention it before? You never asked. So, can you treat old Mr. Li's condition? Ye Qiu hesitated briefly. It's hard to say. His case is very unusual. How unusual? Ye Qiu withdrew his fingers, his eyes serious. The pulse is steady and strong, very different from that of a typical vegetative patient. It seems that old Mr. Li is suffering from the legendary lost soul syndrome. Lost soul syndrome? What kind of illness is that? Bai Bing was hearing the term for the first time and felt a flicker of surprise. She turned her head toward Ye Qiu, who stood solemnly beside the hospital bed. The young Chinese medicine practitioner spoke with gravity, as if explaining the most routine diagnosis. Lost soul syndrome, as the name suggests, means the soul has been lost. Soul? Bai Bing would have scoffed at the idea as mere superstition if it weren't coming from Ye Qiu himself. This was the modern era after all. Ye Qiu ignored the skeptical look in her eyes and spoke in a steady, low voice. The Yunji Qiqian records. Humans have 3 souls. One is called the Shuang Ling, the second Tai Yuan, and the third Yu Jing. They also have 7 spirits: Shi Go, Fu Shi, Ke Yin, Tun Zhe, Fei Du, Chu Hui, and Chou Fei. A person is considered whole only with all 3 souls and 7 spirits. Loss of any one causes illness or dysfunction at best, or loss of life at worst. Seeing Ye Qiu recite the ancient text so seriously, a small drumbeat sounded in Bai Bing's mind. Could there really be such a thing as the 3 souls and 7 spirits in a living person? How do you treat it? She asked cautiously. By calling the soul back. Ye Qiu replied with just 2 words. Bai Bing's expression instantly turned odd. As a Western medicine PhD, she had no reason to believe in ghosts or spirits, yet Ye Qiu's earnestness was no joke. She held back her skepticism and waited to see what he would do. Ye Qiu opened the wardrobe and pulled out a Zhongshan suit that Mr. Li had often worn before. He shook off the wrinkles and hung it on the hook by the door. The fabric swayed slightly. Raising a finger, Ye Qiu traced symbols in the air in front of the garment, murmuring incantations softly. Under the dim light, his shadow flickered on the door like a wandering mystic. Is this really medicine? Bai Bing wondered, her gaze shifting between Mr. Li, the suit, and Ye Qiu as he performed his ritual. Tick, tick. A clock's second hand moved distinctly. After 5 minutes, Ye Qiu suddenly raised his voice. Soul, return. Soul, return. Bai Bing fought the urge to intervene. This looked exactly like a Taoist priest's spell, no scientific basis at all. A moment later, Ye Qiu stopped, exhaling deeply. But Mr. Li on the bed was exactly as before, eyes closed, breathing steady, with no signs of awakening. Strange. Ye Qiu frowned deeply. Bai Bing took the opportunity to ask, what's wrong? By rights, he should have woken by now. Why is there no response? Ye Qiu muttered, disbelief thick in his voice. Bai Bing rolled her eyes inwardly. You expect a few minutes of waving hands and chanting to wake a coma patient? Who are you trying to fool? But she kept silent. Ye Qiu crouched beside the bed, studying Mr. Li's calm face carefully. In his mind, he rapidly reviewed the soul-calling procedures passed down to him. The steps were correct. Enough time had passed. Why no effect? Could the diagnosis be wrong? Maybe Mr. Li didn't have lost soul syndrome after all. A heavy doubt settled in his heart. Seeing this, Bai Bing softened her tone. From a Western medicine perspective, a person in a vegetative state maintains vital signs, but lacks consciousness and thinking due to severe brain or nerve damage. While awakening is possible, the chances are very slim. Don't rush. Take it slow, she comforted gently. Ye Qiu said, I've reviewed Elder Li's medical records. Before his current condition, there was no damage to his brain or nervous system. I just checked his pulse again. It's steady and strong, indicating his physical functions are normal. So, I suspect he's not in a vegetative state, but suffering from dissociation disorder. How about trying acupuncture? Bai Bing suggested. In Elder Li's case, acupuncture won't work, only a soul recall ritual can help. Before she could finish, Ye Qiu suddenly stopped speaking, his gaze fixed on Elder Li's right fingertip. What's wrong? Bai Bing asked anxiously. Just now, Elder Li's fingers seemed to move, Ye Qiu whispered. Bai Bing leaned in for a closer look. After a moment, the right hand remained perfectly still. She frowned. Are you sure you didn't imagine it? Maybe. Ye Qiu was about to give up when suddenly he exclaimed, Director Bai, look quickly. Elder Li's finger moved again. Bai Bing stared down and saw a faint tremor in the finger. Her usually composed face showed rare shock. There's really a response. This is incredible. Both held their breath, watching intently. After about 30 seconds, the slight tremor stopped and the finger went rigid again. Ye Qiu's excitement faded into disappointment. Why is it still not moving? He quickly reviewed the soul recall procedure in his mind. If it was ineffective, Elder Li's finger shouldn't have reacted at all. But the patient hadn't awakened. So where was the problem? Seeing the worry on his brow, Bai Bing gently said, Don't worry, this is already a good sign. Let's think of other ways. Maybe we can get Elder Li to wake up. He'll check his pupils again, Ye Qiu replied, moving closer. At that moment, the hospital room door was suddenly thrown open, and a sharp voice boomed. What are you doing? Ye Qiu looked up to see a stern-faced, middle-aged man stride in, glare piercing. Guadanu followed closely behind, fuming. Director Li, what brings you here? Bai Bing was taken aback, but stepped forward to greet him. The man ignored her and fixed a cold stare on Ye Qiu, his voice sharper. I'm asking what you two are doing. I'm treating Elder Li, Ye Qiu answered honestly. You're Director Li, right? Didn't you ask me to come treat him? That's nonsense. When did I ever let you lay a finger on my father? Director Li's face darkened like iron. Ye Qiu's heart sank as he turned to Guadanu. Gua immediately barked. Ye Qiu, I only told you and Director Bai to assess the situation. How dare you treat the patient on your own? Do you have any discipline? And you, Director Bai? He turned to scold Bai Bing. As head of surgery, you're causing chaos too? Don't you even know Elder Li's identity? If anything happens, how will you explain it to Director Li? Bai Bing's expression stiffened. Vice President Gua, you clearly said in the office just now. Enough. Guadanu cut her off harshly, scowling. Director Bai, go back and write a self-criticism immediately. As for you, Ye Qiu, treating a patient without permission, I'll call a leadership meeting right away and wait for the results. At that moment, Ye Qiu firmly understood. Director Li never invited him to treat Elder Li. It was all Guadanu's trap, using Director Li to drive him out of Jiangzhou Hospital. Otherwise, Director Li wouldn't have appeared so conveniently, full of fury. He coldly faced Guadanu. Vice President Gua, you're ruthless to scheme this far. Too bad, man proposes, heaven disposes. What do you mean by that? Guadanu frowned angrily. Smack. Ye Qiu suddenly slapped Elder Li across the face. The entire room was stunned. No one expected Ye Qiu to suddenly swing his arm and land a hard slap on old Li's face at such a critical moment. It's over. Something bad is about to happen. Bai Bing's face turned pale instantly, her fingertips trembling. Guadanu was first taken aback, then inwardly ecstatic. Ye Qiu was practically begging for death. Everyone knew that Director Li was famous for being a devoted son. Slapping old Li in front of him meant Ye Qiu was as good as finished. Sure enough, Director Li's anger surged as he pointed a shaking finger at Ye Qiu and barked, How dare you hit my father? He'll settle this with you. His eyes reddened with fury as he readied to charge forward. Guo Denois acted fast, stepping forward 2 strides to grab Director Li's arm firmly. Director Li, please calm down. He's just a probationary doctor, not worth going head-to-head with. Let me handle this. Let go of me. I want to handle this myself. Director Li was consumed by rage. Even if he weren't the bureau chief, no son could stand seeing their elderly father struck so brazenly. The angrier Director Li grew, the more excited Guo Denois became. The more furious Director Li was, the worse Ye Qiu's fate would be. Director Li, please leave this to me. I promise I'll make sure you're satisfied. Guo Denois whispered with assurance, then turned and thundered. Ye Qiu, you're fired. Vice President Guo, what did you say? I don't think I heard you right. Ye Qiu responded calmly, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Don't play dumb with me. Guo Denois sneered. You're a doctor who dared to hit a patient, seriously violating medical ethics and hospital regulations. Effective immediately, you're dismissed. In Guo Denois's mind, firing Ye Qiu was just the first step. Next, he planned to use Director Li as his weapon to completely destroy Ye Qiu. Had to get revenge for what Ye Qiu had done to Guo Xiaozong. Previously, he had feared Zhao Yun, but now, with Director Li's backing, all responsibility could be pinned on official authority. He wasn't worried Zhao Yun would come after Director Li. After all, the people don't challenge officials, and Zhao Yun was just an underground figure. Messing with Director Li would be suicide. Guo Denois was certain that once Ye Qiu was eliminated, Zhao Yun wouldn't intervene. The dead had no value. Of course, before making a move, he still needed to find out what happened to Guo Xiaozong. But hearing you're fired, Ye Qiu showed no panic at all. Instead, his smile deepened. Vice President Guo, you sure like showing off your power. Does Zhangzhou Hospital belong to you? You fire whoever you want just like that? Ye Qiu's smile made Guo Denois's heart skip a beat. Could this kid still have some trump card? But then he reminded himself that Ye Qiu had slapped old Li in public, witnessed by Director Li himself. Even if he had a card, it wouldn't matter. With that in mind, Guo Denois felt confident and snapped. Ye Qiu, you seriously violated medical ethics and hospital regulations. As executive vice president, I have the authority to fire you. Which eyes do you see that I violated hospital rules? Ye Qiu retorted. You hit old Li, Director Li, and I saw it with our own eyes. Are you still going to deny it? Guo Denois sneered. I did hit him. So what? You actually have the nerve to argue? Hitting someone is. Ye Qiu raised his hand to cut him off, still calm. Yes, I hit him. No denying that. On what grounds do you accuse me of seriously violating the hospital's regulations? Just because you're the executive deputy director? In the spacious yet somewhat cold special care ward, Ye Qiu stood by the bedside, his tone calm, but each word sharp. Executive Deputy Director Guo's face darkened at that remark. He stepped forward abruptly and shouted angrily. Ye Qiu, don't think you can get away with this. I've decided not only will I fire you, but I will also report you to the authorities and have your medical license revoked. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be a doctor. If I don't deserve it, then neither do you. Ye Qiu shot back without hesitation. Then, turning to Director Li standing nearby, he softened his tone. The reason I slapped Mr. Li was to wake him up. I suppose you wouldn't want your father to spend the rest of his life bedridden and unconscious, would you? Guo's anger froze his expression and he lowered his voice. Ye Qiu, what exactly are you implying? Deputy Director Guo, is it that you can't understand plain language, or is your hearing failing you? Ye Qiu replied bluntly. I've already explained clearly. That slap was to awaken Mr. Li, so it does not violate hospital regulations or go against medical ethics in any way. Nonsense. Guo sneered in fury, pointing at Ye Qiu. In all my years as a doctor, this is the first time I've heard someone claim hitting a patient counts as treatment. If I weren't a doctor myself, I might have been fooled by your nonsense. You don't believe me? Ye Qiu smiled calmly. If you don't, just watch Mr. Li is about to wake up. A junior doctor still on probation, without even a permanent position, actually claimed he could wake a coma patient after 5 years? Guo sneered scornfully. Over those 5 years, Director Li had brought in experts from all over and tried everything to no avail. How could a single slap from Ye Qiu work? Yet Ye Qiu looked completely composed, as if telling the truth. Was mind jerking uneasily, thought. Could this kid really have a way? Impossible. He quickly dismissed the thought, sneering as he stepped closer. Ye Qiu, stop pretending. I've investigated. You've been troubled lately, full of frustration with no outlet, so you took it out on Mr. Li. Then when I and Director Li got involved, you spun lies, pretending to treat him just to stay in the hospital. Isn't that right? Yeah, right. Ye Qiu almost cursed. Deputy Director Guo, you really have some detective skills. I'm impressed. He shifted tone sharply. Instead of wasting time on your nonsense, why don't you go see for yourself? Mr. Li is truly about to wake up. Guo still didn't believe it, but seeing Ye Qiu's resolute expression, he snorted coldly and briskly walked over to the bedside. Under the bright lights of the ward, he looked down. Mr. Li lay quietly, peaceful as before. Ye Qiu, this is what you call about to wake up? Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Who are you trying to fool? Before he finished, Mr. Li suddenly opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm right onto Guo's face. Suddenly, a wave of foul stench hit him. Guo was furious, his stomach churning as if caught in a storm, almost vomiting on the spot. If there weren't so many people in the ward, he would have rushed over to slap Li with both hands. Damn it, Ye Qiu was so close to Li's bedside, yet instead of spitting on him, he chose to spit right on Guo. Was this some kind of bullying against an honest man? What made him even more furious was that Ye Qiu quickly pulled out his phone and started snapping pictures of him, a smug grin playing at the corner of his mouth. Deputy Director Guo, you're really handsome right now. Handsome, my foot. Guo's face darkened with anger until it was almost black. Ye Qiu, I'm ordering you to delete those photos immediately, or else you want to fire me. Ye Qiu raised his eyes coolly. Deputy Director Guo, can you tell me if taking photos like this violates any medical ethics, or breaks hospital rules? Yu Guo was so angry he was about to burst, his whole face turning bright red. Cough cough. Suddenly, Li Letold in the hospital bed began coughing violently. Except for Ye Qiu, every pair of eyes snapped to the bedside. Dad, you're awake? Li Jing rushed forward in a single step, his face full of surprise and joy. Li Letold struggled to open his eyelids, his voice hoarse. Water, water. Li Jing hurriedly poured a cup of warm water and carefully fed it to his father with a spoon, little by little. The scene left Bai Bing and was speechless with disbelief. He really woke up? How was that even possible? Bai Bing glanced at Ye Qiu, a knowing look in her eyes. Others might not understand, but she knew that before Li Jing and Guo barged in, Ye Qiu had just performed a sort of soul awakening ritual on Li Letold. Could it really have worked? She prided herself on being a staunch atheist, but right now, her worldview was being shaken to its core. After his shock, Guo's anger surged even higher. He had planned to use Li Jing's influence to kick Ye Qiu out of the hospital, then take his time dealing with him. The plan was almost complete until Li Letold woke up at the worst possible moment. Just one step away. Why did the old man have to wake now, not earlier or later? Was he deliberately opposing him? Guo clenched his teeth, quickly calculating in his mind. I can't let Ye Qiu get away. This once-in-a-lifetime chance won't come again without Li Jing's help. Frowning, he silently plotted his next move. On the hospital bed, Li Letold drank a few sips of water and his breathing steadied. He opened his eyes again. Dad, how do you feel? Li Jing's voice trembled. I am fine. Li Letold's gaze swept the room in confusion. Where am I? Jiangzhou Hospital, Li Jing whispered. I brought you here after you fell into a coma. How long have I been unconscious? Li Letold asked. 5 years. Li Jing's voice was low but filled with emotion. 5 years, Li Letold gently frowned. It felt like I just took a nap. Slowly, he reached out to stroke Li Jing's thin face, sighing with pain. Xianyang, you're thinner than before. Li Jing's eyes instantly filled with tears. He grasped his father's hand tightly as tears rolled down his cheeks. Dad, I thought I'd never hear your voice again in this lifetime. I never imagined that fate would be so kind that you would wake up. It's truly wonderful. Hearing this, Guodanhua snapped angrily and quickly stepped up to the bedside. He said to Old Li, you don't know during the 5 years you were unconscious, Director Li came to see you several times every week. He bathed you, washed your feet, gave you massages, and even personally did your laundry. He took care of you down to the smallest detail. I believe it was Director Li's filial devotion that moved heaven, and that's why you woke up. Xianyang, you've worked hard, Old Li said to his son, his voice full of relief. Dad, no need to be so polite. Director Li smiled and shook his head. As long as you wake up, I'm willing to do anything. Old Li's gaze then landed on the young man by the bed. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Xianyang, who is this? He's Ye Qiu, a probationary doctor here at our hospital, Guodanhua explained quickly, having noticed Old Li's attention shift to Ye Qiu. Then his tone grew serious. Old Li, you don't know while you were unconscious, Ye Qiu actually hit you. If Director Li and I hadn't rushed over, who knows what else he might have done. I've already decided to fire him. Fire? Who exactly are you firing? Old Li's voice suddenly turned cold. Of course Ye Qiu, Guodanhua smiled, oblivious to the change in atmosphere. Old Li, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Guodanhua, Executive Deputy Director of this hospital. Ye Qiu assaulted a patient, violating hospital rules and medical ethics. Such a troublemaker not only deserves dismissal, I'm also reporting him to the authorities to have his license revoked. Rubbish. Old Li suddenly sat halfway up, shouting fiercely, how dare you fire my lifesaver? This isn't over between us. Guodanhua was frozen in shock at the outburst. Director Li looked confused and asked, Dad, who is your lifesaver? Who else but Ye Qiu? Old Li pointed to Ye Qiu. He was the one who woke me up. That can't be. Director Li struggled to accept it. Xianyang, have you gone crazy in your official duties? Old Li's tone grew heavier. I was unconscious for 5 years, then suddenly woke up today. Did you ever stop to think why? Just think it was heaven's mercy? If heaven really had mercy, wouldn't it care about the poor who can't afford treatment, or children who can't afford school? Old Li's words made Director Li realize. If no one had treated his father, how could he have suddenly woken up? And Ye Qiu was only a probationary doctor who wouldn't have dared to hit the patient without a solid reason. Looking up, he still hesitated. Dad, how do you know for sure it was Ye Qiu who saved you? Of course I know. Old Li recalled. When you two came in, I regained awareness, but had a phlegm blocking my throat, unable to move. You and Director Li stopped Ye Qiu. If had gotten 2 slaps in, that phlegm would have come out long ago. The truth was clear. Director Li immediately stood and bowed sincerely. Ye Qiu, thank you for saving my father. I'm sorry for any offense before. Ye Qiu looked him in the eye and said plainly, Director Li, I saved your father. How are you going to thank me? Director Li was taken aback. It was the first time he met someone so straightforward. What do you want? I want to be made a permanent doctor, Ye Qiu said bluntly. Well, that's direct. Director Li smiled and turned to Bai Bing. Director Bai, Ye Qiu is in surgery. Is he qualified to become permanent based on his ability? Bai Bing nodded immediately. He scored full marks in the interview and has performed excellently since joining. He's fully qualified. Deputy Director Gua, your thoughts? Director Li looked at Guadanua again. Pressed by circumstances, Guadanua forced a nod. Ye Qiu is talent. In that case, go process Ye Qiu's permanent status as soon as possible, Director Li ordered. Yes. Guadanua answered quickly and hurried out of the ward. Afterwards, Ye Qiu chatted casually with old Li and his son for another half-hour before returning to surgery with Bai Bing. Just as they reached the department entrance, a young nurse ran up and handed Bai Bing a bouquet of vibrant roses. Director Bai, someone asked me to give these to you. Who sent them? Bai Bing asked casually. The handover was busy, so I didn't see clearly. The nurse shook her head and left in a hurry. Bai Bing lowered her eyes to accept the roses. Tucked among the petals was a card. She took it out and opened it, her face instantly turning pale. Director Bai, what's wrong? Ye Qiu noticed Bai Bing's expression suddenly stiffened and quickly asked again, while glancing at the card handed to her. The card was crisp and white, with a striking line written boldly, 7 p.m. tonight, Crystal Palace. Don't miss it. Below that, the name Xiao Qingdi was penned with vigorous strokes, the ink still sharp and exuding an audacious arrogance. Bai Bing's fingertips clenched so tightly they turned white, and her breathing noticeably faltered. Curiosity stirred in Ye Qiu's mind. Why did Bai Bing lose composure just seeing this name? Could it be connected to this Xiao Qingdi? Director Bai, who is this Xiao Qingdi? He asked. None of your business, Bai Bing said stiffly, then turned and strode into her office. With a loud bang, she locked the door behind her, leaving Ye Qiu outside. Director Bai? Director Bai, he called several times, but there was no response. With no other choice, Ye Qiu headed toward the special care ward to find Lin Jingji. Pushing the door open, he saw Lin Jingji leaning against the hospital bed, laughing softly while holding her phone. Her body swayed gently with her laughter, her blouse slightly undone, revealing a striking silhouette. The sight flushed Ye Qiu's cheeks, and he was about to quietly leave. Stop right there. Lin Jingzi's sweet voice halted him. Now that you're here, where are you going? Ye Qiu could only turn back with an awkward smile. Lin Jia, I've never seen you laugh so happily before. I didn't want to disturb you. Lin Jingzi's eyes glittered, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Is that the truth? Caught in the lie, Ye Qiu cleared his throat nervously. Then Lin Jia, could you please straighten your clothes? Men and women should keep propriety. Oh. Lin Jingji narrowed her eyes, smiling slyly. You don't like it? The question was too blunt, and Ye Qiu's face reddened further as his steps involuntarily moved back. Come here. Lin Jingji beckoned him with a finger. What for? He asked, stepping back cautiously, thinking this woman was definitely trouble. If I call you over, just come. I'm not going to eat you. Her tone was tinged with impatience. Swallowing his apprehension, Ye Qiu reluctantly approached the bed. Lin Jingji looked up at him. Help me fix my collar. Huh. Ye Qiu stared, the curve of her collar and the expanse of creamy skin fully exposed. Lin Jia, isn't this inappropriate? Aren't you a man? Hurry up, she urged. But this Ye Qiu felt like crying. Lin Jia, please don't make it hard for me. How am I making it hard? If you don't help, I'll accuse you of molestation. She raised an eyebrow slowly. You know I mean what I say? All right, I'll help. Ye Qiu surrendered, trembling hands fumbling to button and smooth her collar. His helpless look was like a little wife scolded unfairly, which made Lin Jingji chuckle aloud. Do I look good? She suddenly leaned closer, breath soft. Lin Jia, what did you say? Ye Qiu didn't catch her words clearly at first. Do I look good? She repeated softly. Ye Qiu looked up, and Lin Jingzi's face was inches from his flawless skin, eyes glistening, as if about to spill tears. His heart pounded wildly as he clumsily dashed to the restroom, closing the door behind him with a snap. Was that really necessary? Ha ha ha, Lin Jingzi's laughter echoed from the ward. A few minutes later, Ye Qiu emerged from the bathroom. Seeing Lin Jingzi's collar neatly arranged, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Are you okay? Lin Jingji asked with a smile. I'm fine, Ye Qiu quickly replied, fearing Lin Jingji would tease him again, and immediately changed the subject. Lin Jia, you were laughing so happily just now. Did something good happen? Tell me about it. Oh, it's nothing, Lin Jingji said as she placed her phone on the coffee table, her eyes curling into a smile. I was just reading an online novel. The author writes in a pretty interesting way. What novel? I like reading web fiction too. Recommend it to me. Ye Qiu said with growing interest. Lately, I've been following a story about a divine doctor. It's really good. I think the author's name is something like Hu Yin or Luan Yu. Lin Jingji replied, then casually added, the novel's so captivating. I bet the author must be good-looking too. Hearing that, a strange ache stirred in Ye Qiu's chest. He forced out a hum. As far as I know, few authors are good-looking. The better the book, the uglier the writer usually is. Like that Hu Yin guy. Jealous? Lin Jingji squinted, smiling knowingly. Jealous of what? Ye Qiu lifted his chin. I'm not into jealousy, I prefer soy sauce. Lin Jingzi's smile deepened, her bright eyes fixed on Ye Qiu without blinking. She clearly saw through him was jealous, but refused to admit it. This little guy could be pretty adorable sometimes, she thought to herself. Ye Qiu felt uncomfortable under her gaze, as if his back were on fire. He quickly switched the topic. Lin Jia, I have some good news to share with you. Don't say it yet. Let me guess. Lin Jingji raised her brows. Is it about your probation ending? How did you know? Ye Qiu's eyes widened. Apart from himself, Bai Bing, Director Li and his son, and Guadanu, almost no one else knew. How could Lin Jingji have found out? Because I have another nickname. All-knowing super cute beauty. She stuck her tongue out playfully. Believe it or not. Ye Qiu shook his head. You don't believe me? Lin Jingji tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Okay, I not only know you're getting formalized, but also know what color your underwear is today. What color? Ye Qiu asked instinctively. You tell me. Lin Jingji glanced at his waist and winked. Ye Qiu's face flushed bright red. Why did Lin Jingji even know that? Was she spying on him? And she said it out loud, this woman was really something like a 30-something tigress. Look at you, getting shy again. Lin Jingji covered her mouth and chuckled. The laughter shook her body slightly, her curves faintly visible. Ye Qiu wished he could sink into the floor. He usually didn't blush easily, but around Lin Jingji, he just couldn't keep his composure. As her laughter faded, Lin Jingji suddenly grew serious. Ye Qiu, having a career isn't enough for a man. You need something more. Lin Jia, what do you mean? Ye Qiu looked at her in confusion. You should have a career, Lin Jingji began, then broke into a smile and teased, in a front line. Ye Qiu was at a loss for words and secretly glanced at Lin Jingji. The ward was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant, and the soft afternoon light streamed through the window, casting gentle contours around Lin Jingzi's hospital bed. Ye Qiu knew very well that this mature woman, flawless in both looks and figure, was deliberately teasing him. For a young man in his early 20s, a woman a few years older already held an inherent allure, let alone someone as captivating as Lin Jingji. Thinking of this, his chest grew warm, and even his breathing became slightly uneven. Lin Jia, please don't do this, his voice trembled. Then what do you want me to do? Lin Jingji raised an eyebrow. Just don't do this. I get it. She smiled seductively and lightly tapped his forehead with her fingertip. You're so bad. But I like it. What do you mean? Ye Qiu didn't understand and instinctively asked again. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Jingji reached up to undo her blouse buttons. His heart leapt into his throat, and he quickly held her hand back. Lin Jia, please, I'm begging you, don't do this, okay? Oh, you don't like me? I do. I really like you. Ye Qiu blurted out. Which man wouldn't like such a charismatic woman? But as a doctor, his professional ethics told him not to get too close to patients, especially in the ward, where anyone could walk in at any moment. He hurriedly searched for an excuse to change the subject. Lin Jia, let me change your dressing? The nurse already did earlier. No need. Then can I get you some water? I'm not thirsty. Are you hungry? I can get some crystal buns from the cafeteria. I'm not hungry either. Then how about? Enough. Stop changing the subject. Lin Jingji smiled sweetly and fixed him with a pointed look. I'm asking you. Do you like me or not? Be honest, no lying. Ye Qiu hesitated a moment, then nodded. That's better. Her voice softened. Kiss me. Lin Jia, don't. Be good. Do as I say. That's enough. Ye Qiu suddenly shouted. Lin Jingji was stunned, frozen for a full 3 seconds before tears welled up in her eyes. Ye Qiu was shocked at his own outburst and quickly regretted it. Lin Jia, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. You did mean it. You were mean to me just now. She turned her head away, choking back tears. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You shouted at me, feel so hurt, sobbing. Seeing her wipe her tears, Ye Qiu panicked and, as if possessed by some impulse, pulled her into a hug. Lin Jingzi's body tensed instantly. A chill like ice flashed in her eyes. Just as that sharp coldness was about to turn into rejection, Ye Qiu whispered urgently into her ear, I'm sorry, Lin Jia. I really didn't mean it. Please don't cry, okay? I promise I won't yell at you again, I will keep my word. His voice quivered like a kid who had wandered into forbidden territory, full of nervousness and guilt. That coldness was gently touched by his sincere panic and slowly softened into warmth. Lin Jingji gradually relaxed her body, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her voice turned tender. I want you to promise me you won't bully me anymore. I promise. I will never bully you again. She looked up at him, her eyes both smiling and serious. And I want you to promise me one more thing, that you'll never leave me for the rest of your life. Ye Qiu was momentarily stunned. What did Lin Jia mean? She wanted me never to leave her? Could it be that she wanted to be with me? Thud. Lin Jingji raised her hand and tapped his forehead lightly, then snorted. Do you really think I want to be your girlfriend? Dream on. Well, even if I did want to be your girlfriend, do you think you'd have the guts? Leaning forward slightly, her eyes locked onto Ye Qiu's with a teasing challenge flickering in her brows. Ye Qiu's Adam's apple bobbed as he almost blurted out, if you dare, I dare, but he swallowed the words. There was a gulf between them. He was just an ordinary young doctor with no status or background. He couldn't even keep someone like Zhang Lili. What right did he have to match someone like Lin Jingji? He sighed and averted his gaze. Lin Jia, you should rest first. I'm going back to the department to work. With that, he turned and left. Just as his foot touched the doorframe of the ICU, Lin Jingzi's voice called after him. Ye Qiu, as a man, sometimes you need to be braver. Ye Qiu paused, then turned seriously. Lin Jia, if someday in the future I have the strength to shelter you from the storm, then I think I will have the courage to pursue you. With those words, he quickened his pace and left. At the bedside, Lin Jingji was silent for a few seconds. Then her lips curved into a radiant smile, blooming like a flower. 10 minutes after Ye Qiu left, the ICU door opened again. A tall woman stepped inside, about 24 or 25, standing around 1.7 meters tall, with winered short hair cut to her ears. A black leather jacket accentuated her slender waist, tight jeans clung to long, toned legs, and she wore sturdy Martin boots, exuding an aura of sharp professionalism and coolness. General Manager Lin. She halted at the bedside, speaking respectfully. Lin Jingji glanced up with a smile. Xiao Jia, what brings you here? It was none other than her personal assistant, Sun Mingjia. Lin Jia, I have a few matters to report to you. Why must this be face-to-face? Didn't I tell you before? Just call me if there's anything. These two things are quite important. I thought it would be better to speak in person. Go ahead. Sun Mingjia reported. First, the Qiandong land has caught the Qian family's eye. Qian Yanru is here in Jiangzhou to represent them for the bidding. That piece of land isn't very profitable anyway. If the Qian family wants it, let them have it, Lin Jingji said calmly, her fingertip lightly tapping the sheet. But we can't let them get it too easily. You know what I mean? Understood. And the second matter? Xiao Qingdi has come to Jiangzhou. Lin Jingzi's expression shifted slightly. Then she seemed to think of something and whispered, he wouldn't be here because of Bai Bing, would he? I think so too. Today he even sent his butler to give Bai Bing some flowers. Lin Jingzi's face instantly hardened. If Xiao Qingdi really came for Bai Bing, then Ye Qiu is probably in trouble. The next day, when Ye Qiu arrived at work and just stepped into the hospital lobby, he was immediately surrounded by a group of young nurses at the information desk. Good morning, Dr. Yi. Dr. Yi, you look so handsome today. Dr. Yi, have you had breakfast? I have some soy milk here, would you like a cup? 7 or 8 nurses chattered away, handing him disposable paper cups, as if greeting a celebrity. Ye Qiu froze. He had been working at Jiangzhou Hospital for a while, and these nurses usually treated him like invisible air, at most offering a polite nod. Their sudden over-the-top enthusiasm was definitely unusual. Ladies, what's gotten into you all today? Smiling so brightly? He asked, pretending not to understand. Dr. Yi, don't you know? One nurse winked. It's about your permanent staff appointment. Permanent staff? Ye Qiu's mind was crystal clear, but he played ignorant. No way. I heard there was only one spot for permanent positions this round. How could it be me? Don't tease me. No joke. Another nurse showed him her phone. The hospital's WeChat group sent out a notice early this morning. Haven't you seen it? A few days ago, his WeChat group had been flooded with rumors about him plagiarizing Guo Xiaokang's case reports. He had muted the group chat completely to avoid distractions. Ye Qiu quickly pulled out his phone and looked at the group announcement. There it was, Ye Qiu officially promoted to permanent staff doctor. At that moment, he felt as if the gears of fate had suddenly clicked. Just a couple of days ago, he was worried about being fired. Now, he was securely employed. Sorry, I really hadn't seen it, he said quietly, putting his phone away, inwardly amazed but outwardly calm. The nurses chattered excitedly, congratulating him. Dr. Yi, congratulations on your permanent appointment. Such great news, you have to treat us. Absolutely. Ye Qiu smiled and nodded. He'll buy all of you milk tea at lunch. Thank you, Dr. Yi. The group erupted in cheers. Just as things settled down, someone teased. Dr. Yi, when are you going to find a girlfriend? Several of us are single, you know? Ye Qiu's scalp tingled. He glanced at his watch anxiously. Work time started, ladies. Bye. With that, he slipped away from the information desk as fast as he could. As he walked down the surgical corridor, he kept running into colleagues, nurses, interns, lab technicians who now greeted him warmly. Good morning, Dr. Yi. Congrats on going permanent. Every smiling face looked as fresh as if they had just rinsed with mouthwash. In just a few minutes, Ye Qiu grasped the harsh truth. A man can't be poor, and worse yet, he can't lack a career. Even a small step like going permanent was enough to turn everyone's attitude around. If one day he became head of the department, or even hospital director, that enthusiasm would likely multiply many times over. Standing outside the head of surgery's office, he composed himself and raised his hand to knock. Knock knock. Come in. Bai Bing's cold voice called from inside. Ye Qiu pushed the door open and saw Bai Bing sitting at her desk. head bowed as she reviewed documents. Director Bai, he greeted quietly. Is there something you need? Bai Bing's eyes stayed fixed on the papers, her voice calm. It's like this: the hospital has officially approved my regular appointment. I wanted to ask about my upcoming work assignments, Ye Qiu said, straightening his posture and speaking steadily. Only then did Bai Bing look up. She removed her frameless glasses from the bridge of her nose, still speaking crisply. Starting today, you are allowed to see patients independently. Really? Ye Qiu's eyes lit up. For a doctor, being trusted to handle cases alone was a clear sign of recognition. He could hardly hide his excitement. Bai Bing nodded, her tone low but firm. You performed well during your probation and you're familiar with our department. So, I've decided to let you take on patients on your own. But there are a few things you must pay attention to. She held up 2 fingers, instructing him. First, always maintain a good attitude toward patients. Second, if you're unsure about a diagnosis, do not make decisions on your own. Reported in time. Remember that? I remember, Director. Don't worry, they'll strictly follow your guidance. Ye Qiu assured her immediately. Good. You may get back to work now. Bai Bing lowered her head again and opened the next medical file. Ye Qiu didn't move, still standing there. After a moment, Bai Bing noticed and looked up at him with a puzzled expression. Is there something else? Director, what's wrong with your eyes? Ye Qiu finally asked the question had been holding back. Bai Bing's eyes were bloodshot, as if she had been crying, with dark circles clearly visible under them. She shrugged off the concern lightly. I woke up this morning with discomfort in my eyes. The ophthalmologist said it's just dry eye syndrome, nothing serious. Some eye drops should do the trick. So that's why? Ye Qiu's voice carried genuine concern. Director, work will never end, but you really should take better care of yourself. Bai Bing gave a slight nod in response. Well, they'll get going then. Ye Qiu turned to leave. Wait. Bai Bing suddenly called out. He turned back, puzzled. Director, is there something else? Do you have time this Saturday evening? She asked. I think so. I'm attending a banquet that night. I want you to accompany me. What kind of banquet? Ye Qiu pressed. Do I need to prepare anything? No need. It's just an ordinary dinner party, Bai Bing replied plainly. All right. Without thinking much, Ye Qiu agreed readily. Meanwhile, in the softly lit ICU, Sun Mingjie approached Lin Jingxi's bedside, handing him a gilded invitation. President Lin, this Saturday the upper crust of Jiangzhou will hold a welcome banquet at the Crystal Palace for Emperor Shaoqing. Many of Jiangzhou's elite will attend. This is their official invitation for you. Lin Jingxi casually tore it open, glanced at it, then tossed it onto the nearby tea table with a scoff. Just Emperor Shaoqing? Let them fawn over him all they want. If it were his older brother, Champion Marquis Xiaojiu, these people would be bowing for miles. Boring. I'm not going. Sun Mingji's eyes flickered as she lowered her voice. President Lin, I heard a little rumor that might change your mind if you hear it. What rumor? Tell me. Lin Jingji raised an eyebrow. I heard that Emperor Shaoqing will propose marriage to Bai Bing publicly at the banquet. Oh. Surprise flashed in Lin Jingxi's eyes before a sly smile curved her lips. Looks like I absolutely must go to that banquet after all. Ye Qiu had his very own clinic for the first time. Although it was just a tiny 10 square meters, he felt completely satisfied. The mint green walls had just been freshly painted, and the air still carried a faint, refreshing scent. The blinds by the window were spotless, carefully wiped down by him. After straightening the chairs and desk, polishing his stethoscope, turning on the computer, and promptly putting on his white coat, he smoothed his sleeves and exhaled deeply. Everything was ready. He was prepared to start calling patients. Just then, the door was suddenly slammed open. Why are you the one getting the permanent position? On what grounds? Zhang Lili stormed in, her high heels clicking fiercely on the floor. She clutched her bag tightly, her face flushed with anger. Because of my capabilities, naturally, Ye Qiu replied calmly, his gaze steady. Are you joking? What era do you think this is? Capabilities mean nothing. She took a few aggressive steps forward, her voice rising as if to tear the roof off. Tell me, what dirty tricks did you use to get Vice Director Guo to agree to give the permanent spot to you? I told you, it's based on ability. Ye Qiu didn't want to waste more breath. He raised a hand toward the door. If there's nothing else, please leave. I need to see patients. You're kicking me out? Zhang Lili instantly lost her temper, pointing at him and shouting. This permanent position was supposed to be mine. If you hadn't butted in, I would have gotten it by now. Do you have any idea how much I sacrificed just to get this position? I know. Ye Qiu looked her in the eyes. You slept with Guo Xiaocong to get it. Zhang Lili sneered and lifted her chin defiantly. That's right, I slept with Guo Xiaocong. But that's only because of you. If you had power or influence, or if your father were the vice director, would I have needed to sleep with anyone? Ye Qiu was momentarily stunned. This woman kept shattering his understanding, casually justifying sleeping with someone as if it were the most natural thing. It was utterly baffling. Enough, Zhang Lili. We have nothing between us anymore. Please leave. You're kicking me out again. You're just an illegitimate child. How dare you kick me out? How dare you? Zhang Lili roared. Once, Ye Qiu had been humble and submissive in front of her, never daring to speak harshly. But since their breakup, he had repeatedly rejected her advances, and now he was telling her to leave. Because this is my clinic. Is that reason enough? Ye Qiu's tone grew colder. It's just a permanent position you act so high and mighty. Zhang Lily gritted her teeth. Ye Qiu, I never expected you to even steal my permanent spot. You're disgusting. First of all, permanent positions aren't anyone's property. Everyone competes on their own merit. You didn't get it because you weren't good enough. Second, disgusting? Who's more disgusting? Selling your body for a position that's truly vile. That's you. Ye Qiu didn't raise his voice, but every word came out clearly. Also, stay as far away from me as possible from now on. Don't try to prove your existence in front of me again, or I won't hesitate to slap you. Yu Zhang Lily trembled with fury. Get out. Ye Qiu slammed his hand on the desk with force, making the cup vibrate loudly. With a loud bang, Zhang Lily took a few steps back, startled by his intensity. Her eyes burned with resentment as she stared daggers at him. You dare bully me? Just wait until Xiaozong returns, I won't let you off. With that, she shot Ye Qiu one last fierce glare and stormed out, her footsteps chaotic. Waiting for Guo Xiaozong? In your dreams, Ye Qiu snorted coldly. The room was thick with a tense atmosphere. He took several deep breaths to calm the mood Zhang Lily had disturbed and sat down again, pressing the button to call the next patient. The morning appointments were packed solid, and he stayed busy until noon before finally getting a moment to breathe. Taking advantage of the lunch break, he grabbed his food box and headed to the inpatient department to visit Lin Jingzhai, had promised to check on her every day. Lin Jia, still reading novels? Ye Qiu asked as he entered, seeing Lin Jingzhi holding her phone with a silly grin. Yeah, luckily there are novels to read, otherwise it would be so boring. Lin Jingzhi closed her phone and looked up at Ye Qiu beside the hospital bed. How was your first day seeing patients? Feeling tired? Not too bad. Ye Qiu rubbed his shoulder, still excited. A bit tiring, but getting to meet all kinds of patients has been really rewarding. Your dream is to become a great doctor, Lin Jingzhi said as she gently patted the back of his hand, her tone warm but firm. You've taken your first step, keep it up, and stay persistent. I will, Ye Qiu said, sitting down on the chair beside the bed. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his voice. Lin, I want to ask you about someone. Who? Xiao Qingdi, do you know him? He was eager to understand the background behind the bouquet of flowers from yesterday. The name on the card had upset Bai Bing, and that stuck in his mind. You're asking about Xiao Qingdi because of Bai Bing, right? Lin Jingzhi hit the nail on the head. Ye Qiu felt he'd found the right person and quickly pressed on. Who exactly is he? The second young master of the Xiao family in the capital, Lin Jingzhi answered without hesitation. Ye Qiu knew nothing about the Xiao family, so he asked again, is the Xiao family powerful? Well, they're powerful in some ways, ordinary in others, Lin Jingzhi shrugged. They only have 2 brothers, so it's not a large clan in numbers. Hardly a real family in the traditional sense. But no one dares to mess with them. Why is that? Because Xiao Qingdi's older brother is Xiao Jiu, marquis champion. Ye Qiu gasped inwardly. Zhao Yun had once mentioned this northern war god, top of the dragon ranking, commanding an army of millions, with immense power. Lin Jingzhi added, Xiao Qingdi isn't as dazzling as his brother, but he's no slouch either. Graduated from Cambridge, runs a company worth billions before turning 30, and was named Outstanding Young Entrepreneur by Fortune magazine. She rolled her eyes. But his biggest problem is arrogance. Riding on his brother's reputation, he does whatever he wants, lawless and reckless. Lin Jingzhi stared at Ye Qiu. Your sudden interest in him must be related to Bai Bing, right? Yeah, Ye Qiu did not deny it. Someone sent flowers to Director Bai yesterday, with a card signed Xiao Qingdi. When she saw it, she completely lost her composure. That's not surprising. Lin Jingzhi crossed her arms. Bai Bing studied at the Royal College of Physicians in the UK, and Xiao Qingdi studied at Cambridge. They were both international students. I see now, Ye Qiu suddenly understood. Were they a couple? Exactly. Xiao Qingdi was Bai Bing's first love. Lin Jingzi's tone was unusually reflective. Then why did they break up? That's their business. How would I know? Lin Jingzhi reminded him. From what I've heard, Xiao Qingdi still can't forget Bai Bing. You'd better not get too close to her, or you might attract his wrath. That guy's completely out of control, do anything. MHM. Ye Qiu nodded but felt Lin Jingzi's sharp gaze fixed on him. Oh, by the way, she squinted. Why do you care so much about Bai Bing? Do you like her? I'm just curious. Lin, don't get the wrong idea. Ye Qiu quickly waved his hands. Lin Jingzhi pouted, clearly displeased. I don't like it when you bring up other women in front of me. I'm mad now unless. Unless what? Ye Qiu asked anxiously. Unless you kiss me, then I'll forgive you. Lin Jingzhi stared at Ye Qiu with her big, sparkling eyes, shining like clear autumn water, exuding a charm that made one's knees go weak. Ye Qiu felt his face flush and stammered. Lin Jia, maybe this isn't a good idea? Remember what I told you last time? Sometimes men need to be a little braver, Lin Jingzhi whispered softly. She closed her eyes deliberately, lifting her chin slightly, and gently offered her bright red lips toward Ye Qiu, silently inviting him to kiss her. Ye Qiu hesitated for 3 seconds before finally making up his mind. He slowly leaned in, closing the distance between them bit by bit. Suddenly, a strange milky fragrance reached his nose. As a doctor, He immediately realized it wasn't perfume, but a natural body scent. His heart jerked in surprise. Lin Jie actually had her own distinct natural scent. He recalled a recent foreign study sampling 10,000 women, which found that women with genuine, unique natural body fragrance were extremely rare, only one in the group. The study concluded that such a natural scent wasn't common but a precious, rare existence representing the finest in humanity. Ye Qiu inched closer, the space between them shrinking until only 10 centimeters remained. Lin Jingxi's breathtaking beauty filled his vision, her lipstick vivid and luscious like a freshly bloomed rose, radiating tempting allure. He swallowed nervously. The closer he got, the faster his heart pounded, his face growing hot with a mix of anxiety and excitement. The distance kept narrowing 7 centimeters, 6, 5, 4, then 3. At just 3 centimeters away, Ye Qiu's nerves peaked. Holding his breath, he closed his eyes and slowly leaned forward. His lips were about to touch Lin Jingxi's when suddenly, she pushed him away. Ye Qiu looked stunned. Lin Jie, what was that? You little flirt, you really wanted to kiss me. Didn't you say you wanted me to kiss you? Lin Jingxi winked, teasing. I'm not just anyone. I was testing whether you had the guts. Didn't expect you actually, did you, naughty boy? Ye Qiu finally understood she was teasing him again. He felt a little annoyed and wished he could pin her down and kiss her properly, but he didn't have the courage. With a smile, Lin Jingxi asked, curious, why did you close your eyes just now? Is it because you've kissed girls before like that? Ye Qiu blushed deeply. He had never kissed a girl before. Even with Zhang Lily, whom had been seeing for a while, they'd only held hands. For a man in his 20s, this was a total failure. Not wanting to admit it, he stubbornly replied, literary figures say love is blind, and closing your eyes lets you feel the poetry. Physiologists explained that dozens of facial nerves get stimulated during a kiss, causing the eyes to close unconsciously. Chemists have studied that exchanges of hundreds of protein molecules in saliva trigger dreamy illusions, making your eyelids droop. But since he hadn't actually kissed her just now, no saliva molecules were exchanged. He took a deep breath and looked Lin Jingxi squarely in the eyes. Be honest with me, have you never kissed anyone before either? Lin Jingxi interrupted Ye Qiu with a smile that blossomed like a flower. Ye Qiu's face flushed bright red, hot all the way to his ears, wishing he could just disappear into the ground. His attempt to sound experienced had backfired spectacularly. Instead of proving his worldliness, he had accidentally revealed his complete inexperience with kissing, making a fool of himself in front of Lin Jingxi. Just as he was trying to come up with an excuse to slip away, Lin Jingxi coquettishly beckoned him over with a curl of her finger and said softly, it's okay if you have no experience. I can teach you slowly. Time flew by quickly. Before he knew it, Saturday arrived. That day Ye Qiu had no work, but he got up earlier than usual. After getting ready, he saw Qian Jinglan preparing to go buy groceries, so he said, Mom, buy fewer groceries today. I won't be eating dinner at home. Something going on tonight? Qian Jinglan asked, turning around with the shopping basket in her hand. Yeah, I need to accompany Director Bai to attend a banquet. Director Bai invited you as her date? Ye Qiu nodded. Well, son, you've landed Director Bai pretty fast. Qian Jinglan smiled knowingly. Show her, next time you see her, tell her to introduce you to her parents and arrange the wedding. Mom, where are you getting this from? Director Bai and I are just colleagues. We're not dating, Ye Qiu said, trying to explain. Just colleagues? Then why would she invite you to a banquet? Qian Jinglan looked skeptical. Ye Qiu had to emphasize again. Really, we're just ordinary co-workers. Qian Jinglan adopted a seasoned tone. If a woman is willing to ask you to be her partner for an event, it means she likes you enough to introduce you to her friends. Remember when I was kidnapped, and Bai Bing risked her life to rescue me with you? That shows how much she cares. She would literally give her life for you. Such a woman, you have to cherish her. Then she added with a teasing smile, besides, I've checked out Bai Bing's figuresh got a round, shapely behind. She's definitely able to have a son. Ye Qiu was utterly speechless. Oh, do you have a formal suit for the banquet? Qian Jinglan suddenly remembered. I bought a suit last year for graduation. Wore it once. I plan to wear that tonight. That won't do. Qian Jinglan shook her head. The fabric's cheap, and it's not formal enough. You have to buy a new one. It's just a banquet. Isn't it a waste of money? Ye Qiu thought it was unnecessary. No way, Qian Jinglan said firmly. Men want face, and so do women. If you look shabby, aren't you embarrassing Bai Bing? Feeling bad for his mother, Ye Qiu suggested, we don't have much money. It would be better to buy you some skincare products instead. But Qian Jinglan insisted, Bai Bing's friends must be important people. Whether or not you two have a future, the way she treats you means you can't let her down in front of them. Trust me, they'll buy the suit. You just go get a haircut and look sharp. Ye Qiu had no choice but to agree. At noon, Qian Jinglan came back, carrying 2 elegant paper bags and a brand new pair of leather shoes. The receipt showed the suit and pants cost 13,000, and the shoes 2,000 yuan. Ye Qiu gasped this was a huge expense his mother would have to work hard for months to cover. Mom, I'm sorry, he said, filled with guilt. He regretted ever agreeing to go with Bai Bing. Do you think it's not worth it? Qian Jinglan saw right through him. Ye Qiu nodded. Silly son, she patted the shoulder of the suit. I bought this expensive outfit not just so Bai Bing won't be embarrassed. I imagine this banquet will be fancy. You should see what upper-class society is like. When a man has a broader perspective, a bigger heart, and greater ambition, he can become someone important in life. Those words stunned Ye Qiu's mother. Suddenly felt unfamiliar, almost like a different person. Noticing his look, Qian Jinglan smiled and added, I learned all this from TV. Thought it made sense, so I'm telling you. Ye Qiu smiled and made a solemn promise. Mom, I won't let you down. One day, he'll become a great doctor. Mom believes in you. The afternoon dragged on, time seeming to stretch endlessly. Ye Qiu paced back and forth, glancing at the clock on the wall, eager for nightfall to come quickly. At last, at 6 o'clock, his phone rang. Come pick me up. Bai Bing lived in a studio apartment. When Ye Qiu arrived, Bai Bing still had a facial mask on her face. As soon as the door opened, Ye Qiu's appearance immediately caught her eye. A deep navy suit that hugged his frame perfectly, a crisp white shirt neatly pressed, and a Weiner tie that shimmered softly under the light. He looked both stylish and sharp, and his smile was gentle and warm. Director Bai, does this look all right? He asked, fastening his cufflinks and raising his voice slightly. Looks great, Bai Bing nodded. I even prepared a suit for you, but I didn't expect you'd have it all put together already. It suits your temperament well. Hearing he had wasted money, Ye Qiu winced inwardly but forced himself to hide the awkward feeling. When do we leave then? Wait a moment. I'll go change, Bai Bing said, and turned to walk into the bedroom. About 10 minutes later, the bedroom door opened again. Bai Bing had changed into a pure white off-shoulder gown. Her collarbones shimmered faintly under the soft light. Her slender waist traced a perfect curve, and her skin was as pale and smooth as porcelain. An aura of elegance radiated from her. Ye Qiu was stunned. Bai Bing usually dressed in professional attire year-round sharp, but a little stiff. Now, dressed in this gown, it was as if she had been reborn, striking and utterly captivating. Feeling his gaze, Bai Bing asked softly, is it okay? More than okay. It's incredible. Ye Qiu complimented sincerely. Director Bai, only 2 words can describe you right now. What words? Goddess. Bai Bing's ears flushed pink as she teased, smooth talker. I mean it, Director Bai. You look stunning. Her face reddened further. She cleared her throat in embarrassment. We'll go put on some makeup, just wait a bit longer. She returned to the bedroom, leaving Ye Qiu to sit bored on the sofa, scrolling through his phone, but frequently glancing toward the door. 40 minutes later, the bedroom door opened for the 3rd time. This time, Ye Qiu barely blinked. Her light makeup enhanced her features without overwhelming them. Her jet black hair was pinned up neatly, revealing a smooth forehead. Her eyebrows curved gracefully above bright, clear eyes like stars. Her nose was well-defined, cheeks flushed with a natural rosy glow. Her lips were soft and red, like cherries glistening with dew, and her flawless complexion left no trace of imperfection. If her bare face had scored 90 points, this look was a perfect 120. Even more remarkable was the noble aura she carried effortlessly, like a princess straight from an imperial palace. Noticing Ye Qiu's stunned expression, Bai Bing inwardly felt pleased, but kept her usual cool tone. What are you staring at? Startled back to reality, Ye Qiu quickly praised, Director Bai, you look amazing. If you entered the entertainment industry, you'd outshine all the top actresses. His words made Bai Bing's heart flutter, though her face remained composed. Then tell me, who looks better, or Lin Jingji? You're both. Ye Qiu started to say both beautiful, but caught the sharp look Bai Bing was giving him. He instinctively froze. Her gaze was intense, radiating a powerful presence. Under such pressure, Ye Qiu quickly corrected himself and said, you're both stunning, but Director Bai, you're a fairy. Bai Bing furrowed her brows slightly. Is there really a difference between a fairy and a beauty? Oh, a big one, Ye Qiu replied with a smile. Beauties are everywhere on earth, but fairies only exist in the heavens. But I'm here on earth right now. Then you must be a fairy who's fallen to the mortal world. That remark clearly touched Bai Bing's heart. Her frown relaxed, the corners of her lips lifted slightly, and she couldn't help but feel a small thrill inside. Director Bai, when do we leave? Ye Qiu tactfully changed the subject. Bai Bing glanced at her watch. It's about time. Let's go. By the way, do you know how to drive? Yes, I got my license back in college. Then you'll drive tonight. They took the elevator down to the underground parking garage. Ye Qiu first spotted the Audi A3 that Bai Bing usually used. Just as he was about to step over, Bai Bing pointed to a car beside it. Drive this tonight. Following her finger, he saw a brand new Mercedes sports car quietly parked, its sleek body gleaming coldly under the lights. Director Bai, is this your car? Ye Qiu couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, I rarely drive it, Bai Bing said as she handed over the keys. Use it tonight. Instantly, Ye Qiu understood. Tonight's banquet had to be a high-end affair. If Jinglan hadn't spent a fortune preparing his suit, he really would have been worried about embarrassing Bai Bing. At the same time, he wondered where a chief surgeon would get the money for a sports car worth over $1,000,000 yuan. Most likely, Bai Bing's family was wealthier. Background definitely wasn't ordinary. Let's go, Bai Bing prompted simply. Ye Qiu sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel of the sports car for the first time. All he could think was one word: thrilling. 25 minutes later, the Mercedes smoothly pulled up outside the Crystal Palace. The Crystal Palace was the most luxurious five-star hotel in Jiangzhou, now brilliantly lit with countless top-tier luxury cars lined up at the entrance. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, Maybach, Mercedes, BMW. It looked like a luxury car show. Ye Qiu was shocked inside but kept his expression composed, afraid of seeming unsophisticated. Bai Bing glanced at him sideways. Seeing his calm demeanor, a gleam of appreciation appeared in her eyes as she quietly reminded him, "If anyone asks later, just say you're my boyfriend. That's how I'll introduce you." "Okay." Ye Qiu nodded, a surge of excitement rising in his chest. With Bai Bing's beauty, surely many people would envy him. But then he remembered Xiao Qingdi. Sister Lin had said Xiao Qingdi was also in Jiangzhou. What if he showed up at the banquet? The excitement quickly turned into worry. After they got out of the car, the hotel doorman hurried over and took the keys to park the car for them. Arm in arm, they walked toward the hotel entrance. "Welcome, distinguished guests. Please show your invitation cards." For security guards flanked the entrance, one stepping forward to block them. The other's eyes were fixed on Bai Bing, full of admiration. Bai Bing handed over the invitation card. After breaking the seal to glance inside, the guard suddenly looked up at Ye Qiu and said, "I'm sorry, sir, but you are not allowed to enter." Ye Qiu was taken aback, not expecting the security guard to deny him entry. He asked, "Why can't I go in?" The guard, dressed in a deep blue uniform, smiled politely while holding up the invitation card. His tone was courteous but firm. "Sir, the banquet has strict rules. Only those who present an invitation with their own name on it are allowed inside. But this invitation doesn't have your name." Ye Qiu furrowed his brow. Bai Bing, standing beside him, darkened her expression, clearly annoyed. "Forget it. We're not attending the banquet. Let's go back." She turned to leave. "Wait." Ye Qiu called after her, then reached out to the guard. "Please give me back the invitation." The guard hesitated briefly before handing the card back. Ye Qiu pulled a black pen from his suit pocket and scribbled his name in the blank space on the card. Then he casually handed it back, smiling confidently. "Now it has my name. Can I go in?" The guard froze, clearly baffled by this unusual move. "Sir, your situation is quite special. I don't have the authority to decide this. Could you please wait here a moment while I ask for instructions?" "All right." Ye Qiu nodded calmly. Upstairs on the 5th floor of the hotel, the presidential suite was softly lit, crystal chandeliers scattering delicate light. 3 young men sat around a leather sofa, champagne bubbles rising steadily in their glasses. He Hao, the short-haired youth, tapped his glass lightly and glanced at Feng Yuling, who had striking blonde hair. "Yuling, I heard that Xiao Qingdi is extremely arrogant and hard to get along with. Is that true?" Opposite him, Li Qiancheng, the red-haired youth with earrings, wearing flashy red suit and light eyeshadow, joined in teasingly. "Yuling, I also heard Xiao Qingdi is super overbearing. He relies on his brother, champion Marquis Xiaojiu, to do whatever he wants. What if he bullies me? I'm scared." Feng Yuling frowned, waving his hand dismissively. "Li Qiancheng, could you stop being so disgusting? I advise you, when Xiao Gongzi arrives, you better keep quiet. He hates guys like you, the effeminate types." Li Qiancheng slumped his shoulders in mock grievance. "Come on, Yuling, don't be so harsh. You know I don't want to be this way. You're well aware I grew up fatherless with an overly doting mother. How is that my fault? Men who aren't men and women who aren't women are truly revolting." Feng Yuling spat. "You might as well just go abroad and have surgery to change your gender. You're teasing me again, Yuling. Keep this up and I'll ignore you." "Good. Do that. Save me the disgust." Li Qiancheng turned to He Hao, pretending to plead. "Hao, look, Yuling's bullying me." He Hao chuckled lightly and waved his hand, signaling not to make a fuss. "Yuling's joking. Don't take it seriously. By the way, when is Xiao Qingdi arriving?" Feng Yuling glanced at his watch, replying nonchalantly, "He should be here soon." He Hao frowned slightly. "Xiao Qingdi's almost here. So why hasn't Wang Xian come yet?" Yuling raised his glass with a teasing smile. "How? You probably don't know Zuandud is likely crying his eyes out at home now. Why? Because the woman he likes has caught Xiao Gongzi's eye." He Hao was taken aback. "You mean Bai Bing?" Feng Yuling nodded. Xian has had a long crush on Bai Bing, but never found the chance to confess. He Hao recalled the young woman he had met briefly. She was truly striking. He sighed softly. "Honestly, even am a bit captivated. But since she's the woman Xiao Qingdi wants, that's beyond our reach. Hopefully Wang Xian sees that clearly and doesn't get hurt by false hopes." Feng Yuling laughed and said, "Xian Xiao still can't let it go. For people like us, a mere snap of the fingers and women come running. Why give up the whole forest for just one tree, especially when that tree is forever off limits to him?" The short-haired young man lifted his glass, swirling the amber liquid inside, and agreed. "Yeah, anyone who messes with Xiao Qingdi's woman is dead meat." He drained his drink, then changed the subject. "By the way, Yuling, is Xiao Qingdi easy to get along with?" Feng Yuling leaned back on the sofa, recalling the past. "Well, from what I know, Xiao Gongzi is actually pretty easygoing, especially generous with his own people. Last time I went to the capital, he specifically invited me to a club. The women there were all top-tier beautiful, hot bodies, attentive service. I'm still dreaming about it. If we get the chance, they'll take you there to see for yourself. Brother how? You don't know, the young man added, but Li Qianqing cut in. Pinching his fingers in a flirtatious gesture, he smiled sweetly. Yuling, I want to go too. Can you take me along? Get lost, you damn fairy. Feng Yuling's eyes darkened as he shot Li Qianqing a sharp glare. But Li Qianqing acted like a cat, whose tail had been stepped on. You're mad at me? How dare you tell me to scram? He'll show you a roll. Before he finished, he rolled twice on the living room carpet, causing Feng Yuling and the short-haired guy to burst into laughter. After the laughter died down, Feng Yuling glanced at his watch. It's getting late. Let's go downstairs to greet Xiao Gongzidant on him arriving and seeing no one, thinking we're snubbing him. The short-haired guy stifled his smile. Ambition sparked in his eyes. Yuling's right. This time, we have to treat Xiao Qingdi right. If he backs us, joining forces, maybe we can make it into the top-tier families. Let's go? Feng Yuling stood up first, but just as he spoke, there was a sudden knock at the door. He stopped in his tracks and called out, "Come in." The door opened, and a security guard quickly stepped in, bowing his head in salute. Young Master Feng, I'm unsure about something and wanted your instructions. What is it? Feng Yuling raised an eyebrow. The guard handed over a gold-embossed invitation. A guest attending the banquet has no name on the invitation, but wrote his own on it. I'm not sure if I should let him in. Feng Yuling took the invitation, flipping it open. His brows lifted slightly. Ye Qiu? He came with Bai Bing. Yes, young Master Feng. How old is he? What's his relationship with Bai Bing? Feng Yuling asked. Looks to be in his 20s. They seem close, like Bai Bing's boyfriend. But I checked Bai Bing hasn't publicly announced a boyfriend since returning. Feng Yuling's expression darkened. He looked at the short-haired guy and Li Qianqing. Heard of him? Both shook their heads. The short-haired guy shrugged. Never heard of him. Probably no big deal. Feng Yuling snorted coldly. Xiao Gongzi is going to propose to Bai Bing later. Whoever this Ye Qiu is, to avoid trouble, he absolutely cannot enter. He'll tell him right away, the guard nodded. Feng Yuling waved him off. They'll go myself and greet Xiao Gongzi on the way. With that, he swiftly led the short-haired guy and Li Qianqing out. In the cool breeze outside the hotel, Bai Bing crossed her arms, staring toward the lobby with growing impatience. Why hasn't that guard come back yet? Ye Qiu stood beside her, smiling easily. Wait a bit longer. He should be. His words stopped as he spotted someone approaching. He's back. Bai Bing followed his gaze and first saw Feng Yuling walking ahead, followed by Li Qianqing and the short-haired young man. The guard trailed behind, head bowed. Ye Qiu whispered, Director Bai, who are they? A bad feeling rose in Bai Bing's chest. She took a deep breath and said, they're the 4 young masters of Jiangzhou. The 4 young masters of Jiangzhou. Just hearing that name, you knew they weren't ordinary. Ye Qiu lowered his voice and smiled. I've only heard of the 4 heavenly kings, not the 4 young masters of Jiangzhou. Shoo, keep it down. Bai Bing glanced sideways with a warning in her eyes. Don't say things like that casually. If they hear you, you'll be in trouble. Ye Qiu scratched his nose and leaned in to ask softly, Director Bai, can you introduce them to me? Bai Bing raised her hand, pointing to the blond young man leading the group. That guy is Feng Yuling, ranked second among the 4 young masters of Jiangzhou. His family runs hotels. This crystal palace belongs to him. Behind Feng Yuling walked a short-haired, composed young man with a steady pace. Bai Bing continued. That's Zhou Hao, 29 years old, the oldest and ranked first. His family is in real estate, worth tens of billions. When it came to the young man in the red suit, swaying his hips as he walked, Bai Bing frowned slightly. Li Qianqing, the 4th, is unusual. Unusual? Ye Qiu grew curious. In simple terms, neither fully male nor female. Bai Bing gestured with her eyes. Ye Qiu followed her gaze and saw Li Qianqing flip back his fringe and sway his waist and hips in a manner almost indistinguishable from a woman. Disgusting. Ye Qiu nearly felt nauseous. Bai Bing lowered her voice again. That has to do with his upbringing. His father died young, so he was raised by his mother. Have you heard of Liren Group? One of the biggest cosmetics companies in the country? Right. It's a business his mother built from scratch, mostly female employees. Growing up surrounded by women, he naturally picked up a lot of mannerisms. But don't underestimate him. He ventured into media 2 years ago, and now his company is valued close to $1 billion. Ye Qiu was secretly impressed. Never judged by appearances, a so-called freak had built such a huge business. There should be 4 of the Jiangzhou young masters, right? Who's the last one? Wang Xian, ranked 3rd. Bai Bing's tone softened a bit here. His family is in finance, also worth hundreds of billions. But Wang Xian didn't join the family business. He teaches at Jiangzhou University. I'm fairly close to him's upright and learned, not as frivolous as the other 3. Ye Qiu's thoughts stirred. A super-rich heir choosing to be a teacher was rare indeed. He became even more curious about Bai Bing's background. How did this woman know so much about the 4 young masters? Bai Bing reminded him, those 3 aren't good people. Be sharp later and don't provoke them. Got it, Ye Qiu nodded. And when you're with them, we're a couple. Don't call me Director Bai. What should I call you? Bai Jia or Bing Jia? Alright, Bing Jia. Just then, Feng Yuling and the others strode over briskly. Ha ha ha, Miss Bai, long time no see. You're getting more beautiful every day. Feng Yuling laughed heartily, clearly very warm. A faint smile appeared on Bai Bing's face as she said, yes, it's been a while. I heard the Crystal Palace's business has been booming lately. It must be thanks to young Master Feng's keen insight and wisdom. Miss Bai is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but you speak so eloquently. No wonder young Master Xiao is so fond of you, Li Qianqing teased, flicking his orchid-like fingers. At the mention of young Master Xiao Qingdi, Bai Bing paused briefly, a trace of stiffness flashing through her smile. She quickly changed the subject. Why do I only see the three of you here? Where's Wang Xian? Li Qianqing covered his mouth and chuckled lightly. Miss Bai, you might not know young Master Xian is heartbroken right now, quietly nursing his grief. What happened to him? Bai Bing asked with concern. Feng Yuling shrugged. Young Master Xian got dumped. Bai Bing nodded politely. I see. I hope he can get over it soon. As they spoke, Feng Yuling's gaze landed curiously on the young man beside Bai Bing. Miss Bai, who is this gentleman? Why not introduce him to us? Before Bai Bing could speak, the young man stepped forward. I am Ye Qiu, just an unknown nobody. Oh, you really know how to joke. Li Qianqing winked and leaned closer to Ye Qiu. The guests at tonight's banquet are all big shots in Jiangzhou. So, tell us, which family's son are you? Li Qianqing's overly suggestive tone made Ye Qiu's hair stand on end. He smiled faintly. I'm no noble heir, just a small doctor at Jiangzhou Hospital. A doctor? Li Qianqing paused, then couldn't hide his disappointment and disdain. I thought you were from a prestigious family. Turns out you're just a nobody doctor. What a letdown. Bai Bing's expression darkened. Young Master Li, are you implying doctors are beneath you? Li Qianqing hastily explained. Miss Bai, I would never look down on doctors. It's just that on an occasion like this, bringing him along seems inappropriate, don't you think? Zhou Hao, who had been watching silently, suddenly spoke up. Miss Bai, may I ask what your relationship is with Mr. Yi? Bai Bing linked her arm with Ye Qiu's, smiling naturally. Let me properly introduce Ye Qiu, is my boyfriend. In an instant, the three men's expressions changed. They all knew the evening star was Xiao Qingdi, who was expected to propose to Bai Bing publicly during the banquet. They had painstakingly invited Jiangzhou's elites, waiting for that moment to stir the whole city. But no one expected Bai Bing to show up with a man and openly declare him as her boyfriend. Their carefully laid plan almost collapsed instantly. They quickly exchanged glances. Xiao Qingdi must not be offended. He was not only the younger brother of champion Marquis Xiao Jiu, but could also elevate their families into top-tier nobility. After this thought, Feng Yuling immediately softened and courteously stepped aside. Miss Bai, please. Thank you, Bai Bing said as she linked arms with Ye Qiu and headed into the hotel. Just as they passed, Feng Yuling suddenly stepped in front of Ye Qiu, blocking his way, her face turning cold. Miss Bai may enter, but you cannot. Ye Qiu raised an eyebrow. Why not? Feng Yuling lifted her chin, her voice sharp and arrogant. Because the banquet rules state, no dogs allowed inside. No dogs, or you're not allowed inside. Hearing this, Ye Qiu raised his brow, about to respond, but Bai Bing spoke first. Outside, the hotel was brightly lit against the night, the red carpet stretching beneath their feet as guests in elegant attire came and went. Tonight, Bai Bing wore a silver gown, her long hair pinned up, exuding a strong presence. She fixed her gaze on the young man in front of her, whose expression was full of arrogance. Feng Yuling. What do you mean by this, Feng Yuling? She asked, her voice low and cold. Ye Qiu was her guest, and Feng's words were undoubtedly a slap in her face, right in public. Feng Yuling smiled calmly and adjusted his sleeve. Miss Bai, don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting him personally. It's just that tonight's banquet is strictly for invitees only. I cannot enter. Bai Bing's tone turned firm as she shot back. He is my guest. Feng Yuling shook his finger, showing no signs of backing down. Even if he were Master Xiao's guest, it still wouldn't be allowed. With that, Bai Bing said no more, turning to grab Ye Qiu's arm. If that's how it is, then we'll take our leave. Ye Qiu, let's go. Miss Bai, please wait. Feng Yuling's face suddenly hardened as he stepped in front of them. He knew that soon, Xiao Qingdi would publicly propose to Bai Bing during the banquet. If she left now, it would ruin Xiao Qingdi's grand moment, and Feng wasn't willing to take that on. Bai Bing's eyes coldly flashed. What are you trying to do now? Feng forced a smile, but his body was tense. Miss Bai, please don't be upset. Not letting Ye Qiu in is for his own good. Insulting someone and calling it for their own good? Bai Bing sneered. Feng Xiao, no wonder you're one of the 4 young masters of Jiangzhou. Your ways are truly unusual. If it were anyone else speaking to him like this, Feng would have slapped them long ago. But Bai Bing was the woman Xiao Qingdi favored, dared not say a word against her. He lowered his voice to explain. Miss Bai, you know better than anyone why this banquet is held here tonight. When Master Xiao arrives, if he sees another man by your sedito, you think he'll be happy. Bai Bing's face remained expressionless. Whether he gets angry or not is his business. It has nothing to do with me. Feng Yuling chuckled softly. Yes, you may not care, but Master Xiao does. When a man cares about a woman, he rarely welcomes any other men near her. What are you implying? Bai Bing's eyes darkened. Miss Bai is too clever not to understand, Feng said with a rueful smile, hands clasped behind his back. I'm not threatening you, just stating facts. You know Master Xiao's status well. If he catches sight of Ye Qiu, do you think he'll just let it slide? A sharp tension gripped Bai Bing's heart. She knew Xiao Qingdi too well. This man never knew restraint. No one dared to cross him. Taking a deep breath, she pulled Ye Qiu closer. Ye Qiu, we're leaving. Miss Bai, I'm afraid you can't leave. Feng Yuling blocked their way once again. Bai Bing frowned deeply. Feng Yuling, are you done yet? His expression stiffened, but he persisted. Miss Bai, if Master Xiao doesn't see you here, I won't be able to explain to him. That's your problem, not mine, Bai Bing replied coldly. Miss Bai, don't put me in a difficult position. I cannot bear Master Xiao's wrath. Feng said this, but still did not move an inch. Step aside. Bai Bing's patience gave out, her voice icy. Feng Yuling stood firm, his smile fading, tone turning dark. Miss Bai, if you insist on leaving, you're deliberately making things difficult for me. Don't blame me if I'm not polite. Bai Bing's anger turned to mocking laughter, a glint of frost flashing in her eyes. I want to see exactly how you plan to be impolite. At that moment, Zhou Hao spoke up. Miss Bai, you're the woman that young Master Xiao has taken a fancy to. We won't lay a finger on you, nor would we dare, but if you make things difficult for us, I can't guarantee we won't touch the people around you. As his words fell, Bai Bing's face instantly turned ashen. Zhou Hao had laid the threat bare. If she didn't cooperate, Ye Qiu would be the one to suffer. Bai Bing's heart sank as regret washed over her. Had she known it would come to this, she never should have agreed to attend this banquet, much less drag Ye Qiu into it. Her only reason for having Ye Qiu pretend to be her boyfriend was to make Xiao Qingdi back off, but she hadn't even seen Xiao Qingdi yet, and already Feng Yuling had cornered her with no way out. What should I do? She thought, frowning. Ye Qiu didn't want Bai Bing to suffer, nor did he want to cause more complications. He said quietly, Sister Bing, you should stay for the banquet. I'll just head back. But Bai Bing tried to say something. Ye Qiu waved his hand and said softly, It's settled then. Go home early tonight and stay safe. He had just turned to leave when cheerful laughter suddenly rang out behind him. Isn't this young Yi? What brings you here? Ye Qiu turned around to see Dragon King approaching at a leisurely pace with Zhao Yun at his side. Dragon King wore a deep blue tang suit and carried a rosewood cane, looking hale and hearty, while Zhao Yun followed closely, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Before Ye Qiu could speak, Feng Yuling and the other two had already hurried forward. Dragon King, it's such an honor that you've come. You're giving us juniors far too much face. Feng Yuling's expression was full of flattery. Zhou Hao also bowed respectfully. Dragon King, your personal presence brings great honor to this place. Li Qianxing squeezed forward with an ingratiating smile. Dragon King, it's been so long since we've seen you. We've missed you terribly. Dragon King laughed heartily. Long time no see indeed. You youngsters have become even more silver-tongued, truly worthy of being outstanding representatives of Jiangzhou's younger generation. Receiving such praise, the three men's smiles grew even broader. Dragon King then walked up to Ye Qiu, his tone warm. Young Yi, are you here for the banquet too? Yes. Ye Qiu nodded. Come on, let's go in together. Ye Qiu waved his hand apologetically. I was planning to head back. Head back? The banquet hasn't even started yet. What would you go back for? Dragon King asked, puzzled. I'm not really welcome here. I'd like to go home and sleep. Ye Qiu explained flatly. Dragon King's expression darkened, his voice suddenly turning cold. Who says you're not welcome? In this corner of Jiangzhou, is there anyone who dares not welcome my brother? Brother? The expressions of Feng Yuling and the other two changed dramatically. Dragon King, Ye Qiu is your brother? Feng Yuling asked in disbelief. Ye Qiu is not only my brother, he's done me great favors. Dragon King's gaze shifted. Was it you who wouldn't let Ye Qiu in? Dragon King, I'm so sorry. I truly had no idea he was your brother. Feng Yuling said with a forced smile, then turned to reproach Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu, not to criticize you, but since you're Dragon King's brother, why didn't you say so earlier? We almost had a misunderstanding. Ye Qiu remained silent. Feng Yuling quickly gestured toward the entrance. Dragon King, the banquet is about to start. Please go in. I still need to greet guests, so I won't accompany you. I hope you don't mind. Dragon King responded briefly, then turned and gestured. Young Yi, let's go in. Ye Qiu and Bai Bing had no choice but to follow him into the hotel. Watching the three figures disappear through the revolving doors, Zhou Hao couldn't help but whisper, Yuling, why did you let Ye Qiu in again? If he ruins young Master Zhao's proposal, we're finished. Brother Hao, you're giving him too much credit. Feng Yuling scoffed. A mere doctor daring to compete with young Master Xiao for a woman? Besides, he narrowed his eyes, a meaningful curve playing at the corner of his mouth. If someone really does cause trouble, it might not be a bad thing for us. What do you mean? Zhou Hao asked, confused. Don't forget, it was Dragon King who brought him in. Zhou Hao suddenly understood, his heart chilling. Yuling, you're planning to use borrowed knife to kill? Feng Yuling smiled without answering. Just then, a black Rolls-Royce slowly pulled up in front of the hotel, its headlights casting a cold gleam. Feng Yuling's eyes suddenly lit up, his voice carrying barely suppressed excitement. Young Master Xiao is here. The Rolls-Royce pulled up at the hotel entrance. The lights by the door cast the car's body in a deep, glossy black, like glowing onyx. A bellhop hurried forward, reaching out his hand only to freeze in place at Feng Yuling's sharp bark. Get lost. He had no choice but to retreat reluctantly. Feng wiped the impatience from his face and bent down to open the door, putting on a full smile. Young Master Xiao, please, but his smile froze mid-sentence. In the back seat, it wasn't Xiao Qingdi, but a glamorous woman in her early 40s with heavy makeup. A diamond accessory in her purse shimmered under the lights, and the bracelets on her wrist jingled. She pulled out a crisp new bill and slapped it in front of Feng. For you. Feng's face drained of color. She clearly mistook him for hotel staff. Seeing he didn't reach for it, the woman raised one perfect brow. Not enough? She then pulled out a wad of cash and flicked it against his face. How about now? Go to hell. Feng's throat moved, furious. If she hadn't just stepped out of Xiao Qingdi's car, he would have punched her and cursed her snobbery outright. Swallowing his anger, he was about to speak when she shoved him aside roughly. Good dogs don't block the way. Move. Damn it. Feng clenched his fists so hard his knuckles cracked, ready to explode. At that moment, a cold, sharp voice came from behind. Young Master Feng. He turned and saw an elderly man in a gray robe. Feng immediately recognized him as Xiao Qingdi's trusted attendant. His anger instantly melted away. He hurried forward. Old Chen, why are you alone? Where's young Master Xiao? The gray-robed man stood with his hands behind his back, proud and aloof. My young master is preparing his engagement gift. He'll be here shortly. Has everything inside been arranged? Everything's exactly as young Master Xiao ordered. Zhou Hao and I carefully set everything up to ensure his satisfaction. Feng rattled off quickly, afraid to offend. Good. The old man nodded. Lowering his voice, Feng nodded toward the woman. Old Chen, who is she? Why is she in young Master Xiao's car? She's Qian Yanru, the eldest daughter of the Qian family from the capital, the old man replied coolly. The Qian family. Feng wasn't familiar with the capital's aristocracy, but the name rang a bell. After a moment of thought, realization hit him. Could she be from the same Qian family where Lin Jingxi's fiancé comes from? Be careful what you say. The old man's gaze suddenly turned icy, like a beast eyeing its prey. Feng shivered and fell silent immediately. At that moment, Qian Yanru clicked toward them in high heels, her pearl necklace jingling gently. When will Qingdi arrive? My young master will be here shortly. The gray-robed man bowed. I want wait I'll go in first, Qian said, stepping toward the revolving doors. Miss Qian. Feng jumped forward, introducing himself. I'm Feng Yuling. Qian regarded him coolly. Do you need something? I'm heading tonight's banquet. Since young Master Xiao hasn't arrived yet, may I accompany you inside first? Raising an eyebrow, Qian said. I hear the host is one of the 4 young masters of Jiang's. Were you one of them? You flatter me, Miss Qian. Yes, I am one of them. Feng turned to call out. How? Qian, come greet Miss Qian. Zhou Hao nodded to greet her politely, while Li Qianqing swaggered over with a grin. Hello, beautiful sister. I'm Li Qianqing. What makeup do you use? Your skin is amazing. I envy you so much. After finishing his sentence, Li Qianqing reached out his right hand to shake Qian Yanru's. Stay away from me. Qian Yanru crossed her arms and took a couple of steps back, furrowing her brows with clear disdain written all over her face. Li Qianqing's mouth twitched. His eyes reddened as he looked wronged. Hello, Miss Qian, I'm Zhou Hao. The man behind him smiled and spoke in a deep, magnetic voice, almost reminiscent of a narrator from the documentary Animal World. Qian Yanru was drawn in by the voice. She looked up at him, young but composed features, a perfectly tailored suit, and broad shoulders hinting at regular workouts. Men who like fitness usually have good stamina, she thought to herself. Her eyes lit up, and a smile spread across her lips as she surprisingly reached out her right hand first. Zhou Hao was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected her to make the first move. Brother Hao, Miss Qian wants to shake your hand. Hurry up. Feng Yuling reminded him from the side. Zhou Hao snapped back to attention and quickly took her slender, yet firm hand. Miss Qian, a pleasure to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Please take care of me. Qian Yanru responded with a gentle smile. By etiquette, a handshake between a man and woman should last no more than 5 seconds. When 5 seconds passed, Zhou Hao tried to pull his hand back only to find that her soft fingers gripped him tighter, leaving him both amused and helpless. Zhou Gongzi is also one of the 4 young masters? Qian Yanru asked, eyes twinkling with a playful spark. Those are just nicknames people throw around. Miss Qian, please don't take them seriously, Zhou Hao replied humbly. Her smile deepened. Young, tasteful, with a charming voice, modest words, and a strong physique, this combination naturally made her like him and sparked all kinds of daydreams. Zhou Gongzi, are you a native of Jiangzhou? She continued, her gaze bright. Yes, I am. So you must be very familiar with Jiangzhou? Of course, I grew up there. I have a small favor to ask. I wonder if Zhou Gongzi might grant it? Please, go ahead, Miss Qian. I'd like to invite you to be my tour guide for a day, to show me around. That's nothing. I'd be happy to. That's wonderful. Qian Yanra's face lit up like a child who just got her way. Zhou Hao glanced down at his still held right hand, thinking desperately, can you please let go? My hand's going numb. Feng Yuling caught on and cheerfully interjected, Miss Qian, I have a suggestion, hope I'm not overstepping. Go ahead. Looks like Miss Qian came tonight without a male companion, and Brother Hao is free too. Why not let him act as your escort for the evening? Sounds good to me. Qian Yinru readily agreed. Brother Hao, take good care of Miss Qian tonight. If she's not satisfied, I won't let you off easily. Feng Yuling winked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao shot him a glare, silently cursing. What do you take me for? Some kind of escort? Qian Yinru casually linked her arm through Zhou Hao's, her voice sweet and coquettish. How shall we go inside? Instantly, goosebumps prickled all over Zhou Hao. In his mind, he groaned. This older woman is even more unbearable than Li Qiansheng. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, Feng Yuling's phone vibrated intensely. Glancing at the caller ID, he immediately raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence, and whispered, it's Master Xiao calling. Immediately, everyone stopped talking and turned their attention to Feng Yuling. Feng Yuling pressed the answer button and said respectfully, Young Master Xiao, how may I assist you? He'll arrive in 10 minutes. Start the banquet without me. The voice on the other end was crisp and decisive. Understood. Feng Yuling replied immediately, then hung up and looked around. Young Master Xiao will arrive in 10 minutes. The banquet will begin shortly. Everyone please come inside. Elder Chen, will you be joining me? The gray-robed elder's expression was solemn. We will accompany the young master. Then he'll go ahead first. Miss Qian, please. He gestured politely, leading the group into the hotel's main entrance. When Ye Qiu followed the Dragon King into the banquet hall, several hundred guests were already gathered, glasses clinking as laughter and chatter filled the air. Yet as soon as the Dragon King appeared, it was as if someone had pressed mute and instant hush fell over the crowd. After a brief silence, exclamations started to ripple through the room. The Dragon King is here. Feng Xiao really has clout. It's been years since the Dragon King showed up at an event like this. Soon everyone noticed the young man and woman standing behind him. Who are those two? I've never seen them before. If they're with the Dragon King, their status has got to be special. A group of finely dressed women stared fixedly at Ye Qiu, their gazes almost glued to him. So handsome. Exactly my type. Good looks and some equipment too. I'd love to try. These women attended banquets for one simple reason: to find a man they liked. Someone both pleasing to the eye and compatible physically. True love? That was nowhere to be found in places like this. Meanwhile, most of the men's eyes were locked on Bai Bing. Stunning. Looks, figure, and presence all perfect. If any female celebrity stood next to her, they'd be overshadowed. Strange, when did Jiangzhou get a beauty like that? How did I miss this? Muttered a middle-aged man, only to have the woman next to him tug on his ear. What do you mean? Does she have to report every Jiangzhou beauty to you? Ouch. Ouch, honey. Let go. Don't make a scene. Humph. Mention another woman in front of me again, and I won't go easy on you. The woman snorted but kept her eyes sparkling as she stared at Ye Qiu, desperate to pounce right then and there. The man sneered inwardly. A fated old wife dares to imagine I'd choose a younger woman? Dream on. He shifted his gaze back to Bai Bing, young, beautiful, with a perfect figure and extraordinary presence, like a fairy come to life. If he could sleep with her, dying would be worth it. Similar thoughts churned in many men's minds. If I could have her, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. Damn, I'm already hard. Bai Bing's expression remained cool and indifferent, clearly accustomed to such attention. What surprised her was how composed Ye Qiu appeared. Have you been to banquets like this before? She asked quietly. No. Ye Qiu shook his head calmly. The most formal banquet I've ever attended was my college graduation ceremony. Strange, most people would be nervous the first time they attend a banquet like this. Why couldn't I see any sign of nervousness on your face? Because I'm no ordinary person. Ye Qiu forced a smile and held his champagne glass, though his palms were sweating heavily. Hundreds of eyes roamed the room. Even a tiger might have wilted under such scrutiny, let alone those middle-aged women whose eyes glinted with jealousy, sending chills down his spine. Xiaoyi, I see a few acquaintances. He'll go greet them and come back for you later. The Dragon King patted his shoulder and, accompanied by Zhao Yun, disappeared into the crowd. All right. Ye Qiu nodded. After watching them leave, he found a corner and sat down with Bai Bing. The Dragon King seems to treat you differently. Are you really brothers? Bai Bing lowered her voice, unable to hide her curiosity. That's just the Dragon King favoring me. Ye Qiu smiled and waved it off. I only treated him once. I see. Good thing you're not brothers. Bai Bing heaved a sigh of relief, then warned. The Dragon King is a big shot in the underworld. Don't get too close to him, or you'll invite trouble. I understand. Ye Qiu replied promptly. Bai Bing stared at him for 2 seconds, then whispered, sorry. If I'd known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come, let alone dragged you along. Since we're here, don't overthink it. Ye Qiu thought to himself, wishing the banquet would end quickly. He had a bad feeling about tonight. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, Feng Yuling and her group entered. Ye Qiu spotted Qian Yinru, arm linked with Zhou Hao. and groaned silently. Why did that shrew have to come too? Their paths always crossed at the worst moments. Bingjia, let's move somewhere else. The light here is too harsh, he said casually. Harsh. Bai Bing glanced around. The lighting was actually soft and warm. I'm a bit sensitive to light, Ye Qiu answered seriously. You should have said so earlier, Bai Bing nodded and moved with him to a dimmer corner. Ye Qiu finally let out a quiet breath. On the stage, Feng Yuling stepped up and snapped his fingers. Snap? Instantly, the room fell silent, all eyes sharply fixed on him. He scanned the crowd with a smile and spoke loudly. Distinguished guests, dear friends, good evening. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules. I am truly honored. Feng Yuling paused. Many friends are wondering why we are holding this banquet. What's the purpose? In fact, some have guessed correctly. Yes, this is a welcome banquet. Welcome for whom? The room perked up. Except for a few organizers and powerful figures like the Dragon King, no one knew. There were vague rumors it was for Xiao Qingdi. Who was this mysterious figure that could command such a grand reception from Jiang's house for young masters? Feng Yuling deliberately kept everyone on edge, lingering on the stage without revealing anything. Feng Xiao, just say it. Who's the friend? Someone called out. Feng Yuling smiled faintly, raised his hand and pointed. Actually, my friend has already arrived. Everyone, please look. In an instant, hundreds of eyes turned sharply toward the entrance. The grand doors of the banquet hall slowly swung open. Soft light from the crystal chandeliers spilled down as a young man, about 27 or 28 years old, strode in. Tall and upright, his sharp, neatly cropped hair framed chiseled, striking features. His dark eyes, like eagles in the night, held a cold pride and razor-sharp intensity that brooked no challenge. The most eye-catching detail was the black and gold ring on his right pinky finger, gleaming under the lights and elevating his noble aura even further. Every woman in the room immediately fixated on him, their gazes blank with awe. Meanwhile, the male guests silently sank into feelings of inferiority as if this young man were a radiant star in the sky and they mere fireflies on the ground. In a corner of the crowd, Ye Qiu instantly guessed his identity, Xiao Qingdi. Seeing such an extraordinary man for the first time, a pang of envy twisted inside him, and he cursed quietly. So handsome Gigi must be small. Ye Qiu's eyes then shifted to the gray-robed elder standing behind the youth. The man appeared well over 60, short and slender, dressed in a close-fitting gray robe. His narrow eyes were cold and venomous like a snake's gaze, and just one look from him sent a chill like a wolf's stare. Ye Qiu's heart tightened. This old man is no ordinary figure. Who's that guy? Never seen him before, right? Feng Xiao's friend, can't be simple. Feng Xiao, quick, introduce us. Whispered voices buzzed nearby. Feng Yuling smiled, raising a hand for silence. I can only say he comes from the capital city, and his surname is Xiao. Xiao. From the capital? Could it be? Murmurs erupted. Feng Yuling stepped briskly forward and bowed slightly, gesturing an invitation. Young Master Xiao, please. HM. Xiao Qingdi gave a slight nod, prideful but not pretentious. With long strides, he moved to the stage's center while the gray-robed elder followed one step behind. Once standing still, his sharp gaze swept the entire room, an oppressive tension spreading instantly. After a brief pause, he spoke. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Qingdi. Most of you may not have heard my name before, but I'm sure you know my brother the Northern Warlord, Champion Marquis Xiao Jiu. A collective sharp intake of breath filled the banquet hall. Good heavens, he's the Champion Marquis brother. No wonder he's so handsome. Looks off the charts, background unbelievable. A man like this is one in a million. We must have a few drinks with young Master Xiao later. If we win his favor, we'll rise like phoenixes perched upon the highest branches. The women whispered eagerly. Ye Qiu sneered silently. Rise like phoenixes? What do they think they are, some wild hens? Though his words were bitter, he couldn't deny his own envy. Someone like Xiao Qingdi was born at the peak of life, with everything already within grasp, whereas most, like Ye Qiu himself, started so far below that no matter how hard they strove, they couldn't match the heights from which this man began. Reincarnation truly is a skillful craft. Xiao Qingdi withdrew his gaze, his voice low but clear enough to be heard. This is my first time in Jiangzhou. I hope to receive everyone's kind support. Xiao Qingdi stood on the stage, exuding an impressive presence as he spoke. I really like Jinghao not just because this city is beautiful, but because someone I care about is here. The crowd instantly fell silent, whispering among themselves. Someone he cares about in Jiangzhou? Who could it be? Ye Qiu glanced sideways quietly, noticing Bai Bing lowering her eyes, her fingers gripping her wine glass tightly, her expression unusually uneasy. But Xiao Qingdi didn't reveal the answer right away. Instead, he shifted his tone. First, I want to thank Yuling for organizing this welcome banquet. Second, I appreciate everyone for coming. And finally, I want to take this opportunity to do something important. Something important? Everyone perked up, hanging on his words. Ye Qiu's heart skipped a beat, instinctively sensing that this important matter involved Bai Bing. Sure enough, Xiao Qingdi's gaze slowly swept over the crowd before settling gently on Bai Bing, his eyes soft, as if they could drip with tenderness. Following his gaze, all eyes turned to Bai Bing. Murmurs broke out. So the person Xiao Gongzi likes is her. A perfect match, truly made for each other. At that moment, Qian Yinru noticed the attention and looked over as well. She first admired Bai Bing's beauty, then caught sight of Ye Qiu sitting at the same table. Old enmities flared up, her eyes reddened instantly as she pointed at Ye Qiu. Qingdi, I found the one who bullied Mei sitting right there. Xiao Qingdi looked where she was pointing, his brow furrowing. It was indeed the man sitting with Bai Bing. Lowering her voice, Qian Yanru's tone turned sharp and fierce. Qingdi, help me kill him. Xiao Qingdi replied calmly. Yinru, we can talk about that later. Today, I have something very important to do. I don't care. Just help me kill him now. Qian Yanru's emotions flared out of control. Before she could finish, Xiao Qingdi's eyes darkened suddenly, sharp as blades. A chill ran down Qian Yanru's spine, her color draining in an instant. Yinru, I said I have important matters to attend to today. I hope you can be reasonable, he said in a low, decisive voice. If anyone dares to ruin my plans, I will make them pay no matter who they are. The cold warning sent a shiver down Qian Yanru's back. Though she was the eldest daughter of the Qian family, she felt utterly powerless. After all, Xiao Qingdi's older brother, Xiao Jiao, was the famous champion marquis commanding 1,000,000 troops. At barely over 30, his future was limitless. No one in the capital's top families dared provoke Xiao Jiao, let alone the Qian family. Qian Yinru knew all too well that Xiao Qingdi abused this backing recklessly. No one who crossed him ever got away unscathed. Forcing a smile, she quickly apologized. Qingdi, I'm sorry I was too impatient. You go ahead and take care of your business. Once you're done, please help me deal with that guy. Xiao Qingdi replied softly, then stepped down from the stage. Ignoring the probing gazes around him, he walked straight towards Bai Bing. The lights caught his handsome face, his eyes locked solely on her. When he stopped in front of Bai Bing, it felt as if the whole room held its breath. Then, in front of everyone, Xiao Qingdi knelt on one knee, took a diamond ring from his pocket, and held it out to Bai Bing, asking, will you marry me? The entire room was stunned. No one expected Emperor Xiao Qing to drop to one knee and propose to Bai Bing in front of everyone. The soft lighting outlined his sharply defined face, like a prince from a fairy tale, his eyes filled with deep affection fixed on the woman before him. But what truly captured everyone's attention was the dazzling blue diamond ring on his finger about the size of a coin, shining so brilliantly that no one could look away. Oh my god, that diamond is huge. At least 50 carats. Someone exclaimed in amazement. I'm so jealous of that woman. Hey, I feel like I've seen that ring somewhere before. Another person whispered quietly. On the stage, Emperor Xiao spoke gently but firmly. There are 3 things I love most in this world: the sun, the moon, and you. The sun for the day, the moon for the night, and you forever. Raising his hand, the blue diamond caught the light and shimmered like the surface of the sea. This is called the blue starry sky, symbolizing eternal love. Bai Bing, I love you, and I want to be by your side forever. Wow, the blue starry sky. The previously doubtful spectator suddenly realized. No wonder it looked familiar. Is this ring really that special? Someone asked eagerly. More than special, it's practically one of a kind. The other person couldn't contain their excitement. Blue diamonds are already rare, but only a handful exist worldwide this size. You all know Cartier, right? They've been famous since the 19th century for creating jewelry for royal families, earning the titles king of jewelry and jewelers to emperors. The blue starry sky is one of Cartier's crown jewels. I heard it was just sold to a mysterious buyer recently. Turns out it was Master Xiao himself. Then how much is this ring worth? A full 200 million US dollars. Gasped the audience collectively, drew a sharp breath. $200 million, equivalent to over $1 billion in Hua Kingdom currency, instantly fueled the women's eyes with fiery admiration. That woman is beyond lucky. Jealous. Envious. If only Master Xiao proposed to me with the blue starry sky ring. Meanwhile, Bai Bing kept her head bowed, silent, her expression hidden from view. Emperor Xiao showed no impatience. Instead, his voice softened even more. I know this is sudden, but please believe my sincerity. I will cherish you for life. Seeing her still silent, he added, do you remember when we were abroad? You told me you wanted someday to be gifted crystal slippers by the one you love under the stars. Watch. Snap. Emperor Xiao snapped his fingers sharply. Instantly, the banquet hall lights went out, and low gasps rippled through the darkness. Then, one blue light appeared on the ceiling, followed quickly by another and another within moments. Thousands of sapphire-carved stars lit up the ceiling, as if the entire night sky had descended indoors, tranquil and dreamlike like the universe itself. At the center of that sea of stars hung 2 crystal slippers suspended by ribbons, sparkling with delicate fragments of light, like a fairy tale come to life. Wow, how romantic. Master Xiao is so thoughtful. I'm dying of envy for that woman. One scream after another echoed throughout the hall. Bai Bing stared blankly at the starry sky. Those beautiful moments from the past played in her mind like a movie on repeat. Slowly, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Only then did Xiao Qingdi breathe a quiet sigh of relief in his eyes. A woman's tears meant her heart had been touched, and that meant he still had a chance. He rose and gently lifted the crystal slippers from the gift box. Returning to Bai Bing's side, he knelt down on one knee, his voice soft but resolute. My princess, please allow me to help you into the crystal slipper. With that, he bent down to remove her shoe. The soft lighting and still air made the scene almost sacred. The surrounding women gasped in unison. Master Xiao is so gentle. I really like him. That woman must have saved the galaxy in a past life. Otherwise, how could she earn his love? But before their exclamations faded, Bai Bing suddenly sprang up like a frightened rabbit. She took 2 steps back, putting distance between herself and Xiao Qingdi. Bai Bing, what are you doing? Xiao Qingdi looked up, his handsome face filled with confusion. Wiping away her tears, Bai Bing's tone turned icy cold. Xiao Qingdi, thank you for everything, but I am unworthy of it. Why? He still didn't understand. No matter how delicate a mirror is, once it shatters, it can never return to its original state. We're like fate, a broken mirror is hard to mend. Do you understand? I don't. Xiao Qingdi shook his head stubbornly, voice low and earnest. If it means winning your heart back, I will do anything. It's impossible. It's impossible. Bai Bing murmured as tears streamed down once more. Several years ago, Bai Bing had been pursuing her doctorate at the Royal Academy in England. At an international student gathering, she met Xiao Qingdi for the first time. She had heard rumors back home of his reckless, spoilt playboy ways and held no goodwill towards him. But that night, Xiao Qingdi performed one talent after another: piano, tap dance, magic tricks like a versatile artist. Then he talked passionately about Chinese history like a learned scholar. Finally, he spontaneously composed a love poem for Bai Bing, impeccably gentlemanly. In just one evening, he shattered all the prejudices she had about him. Afterwards, Xiao Qingdi found all kinds of reasons to see her frequently. For 6 months straight, his invitations never stopped, and only then did they finally become a couple. Bai Bing had once dreamed that, if not for what happened later, she might have been his wife by now. But after they broke up, she learned the tender side he showed her was a facade. Behind closed doors, he continued to indulge himself recklessly, relying on his status as the younger brother of the champion marquis to act as he pleased. This truth tore open the wounds she had just healed. She vowed to cut all ties with Xiao Qingdi forever. Bai Bing, I know I was wrong before. Xiao Qingdi pleaded softly. Let me make it up to you for the rest of my life, please? I swear I will love only you from now on. He reached out to hold her hand. Bai Bing stepped back quickly, her voice even colder. Xiao Qingdi, I swore back then that I would never take you back. So please stop chasing me. Why? Because I've given up on you. No, you're lying. You still love me, don't you? If not, why did you cry just now? My tears were for memories. My rejection is also because of memories. I've suffered once, and I don't want to suffer again. Bai Bing, let it be then. I wish you happiness. At that moment, Feng Yuling quietly stepped up to Xiao Qingdi and whispered in his ear. His pupils contracted sharply, rage nearly bursting from his gaze. He raised a hand, pointing toward Ye Qiu a short distance away, barely restraining his anger as he demanded of Bai Bing. Did you reject me because of him? Emperor Xiao Qing had meticulously prepared for this marriage proposal. He was confident, after all, no woman could resist luxury and romance. Under the crystal chandelier, a costly sea of roses covered the center of the hall. A diamond ring, the size of a pigeon's egg, sparkled under the soft lighting. The air was thick with the sweet scent of fine champagne mingled with roses. As the ring box slowly opened, Bai Bing's tears glistened in the light. But to Xiao Qing's surprise, just when everything seemed perfectly set, Bai Bing shook her head. He was puzzled. That incident had happened so long ago. She should have moved on by now. At that moment, Feng Yuling leaned close and whispered in his ear. Ye Qiu was Bai Bing's boyfriend. Boom. Anger flared instantly in Xiao Qing's eyes. So Bai Bing was rejecting him because of another man? He turned sharply and pointed at Ye Qiu, who was standing not far away, demanding, did you refuse me because of him? That's right, because of him. Bai Bing wiped away her tears but spoke with firm resolve. Ye Qiu nearly burst into tears on the spot. Director Bai, don't be mad at me. Why do you want to hurt me? Using me as a scapegoat, is this your way of condemning me forever? He was bitter but helpless. Someone as proud as Xiao Qing would never tolerate sharing a woman. Only, am not even Bai Bing's boyfriend. Ye Qiu regretted bitterly. If he had known this would happen, he never would have accompanied Bai Bing to this banquet. Xiao Qing certainly wouldn't let this go easily. What to do now? Run away? He looked around. All eyes were fixed firmly on him. Besides, this was Feng Yuling's territorial escape route. Director Bai, you're a troublemaker. Ye Qiu cursed silently. Xiao Qing took a deep breath, his voice cold as ice. Bai Bing, if you agree to be with me, I will pretend I never heard what you just said. I will never be with you. Bai Bing's tone was resolute, without hesitation. Xiao Qing's face darkened immediately. In that case, don't regret it. If I can't have you, no one else will. Chun, kill that brat. Yes, sir. The gray-robed elder behind him bowed respectfully and slowly advanced toward Ye Qiu. Bai Bing's expression changed drastically. She stepped forward swiftly, standing in front of Ye Qiu. Xiao Qing, if you dare to act recklessly, I will never forgive you. Unbeknownst to her, these words only poured oil on the fire. You refuse my proposal, fine. But to side with a man against me? Xiao Qing gritted his teeth, eyes sharp, and ordered again, kill him. Yes. The gray-robed elder paused, expressionless, then looked at Bai Bing. Miss Bai, I don't want to hurt you. Please step aside. I won't move. If you have the guts, kill me too. Bai Bing stood her ground. Heh, you are the woman the young master favors, so I wouldn't dare harm you. But, suddenly, the gray-robed elder jabbed a finger sharply onto Bai Bing's shoulder. A numbness spread instantly through Bai Bing's shoulder. Her body stiffened. Alarmed, she gasped, what did you do to me? Miss Bai, don't worry. I merely struck an acupoint. Once I kill this brat, I will release you. The old man's calm smile was sinister. Bai Bing yelled anxiously, Ye Qiu, run? Run? Where to? Ye Qiu smiled bitterly. To avoid Qin Yanru, he had deliberately stood near a corner. Now there was a wall behind him. Escape was impossible. Once again, the gray-robed elder effortlessly struck Bai Bing's acupuncture point. His skill far exceeded any mortal's imagination, and before such a master, there was simply no way to escape. Ye Qiu knew there was no hope in running now, but he was no weakling willing to give up. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed, "I'll fight to the death." Suddenly, Old Chen folded his hands behind his back, a smile playing on his lips as he spoke gently yet with a chilling undertone. Young man, to avoid the agony of flesh wounds, I advise you to end your own life. Ye Qiu's gaze hardened. In a deep voice, he replied, my body and skin were given by my parents. If I kill myself, how can I repay their grace? It seems I must take matters into my own hands. No sooner had he finished speaking than an icy, murderous aura radiated from Old Chen, like a fierce beast ready to pounce, sending chills down Ye Qiu's spine. Just as Old Chen prepared to strike, a sudden voice rang out. Young Master Xiao, Ye Qiu is my friend. Could you please do me this favor? Everyone looked up in surprise. The speaker was none other than the Dragon King. Ye Qiu's heart trembled with a mixture of shock and gratitude. At the brink of death, someone was pleading on his behalf. Xiao Qingdi furrowed his brows, his cold eyes fixed on the imposing Dragon King. Who are you? He demanded. Feng Yuling whispered into his ear. I initially barred Ye Qiu's entry, not a personal decision, but insisted upon by the Dragon King. Otherwise, this situation would never have arisen. Xiao Qingdi's coldness deepened as he glared down at the Dragon King, his tone sharp as a blade. So you're the so-called king of Jiang's underworld? The Dragon King shrugged with a smile. King is a title too grand for me. Am nothing more than an aging relic. He nodded toward Ye Qiu. This young man saved my life. I hope young Master Xiao will show some mercy. Spare him, and you shall be well rewarded. Show you mercy? Xiao Qingdi's lips curled in a mocking sneer. Who do you think you are? His words sent a chill through the crowd. No one expected Xiao Qingdi to be so tyrannical that he wouldn't even respect the so-called king of Jiang's underworld. Zhao Yun burned with anger and stepped forward, only to be blocked by the Dragon King. The Dragon King smiled and reasoned, young Master Xiao, it's too rash to seek someone's death over a woman. Let Ye Qiu go, and he and Miss Bai will have no further involvement. Xiao Qingdi replied coldly, I need no guarantees. I only want his life. His voice trembled with fury as he declared, let all of Jiangzhou hear me. Anyone who dares to steal my woman will meet a dead end. The Dragon King's heart sank, not expecting Xiao Qingdi's killing intent to run so deep. But with his own noble status, he had come forward to plead for Ye Qiu's life and was determined to stand his ground. Young Master Xiao, it's better to settle enemies than make new ones. Spare Ye Qiu, and you'll gain a valuable ally in me. Xiao Qingdi snorted coldly. A man who's about to die is hardly deserving of the title friend. At this, Zhao Yun finally exploded with a roar. Young Master Xiao, watch your words. Ignoring the outburst, Xiao Qingdi pulled out an ancient, palm-sized token from his pocket and casually tossed it before the Dragon King. Take a good look at this. The Dragon King bent forward to pick it up. The token gleamed with golden light, engraved on the front with the character Qian and intricately carved with a lifelike flying dragon on the back. His expression instantly changed. In a low voice, he asked, this is the purple gold token? Xiao Qingdi answered coldly. The 9,000 years old sent me with a message, surrender or perish. The choice is yours. The Dragon King felt an icy chill spread through his body. Only now did he fully understand why Xiao Qingdi was so arrogant. Behind that youth stood not only Champion Ho, but also the Ninth Lord. Realizing this, the Dragon King's heart sank to the bottom of a chasm. Old Chen, what are you waiting for? Kill that brat. Xiao Qingdi's eyes darkened as he signaled the gray-robed elder to strike. Yes. Old Chen advanced slowly toward Ye Qiu and raised his hand, but just then, the Dragon King's low voice rang in his ear. Young Master Xiao, if I agree to submit, will you spare Ye Qiu's life? No. Xiao Qingdi pointed at Ye Qiu and said coldly, he must die. The Dragon King's expression grew colder. The last flicker of his fighting spirit burst forth, freezing the air in an instant. Xiao Qingdi remained calm, But Old Chin suddenly turned with a sharp gaze fixed on the Dragon King. Though poisoned and weakened, the Dragon King still carried the lingering might of a former Tiger List warrior. However, this surge of fighting spirit faded like the tide after just 5 seconds. The Dragon King sighed deeply. Young Master Xiao, you're leaving me no choice. You'd still protect him? Xiao Qingdi sneered. Don't forget, you're like a clay idol crossing a river, can't even protect yourself. Stick your neck out, and you'll die even faster. I understand. The Dragon King's eyes were steady. But Ye Qiu saved my life once, and now his hangs by a thread. How can I stand by? I'm curious, how exactly do you plan to save him? Xiao Qingdi's lips curled with amusement. If I offer my own life in exchange for his. The Dragon King spoke each word deliberately, causing a stir among the onlookers. No one expected the Dragon King to be willing to trade his life for such an insignificant nobody. Ye Qiu's heart trembled. Their friendship was shallow. Yet this sacrifice was a profound favor he struggled to put into words. Ha ha ha, Xiao Qingdi laughed out loud. Negotiating terms with me? Who do you think you are? If you want to die together, you'll make sure of it. A life for a life. What a fool's dream. So there's no negotiation? The Dragon King gathered his fighting spirit again, killing intent flashing in his eyes. I will kill whoever stands in my way. Xiao Qingdi's voice was icy and resolute. No more words from the Dragon King. He ordered in a deep voice. Zhao Yun, attack. Yes. Zhao Yun, already poised for battle, stepped forward like a spear, his fierce aura piercing the sky. Xiao Qingdi clenched his fist to advance, but Old Chin stopped him. Young master, no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Let this old man handle it. With that, Old Chin turned back and smiled darkly at Ye Qiu. Boy, you're lucky Somion's protecting you, so you can catch a few more breaths. But soon, you'll still die. Enjoy your last moments. Haha. Then he moved toward Zhao Yun. 3 meters away, he halted and scrutinized him closely. Not bad. 1 foot already on the Tiger List threshold. If you hadn't met me, your name would surely be on it next time. Too bad because you met me. He raised a shriveled finger and waved gently. Of course, you have another choice: join me and swear loyalty to the young master. What do you say? Enough nonsense. Zhao Yun suddenly punched out. The force shattered the air, aiming straight for Old Chin's face. A death wish. Old Chin's eyes flashed coldly as his body suddenly sprang into the air with incredible speed, delivering a fierce kick to Zhao Yun's chest. Bang! The heavy impact sounded as if struck by a hammer, sending Zhao Yun flying backward. He crashed onto the ground with a harsh thud, his shoulder and back scraping against the earth, scattering gravel everywhere. Boom! Before the dust settled, Zhao Yun gritted his teeth and rolled to his feet. Pushing off the ground sharply, he threw a powerful punch straight at Old Chin's chest. This time, he concentrated fully, his fist moving like lightning, while quietly guarding against a potential leg attack. Yet, just as his fist came within 2 centimeters of the target, Zhao Yun's vision suddenly blurred. Old Chin's figure vanished into thin air. Where did he go? Zhao Yun's heart tightened uneasily, alert to a hidden danger. In the very next instant, a fierce gust of wind rushed past his ear. Not good. Zhao Yun hurriedly stepped back, but it was too late by a fraction of a second. Smash! Before his punch could land, a devastating blow hit him instead, sending a searing pain exploding from his abdomen. He was thrown through the air in an arc, crashing heavily onto the ground 5 or 6 meters away. Blood spurted from his mouth, staining the stones, a deep red, a shocking sight that stunned everyone present. The crowd was thrown into uproar. Zhao Yun was the Dragon King's personal bodyguard, famed throughout Jiangzhou for his fighting skills. Almost everyone knew his name. Yet here he was, defeated within moments by Old Chun. A chill ran down their spines. This old man was unbelievably powerful. The Dragon King's face darkened like still water. Zhao Yun had nearly reached the level of the top Tiger List fighters. Yet he was casually crushed. This meant Old Chun was at least as strong as the top Tiger List experts, or perhaps had reached the Dragon List tier himself. This is trouble, the Dragon King thought heavily. Before the poison took hold, he might have barely resisted, but now his strength was greatly weakened. If even Zhao Yun couldn't stand against Old Chun, how could he himself hold out? With a composed expression, he pulled out his phone and quickly sent out a plea for backup. No sooner had the message been sent, Old Chin's figure flashed again, a ghost-like presence suddenly close to Zhao Yun. Both his palms shot out in unison, grasping Zhao Yun's arms and squeezing hard. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed sharply. Pain surged violently through Zhao Yun's body. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his face draining of color as the agony spread from his arms throughout his whole body. He groaned softly, curling inward. Old Chun sneered. A speck of light, daring to compete with the bright moon? How naive. With that, he lifted his leg and slammed a kick that sent Zhao Yun flying once more. Old Chin's ruthless methods stunned everyone present into silence. Feng Yuling smirked faintly, a wave of sinister satisfaction swelling in her heart. She glanced at the Dragon King and thought, after today, there will be no Dragon King left in Jiangzhou. At that moment, Ye Qiu, who had been standing behind Bai Bing, suddenly dashed forward, landing beside Zhao Yun. Grasping one of Zhao Yun's arms, Ye Qiu massaged precisely at the joints for a few moments until a soft click echoed as the dislocated bones slipped back into place. He repeated the process on the other arm, producing another click. Brother Zhao, your bones are back in place. Try moving them, Ye Qiu said, stepping back. Zhao Yun lifted his arms, surprised and delighted to feel the pain fading and his limbs regaining strength. Thank you, Ye Qiu, he said gratefully. If not for me, you wouldn't have been hurt in the first place. I should be thanking you, Ye Qiu replied softly. With Zhao Yun healed, the Dragon King breathed a quiet sigh of relief and glanced at Ye Qiu with growing admiration. This young man's medical skills were extraordinary. If he continued to grow, he could become a legendary doctor one day. Meanwhile, Old Chen's face was grim as his gaze flicked toward Xiao Qingdi. The latter snorted coldly. Old Chen immediately understood, and his killing intent snapped into focus like a drawn bowstring. With lightning speed, he shot toward Ye Qiu like a deadly arrow. Dragon King reacted swiftly. The moment he saw Chen Lao lunging at Ye Qiu, he took a quick step forward, cutting off Chen Lao's path. Get out of my way, Chen Lao barked, throwing a heavy punch wrapped in sharp, piercing force. Dragon King gritted his teeth and met it heat. Bang! The two iron fists collided, and the thunderous explosion sent the chandelier swaying. Brutal force surged through Dragon King's arms and struck his organs directly, forcing him to stumble backward. Scrape, scrape, scrape. After 7 or 8 steps, he still couldn't regain his footing. With each step back, cracks spiderwebbed across the marble floor. Bang! He dropped to one knee, finally stopping his retreat. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Dragon King looked up, shock and horror flooding his eyes as he stared at the gray-robed elder. Who exactly are you? Though weakened by the goo poison, he could still gauge strength levels. That punch just now possessed power comparable to a dragon-ranking expert. This old man was no nameless nobody. A man about to die has no right to know the name of this old one. Once I've killed that brat, I'll come for your pathetic life, Chen Lao sneered, his form moving like lightning as he lunged at Ye Qiu again. Move! Zhao Yun suddenly shoved Ye Qiu aside and stepped forward to intercept. This time he was wiser. He didn't dare clash Heaton, instead using quick footwork like the wind to narrowly dodge Chen Lao's punch. He then pivoted in a circle, throwing out a series of feints while searching for an opening. Humph! Mere parlor tricks, Chen Lao snorted coldly. His fist suddenly transformed into an eagle claw, his fingers hooking like talons as he swept casually across. Rip! Zhao Yun flew backward and crashed heavily onto a table. Everyone's eyes widened as they saw his chest shredded, a wound over a foot long slashing diagonally from his shoulder down to his lower abdomen. Flesh and blood exposed, a horrifying sight. Are you Eagle Claw King Chen Tianzheng? Dragon King gasped, his voice trembling with disbelief. Chen Lao let out an eerie chuckle. Impressive. This little ant still has good eyes. Dragon King's heart sank instantly. Chen Tianzheng had shaken the martial world 30 years ago, ranking on the Tiger list, with his highest record being second on that list. Renowned for his Eagle Claw mastery, he earned the title Eagle Claw King. 9 years ago he challenged the dragon ranking and lost to the Wudong sect master, then vanished without trace. Who would have thought he'd become a servant of Xiao Qingdi today? What could be done? Dragon King calculated rapidly. If he couldn't stop him, Ye Qiu would surely die, and both he and Zhao Yun would likely meet the same fate. The thought had barely crossed his mind when Chen Tianzheng closed in on Ye Qiu again. His left eagle claw raked through the air, aiming straight for the throat. Ye Qiu retreated hastily, but in Chen Tianzheng's eyes, such speed was nothing but slow motion. Boy, consider it an honor to die by my hand. The eagle claw struck again, now just 3 inches away. Death's shadow loomed imminent. Bang! A gunshot shattered the air, a bullet screaming through space. Chen Tianzheng's instincts screamed danger. He yanked his hand back and retreated 2 steps as the bullet grazed his sleeve and embedded itself in the stone pillar of the hall. PSHH. The pillar burst with fragments, sending people screaming and scattering in panic. The scene dissolved into chaos. Ye Qiu quickly turned his head toward the entrance of the banquet hall. A breathtakingly beautiful woman sat in a wheelchair, wearing a deep-neck pomegranate-colored evening gown that revealed part of her delicate chest, exuding an irresistible allure. The ballroom glittered with lights as if all the brightness had been drawn to her. Ye Qiu instinctively called out, "Sister Lin." His heart skipped a beat. How could she be here? Taking a closer look, behind Lin Jingxi's wheelchair stood a young woman with short, wide hair cut just above her ears, perfectly framing her sharp features. Her posture was upright, and her legs were long and straight. With her left hand, she gently pushed the wheelchair, while her right hand raised a black pistol, coldly aimed at Chen Tianzheng. Chen Tianzheng's expression darkened menacingly as he opened his mouth to speak, but a sharp shout exploded from the side. "Lin Jingxi, what do you think you're doing?" Feng Yuling strode forward. "Shooting in public? Do you want to go to jail?" The Crystal Palace was Feng Yuling's territory. If word got out that a shooting had happened here, the clientele would plummet and the losses would be incalculable. But what truly infuriated him was that tonight was a welcome banquet prepared for Xiao Qingdian event gathering the elite of Jiangzhou. Yet Lin Jingji had drawn a gun in front of everyone, openly slapping him in the face. For these wealthy people, reputation mattered more than money. Lin Jingzi's expression remained indifferent. So what if I fired? No one's dead. A vein throbbed at Feng Yuling's temple. He stepped right up to her and growled, Lin Jingji, get out of here right now, or don't blame me for being rude. You invite me, then want me gone. What exactly do you want? Lin Jingji lifted her eyes, speaking casually. Fine, I'll leave but I'm taking him with me. She gestured toward Ye Qiu. No. Feng Yuling immediately refused. This guy offended young Master Xiao, no one takes him away. Lin Jingji narrowed her eyes, mocking tone sharp as a blade. Feng Yuling, are you Xiao Qingda's lapdog? Does licking him that much really get you anywhere? Lin Jingji. You Feng Yuling hadn't finished cursing when the red-haired woman behind Lin Jingji raised her pistol. The barrel pressed coldly against Feng's throat, cutting off his insult. With a clang, dozens of Crystal Palace security guards surged in, surrounding Lin Jingji, Ye Qiu, and the others. Tension in the ballroom snapped like a drawn bowstring. Guests turned pale and retreated, terrified of stray bullets. Feng Yuling took a deep breath, swallowing his anger. Miss Lin, this doesn't concern you. Don't interfere. His business is my business, Lin Jingji said firmly, pointing at Ye Qiu. Those words darkened Feng Yuling's gaze, envy bubbling beneath his skin. How could a lowly doctor have two stunning women protecting him? If not for this bastard, Lin Jingji would never have drawn a gun and publicly humiliated him. With that thought, he unleashed his fury on Ye Qiu. Smack! He suddenly swung a palm at him. Ye Qiu was alert, narrowly dodging the strike. Feng Yuling seethed with rage and disdain, spitting a mouthful of thick phlegm onto Ye Qiu's chest. Poor trash. You dare steal a woman from young Master Xiao? You're asking for death. The spit stained Ye Qiu's shirt. His eyes froze. This shirt was carefully chosen and bought at great expense by his mother. Clean your shirt. He looked up, voice icy. Before Feng Yuling could react, a shadow darted in like lightning bang. The red-haired woman struck him with a heavy blow, sending him crashing into the doorframe. The gun slipped from his hand and clattered to the floor. Ye Qiu turned to see Old Chun, leaning on his dragon head cane, now standing in front of Lin Jingji, his gaze ice-cold. You bastard, you dare point a gun at me? You'll die for that. Old Chun raised his hand and slapped down hard. Smack! The sharp, muffled sound echoed as Lin Jingji was struck and collapsed to the floor, scarlet blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Ye Qiu's eyes reddened, his fists clenched tight. Lin Jingji was slapped hard by Chun Tianzhong and fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, looking utterly humiliated. The grand hall fell silent in an instant, all the guests widening their eyes in shock. Since Lin Jingji arrived in Jiangzhou, she had used her extraordinary skills to build her company's valuation to over 10 billion in just a few years. But what people talked about most was her bewitching beauty. Almost no man could resist her charm. The wealthy wives of Jiangzhou lay awake night after night, worrying their husbands would be seduced away by her. And those fears were far from unfounded. After Lin Jingzi's arrival, at least 1,000 suitors flocked to her, many of them local power brokers. Some even publicly declared their willingness to divorce and pour their fortunes into winning her favor. Yet in the end, not a single one truly succeeded. None ever even got the chance to touch her. She skillfully leveraged these powerful connections to grow her company while keeping her own affairs tightly guarded. Yet still, those men were more than willing to grovel at her feet. Seeing her struck by Chun Tiansheng's slap, those men clenched their jaws in pain and anger. Were it not for their fear of Emperor Xiao Qing and their inability to defeat Chun Tianzheng, they would have rushed forward to play the hero and save the beauty. Quietly, a series of bitter curses churned in their hearts. Damn that old bastard. I hope he dies a horrible death. Meanwhile, the women present wore faces full of schadenfreude. TSK, TSK, TSK. Even Lin Jingji has a day like this. Always seducing men, she deserves to be beaten. Just this once tonight, he'll drink a little more. No one noticed that Ye Qiu, standing quietly off to the side, clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles turned white, eyes burning with barely contained fury. At that moment, Qian Yinru suddenly lunged out from behind Emperor Xiao Qing like a wildcat at Lin Jingji. When it came to hatred, no one despised Lin Jingji more than Qian Yinru. She had tried repeatedly to kill Lin Jingji, but failed every time, and was humiliated in return. Now, backed by Emperor Xiao Qing's support, she was filled with confidence. Seeing Chun Tianzheng had knocked Lin Jingji down, she thought her chance had finally come. Qian Yinru rushed up to Lin Jingzi's face, paused for half a second, then suddenly raised her foot and drove the 7-centimeter stiletto heel straight down toward Lin Jingzi's forehead, a step like that could easily be fatal. Bitch, die? The heel was only 2 centimeters from the forehead. Qian Yanru's face twisted into a crazed smile, as if she already saw Lin Jingzi's brain splattered. But in the next moment, She realized her body was losing support. She was being lifted off the ground, her shoe heel moving further and further away from Lin Jingji. What was happening? Looking down, Qian Yinru saw that someone had grabbed her shoulders and lifted her into the air. The person holding her up was none other than the same young doctor who had struck her in the hospital. Not you again. You bastard, let go of me. Qian Yinru screamed as she was lifted into the air, wildly kicking. Her heel repeatedly scraped against Ye Qiu's leg. Smack. Ye Qiu raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. 5 finger marks immediately swelled across Qian Yanru's face. Seems like last time's lesson wasn't enough, Ye Qiu said coldly, throwing his arm out abruptly. The large figure spun once in the air, then, boom. Qian Yinru crashed onto the marble floor like a rag doll, blood splattering everywhere. Her forehead split open, blood running down her cheek, and she fainted before she could even scream. The guests all gasped sharply, staring at Ye Qiu as if he was insane. This guy dares to lay a hand on the Qian family's eldest miss? But this was only the beginning. Ye Qiu's gaze shifted to Qin Tianzheng. His voice was low but clear. I said no one is allowed to bully Sister Lin in front of me. Just now, you bullied her. She's just a worthless bitch. So what if I bullied her? Qin Tianzheng sneered, brushing dust off his sleeve as he looked down at the trembling Lin Jingji on the floor with a sinister smile. I haven't touched a woman in years, but with a rare gem like her honestly, even I want to try. Looking for death. Before Qin Tianzheng finished, Ye Qiu stepped forward, fists burning with rage. To Qin Tianzheng, it seemed like a wild punch. He didn't even bother moving, calmly reaching out with his hand, as if to grab. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying force surged through his palm. The next second, he was hurled through the air, crashing into a concrete pillar with a loud thud before rolling to the ground. Blood sprayed from his mouth, staining his chest, his right hand trembling uncontrollably. The hall erupted in shock. What? Chen Lao, the unstoppable Dragon King, and Zhao Yun, got knocked back by that kid's single punch? Thought he was a nobody. Turns out he's a hidden king. We totally underestimated him. On the ground, Qin Tianzheng clutched his chest, eyes wide with disbelief. He had aimed to crush Ye Qiu's fist, but the moment their fists touched, it felt like an overwhelming tidal wave of power surged through him, lifting him off his feet. For a moment, he thought he was facing not a man, but a raging tiger. Bai Bing, the Dragon King, Zhao Yun, and the others also turned pale, momentarily frozen. Only now did Xiao Qingdi, standing at the back, carefully appraise Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu had already withdrawn his fist and crouched down gently to help Lin Jingji back into her wheelchair. Seeing the palm prints on her face, regret flickered in his eyes. Sister Lin, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Lin Jingji forced a smile and whispered, now's not the time for apologies. Go do what you must. Ye Qiu nodded in understanding, then turned and beckoned to the still shocked Feng Yuling with a calm but firm voice. Come here and wipe my clothes clean. Feng Yuling snapped out of his shock and saw Ye Qiu beckoning him with a finger. Instantly, anger flared inside him. To his eyes, this was blatant provocation. How dare a mere junior doctor openly mock him like this? Suppressing his fury, he scoffed coldly, his tone sharp and aggressive. Kid, don't forget where you are. You have no right to act so brazenly. They'll say it again. Come here and wipe the mess off my clothes. Under the lights, Ye Qiu calmly pointed to the large, still wet patch of thick phlegm on Feng Yuling's formal jacket. You did this. So what? Feng lifted his chin proudly. I won't wipe it off. What can you do about it? As one of Jiang's Hao's 4 young masters, I won't be seen cleaning my clothes in front of all these guests. I won't lose face like that. The banquet hall fell instantly silent, all eyes flickering between the two. Some held their breath. Others whispered with malicious amusement. There are always people in this world who don't see others as human. Ye Qiu's voice was low but steady, cutting through the noise. I gave you a chance. Since you won't take it, don't blame me. With that, he stepped forward deliberately. Feng Yuling sneered scornfully, the sound harsh. What? You want to fight me? Don't think you're invincible just because you injured old Chun. If it weren't for Chin slipping up and falling for your cheap trick, you'd be dead already. To Feng, Ye Qiu's victory was just luck and brute force, not true martial skill. Suddenly raising his hand, he shouted to the nearby security team. Get him. Take him down. Before the words fell, dozens of guards from the Crystal Palace surged forward like a tidal wave. One burly guard stepped ahead, drawn by the chance to please the boss, pulling out a telescopic baton that whistled through the air aimed hard at Ye Qiu's temple. Ye Qiu lightly tapped his toes, his body instantly dropping down like a puppet pulled by strings, coming close to the floor. Just before touching ground, his feet nailed firmly, right palm planted, he flipped sharply. Bang. A crisp crack resounded as his legs whipped like iron whips. The guard flew sideways, crashing heavily into his comrades and knocking several down. Before the crowd could react, Ye Qiu lunged in like a tiger among sheep. His fists and kicks blurred into afterimages in the light. The first scream shattered the quiet hall, followed by second, third agonized cries echoing one after another. In barely 2 seconds, all the guards in the front row were knocked flat. The guests along the side grew pale, their eyes wide with horror. Delicate wine glasses slipped from trembling hands, clinking sharply on the floor. No one dared approach, fearing the raw, violent energy radiating off him. 5 whole minutes later, the Crystal Palace's security littered the floor, clutching arms or legs in pain, unable to even stand. Ye Qiu showed no sign of struggle, only lightly brushing off his sleeve. He had struck with precise restraint, not crippling anyone, just neutralizing strength, spraining muscles without breaking bones. These guards were mere workers trying to earn a living, with little education or status, forced to obey their boss. Ye Qiu refused to make them pay too high a price. Having finished, he lifted his head slowly, eyes sharp as cold lightning, locking firmly onto Feng Yuling. At that moment, Feng felt as if some terrifying beast had fixed its gaze on him, and he involuntarily took 2 steps back. 5 minutes ago, he had been full of anticipation, eager to witness Ye Qiu's humiliating fall, crawling on the ground like a pitiful mad dog after being broken. But to his shock, more than a dozen security guards were no match for Ye Qiu, who didn't even have a single scratch on him. The man's strength was terrifying to an almost unbelievable degree. What exactly do you want? Feng Yuling's voice trembled for the first time, overwhelmed by the suffocating threat radiating from Ye Qiu. Without hesitation, Ye Qiu stepped forward. At that moment, Zhou Hao came out, coldly glaring at Ye Qiu. Show some mercy, leave some room to save face, so we can meet again someday. Why do you have to push things so far? Push things too far? Ye Qiu sneered at Zhou Hao, his eyes dripping with scorn and mockery. You say I'm pushing too far? Really? Gritting his teeth, he snarled. Who was it outside saying dogs like me weren't allowed in? Who tried to kill me after I came in? Who spat on my clothes? If it weren't for Long Wang and Zhao Ge holding them off, or Sister Lin showing up just in time, I'd be dead already. Ye Qiu's voice roared like a tidal wave. Zhou Hao's face paled, but he had no comeback. The truth was undeniable. If Ye Qiu hadn't had some real skill, if not for Long Wang and Lin Jingxi's timely help, this situation wouldn't even exist. Zhou Hao didn't want the feud to escalate any further and softened his tone. Let's end this here. They'll buy you a new suit. How about that? Ye Qiu shook his head coldly. You can't afford my clothes. Can't afford a suit? Zhou Hao laughed scornfully. As the richest second-generation heir in Jiangzhou, surrounded by designer brands, it was obvious from Ye Qiu's first appearance that his outfit was worth no more than 30,000 yuan. If one suit isn't enough, they'll pay 10 times its price. Deal? I said you can't afford it. Ye Qiu's words were deliberate and firm. This suit, my mother bought it for me. He paused, and his eyes softened. You all care about how much this suit costs, thinking it's cheap and meaningless. But do you know? My mother spent months' wages to buy this suit. My mother and I live alone. She spares no expense for herself, cutting back on even food and clothes, just to buy this suit for me because she was afraid others would look down on me. This isn't just a suit. It holds a mother's deepest love for her son. Zhou Hao fell silent, finally understanding why Ye Qiu insisted Feng Yuling personally clean the suit, because it represented something priceless that money could never measure. As Zhou Hao was still pondering how to resolve the situation, Ye Qiu suddenly charged forward, his fist crashing like a hammer into Feng Yuling's stomach. Bang! Feng Yuling clutched his burning abdomen and collapsed hard onto the ground. Ye Qiu grabbed Feng Yuling's hair with one hand, yanked off the expensive-looking necktie with the other, and quickly used it to wipe the thick phlegm off his own clothes. Then, gripping Feng Yuling's chin, he forcefully shoved the saliva-soaked tie into his mouth. But the assault wasn't over. Ye Qiu's gaze turned icy. He snatched a bottle of red wine from the nearby banquet table and smashed it onto Feng Yuling's head. The bottle shattered with a crash, wine splattering everywhere, as a fierce gash opened on Feng Yuling's forehead, bleeding profusely. Ye Qiu kicked him hard, sending him flying, then looked down at the fallen man with eyes as sharp as blades. His attention then shifted to Xiao Qingdi, fixing him with a deadly stare ready to unleash the next storm at any moment. Emperor Xiaoqing had been watching Ye Qiu's performance the whole time. At first, he looked on with disdain, not believing a mere doctor could cause any real commotion. But after Chen Tianzheng was sent flying, a flicker of change crossed his face. Chen Tianzheng tumbled and crashed into a pillar in the hall, his face pale with pain. Blood blurred his nose, revealing just how brutal that strike had been. Xiaoqing lifted his hand and gently stroked a jade finger ring, his gaze settling firmly on Ye Qiu. Then, like a tidal wave, the Crystal Palace guards surged forward, their black uniforms gleaming like shields under the lights. Ye Qiu's figure darted and weaved elbows, knees, fists, legs bursting out in rapid succession. In mere seconds, dozens of guards were knocked down, some crashing into tables and chairs, others tumbling downstairs, wails of pain ringing out continuously. Only now did Xiaoqing truly appraise Ye Qiu. If sending Chen Tianjing flying was a lucky strike, this seamless flurry of attacks had only one explanation: Ye Qiu was a master of martial arts, and no weakling. Across the hall, before Feng Yuling could finish cursing, a wine bottle slipped from Ye Qiu's grasp and hurtled over, smashing just above his head. Wine mixed with shattered glass splattered down. He screamed, clutching his head, only to be kicked by Ye Qiu and sent flying into the bar counter, gasping heavily. A cold, sharp glint flashed in Ye Qiu's eyes as he looked up, locking eyes with Emperor Shaoqing. Their gazes met, and the tension snapped tight. Shaoqing's mind rapidly calculated before he suddenly sneered. I don't know when it started, but those ridiculous melodramas always paint two brothers as one dragon, one worm. Many say my elder brother Xiaojiu is a dragon among men, and am just a useless whelp. But they forget we share the same mother. The onlookers exchanged confused glances, unsure why he brought up Xiaojiu. Ye Qiu, however, narrowed his eyes, catching the meaning. Shaoqing's smile deepened. Your skill surprised me, even made me reluctant to kill you. If you agree to serve me as a slave, I'll erase everything that happened today. How about that? No interest, Ye Qiu replied coldly. Looks like you don't understand the perks of being my servant. Shaoqing said lazily, but with chilling certainty. I can give you endless money, countless women, and unrivaled power and wealth. Really? Ye Qiu raised an eyebrow. I am a man of my word, Shaoqing said with full confidence. Ye Qiu raised a hand and pointed at Bai Bing nearby. Fine, give her to me. I want to sleep with her. In an instant, all eyes turned to Bai Bing. She had been immobilized by a pressure point strike and couldn't move. Hundreds of burning gazes fell on her. Both embarrassed and angry, her cheeks flushed deep red as she glared fiercely at Ye Qiu. That rare flash of shyness and anger caught Shaoqing's eye, and a surge of fury erupted inside him. Bai Bing was usually ice cold, only showing softness to those she cared for deeply. Could it be that her relationship with Ye Qiu ran much deeper than he realized? Thinking of how he had just been publicly rejected when proposing to her, his rage intensified. Provoking me is a very foolish choice, Shaoqing's voice turned ice cold. He'll ask you one last time. Serve me as a slave, or die? Ye Qiu answered calmly. I may be nobody, but am no one's dog. So you choose death? Ye Qiu was silent. Silence means consent. Fine, you're stubborn. Shaoqing sneered. They'll break every bone in your body, and see if you still act tough. When I've knocked you down, I want to see if you're still as arrogant as you are now. Ye Qiu shot back, rushing toward Shaoqing. There's an old saying. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Strike second, and you'll meet disaster. Ye Qiu wasn't sure of Shaoqing's true strength, so he decided to take the initiative. His figure shot forward like an arrow, closing in on Shaoqing. When they were less than 3 meters apart, a furious roar suddenly erupted from the side. Don't you dare harm my young master. Chen Tianzheng flashed into view, blocking the space between them. Get lost. Ye Qiu didn't hesitate for a second. His fist, trailing wind, shot straight toward Chen Tianzheng's face. Chen Tianzheng was, after all, a renowned expert from the Tiger rankings with battle-hardened experience. He flipped backward sharply, narrowly dodging the heavy punch, planted one hand on the ground, and swung both legs through the air toward Ye Qiu's shins. His legs whistled through the air like iron whips. Ye Qiu was forced to retreat a step. The instant his foot touched down, Chen Tianzheng sprang upward explosively. His eagle claw technique shot out, 5 fingers hooked like talons aimed straight at Ye Qiu's throat. This strike was his killing move, honed over 10 years, meant for a swift finish. For 10 years, he had served the Xiao family as a subordinate, constantly at Shaoqing's side, striking countless times. Yet never had he been so humiliated as today. Even more shameful was that earlier, he'd actually been injured by a mere doctor in unbearable disgrace. Ye Qiu didn't dare meet the attack head-on. He shifted his shoulder slightly, creating a half-foot gap, and escaped the eagle claw by a hair's breadth. The next second, his leg shot up like lightning, kicking viciously toward Chen Tianjing's crotch. Bang! Chen Tianjing's face went deathly pale instantly. His hands instinctively clutched his vital area as his knees buckled, and he dropped to the ground, trembling all over in agony. The watching guests all gaped. This guy was absolutely shameless. Bang! Ye Qiu pressed his advantage with another kick. Chen Tianzheng flew high into the air and crashed down with a heavy thud right at Shaoqing's feet. The Tiger rankings expert struggled twice, but couldn't get up, muttering in a low voice. Young master, I'm sorry. Useless. Shaoqing scolded coldly, then raised his eyes to stare at Ye Qiu. Those eyes seemed soaked in cold blades. You've successfully angered me. Even if the gods themselves descended today, they couldn't save you. Before the words finished echoing, his figure transformed into rushing thunder, charging straight at Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu only saw a blur rushing toward him. Before his fist could even swing out, his chest was struck hard. A tearing pain instantly swept through his entire body, and he flew backward. Boom. He crashed into the banquet hall entrance like a kite with a broken string, his bones feeling like they'd come apart, the pain making his internal organs churn violently. The guests held their breath, finally understanding Shaoqing's earlier boast. Sharing the same bloodline, he might not shine as brilliantly as champion Xiaojiu, but he was definitely no waste. That Ye Qiu could severely injure the Tiger rankings expert Chen Tianzheng was already astounding, yet he couldn't withstand a single strike from Shaoqing. The gap was heart-stopping. Trash. Shaoqing spat, approaching Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu struggled to stand. His face flushed red as he forcibly swallowed a mouthful of blood. Boom. Xiao Qingdi struck again. The technique identical to before, only faster and more ferocious. Ye Qiu had no way to defend and was sent flying once more. This time, he not only shattered the banquet hall's main doors, but clearly heard the crisp sound of two bones breaking. Stop! Xiao Qingdi, stop! Don't hurt Ye Qiu! Bai Bing shouted through streaming tears. However, Xiao Qingdi paid no attention and continued walking toward Ye Qiu, his eyes glinting with cold, killing intent. Emperor Xiao Qing, I beg you, please don't kill Ye Qiu. Don't kill him, Bai Bing said through tears. She had only intended to use this banquet to prove to Emperor Xiao Qing that she already had a boyfriend, hoping to make him back off. She never imagined things would escalate to the point where Ye Qiu's life was at stake. Lin Jingji sat quietly in her wheelchair, pressing her lips tightly, her gaze locked on Emperor Xiao Qing like two sharp blades. On the other side of the banquet hall, Dragon King and Zhao Yun exchanged worried looks. What should we do? Zhao Yun lowered his voice. Leave it to fate, Dragon King said gravely, staring at the scene. Xiao Qing's skills are overwhelmingly strong. Even if the two of us attack together, we couldn't stop a single strike from him. He sighed, then added, the outcome is already decided. No matter what, Xiao Yi saved my life. That debt must be repaid. Zhao Yun hesitated. You mean? If Xiao Yi dies, I will personally kill Emperor Xiao Qing to avenge him. Zhao Yun was stunned. Having followed the Dragon King for years, he knew him as a man of loyalty and deep emotion, but he hadn't expected such a resolve. Dragon King, you must reconsider this. The Dragon King remained firm. Soon, Jiuxian will lead his army southward. Jiangzhou faces utter destruction. I am already a man near death. Instead of waiting to die, I'd rather repay Xiao Yi's life-saving kindness before I got in. I can die with no regrets. Dragon King, you don't have to do this. We have already stood up for Ye Qiu once. That favor has been paid. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. How can a life-saving debt be settled with just a few words? The Dragon King's expression grew serious. Zhao Yun, I need to entrust you with something. I'm listening. Once I take down Emperor Xiao Qing, immediately take my grandson Xiao Hu and leave Jiangzhou. I have a secluded villa in Australia. In the study safe is a bank card with enough funds to support you both for life. You are the one I trust most to raise and educate him well. Remember, if Emperor Xiao Jiuxian lives, you must never return home. Zhao Yun's eyes welled with tears as he nodded solemnly. When will you make your move? Tonight. In other words, the Dragon King planned to strike Emperor Xiao Qing immediately after Ye Qiu's death. They'll gather the brothers at once, Zhao Yun said urgently. No need. I already sent the message earlier. It's too late now, they won't arrive in time. Or maybe we could have saved Xiao Yi. The Dragon King glanced at his phone. As they spoke quietly, Emperor Xiao Qing had already approached Ye Qiu. Bang! He stomped heavily on Ye Qiu's chest and sneered. A worthless nobody, yet you dare act arrogant before me? You should consider it an honor to die by my hand. Not everyone is lucky enough to trigger my attention. He leaned in, voice cold as ice. Too bad. You've really angered me. Besides killing you, I want spare those few who helped you. The Dragon King, and that boy I will kill them all. Xiao Qing's gaze landed on the girl in the wheelchair, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. As for Lin Jingji, I kind of don't want to kill her. The woman was stunningly beautiful, with such seductive charm that she must be quite uninhibited in bed. It was a pity you won't get to see her wild side anymore. Once I've tired of her, they'll send her to the club to entertain clients. I bet many people will be interested in her body. Ha ha ha, Xiao Qingdi laughed wildly. Ye Qiu's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly as he struggled to rise from the ground. But after taking 2 punches from Xiao Qingdi, he felt as if his internal organs had shifted. Summoning all his strength, he still couldn't get up. Wait, if I remember right, you said earlier that you and your mother are all each other has, right? Xiao Qingdi said with a smile. After I kill you, they'll go after your mother. Don't worry, I won't kill her. They'll send her to the club to entertain clients alongside that bitch Lin Jingji. Ye Qiu roared in anger and tried desperately to get up, but Xiao Qingdi's foot was firmly planted on him, immobilizing his body. Helpless, he pounded the floor furiously with both fists to vent his rage. After a while, his hands were bloodied and raw. Many present turned their heads away at the sight, unable to bear watching any longer. Lin Jingji bit her lip, silent. Bai Bing was already in tears, crying out repeatedly, don't kill him, but no one paid attention. I've lost interest in playing with you garbage. Here comes the last punch to send you off. Xiao Qingdi finally lifted his foot, grabbed Ye Qiu by the hair, and hauled him up before delivering a fierce punch to Ye Qiu's chest. Boom. Ye Qiu's body flew backward. Outside the banquet hall was the hotel lobby. Ye Qiu's body flew more than 10 meters, crashing into the floor and leaving a huge crater. He lay there motionless for a long time. Is he dead? The room fell into stunned silence. Ye Qiu Lin Jingzi's eyes reddened, her knuckles pale as she gripped the railing. Bai Bing stood in a daze, tears streaming down her face. After a while, between sobs she whispered, Ye Qiu, I'm sorry. I caused this Long Wang, and Zhao Yun also looked sorrowful. Though they had known Ye Qiu only a short time and weren't very close, seeing him die before their eyes deeply pained them. Brother, rest well. Little Yi, see you in the afterlife. Trash. Xiao Qingdi spat and turned away. His gaze lingered briefly on Lin Jingji before settling on Long Wang. Long Wang knew Xiao Qingdi was coming for him and quickly told Zhao Yun, you must leave immediately. Remember what I said earlier, take Xiao Hu abroad. As long as Xiao Jiu lives, never return home. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Qingdi said, I live by one rule. If no one provokes me, I provoke no one. But if someone provokes me, I'll eradicate them completely. I hadn't planned to deal with you. But since you have the audacity to back that brat and oppose me, I'll handle you. Instead, consider it repaying Xiao Jiu a favor. Killing you will ease my hatred and earn Xiao Jiu's gratitude. Two birds, one stone. Ha ha ha, Xiao Qingdi laughed fiercely as he advanced toward Long Wang. Ahem, just then, a low, deep voice echoed from behind Emperor Xiao Qing. The sound was soft, yet in the silent banquet hall, it burst like a distant thunderclap. Emperor Xiao Qing spun around sharply, his pupils contracting in disbelief. Ye Qiu, whom he had thought dead after 3 devastating punches, was struggling to prop himself up on the floor, inch by inch pushing himself back to his feet. Everyone present was stunned speechless. Not dead. That guy's not dead. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. To survive 3 punches and still stand it was unbelievable. This is insane, like some indestructible cockroach. Lin Jingji was momentarily dazed, then her eyes lit up. Her knuckles whitened from gripping the armrest, her mind locked on one thought. Ye Qiu, you have to hold on. On the other side, Bai Bing was initially frozen, but then his eyes reddened and tears welled up. Was alive, really alive. Long Wang and Zhao Yun exchanged glances, both filled with shock. As martial artists, they knew exactly how brutal Emperor Xiao Qing's 3 punches were. Even they couldn't have withstood that combination. Yet Ye Qiu had. Ye Qiu's physical constitution is terrifying. I'm nowhere near him, Zhao Yun admitted, his voice barely hiding his astonishment. Long Wang took a deep breath and lowered his voice. He'll bet, as long as little Yi survives, within 10 years, he'll become a top master in both medical and martial arts, maybe even a formidable rival to champion Ho for life. Then he ordered immediately, get the brothers here as fast as possible. Once they arrive, we must do everything to protect little Yi. Yes. Zhao Yun pulled out his phone, dialing urgently as he shouted into it. At that moment, blood kept trickling from the corner of Ye Qiu's mouth, his clothes stained with large patches of red. Just moments ago, he had thought for sure he was done, for when Emperor Xiao Qing's final punch slammed into his chest, he distinctly felt his organs rupture, and when he hit the ground, his scapula shattered. Yet at the peak of agony, a strange warmth suddenly surged through his meridians and swiftly spread through his limbs and entire body, as if someone was stitching flesh and blood inside him, repairing the torn organs at an almost invisible speed. Within a minute, most of the excruciating pain eased, and his broken shoulder bone began to knit back together on its own. Ye Qiu was filled with confusion, but there was no time to ponder when he finally stood upright, every eye in the room fixed firmly on him. Ahem, Ye Qiu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered coldly at Emperor Xiao Qing. Those cheesy romance dramas weren't wrong. If a big family has 2 brothers, one will be outstanding, the other a complete loser. Champion Ho is my idol, and you, he raised his hand to point directly at Emperor Xiao Qing, are the loser. Don't think that just because you barely survived, you have the right to challenge me. Emperor Xiao Qing's voice turned icy as he powered off the ground. Let's see how many more punches you can take. But what happened next stunned everyone even more. Ye Qiu clenched his fist and charged at Emperor Xiao Qing. Damn, this guy's got no fear of death. The crowd gasped. No one expected Ye Qiu to go on the offensive. Ye Qiu knew the gap between him and Emperor Xiao Qing was huge. Before inheriting the Yi family's legacy, he had been just a lowly doctor, never stepping into martial arts, a complete waste. But sometimes, a person chooses to face the tiger's den, even knowing the danger. Even if he failed, he would give it everything he had. A total underdog through and through. Xiao Qing's elder brother was the renowned champion Marquis, a man wielding immense power and ranked #1 on the dragon list. With such a brother guiding him, it was almost impossible for Xiao Qingdi not to become a master. Ye Qiu knew deep down that his life was not yet doomed. His actions left Xiao Qingdi both shocked and furious. Next time, his opponent would show no mercy. Rather than waiting passively to be defeated, he chose to strike first. Silently, he activated the 9-turn divine dragon technique, channeling all his true energy into his right arm. Instantly, his fist was enveloped in a faint golden light, as if forged from pure gold. Xiao Qingdi's eyes narrowed sharply, a look of astonishment crossing his face. You've opened the Ren and Du meridians and comprehended the innate energy? Outside the dragon list, no one could possibly block that punch. Ye Qiu snorted coldly, his feet pounding the ground, closing the nearly 20 meters between them in a flash. Too bad, one punch alone isn't enough to beat me. Xiao Qingdi raised his hand, spreading 5 fingers wide. Bang! Fist met palm with a muffled explosion. Ye Qiu's thunderous punch was firmly caught by Xiao Qingdi. Ye Qiu's expression changed drastically. His opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations, but with no way out, he had to give it his all. Boom! He clenched his left hand into a fist and aimed straight for Xiao Qingdi's heart. Looking for death, Xiao Qingdi snarled, sweeping his leg hard. Before Ye Qiu's fist could land, his kick struck firmly into Ye Qiu's abdomen. His right hand loosened in sync. Thud! Ye Qiu was kicked back, flying through the air. Taking advantage of your weakness to end you. Xiao Qingdi followed closely, ready to break Ye Qiu's spine the moment he landed. Once the spine was shattered, Ye Qiu would be crippled for life, leaving him to agonize slowly until death. Ye Qiu's body hurtled downward rapidly, a cold smile curling on Xiao Qingdi's lips. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Suddenly, Ye Qiu flipped midair, turning almost upside down, feet pointing upward and head downward. Gathering every ounce of strength again into his right fist, he smashed down from the sky with a deafening crash. This is it, was his only thought. Xiao Qingdi sneered with disdain. Child's play. He raised 5 fingers toward the sky and met the strike with an open palm. Boom. Fist met palm again, the impact exploding like thunder. Ye Qiu was on top, Xiao Qingdi below. Crack. The floor beneath Xiao Qingdi shattered instantly. One crack after another echoed. The ground collapsed, forming a nearly half-meter wide crater. Countless fissures radiated outward. Xiao Qingdi's handsome face flushed bright red, his legs trembling uncontrollably and bending under him. 10 seconds later. Thud! Unable to hold on any longer, he fell hard to his knees, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Ye Qiu spun in midair once more. His leather shoe, size 42, fell like a crashing thunderbolt, stomping brutally onto Xiao Qingdi's face. With such a handsome face, wouldn't it be a waste not to stomp on it? Smack! Xiao Qingdi's body was hurled backward, crashing heavily onto the floor with a loud bang. The guests erupted in a chorus of shocked murmurs, secretly wondering. Could it be that young Master Xiao was no match for that guy after all? Xiao Qingdi sat on the ground, raising a hand to wipe his throbbingly aching cheek. The light slanted across the floor, revealing his face. In there, clearly imprinted on the floor, was an astonishingly large size 42 shoe print. Rage filled his chest, fury threatening to burst forth. His hair stood on end, his fierce eyes locking onto Ye Qiu as he roared, "You bastard, I'm going to skin you alive." His voice carried a chilling menace that sent shivers through the air. Ye Qiu showed no mercy, replying coldly, "Compared to the world-renowned champion Ho, you're nothing but a loser." With a furious bellow, Xiao Qingdi charged like a wild stallion toward Ye Qiu. He made no flashy moves, just a straight punch aimed at Ye Qiu's face. Bring it on. Ye Qiu shifted aside, delivering a powerful kick aimed squarely at Xiao Qingdi's face. The strike landed seamlessly, and Xiao Qingdi's eyes blazed with fury. What kind of strike doesn't hit the face? This bastard deserved to die? Quickly transforming his fist into a claw, Xiao Qingdi swerved as Ye Qiu's foot flew past and snatched onto Ye Qiu's calf in an iron grip. Pain seared through Ye Qiu's leg, bone threatening to snap at any moment. In a critical instant, he swung a punch fiercely at Xiao Qingdi's face. Xiao Qingdi hastily blocked with his hand. At the same moment, Ye Qiu's other fist shot out forcefully, landing precisely on Xiao Qingdi's cheek with a muffled thud. Suppressing the pain, Xiao Qingdi violently flung Ye Qiu away, stepping back several paces. Touching his nose, his palm was soaked with fresh blood. Suddenly he realized he had fallen into a trap. Ye Qiu first kicked him to force a grab, then punched to compel a block. With both hands locked, Xiao Qingdi was defenseless against the follow-up strikes. "You despicable scoundrel." Xiao Qingdi cursed silently, his eyes blazing with burning anger. Ye Qiu smiled coldly and said, "Still don't believe you're useless? Believe it now." Stunned internally, Ye Qiu's doctor could clearly feel a faint fracture forming along the leg bone Xiao Qingdi was clutching. Without the timely counterattack, that leg would have been ruined. Just as sharp as champion house brother, impressive, Ye Qiu thought, secretly admiring. Xiao Qingdi had long lost his former grace. His left cheek bore a vivid shoe print, his bloodied nose only adding to his pitiful appearance. Though no stranger to injury before, he had never lost face so publicly, being stomped on the face. Nose broken, that was truly unprecedented. His most prized possession was his handsome face. His oft-said motto, "My head may be cut off, my blood may spill, but my face cannot be ruined." Now nearly disfigured right in front of every eye, it was an unbearable humiliation. Rage surged like a tidal wave. But for once, Xiao Qingdi didn't yell or shout. Instead, he remained unusually calm. Like a wounded beast, his pupils rapidly darkened to red, his body radiating a deadly chill. That murderous aura seemed to infect Ye Qiu as well. He could feel a familiar warmth rushing through his meridians, his strength swelling little by little. There was even an uncontrollable urge to strike first. Finally, Ye Qiu raised his arm, fingers curling lightly, and sent a taunting gesture toward Xiao Qingdi from a distance. Boom. The next moment, Xiao Qingdi erupted like a thunderclap, his speed increasing several times over. Almost simultaneously, Ye Qiu stomped the ground fiercely, charging headlong without hesitation when enemies meet on a narrow path. The brave wins. Whoever retreats loses. Smash, smash, smash. The two stopped using flashy moves, exchanging pure, brute force punches flesh against flesh, clash after clash. Xiao Qingdi poured all his strength into his fists, confident he would overwhelm Ye Qiu in moments. Yet after 5 punches, Ye Qiu's footing remained firm, and he wasn't even scratched. To put it in perspective, at that moment, Xiao Qingdi's punches were powerful enough to cripple any top-ranked fighter on the Tiger list with a single blow, but Ye Qiu stood like solid steel, unmoved. A cold shiver ran down Xiao Qingdi's spine. Could this guy be some kind of Iron Man? Ye Qiu was equally shocked. He had comprehended innate energy, unlocked his run and do meridians, and forged the first stage of the 9-turn divine dragon technique, his arms holding thousands of gene and force. Had assumed Xiao Qingdi wouldn't withstand a single punch, yet 5 exchanges ended in a deadlock. If even Xiao Qingdi is this terrifying, what kind of power does Champion Ho possess? Can I ever surpass him in this life? That thought flashed through his mind, fueling his fighting spirit like a volcano erupting. He retracted his fists briefly, then struck again with renewed ferocity. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Xiao Qingdi staggered backward 5 or 6 steps before regaining balance. Again, Xiao Qingdi roared, charging once more. Bang! Their fists collided again, then instantly separated. Xiao Qingdi was thrown backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. As he rolled to his feet, he noticed his right elbow protruding, awkwardly fractured. Ye Qiu pressed the advantage, darting forward as a storm of punches rained down. Xiao Qingdi could only defend passively. Their fists flew so fast and intertwined so tightly that onlookers couldn't trace a single strike. After 5 minutes of intense combat, the two separated. Blood dripped steadily from Ye Qiu's mouth, evidence of serious injury, but Xiao Qingdi looked worse, half his face swollen, crimson blood staining the corner of his mouth. The brother of Champion Ho is nothing special, Ye Qiu sneered coldly. Xiao Qingdi snorted, clutching his injured right elbow. With a sharp twist crack, the bone snapped back into place. His razor-sharp gaze fixed on Ye Qiu. You were the first to slap me in the face and the first to force me into such disgrace. But you're just a lowly doctor. What right do you have to challenge me? What right? Now I'll show you my true power. Die. With a furious roar, he shattered the floor beneath him, turning into a wild gale rushing forward. Ye Qiu took a deep breath, channeling every ounce of strength into his right arm, pushing the 9-turn divine dragon technique to its peak. A pale golden glow shimmered on his fist. He swung. Boom. Xiao Qingdi was hit square in the chest as he closed in, flying backward uncontrollably like a kite cut loose. He crashed through the banquet hall doors, rolling multiple times on the ground, struggling but unable to rise. Ye Qiu stood firmly, a look of disdain on his face. True power? That's it. Pathetic. The entire hall fell silent. The once noisy music abruptly stopped, and every guest stared wide-eyed at the entrance, the room gripped by an eerie stillness. The once arrogant Xiao Qingdi now lay sprawled on the carpet like a fish drained of strength, struggling but unable to get up. Ye Qiu stood with his hands in his pockets, looking down on him with disdain, sneering, "Trash. The little doctor actually won?" Someone in the crowd gasped, "This is ridiculous." No one would believe it without seeing it themselves. Meanwhile, across the room, Zhou Hao, Li Qiancheng, and Feng Yuling scowled as they huddled together. "Yuling, is this your so-called killing with a borrowed knife you bragged about?" Zhou Hao lowered his voice, clearly displeased. Feng Yuling had hoped to use Xiao Qingdi's power to deal with the Dragon King, but instead, the Dragon King was unharmed while Xiao Qingdi was beaten down like a dog. The thought made him grind his teeth in frustration. Who knew that kid was such a fighter? Damn it, this is blown up in our faces. At this moment, Feng Yuling's face was bruised and swollen, blood trickling down his temple, making his expression both pained and vicious. What do we do now, Yuling? Li Qiancheng huddled nervously, his voice trembling. Do you think that kid will kill us? I'm so scared. He won't dare. Feng Yuling snorted coldly. Why not? Li Qiancheng pressed anxiously. In Jiangzhou, who dare mess with us? Feng Yuling tried to sound confident despite the tension. But Zhou Hao sneered. Yet he already attacked us just now, didn't he, Yuling? His words silenced Feng Yuling. Lowering his voice, Zhou Hao warned. If it were me, I'd have finished you off already. Simple reason has beaten young Master Xiao like that. Even if he doesn't die today, he won't last long. Better to take a few down with him. The coldness of Zhou Hao's words sent shivers down Feng Yuling and Li Qiancheng's spines. So what's the plan now? Feng Yuling asked quietly. What can we do? Wait and watch. Zhou Hao forced a bitter smile and glanced toward Qian Yinru. Not far away, the unlucky woman was still unconscious. Just then, the short-haired woman who had been with Lin Jingji and was knocked out by Chun Tianjing entered, leaning against the doorframe. Her face was pale, but she still gripped a cold pistol tightly. You all right? Ye Qiu stepped forward, genuinely concerned. The short-haired woman snorted, glared fiercely at him, then slipped behind Lin Jingji. What's that supposed to mean? Did I offend you? Ye Qiu was confused. He shook his head and moved to white-faced Bai Bing, lightly pressing a finger to unlock her sealed acupoints. Ye Qiu, I'm sorry. Bai Bing's tears hovered on her lashes, her voice choked with emotion. Ye Qiu had his own complaints about Bai Bing. If not for her, maybe tonight wouldn't have spiraled like this. But what's done was done. He replied calmly, it's all settled now. No need to apologize. If I hadn't brought you to the banquet, they almost killed you. Would you blame me? Bai Bing's eyes were misty and uncertain. Blame you for what? Without you, I wouldn't even know how the upper-class parties. Honestly, I should be thanking you. Really? Of course. Ye Qiu raised his hand to brush away her tears. Bing Jia, don't cry, you're messing up your makeup. Bai Bing smiled faintly, a look of relief spreading across her face. Not far off, Lin Jingji noticed and scoffed under her breath, White Lotus. Ye Qiu patted Bai Bing's shoulder. You rest for a bit. I need to take care of something. What are you going to do? Bai Bing's heart sank with foreboding. Finish what I started. With that, he grabbed a heavy bottle of red wine from a nearby banquet table and strode towards Feng Yuling. Even someone as slow-witted as Bai Bing could see what Ye Qiu intended to do next. She hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Ye Qiu, don't be impulsive, stop now. Xiao Qingdi is already beaten. Stopping here is the best outcome. She didn't want Ye Qiu to make things worse, fearing the situation would spiral out of control. Before she finished speaking, Bai Bing rushed forward to grab Ye Qiu, but it was too late. Bang! A dull thud echoed as a wine bottle was slammed hard onto Feng Yuling's head. The bottle clattered to the ground, and Feng Yuling collapsed, blood quickly seeping from his wound. When he saw Ye Qiu striding over holding the bottle, Feng Yuling only had one thought: get away. But his legs felt like they were made of lead, refusing to obey. Then the bottle struck his head, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Crazy man. Feng Yuling cursed in his mind, though his face was a picture of helplessness. But the ordeal was far from over. Ye Qiu quickly grabbed another bottle from the table. Feng Yuling trembled in fear, nearly unable to control himself. Again? He begged in a trembling voice. Ye Qiu, stop hurting me, please, let's go. Taking the opportunity, Bai Bing clutched Ye Qiu's arm, pleading, Ye Qiu, enough, let go. No. Ye Qiu shook his head, his gaze icy. He dirted my clothes. I won't let it go. I can clean the clothes for you, Bai Bing whispered, unable to hide her concern. Continuing this won't do you any good. She fully understood the fragile, yet tight-knit relationship among the four young masters of Jiangzhou. Their fortunes rose and fell together. If Ye Qiu offended Feng Yuling, it would mean angering the entire Jiangzhou Four Young Masters Alliance. Behind them stood four powerful families, connected by complicated ties. Hurting Feng Yuling would bring severe consequences, and ruthless retaliation was inevitable. Fine, I don't care about the dirty clothes, but he called Sister Lin a bitch. I can't stand that. Ye Qiu snapped angrily. Bai Bing was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Ye Qiu to be confronting Lin Jingxi's attackers and felt a strange unease. She grabbed Ye Qiu, repeatedly begging, Ye Qiu, stop. I'm begging you. She tugged at his arm with all her strength. When Ye Qiu tried to break free, she wrapped her arms around his waist from behind. Bai Bing knew this wasn't a graceful move, especially with so many watching, but she couldn't care. Unfortunately, she underestimated Ye Qiu's resolve. Sister Bing, let go of me. I've never bullied anyone before, but today I want to try bullying others, Ye Qiu said coldly. He tore off her hands and pushed her away. I said no one is allowed to bully Sister Lin in front of me. Anyone who dares will pay the price. Another sharp crash, the bottle shattered, shards scattering across the floor. Feng Yuling's vision blurred, his head spun, and he soon slipped into unconsciousness. Ye Qiu lifted his head, eyes settling coldly on Zhou Hao and Li Qianqing. Seeing the scene, Zhou Hao quickly took 2 steps back, sweating profusely. Ye Qiu, this has nothing to do with me. Don't hit me, don't, Li Qianqing whimpered in tears. Heh, just the Jiangzhou for young masters? What a bunch of cowards. Ye Qiu sneered, ignoring them entirely. He turned and walked over to Lin Jingxi, a faint smile curling at his lips. Sister Lin, it's settled. Lin Jingxi's face was expressionless, but a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. After a long pause, she sighed helplessly. At that moment, Ye Qiu caught a deep sense of disappointment in her gaze. Why is Sister Lin disappointed? Ye Qiu wondered silently. Before he could figure it out, Lin Jingxi took a gun from the short-haired woman standing behind her and pointed it at the fallen Xiao Qingdi. Bang! The sound of a gunshot shattered the stillness. Bang! The bullet struck Xiao Qingdi's left knee. Xiao Qingdi cried out in pain. As the younger brother of Champion Ho, he knew he shouldn't lose his composure, but the bullet tearing through his knee sent a searing pain that nearly made him pass out. He couldn't hold back. The entire room fell into stunned silence, and then a chill shot up everyone's spine. No one expected Lin Jingxi to actually pull the trigger. After a brief moment of shock, the banquet hall erupted in chaos. That crazy woman has no fear. She actually dared to shoot young Master Xiao. If anything happens to him, Champion Ho will never forgive anyone here. Damn, we're all screwed because of her today. Luckily, it was only one shot. Someone sighed in relief. But right then, a sharp bang rang out again, followed by two more quick shots. Lin Jingji fired 4 bullets in total, all hitting Xiao Qingdi's left knee. The intense pain forced him to scream again. Yet Lin Jingji remained calm, almost conversational, looking down at Xiao Qingdi with a smile. Kid, you'd better keep a low profile from now on. Stop running your mouth about killing people. Careful, you don't lose your own life before you get anyone else. Xiao Qingdi roared. Lin Jingji, you bitch. He'll kill you. Looks like you didn't hear me before. I told you to tone it down, so why are you still so arrogant? Lin Jingji shrugged, then added, hey race, another lesson for you: never, ever anger a woman, especially one who holds grudges. Bang. 4 more bullets ripped into Xiao Qingdi's right knee this time. Blood soaked through his suit pants, pooling on the floor. Overcome by agony, he collapsed unconscious. It's over. I don't think both of young Master Xiao's legs can be saved. Lin Jingji has really lost it this time. That bastard's ruined us all. Guests pressed into the corners hissed curses, desperate to escape, yet frozen in place. Lin Jingji's gun still smoked, and no one could guess who would be next. Cold sweat broke out across foreheads as the air grew thick with gunpowder and blood. Even Ye Qiu was stunned. He had always thought his own methods ruthless, but compared to Lin Jingji, he felt like a mere novice. Lin Jingji chuckled lightly, but her voice sent a shiver down spines. Women like holding grudges, and pretty women like holding grudges even more sadly, and one of the latter. If I'm not mistaken, some of you just insulted me, didn't you? She raised the gun, aiming it into the crowd. At that instant, hearts nearly stopped beating. Ms. Lin, what are you trying to do? A middle-aged man stammered, voice trembling. Don't worry. Every debt has its debtor. I won't kill innocents. Her tone shifted cold, the gun now pointed at a heavily made-up woman. How did you insult me earlier? The woman, terrified by the dark muzzle aimed at her, felt her legs turn to jelly. She could barely speak, trembling uncontrollably. Before she could finish, she collapsed to her knees, sobbing. Ms. Lin, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Mr. Lin is always busy seducing men. He deserves to be beaten. Very well said. Lin Jingji smiled, lightly brushing the dust off her skirt as she replied deliberately. You're basically complimenting me on my looks. An ugly woman can dance seductively, or even strip naked, but men won't spare her a second glance, right? Yeah. The woman nodded vigorously, her knees still pressed against the cold tile floor. Don't kneel. I'm not going to eat you. Get up. Lin Jingji raised a finger, motioning for her to come closer. Come here, I need to tell you something. The woman hurried forward, lowering her body even more. Ms. Lin, what do you want to say? Nothing much, Lin Jingji said casually. Just a reminder: never cross a woman, especially a beautiful one. Smack. Without warning, she swung her hand and landed a sharp slap across the woman's face, the sound crisp and resonant. A woman who can seduce men has skill. Lin Jingji narrowed her eyes. A woman who can't even keep her own man is pathetic. Ever since I came to Jiangzhou, you all have treated me like some warning light, seeing me as a lustful tramp to be used and discarded. But think about it. If it weren't for me, do you really think your man would stay loyal to you forever? Dream on. Which man in the world doesn't stray? If you want to keep a man, it's not just your body you have to use. She tapped her temple with a finger. It's this. With that, she raised a pistol and pointed the black barrel at the forehead of another woman nearby. Lin Jingji gave a seductive smile. What did you just call me? I didn't call you anything. The woman's voice trembled. If you didn't, would I be holding a gun to your head? Lin Jingji raised an eyebrow, her tone turning cold. Be honest. Bullets don't have eyes. I said it. I did. The woman's face went pale. I saw you get hit, and said it was well deserved that tonight we should drink more. That's all. I swear I never insulted you. I believe you, Lin Jingji smiled, nodding. But 2 drinks won't cut it. Drink a whole bottle. The woman froze and instinctively looked toward the banquet table where several bottles of wine were neatly arranged. She immediately understood. Grabbing a bottle of red wine, she raised it to her lips. Wait, Lin Jingji interrupted. Red wine's weak, you need the hard stuff. The woman's face instantly drained of color. Dressed to the nines at a place like this, isn't it just to catch a rich man? Lin Jingji scoffed. You know what they say, women don't get drunk, men don't sleep. Drink up. The woman trembled violently, grabbed a bottle of white liquor, and chugged it down. The harsh burn made her cough violently. Don't stop. Keep going, Lin Jingji said with a smile, watching her closely. Finish this bottle, then there's 3 more. One sentence, and she pushed the woman straight into despair. The banquet hall was deathly silent. None dared to make a sound. After draining the 4 bottles, the woman collapsed on the ground, limp like a fish drained of strength. Only then did Lin Jingji shift her sharp gaze to Qin Tianzheng. Besides holding grudges, I have one bad habit: I never let revenge wait until the next day. Bang, the gunshot exploded. A bloody hole appeared between Qin Tianzheng's eyebrows. Qin Tian died on the spot. Even with his hands still tightly clutching his groin, he never expected that in his final moments, he would fall at the hands of a woman. The empty banquet hall fell into a brief silence before low voices began to ripple through the crowd. He's dead? Dead. The second-ranked expert on the tiger list. Just like that? Yeah, that crazy woman, Lin Jingji, she really dares to do anything. If Marquis Champion pursues this, none of us will get away. We're done for. This madwoman's going to get us all killed. Zhao Yun's scalp tingled from the gruesome scene before him. He leaned close to Dragon King and whispered, "This woman is ruthless. In the business world, if you're not ruthless, you won't even leave bones behind." Dragon King shrugged and patted Zhao Yun on the shoulder. "When you get married someday, don't marry someone like Lin Jingji. Because she's ruthless?" "No." Dragon King raised an eyebrow. "She's too beautiful. You, with your looks, don't stand a chance." Zhao Yun was left speechless. The smoke from the gunfire was still lingering as Lin Jingji slowly lowered her weapon, her gaze finally settling on Qian Yinru, who lay unconscious on the floor. "Xiao Jia, wake her up." "Yes." The short-haired woman hurried forward and slapped Qian Yinru twice sharply. 3 seconds later, Qian Yanru's eyes fluttered open. She looked around in confusion. "Where am I? What do you think?" Lin Jingji looked down at her coldly. Qian Yinru blinked, suddenly remembering what happened before, and screamed in disbelief. "Lin Jingji, you're not dead? Beautiful women tend to live long lives. You bitch. I'm going to kill you." Before she finished, she suddenly lunged at Lin Jing's a bit frozen place like she'd been paralyzed. A cold, empty gun barrel was pressed against her forehead. "What are you trying to do?" She instinctively stepped back 2 paces. "Don't you already know what I want?" Lin Jingji squinted and smiled faintly. "Go ahead and shoot if you dare." Qian Yinru gritted her teeth and stepped forward again. Bang! The gunshot sounded almost at the same moment as her step. A bullet tore through her left leg, blood spraying. She screamed and collapsed to the floor. "Still want to bet? Bet on whether it'll kill you or not," Lin Jingji said casually. Qian Yinru went pale. She knew exactly how ruthless Lin Jingji was. Trembling, she begged, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I won't bother you anymore." "Qingdi. Qingdi, where are you? Save me." Terrified, she scanned the crowd for Xiao Qingdi, only to find everyone looking at her strangely. "Qingdi. Qing. Stop screaming," Lin Jingji said, lifting her chin and nodding toward a nearby spot. "He's right there." Qian Yinru turned and saw Xiao Qingdi lying on the floor, covered in blood and motionless. "Dead." She trembled violently. "That was me," Lin Jingji said lightly, as if commenting on the weather. "Aiwa." Qian Yinru finally broke down, wailing uncontrollably. Bang! Another gunshot hit her right leg. Her agonized scream pierced the air. "Shut up. Keep screaming, and he'll shoot you dead." The smile vanished from Lin Jingzi's face, replaced by a chilling coldness. Qian Yinru trembled slightly, too afraid to utter a sound. Under the light, Lin Jingji suppressed a cold smile, his gaze sharp as a blade. "You refuse to stay quietly in Beijing and insist on coming to Jiangzhou to cause trouble. Since you like running around so much, they'll break both your legs and see where you can run then. If you weren't Qiandong's sister, right now you'd be lying dead on the floor. Today, for Qiandong's sake, I won't kill you. But if you come to provoke me again, I'll throw you into the river to feed the fish." With that, he casually handed a cold handgun to the short-haired woman behind him, then turned and smiled politely to the guests in the hall. "Sorry to embarrass everyone. Ye Qiu, shall we go?" "Wait." An ill-timed voice interrupted his steps. Zhou Hao emerged from the crowd. Originally, he intended to stand by and watch, but if Lin Jingji were allowed to leave now, not only would the reputation of Jiang's house for young masters be utterly ruined, but when Champion Ho demanded accountability, he wouldn't escape after all. This banquet was organized by them. "What does young Master Zhou want to say?" Lin Jingji asked coolly. "It's not really advice." Zhou Hao looked up. "But you injured young Master Xiao, killed his servant, and hurt Yuling. If you walk away now, won't that prove that all 4 of us Jiangzhou young masters are useless?" "Isn't that true?" Lin Jingji retorted. Zhou Hao's brow tightened, face darkening. "President Lin, things have come this far. I hope you will personally apologize to Champion Ho. Otherwise, when he seeks justice, none of the guests present will be able to avoid responsibility." "Yes, young Master Zhou is right. This must be clearly explained to Champion Ho. We had no part in it." The surrounding guests echoed nervously, eager not be implicated. Lin Jingji snorted coldly. "Why should I apologize? His brother was out of control, and I was only giving a small punishment to teach a big lesson. This is helping him discipline his brother. Champion Ho should be thanking me." "President Lin, you're eloquent, I can't argue with you. But you beat young Master Xiao so badly. You owe Champion Ho an explanation." Zhou Hao's voice grew heavy. "Please make the wise choice. Otherwise, I won't let you leave." "Trying to stop me?" Lin Jingzi's expression turned icy. "If I want to leave, no one can stop me." "Not necessarily." Zhou Hao gestured, and the banquet doors were pushed open. Over 100 security guards in black suits poured in, quickly surrounding Lin Jingji and his group like an iron barrel. Zhou Hao smiled coldly. "President Lin, do you still think you can leave?" Lin Jingzi's expression darkened. At that moment, Long Wang stepped forward, voice low and steady. "Young Master Zhou, Using overwhelming numbers to bully the fewest that appropriate? No choice. We have the numbers. Zhou Hao shrugged. Long Wang nodded slightly. Hearing you say that, I feel reassured. Reassured? What are you reassured about? Zhou Hao raised his eyebrows, eyes flicking between Long Wang and Lin Jingji. Before a reply came, a bellboy stumbled into the hall, voice trembling. It's bad, young Master Zhou. We're being surrounded by a group of people. Zhou Hao sneered. What's there to panic about? We've got the numbers. But they have even more people, maybe 2 or 3,000. What? Zhou Hao's face changed drastically. What kind of people are these? Zhou Hao asked hurriedly. The doorman said nothing. He glanced briefly at the Dragon King beside him, then lowered his eyes. Instantly, Zhou Hao understood only the Dragon King in Jiangzhou could summon so many people at once. He fixed his gaze on the Dragon King's face and demanded in a low voice, Dragon King, what exactly do you mean by this? The Dragon King threw his head back and laughed heartily, clapping his hands. What can I do? I happen to have a lot of people under me. Zhou Hao's expression darkened. So you intend to gang up on the few? You were planning the same thing just now, weren't you? The Dragon King shot back bluntly. Why is it okay for you, but not for me? Zhou Hao hurried to explain. You've misunderstood, Dragon King. I was only trying to keep General Manager Lin here. You saw what happened tonight. Young Master Xiao was seriously injured, and his servant was killed. If Marquis Champion pursues this, as the host of this banquet, I can't wriggle free of responsibility. So I absolutely cannot let the culprit leave. The Dragon King's face suddenly grew cold, his voice booming like distant thunder. So you're acting like Xiao's lapdog? If you are, then by all means, go catch his killer. If not, then don't stand in Lin's way. The Dragon King's overwhelming presence pressed down on Zhou Hao. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and his face instantly turned pale. I'm taking General Manager Lin away right now, the Dragon King said as he stepped forward, his tone icy. If you try to stop me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhou Hao had not expected the Dragon King to be so protective of Lin Jingji. His voice trembled as he said, Dragon King, you need to think carefully. Lin Jingji is the murderer. If you shield her like this, when Marquis Champion asks questions, slap. Before he could finish, a sharp slap landed on his face. The Dragon King withdrew his hand, his gaze cutting like a knife. Are you telling me how to do my job? Zhou Hao's head spun from the blow, but he swallowed his anger and said, I wouldn't dare. Humph. The Dragon King snorted coldly, then turned to Zhao Yun and said, let's go. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, he led Lin Jingji, Ye Qiu, and the others straight out of the banquet hall. The crowd, tense already, fell completely silent except for the sound of their footsteps fading away. Zhou Hao's face darkened as he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Old bastard, one day he'll make you pay. At that moment, Li Qianxing hurried over and, seeing the red handprint on Zhou Hao's face, asked softly, concerned, Brother Haoran, does it hurt? He cupped Zhou Hao's cheeks gently with both hands. Zhou Hao tried to pull away but was frozen in place by the warm touch. His expression softened as he looked at Li Qianxing. Their eyes met, and an unspoken calm fell over them, the air somehow still and quiet enough to hear each other's quick breaths. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Li, what should we do now? The hotel manager's voice suddenly exploded in their ears. Zhou Hao and Li Qianxing snapped back to reality, furrowing their brows and shooting the manager a sharp glare. The manager was utterly confused but forced himself to point toward the chaotic scene. Mr. Zhou, look, the guests are all in turmoil. What's the next step? Zhou Hao scanned the room. Whispered conversations, guests unsettled. Xiao Qingdi and Feng Yuling were still unconscious on the floor. Qian Yinru curled up, sobbing. The woman forced to drink by Lin Jingji was also passed out. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Hao spoke in a steady voice. Immediately send all the injured to the hospital. Get the best specialists for young Master Xiao, save his leg at all costs. The same goes for Miss Qian. Use every available resource. Also, he leaned close to the manager, his voice dropping low and icy cold. Seal off all information. Nothing that happened here tonight is to be leaked outside. Anyone caught will face the severest punishment. Li Qianxing looked on with admiration, his eyes sparkling like a starstruck fan watching Zhou Hao give his orders. Outside the Crystal Palace gates, as Ye Qiu just stepped outside, he was stunned as if struck by lightning. The dark, dense crowd packed the nearby streets, numbering in the thousands without exaggeration. Whenever anyone looked up and saw the Dragon King, the entire crowd immediately fell silent, as if a mute button had been pressed. The previous clamor instantaneously vanished. Sorry, brothers, thanks for your hard work. The problem's solved, you can all head back now. The Dragon King raised his hand and spoke softly, yet with the rumble of distant thunder. As soon as he finished, the once impenetrable crowd dispersed smoothly. Thousands of synchronized footsteps brushed quietly against the ground. In less than 5 minutes, the blocked streets returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Ye Qiu admired silently. No wonder he's the top dog around here, such prestige. Impressive. Xiaoyi, Director Lin, I won't see you off any further. I'm heading back now. The Dragon King laughed heartily. Ye Qiu nodded respectfully. He'll come visit again another day. Sure. Lin Jingji smiled and nodded as well. Thank you, Dragon King. You're welcome. The Dragon King clasped his fists and strode off with Zhao Yun. After the crowd thinned, Lin Jingji glanced over and pointed at Bai Bing. Are you coming with me or with her? Ye Qiu sensed Lin Jingji wanted to speak privately and answered immediately, they'll go with Sister Lin. A victorious smile tugged at Lin Jingji's lips as she turned to Bai Bing, speaking coldly. With me around, you'll always be the second wife. Bai Bing's face went deathly pale, knuckles white as she clenched her fists, but she had no words to retort. In the car, Lin Jingji turned to look at Ye Qiu. Do you think I was too ruthless? No. Ye Qiu shook his head out of reflex. Lin Jingji narrowed her eyes. Be honest. Okay, maybe a little ruthless. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Ye Qiu would have never imagined Lin Jingji could be so decisive and forceful. Probably because you've already lumped me together with those venomous beauties. Huh? Lin Jingji said calmly. Do you know why I do this? Ye Qiu shook his head. It's simple, she explained slowly. Since we've already crossed them, why not cross them completely? Even if you show mercy, they won't be thankful. She continued, I didn't kill Shao King not because I didn't want to, but because I dared not and couldn't. If he died, Shao Jia would come after us all the way, and we'd be finished. But by crippling Shao Qingdi rather than killing him, even if Shao Jiu wanted revenge, he'd have to think twice. Everyone knows he's the powerful champion marquis, and what kind of person his brother is. If he started a war over a spoiled brother, he'd look petty and become a laughingstock. So I only killed Shao Qingdi's servants to vent. As for Qian Yinru, that foolish woman, I spared her because she's the last of the Qian family's third generation. Kill her, and the Qians become extinct. Her gaze cut like a blade as she looked straight at Ye Qiu. Tonight you disappointed me. You weren't ruthless enough to easily at a disadvantage. Sister Lin, I'm sorry no apologies needed. I understand. You're young, inexperienced, and need to grow. But remember, never show softness to your enemies, no matter what. Lin Jingji raised her hand, as if drawing an invisible knife in the air. I'm not telling you to kill every enemy. The strongest move is to become a knife hanging over their heads. Make them live in fear, always worried the blade will fall. When you can do that, only then can you stand toe-to-toe with the champion marquis. Ye Qiu knew Lin Jingji was teaching him the ruthless art of survival. He closed his eyes to reflect deeply, taking a full 5 minutes to grasp her meaning, while his respect for her grew stronger than ever. This woman was not only stunningly beautiful, but sharp and ruthless in her mind. Seeing him open his eyes, Lin Jingji cleared her throat lightly. I want to ask you a serious question. Sister Lin, ask away. Are you still a virgin? Lin Jingxi's house was a 3-story European-style villa by the lake, exquisitely decorated with lavish furnishings. Pushing open the intricately carved bronze door, a chill wind carrying a hint of moisture rushed into the foyer, making Ye Qiu shiver involuntarily. Linjia, do you live here alone? He looked around. The grand room, with its high vaulted ceilings and cold ashes in the fireplace, felt especially empty. It's just me and Xiao Jia. Lin Jingji took off her coat and casually indicated a short-haired woman standing behind her. Her name is Sun Mingjia, my assistant. I mentioned her to you in the car earlier. Ye Qiu nodded and couldn't help but speak again. Linjia, let me give you some advice, either get a smaller house or hire a few housekeepers to live here with you. Why? Lin Jingji raised an eyebrow. From a feng shui perspective, a big house with too few people isn't good. Ye Qiu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed out at the dark lake through the glass. The Great Way generates qi, which separates into yin and yang. Yin and yang are heaven and earth, and heaven and earth give birth to all things. In feng shui, the house represents yin, people represent yang. If yang cannot suppress yin, a person easily faces problems like insomnia, restless dreams, mental fog, emotional instability, or even encountering unclean spirits. Superstitious nonsense, Sun Mingjia scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Ye Qiu didn't want to argue, but he noticed the woman seemed to have a natural dislike for him, keeping a stern expression the whole time. Lin Jingji, however, brightened with interest, as if discovering a new world, and asked, Ye Qiu, you know feng shui too? Yes, a little. Ye Qiu answered honestly. His lineage included teachings of feng shui and qi min dunjia. Lin Jingxi's eyes sparkled as her smile deepened. That's impressive, not only the Maoshan talismans, but also feng shui. I really hit the jackpot with you. Her praise immediately made Ye Qiu feel warm inside. By the way, who taught you your martial arts? Lin Jingji grew curious again. You might not believe this, Ye Qiu shrugged. One night, I had a strange dream where I met an old man with white hair. He passed on many skills to my martial arts. Maoshan charms, he taught me everything. Seeing his reluctance to explain further, Lin Jingji chuckled lightly and let it drop. Sun Mingjia, however, bluntly spat out 2 words, liar. Ye Qiu felt unfairly judged. Why did no one believe the truth? Xiao Jia, order some takeout. We've been busy all evening and haven't eaten anything. I'm starving. Lin Jingji instructed. Yes. Sun Mingjia quickly pulled out her phone. Ye Qiu reminded. Takeout usually takes at least an hour. Linjia, How about I make you a bowl of noodles? You can cook? Lin Jingji was surprised. Making noodles is easy, I've done it since I was 5. Ye Qiu smiled. Growing up with Qian Jinglan, cooking and laundry had become second nature early on. Alright, then tonight we'll try your cooking. The noodles and eggs are in the kitchen, help yourself. Got it. Dinner's served in 10 minutes. Ye Qiu said as he headed to the kitchen. Watching him busy at work, Lin Jingzi's lips twitched into a subtle smile. Sun Mingjie caught the expression and muttered discontentedly, Boss Lin, don't get your hopes up for his cooking skills. I've rarely seen a man make noodles that actually taste good. Let's wait and see. It's too early to judge before tasting. Lin Jingji replied casually, and Sun Mingjie fell silent. 10 minutes later, the kitchen door opened, and Ye Qiu came out carrying a steaming bowl of tomato and egg noodles. Lin Jie, the noodles are ready. Give it a try. Lin Jingji glanced down at the bowl. The bright red tomato broth clung to the silky knife-cut noodles, steaming hot, and just the vibrant color alone made her mouth water. She inhaled gently, the tangy, sweet aroma of tomato filling her nose and instantly sparking her salivary glands. Raising her chopsticks, she picked up a strand of noodle, letting her tongue first savor the tomato juice before slurping up the entire noodle with a soft assange sound, chewing slowly and deliberately. How is it, Sister Lin? Does it taste okay? Ye Qiu asked nervously, knowing that Lin Jingji was used to gourmet delicacies. Not good, is it? Sun Mingjie chimed in. It's not good, Lin Jingji said evenly, lifting her eyes to Sun Mingjie. Xiao Jie, you'd better order takeout. Sun Mingjie's heart leapt with joy just as she expected. This guy wasn't a good cook. But the next moment, Lin Jingji suddenly turned into a little foodie, chopsticks flying as she finished the entire bowl of tomato egg noodles in a few bites, then set down the empty bowl. Another bowl, please. What? Another bowl? Sun Mingjie thought she misheard, staring blankly for a couple seconds before snapping back and shouting at Ye Qiu, bring me a bowl too. Not long after, Ye Qiu appeared with 2 freshly cooked bowls of noodles. He handed one to Lin Jingji, and without hesitation began eating the other himself. Where's my noodles? Sun Mingjie pouted, eyes wide. She had assumed the bowl in Ye Qiu's hands was for her. There's none left, Ye Qiu said calmly, looking up. Sun Mingjie's cheeks puffed as she glared at him for a long while before throwing out. It's just noodles, who cares? I'm not eating it anyway. Good if you're not. Ye Qiu smiled. Sister Lin, shall we continue? There's plenty more bowls. Before he finished, Sun Mingjie dashed into the kitchen. Ye Qiu chuckled. All talk, no action. Women, huh? After finishing the noodles, Lin Jingji wiped her mouth and pointed to the stairs. My room is on the 3rd floor. Take me up. Her leg injury still made movement difficult. Okay, Ye Qiu replied, but Sun Mingjie jumped in. President Lin, let me take you. And try to help. No need. Let Ye Qiu take me, Lin Jingji said with a wave. You wash the dishes. Watching Ye Qiu carry Lin Jingji upstairs, Sun Mingjie felt a lump in her chest, and a tear welling up. She used to do everything for her. But now she was ignored like a forgotten consort. Clenching her fists, she bit her lips silently. Ye Qiu, you rotten man, this isn't over between us. The 3 floors weren't high, but carrying Lin Jingji felt like a torturous journey for Ye Qiu. The warmth beneath her thin dress, the softness of her skin in his arms, especially the deep V evening gown that revealed forbidden views whenever he glanced down, was almost distracted. Pushing open the door, a splash of pink filled his eyes. Pink curtains, pink wallpaper, even a pink bed. The girlish decorating style clashed with Lin Jingzi's usual strong, businesslike image, leaving Ye Qiu momentarily stunned. He gently placed Lin Jingji on the bed and was about to step away when she suddenly looked up. You haven't answered the question I asked in the car. Are you still a virgin? Why bring that up again? Ye Qiu's face flushed bright red. Sister Lin, you should rest early. I'll take my leave. No need to be in such a hurry. Lin Jingji wrapped her fair arms around his neck, voice soft and sultry. Stay tonight, will you? Lin Jingji hooked her hands around Ye Qiu's neck, their faces less than 10 centimeters apart, bodies pressed close enough that Ye Qiu could distinctly feel the sharp curve of her chest against his. He had never been in a situation like this before. His heart seemed ready to leap out of his chest, his cheeks flushing red, his voice rough as he stammered, Sister Lin, I. Stay tonight, okay? Lin Jingji interrupted softly, her voice gentle, yet carrying an unyielding plea. Under the dim yellow light, the deep affection in her eyes was like honey that couldn't be untangled, thick and intoxicating. Ye Qiu's chest burned, unable to find a reason to refuse, so he quietly agreed, okay. In an instant, a smile blossomed on Lin Jingzi's face, her brows curving tenderly. Then she raised a hand to touch her cheek lightly. Ye Qiu, my face hurts a little. Earlier at the Crystal Palace, Qin Tianzheng had slapped her. On closer inspection, Ye Qiu noticed her fair cheek was slightly swollen and quickly poured a glass of water. With his right hand, he joined his index and middle fingers and swiftly traced a symbol over the surface, murmuring a soft incantation. Lin Jingji blinked, curiously watching every movement. After a moment, Ye Qiu dipped his fingertips into the charged water and gently applied it to her cheek. The redness and swelling visibly subsided. Does it still hurt? He asked quietly. No, it doesn't. It's amazing. Lin Jingji marveled just as a sudden knocking sounded at the door. President Lin, came Sun Mingji's voice from outside. Come in. Lin Jingji responded. When the door opened, Sun Mingji's eyes narrowed at the close proximity of the two. Is something wrong? Lin Jingji asked. Sun Mingjie glanced at Ye Qiu with a cold tone. You should go out first. Ye Qiu snorted. Kicking me out right away? Did I offend you? What are you staring at? I'm here to help President Lin bathe. Are you going to stay here? Sun Mingjie snapped frostily. Fine, I'm leaving. Ye Qiu turned away. Wait. Lin Jingji called after him, then looked back at Sun Mingjie. How's your injury? Just a minor scratch. Nothing serious. Sun Mingjie lowered her head. Let me take a look. A flicker of hesitation crossed Sun Mingjie's face. There was a dark purple bruise on her chest, only visible if she loosened her clothing. A man stood beside her, and she shot Ye Qiu a reluctant glare. You go out. No need to leave. Ye Qiu is a doctor. Let him check, Lin Jingji insisted. President Lin, Sun Mingjie hesitated. Hurry. Seeing Lin Jingji's impatience, Sun Mingjie reluctantly unbuttoned her top. There, on her chest, was a fist-sized bruise, glaringly purple. Does it hurt? Lin Jingji gently touched it with her fingertip. Ah. Sun Mingjie gasped, but shook her head nonetheless. Still saying it doesn't hurt? Lin Jingji shot her a reproachful look. Ye Qiu, check her out. No. Not having him check. Both said this in unison. Lin Jingji rubbed her forehead. Stop being stubborn. Her injury isn't minor. President Lin, it really is just a surface wound. I don't need his help, Sun Mingjie said irritably, disliking Ye Qiu and feeling even more awkward because of the injury's location. What are you afraid of? Ye Qiu is a doctor. Ye Qiu stared closely at the bruise on Sun Mingjie's skin. It was the first time a man had ogled that spot on her so intently and up close. Her normally pale face instantly flushed a deep shade of red. As time stretched on, about 2 minutes later, she could no longer hold back and wrinkled her nose to urge. Have you figured out anything yet? I have. Ye Qiu said seriously, your skin is very fair. Sun Mingjie nearly exploded with irritation, raising her hand as if to hit him, but Ye Qiu quickly added, but not as fair as Sister Lin's. Her chest heaved, and smoke seemed to pour from her nostrils. If Lin Jingji hadn't been standing nearby, she definitely would have given this lecherous man a piece of her mind by now. In her head, she cursed. Pervert, trying to take advantage of me and still looking down on me. Disgusting man. Lin Jingji cleared her throat lightly, cutting through the tension. Cut it out. Mingjie, is your injury serious? If it can be treated, let's take care of it. Ye Qiu spread his hands and looked at Sun Mingjie. You're lucky today. Since it's Sister Lin, he'll reluctantly treat you just this once. With that, he followed the same healing ritual he had used for Lin Jingji earlier. He poured a cup of clear water, pressed his fingers together like a blade, silently chanted a spell, and traced a series of runic patterns on the water's surface. As the symbols spread, he dipped his fingertip in the water and gently applied it to the dark purple bruise. For Sun Mingjie, this was the first time she had been so close to a man. The cool touch of his fingertip over her skin made her heartbeat race, cheeks burning, while she silently thought, what a liar, putting on a show like this. If this actually heals me, I might just take your last name. About 2 minutes later, Ye Qiu withdrew his hand. The change was visible to the naked eye. The purple bruise faded rapidly, disappearing completely within 10 seconds, as if it had never been there. This. Sun Mingjie's pupils dilated in surprise. How does it feel now? Still painful? Lin Jingji asked, concern in her voice. Sun Mingjie pressed on the previously bruised spot. The pain was gone. The skin even felt softer than before. She bit back a grudging compliment. This annoying guy actually has some skill. No pain anymore. As she spoke, she shot Ye Qiu a sharp glare. Don't expect me to thank you, humph. Lin Jingji said gently. All right, Mingjie, you should go now and get some rest. Sun Mingjie hesitated. Why was only she being told to leave? Her eyes flicked between the two, tinged with bitterness. Boss Lin, since your foot isn't convenient, let me help you wash up. No need. You rest first. Ye Qiu can assist here, Lin Jingji replied firmly but calmly. Sun Mingjie knew exactly how stubborn Lin Jingji could be. If she argued a third time, there would be trouble. So she reluctantly retreated to the door, muttering under her breath as she left, Stinky man. How dare you compete with me for Boss Lin? He'll fight you on behalf of the moon. Just you wait. The door clicked softly shut, leaving only the two of them in the room. The lighting was gentle, and a subtle fragrance lingered in the air. Ye Qiu suddenly felt awkward, unsure whether to stand or sit. Lin Jingji smiled at him. You seem pretty nervous, don't you? Ye Qiu shook his head repeatedly, but couldn't hide the stiffness in his shoulders. Lin Jingji chuckled warmly. Help me up, I'm going to take a bath. He hastily reached out, gently supporting her arm as he led her to the bathroom door. Sister Lin, take your time washing. He'll wait outside. Before he could finish, Lin Jingji suddenly grasped his wrist. The warmth of her touch made his heart skip a beat. Sister Lin, what are you? Want to bathe together? Lin Jingji said with a seductive smile and a flicker of playful light in her eyes. I want to. Ye Qiu shouted silently in his heart. As a normal guy, who could resist when someone as stunning as Lin Jingji invited him to bathe together? But unfortunately, he was shy and hesitated for a moment before the bathroom door slammed shut, cutting off his view. Then the sound of rushing water echoed through the enclosed space, like a heavy blow striking Ye Qiu's chest. He scratched his head in regret. Lin Jie had already made the offer, yet he just stood frozen in place. Now all he could do was pace back and forth in the center of the room like an ant on a hot pan. Several times, he nearly rushed to the bathroom door, raising his hand in midair only to let it fall stiffly, afraid that barging in uninvited would anger Lin Jingji. Time stretched on endlessly. Ye Qiu stared at the ticking second hand, his breathing becoming erratic. Tonight, was it really going to happen with Lin Jie like that? He had never experienced anything like this before. Just imagining it made his face flush and heart pound wildly. If it came to that moment, what could he do? Accept it? Or could he do anything else but accept? Suddenly, the water stopped. After 2 long minutes of silence, the bathroom door slowly opened, and Lin Jingji leaned against the wall as she stepped out. At that instant, Ye Qiu's eyes almost froze. The woman was wrapped sloppily in a single white towel, her skin like fine porcelain glowing softly under the light. Her wet long hair clung to her shoulders, dripping with droplets as if she had just risen from a lotus pond. Her slender waist was delicate enough to grasp, and her long, beautiful legs hung straight down, exuding a mature allure all over. Ye Qiu's Adam's apple bobbed as he nearly drooled. Lin Jingji glanced at him and casually rolled her eyes. Dumbfounded? Never seen this before? No, never. Ye Qiu honestly shook his head. Buffed. Lin Jingji laughed out loud, like a peony blooming, instantly brightening the whole room. Lin Jie, you're so beautiful. Ye Qiu couldn't help but praise. So do you like it? She teased, dimples sinking in. I do. Ye Qiu nodded vigorously. Then how about I be your girlfriend? She smiled playfully, voice light. Ye Qiu stole a glance at her, then quickly looked down. Why won't you say anything? Don't you like me? Lin Jingji raised an eyebrow. I like you. Ye Qiu hurried to clarify. I'm serious. How about I'm your girlfriend? Lin Jingji asked again, her smile growing deeper. Before Ye Qiu could answer, a loud knock sounded at the door, making his heart jump. Is that Xiao Jie? Lin Jingji asked. Lin CEO, it's me, said Sun Mingjie outside the door. The guest room is ready. We'll take Ye Qiu over now. Okay, got it. Lin Jingji nodded, then turned to Ye Qiu. It's late. You should rest early too. Ye Qiu stood there stunned. So the reason she wanted him to stay wasn't to sleep with her, but to spend the night in the villa? A surge of insecurity welled up inside. He was just a powerless, insignificant little doctor, while Lin Jie was a goddess high above him. How could she possibly truly be interested in him? Lin Jie, you should get some rest. Ye Qiu said, then left. As Ye Qiu was about to leave, Lin Jingji called out to him again. Lin Jingji stood at the bedroom doorway, her long hair still damp, eyes sincere. Ye Qiu, I was serious about the question I asked you earlier. Don't feel pressured to answer, now just tell me when you've thought it through. The disappointment that had weighed on Ye Qiu instantly lifted. He turned around and gave her a bright smile. Sister Lin, good night. Good night. Lin Jingji replied gently with a nod as the door slowly closed. Stepping outside, Ye Qiu bumped into Sun Mingjie leaning casually against the hallway railing, a smug smile playing on her lips. That smile was like a silent declaration of victory, making Ye Qiu's chest tighten. I didn't sleep with Sister Lin, so what's there to be proud of? Humph. He scoffed coldly. Sun Mingjie's grin grew even wider, clearly convinced she had won this round. The guest room was on the second floor of the villa. After washing up, Ye Qiu lay down, but sleep wouldn't come. The image of Lin Jingji, just after her bath, kept flashing in his mind. Surrounded by misty steam, her faintly revealed curves made her seem like a little enchantress. Since he couldn't sleep, he decided to practice cultivation instead. Earlier at the Crystal Palace, the Dragon King had risked himself several times for Ye Qiu, which moved him deeply. He still didn't know when he would truly awaken his heavenly eye, but he resolved to give it a shot, for if successful, he could help the Dragon King purge the poisonous curse and save his life. Under the dim yellow light, Ye Qiu sat cross-legged on the bed, steadying his breath. Following the heavenly eye-opening method, he circulated innate energy slowly along his meridians until it converged and condensed at the center of his forehead. In the northern frontier, the biting wind cut like a knife. The endless mountain ranges loomed in the night like lurking beasts, shadows layered thick. At the foothills, dots of light marked dense military camps. Inside one tent, a man sat near the fire. The flames illuminated his side. Perfilia lean, handsome man in his 30s, draped in a military greatcoat. Before him lay a wooden chessboard. He fiddled with a black chess piece between his fingers, focusing intently. This was Xiao Jiu, the world-renowned champion marquis. His adjutant stood at attention nearby, giving a concise report. Yesterday, the charge battalion encountered an enemy squad of about 100 during training and wiped them out. Today, 2 enemy reconnaissance drones were spotted in the field and shot down. In addition, Enough of that. Xiao Jiu interrupted gently as his chess piece tapped on the table. The adjutant hesitated, then lowered his voice. Marquis, just received word the second young master got into trouble in Jiangzhou. What happened? He was in a conflict, and both his legs were crippled. Snap. The chess piece struck the air sharply, startling a crisp sound. A murderous aura exploded from Xiao Jiu like a blade drawn from its sheath. The adjutant went pale and hastened to say, Marquis, we'll send men to catch the culprit immediately. Rubbish. Xiao Jiu roared. Thud. The adjutant dropped to his knees at once. Who did it? Lin Jingji. The woman from the Lin family in Jiangsu and Zhejiang? Yes. How can he even call himself my brother if he can't best a woman? Xiao Jiu's sharp glare softened as his tone turned calm. He expects me to avenge him? Yes, Marquis. Xiao Jiu sighed deeply. All these years I protected him so that the Qing emperor could act recklessly. Now that he's crippled his legs, it's his own doing. Let this be a warning to him to repent and change his ways. From now on, I won't take his calls. Tell the Qing emperor, Xiao Jiu would rather die for his country than settle personal scores for him. Placing the final piece down, the game ended. By the way, any news from Bai Yujing? What's he been up to lately? The next day, Ye Qiu went to work. As soon as he stepped into the clinic room, a nurse hurried over, lowering her voice urgently. Dr. Yi, Director Bai is calling for you in her office right away. Did she say what it's about? Ye Qiu asked, setting the medical records aside. No details, but I guess it's probably about that patient we admitted this morning. What patient? A young man covered in injuries. His condition is very serious. Director Bai is discussing the surgical plan with several experts now. Ye Qiu nodded in understanding, turned to put on his white coat, and quickly headed to the director's office. Just as he raised his hand to knock, the door suddenly swung open with a click, and Bai Bing rushed out. Director Bai, were you looking for me? Perfect timing. Come with me to the operating room, I need you as my assistant. Bai Bing said as she strode ahead, her pace quicker than usual. Okay. Ye Qiu followed immediately. At the operating room entrance, he saw the hospital's top surgical experts already gathered, all wearing serious expressions. These authorities usually only took shifts once or twice a week and rarely appeared together at the same time. Their full presence meant two things. Either the patient's condition was extremely critical, or the patient's identity was very special. Either way, the surgery was far from simple. Bai Bing scanned the group and spoke briefly but solemnly. Experts, today's surgery will be a huge challenge. Thank you all for your hard work. Director Bai, it's no trouble at all. Saving lives is our duty, an expert with glasses replied, adjusting his frame. Let's wish for a successful operation. Everyone changed into sterile gowns and entered the operating room one by one. The bright surgical lights illuminated the scene as the anesthesiologist took position and 5 or 6 staff members prepared nearby. The young man on the operating table looked pale and weak, barely breathing. Ye Qiu's gaze swept over the wounds and he gasped. In wardly gunshot and knife wounds overlapped, some bullet holes still oozing blood, several deep knife cuts exposing bone. For someone with such injuries to still be alive was nothing short of a miracle. At that moment, he finally understood why Bai Bing had summoned all the experts. The difficulty was off the charts, and they weren't even sure if the patient would survive the operation. Bai Bing gave concise instructions. The patient's injuries are severe. We must race against time. Following our plan, I and the experts will work simultaneously. If there are no objections, let's begin immediately. Begin. The operating lights shone like daylight. Ye Qiu stood to Bai Bing's right, passing instruments, wiping blood, disinfecting, and stitching. Whenever Bai Bing removed a bullet precisely, he quickly pressed gauze to stop the bleeding, cleaned the wound with alcohol swabs, sutured it, then moved on to the next. An hour passed, and the heart monitor still struggled to beat. 2 hours passed. The team worked steadily without chaos. After 3 hours, Bai Bing and the experts simultaneously paused their work. So far, they had removed 17 bullets and closed 9 knife wounds. Director Bai, only 2 fatal wounds remain now, one expert said. Another expert chimed in. Both fatal wounds are in critical spots, one near the heart, the other close to the carotid artery. These are difficult to treat. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but the success rate for surgery in these areas is very low. No matter how low the success rate is, we have to try. Another expert interrupted. An elderly expert with graying hair nodded firmly, saying, we've come this far in treatment. We must not give up now. I'm not giving up either, the first expert clarified. It's just that these 2 areas are extremely delicate. If massive bleeding occurs during surgery, it will be a serious problem. Bai Bing lifted her eyes, her voice calm and steady. Even if it's difficult, we have to proceed. We're doctors, the purpose of our existence is to save lives, isn't it? That's right, another expert agreed, though still cautious. We must have a detailed contingency plan. The patient has a high risk of severe bleeding during surgery. While the earlier procedures went smoothly, these remaining 2 wounds are much tougher. One small misstep could mean the patient's death. Having a backup plan is essential, a third expert reminded them. The elderly expert frowned. If we start drafting a plan now, I'm afraid we won't have enough time. All eyes turned to Bai Bing. Her brow furrowed as she briefly considered, then made her decision. Time won't wait. Continue the surgery. If massive bleeding occurs, initiate emergency rescue immediately. Saying this, she was the first to lean over the patient to extract the bullet. Seeing her move, the other experts quickly fell into place, dividing up tasks. Because the two bullets were only about 1 millimeter from the carotid artery and the heart, no one dared to take risks. Their movements were slower and gentler than before. The operating room lights shone brightly, the air heavy with the scent of disinfectant, and the steady beeping of the heart monitor sounded unusually distinct. The tense atmosphere was like a tightly drawn bowstring. 30 minutes later, Bai Bing finally removed the bullet near the carotid and placed it carefully into a tray, allowing herself a slight breath of relief. Almost simultaneously, a metallic ding signaled that the other bullet, close to the heart, had been extracted and dropped into a stainless steel tray. A long breath escaped several experts, who exchanged looks filled with joy. The surgery was successful. Clean the wounds and prepare for suturing, Bai Bing ordered immediately. She and the other experts then stepped back to let several assistants take over. Ye Qiu put on gloves and swiftly began cleaning the wound. Just as the cotton swab touched the injury, a sudden geyser of bright red blood sprayed out, covering his hands. Massive bleeding. Before Ye Qiu could react further, a female assistant screamed sharply, "It's bad, a patient is hemorrhaging badly." Ye Qiu pressed down hard to stem the bleeding, glancing up to see the wound near the heart also spurting blood wildly. Like a gushing spring, the blood vessels had ruptured. Bai Bing commanded sharply, "Stop the bleeding immediately." "It's not stopping." The female assistant's voice cracked with emotion. "Even if it's not stopping, we have to try." "It's still not stopping." "Director Bai, please think of something." "Let me try?" An expert rushed forward. "Step aside." Bai Bing pushed Ye Qiu gently and pressed down on the wound herself. But no matter their efforts, the bleeding could not be controlled. "This is serious. The patient's heartbeat is rapidly weakening. Blood pressure is dropping fast too. We must start emergency resuscitation right away." The situation was critical. Just then, Ye Qiu spoke in a low, serious tone. "Director Bai, let me try." In an instant, all eyes turned to Ye Qiu's face. Except for Bai Bing, the other experts present had no idea who Ye Qiu really was. They simply saw him as the assistant Bai Bing had brought along. "You can stop the bleeding?" One expert wearing gold-rimmed glasses lit up, speaking rapidly. "Yes," Ye Qiu nodded. "What method?" "Maoshan talisman." At these words, the expert's expression darkened immediately. "Director Bai, where did you find this assistant?" At a time like this, and he's still messing around with feudal superstitions? Even Bai Bing frowned slightly. Ye Qiu gripped the surgical forceps tightly and spoke in a low voice. "Director Bai, please let me try. Using Maoshan talismans, it should be possible to stop the bleeding." "Should?" The expert scoffed coldly. "Sounds like you're not confident. If this delays emergency treatment and the patient dies, who takes responsibility?" Ye Qiu shot back. "Can you stop the bleeding right now?" That one question left the expert speechless, his face flushing red. "If I had a way, do you think I'd waste time arguing with you?" Ye Qiu pulled back the emergency blanket covering the patient and assessed the blood loss, his tone grave. "If we delay any longer, the patient will certainly die within minutes." Bai Bing stared hard at Ye Qiu. "How confident are you?" 50%, Ye Qiu answered honestly. 50%, not a small number. Bai Bing exchanged glances with the other experts, but doubts still lingered. "Let him try," Bai Bing finally decided. The gray-haired expert immediately protested. "Director Bai, what if he fails to stop the bleeding and the patient dies? Who bears the responsibility?" "I will," Ye Qiu answered firmly. The expert sneered. "You're just an assistant. Can you take that risk?" Another expert waved him down. "This is not the time to talk about responsibility. Stopping the bleeding is what matters now." Bai Bing said grimly. "If Ye Qiu tries and fails, the responsibility will be on me." With that, silence fell over the room. The ambulance hadn't arrived, yet there was no room to miss any possible solution. Ye Qiu stepped forward immediately and said to the nearest nurse, "Bring me a bowl of plain water as quickly as possible." Right away, the nurse hurried off. In less than 10 seconds, a bowl of water was handed to Ye Qiu, its surface still rippling gently. Ye Qiu formed his fingers into a sword shape and swiftly traced an invisible figure above the bowl's rim, silent, but lightning fast. 5 seconds later, he dipped his fingers into the water and began applying it to the jagged wound near the patient's carotid artery. To the experts, this magic trick seemed like nonsense. Stopping bleeding with just water? Ridiculous. Director Bai, don't trust him. Switch to another plan immediately. Sweat beaded on Bai Bing's forehead, but she bit her lip to contain her unease. Ye Qiu dipped his fingers again and lightly touched the piercing wound near the patient's heart. The water quickly soaked into the flesh and blood. After a final stroke, he withdrew his hand. Done. Done just like that? The experts doubted every word. Before anyone could respond, the nurse standing nearby suddenly screamed, "The bleeding! It stopped!" Impossible. Several experts bent down simultaneously, their eyes darting to the wounds. The next moment, all of them froze. Where once blood gushed out fiercely, the flow had now ceased. bright red clotted into a thin crust, and even the flesh showed subtle contraction signs of healing beginning. These medical professionals, with decades of experience, had never witnessed anything like this. Incredible. How did you do it? One expert swallowed hard and, unable to contain his curiosity, finally asked Ye Qiu. Bai Bing also looked at Ye Qiu, her beautiful eyes full of curiosity. He calmly explained that he was using a Maoshan talisman. Many people see it as superstition, but it's really ancestral wisdom passed down to us. It can both ward off evil spirits and help heal the sick. The experts, who had been skeptical before, now watched his blood-sealing and life-saving technique with their own eyes. One by one, their faces showed signs of shame. Young man, I apologize. I was ignorant and almost delayed the treatment. I must apologize as well. If you hadn't stopped the bleeding in time, the consequences could have been disastrous. Thanks to you, we truly don't know what might have happened otherwise. After saying this, they all bowed deeply to Ye Qiu. The scene warmed Ye Qiu's heart in a society where face and status matter. Having renowned surgeons in their 60s humbly admit their mistakes showed genuine respect for medicine. You are too kind, sirs, Ye Qiu replied quickly, returning their bow. I still have much to learn from you. At that moment, a gray-haired expert's eyes gleamed with eager longing. Young Yi, these Maoshan talismans are truly amazing. Could you teach me? I'm willing to be your disciple. Ye Qiu was taken aback, his expression showing some hesitation. Bai Bing spoke up just then. Let's finish stitching the wound first. Other matters can wait. 20 minutes later, the surgery was complete. As they stepped out of the operating room, they noticed a peculiar-looking middle-aged man sitting on a bench in the hallway. He was around 40 or 50, wearing a sky-blue long robe, his long hair tied with a jade hairpin. His temple hair had streaks of gray, his fair chin clean shaven, exuding the elegant and refined aura of an ancient scholar. Ye Qiu thought to himself, why would a historical drama actor show up at a hospital? Suddenly, the man stood up and blocked their way. Doctor, how is Han Long? You mean the patient inside? Bai Bing confirmed. The surgery was very successful. He'll be moved to the ward soon. The man's eyes flashed with obvious gratitude. Thank you. The thanks really belong to Ye Qiu, an elder expert said, nodding toward him. Without him, your friend wouldn't have survived. The man then fixed his gaze on Ye Qiu, sharp as a sword, carrying an intense presence. Ye Qiu's chest tightened, feeling as if the man could see right through him. What's your name? Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu, thank you for saving Han Long. My name is Chao Yuan. If you ever need help, come find me. Ye Qiu politely nodded but didn't take the offer very seriously, then left with Bai Bing. In the corridor on the way back to the consultation room, Bai Bing suddenly stopped and stared coldly at him. You stayed at Lin Jingxi's place last night. Did you sleep with her? Ye Qiu was about to protest when Zhao Yun hurried over breathlessly. Ye Qiu, finally found you. Come with me right now. What's going on? The Dragon King is looking for you. It's urgent. Zhao Yun practically dragged Ye Qiu out of the hospital and into a Mercedes. In the back seat, the Dragon King looked grim. Dragon King, what's the emergency? Young Yi, pack your things immediately. You have to leave Jiangzhou at once. Why? Ye Qiu's expression darkened slightly. Because the 9,000-year-old has come to Jiangzhou. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Ye Qiu had heard the name Jiu Qiansui more than once before. Just last night, amid the flickering lantern light of the Crystal Palace, he had overheard Emperor Shao Qing mention it. The Dragon King's face had darkened abruptly then, his fingers gripping the cup so tightly, they turned white, a clear sign of fear and respect for Jiu Qiansui. Dragon King, who exactly is this Jiu Qiansui? Ye Qiu couldn't help but press for answers. He's the leader of Long Men, the Dragon King said, setting down his wine cup, his voice low and hoarse. Long Men? Ye Qiu frowned deeply, unfamiliar with the name and the organization behind it. The Dragon King didn't withhold anything. Longmen was established less than half a year ago, and it has already consolidated the underground factions of 14 northern provinces. The one at the helm is Jiu Qiansui. A sharp intake of breath escaped Ye Qiu. His Adam's apple bobbed nervously. In under half a year, 14 provinces bowed before him that spoke volumes about Jiu Qiansui's ruthlessness and skill. Compared to that, the Dragon King, once a powerful underground lord in Jiangzhou, now seemed insignificant. No wonder the Dragon King was so wary. The Dragon King continued, Jiu Qiansui's ambitions go far beyond the north. He wants to unify the entire underworld of Hua country. Many used to dismiss him as a dreamer, but in less than 6 months, he swept through the north with lightning speed and fierce methods. Those who mocked him have gone silent. At that, the Dragon King looked out at the gloomy sky. Now he's moving south. Jiangzhou is the biggest city in central Hua, and it's his next stepping stone. Under different circumstances, I would have surrendered right away. He rewards loyalty and punishes betrayal fairly, wouldn't make things too difficult. But now, I fear that even surrendering won't guarantee walking away unharmed. Something stirred in Ye Qiu's mind. Is this because of Emperor Shao Qing? The Dragon King nodded. Exactly. The purple gold token is the symbol of the Long Men leader, showing it is like showing the man himself. Emperor Shaoqing carried the token to deliver a message from Ye Qiu. Not only did I refuse to obey, but I also allowed him to get badly injured on my turf. Ye Qiu won't let that go lightly. Likewise, if you injured Emperor Shaoqing, he certainly won't spare you. The Dragon King paused to draw a deep breath, then dropped even heavier news. The most critical thing, Ye Qiu was assassinated last night in Jiangzhou. Assassinated? Ye Qiu gasped. Yes. The Dragon King hushed his voice further. 5 of his personal guards died, and his adopted son is badly wounded, barely clinging to life. But Ye Qiu himself was unharmed. By his nature, Jiangzhou will be turned upside down soon. Right now, leaving is the only way to survive. Without hesitation, he ordered, "You must pack up immediately. Meet your mother and Zhao Yun at the airport by noon. Leave Hua country at once." "Where to?" "Australia." Ye Qiu remained silent for a long moment. Sensing his hesitation, the Dragon King urged again, "Ye Qiu's power is immense. Staying inside the country means he'll find you sooner or later. Leaving is the safest option." Zhao Yun chimed in. "The Dragon King has everything arranged. Overseas, you won't have to worry about food, shelter, or daily needs. It's not that I'm worried about those things. I just don't want to leave." Ye Qiu shook his head. "Why not?" Both the Dragon King and Zhao Yun asked in unison. "I want to find my biological father," Ye Qiu said with a resolute gaze. He still didn't know who his father was, and that mystery had long weighed on his heart. He wanted to ask him directly. Why did he abandon my mother and me back then? Why didn't he care all these years? Of course, it was possible his father was already dead. No matter what, Ye Qiu must find him whether alive or dead. He has to see him. The atmosphere inside the car was cold and tense. Long Wang leaned against the seat back, his broad palm tightening slightly as he urged once more, "Tell me about your father's situation. They'll send people to look for him." Ye Qiu shook his head firmly. "Long Wang, don't try to fool me. You can barely protect yourself now. How can you send people to help me? There's no need to persuade me anymore. I won't go abroad, and my mother won't either. But life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor depend on heaven." Ye Qiu cut him off, his voice low but resolute. Long Wang looked at his stubborn expression and sighed deeply. Zhao Yun in the front passenger seat wasn't convinced and turned back to persuade again. "Ye Qiu, we can slowly figure out how to find your father later. Right now, staying alive is the priority. Come with me." "Thanks, Zhao Gu. As I said, life and death are fate. You don't have to convince me." Zhao Yun frowned, tapping the steering wheel. "Why is this kid so stubborn?" Long Wang raised a hand to stop him. "Let it be, leave it to little Yi." Then he solemnly warned, "Be careful these days." "Okay." Ye Qiu nodded. Suddenly curious, he asked, "Long Wang, have you ever seen the 9,000 years?" Long Wang shook his head. "Never." "What kind of person is he?" A flicker of unspeakable fear crossed Long Wang's eyes as he uttered 4 words, unfathomably deep. "Could you explain?" "I've never met him, but from his actions, he's both sly and treacherous, yet a hero unmatched. If I had to use one word, a mighty villain." "A mighty villain? Like Cao Cao?" "Yes. He's very much like Cao Cao, ruthless and cunning, but incredibly brilliant." Ye Qiu frowned. "Then why is he called 9,000 years?" "Usually, powerful eunuchs in the court get that title." "Because he is a eunuch," Long Wang said calmly but shockingly. "What?" Ye Qiu's eyes widened. "The mighty leader of Long Men is a eunuch?" Long Wang added, "It said he once deeply loved a woman. When she died, he lost his true love and castrated himself, swearing to love only her for life." Ye Qiu was speechless. Even if you loved a woman, you wouldn't go that far. Did he practice the evasive sword manual or something? Then he asked again, "Long Wang, how good is 9,000 years at martial arts?" 9,000 years doesn't know martial arts. Does not. Ye Qiu found it hard to believe. How can someone who doesn't know martial arts control the underground forces of the entire northern provinces? Long Wang replied calmly. Lu Sun of the Three Kingdoms era was just a scholar, yet he led armies. 9,000 years doesn't practice martial arts, but his talent and courage are top-notch. Even champion Marquis Xiao Jiu and Bai Yujing respect him. Who is Bai Yujing? Hearing a new name, Ye Qiu looked up curiously. Long Wang seemed surprised Ye Qiu didn't know. Bai Yujing is the eldest grandson of the Bai family patriarch in the capital. Together with champion Marquis Xiao Jiu, they are the 2 heroes of this age. He is also Bai Bing's cousin. Damn, Ye Qiu was completely dumbfounded. Long Wang glanced at his watch and opened the door. "All right, you get out first. 9,000 years is about to arrive. I have arrangements to make." Ye Qiu jumped out and stood by the roadside. As Zhao Yun started the car, Ye Qiu suddenly leaned forward and asked, "By the way, Long Wang, what's 9,000 years' real name?" "Chao Yuan." "Chao Yuan?" Ye Qiu muttered softly. That name sounded strangely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, it clicked. Wasn't the middle-aged man with strange clothes and a serious expression standing outside the operating room called Chao Yuan? Could that be the Longmen sect leader, nicknamed 9,000 Years, Chao Yuan himself? The thought tightened Ye Qiu's chest. He quickened his pace and hurried into the hospital. The corridor's cold white light, and the sharp smell of disinfectant stung his senses as he dashed straight to the operating room. Pushing the door open, the room was empty. "Where's the injured person from before?" he asked the nurse guarding the door without hesitation. "He's already been moved to the ward," the nurse replied. "Which ward?" "Room 301. With the room number." Ye Qiu turned around and hurried back down the hall. His shoes scraped urgently against the tiles. Opening the door to room 301, he saw a nurse bending over, changing Han Long's for bottle. "What about that middle-aged man who was with him?" Ye Qiu asked before the nurse could even look up. "He's already left." "Left? Where did he go?" "I don't know." Seeing Ye Qiu panting heavily, the nurse assumed he was worried about Han Long's condition and smiled reassuringly. "Dr. Yi, you don't need to worry. His vital signs are all stable. A period of rest will see him through just fine." "Oh." Ye Qiu nodded absent-mindedly, but still reminded, "Let me know when the patient wakes up." "Of course." Back in his office, Ye Qiu's mind was still replaying what the Dragon King had revealed earlier. Bai Yujing, the eldest grandson of the Bai family patriarch in the capital, renowned alongside champion Marquis Xiaojiu as the top two heroes of the era and Bai Bing's cousin. What kind of background does the Bai family have? And what exactly does Bai Yujing do? He murmured to himself with furrowed brows. Then he opened his computer and typed capital Bai family into the search bar. Instantly, tens of thousands of news articles popped up, each headline more startling than the last. Record of the oldest general among founding marshals. Tiger General Bai Jingyao. The Bai family of founding marshals. 3 generals in one household. 2 generations of commanders. Countless reports all revolved around the same name. The venerable general Bai Jingyao. Ye Qiu rarely followed current affairs, but he had heard of Bai Jingyu's legendary name. Now well over 100 years old, he was one of the last surviving founding generals with a distinguished war record. He thought to himself, could Bai Bing's grandfather be this old General Bai? But if the old general was over 100, his son would be at least in his 70s, and his grandson at least 40 or 50. Why couldn't he find any news mentioning Bai Yujing? Puzzled, Ye Qiu kept flipping through the pages, his eyes quickly scanning the screen. Finally, in an in-depth article on a self-media platform, he found the information he was looking for, a headline boldly titled "Exclusive Reveal: The Capital's Bai Family." He clicked in and grew more alarmed the deeper he read. The article described General Bai's humble origins, his early military service in campaigns across North and South, and his elevation to general after founding the country. Over 3 reigns, he became a pillar of the army. Even more astonishing, the general fathered 2 sons late in life, around his 60s. The eldest son, Bai Jiangwo, once commander of a southwestern unit, earned the rank of general at just 40, the youngest at the time with a brilliant future ahead, but tragically died in a car accident 3 years ago. The younger son, Bai Jianjun, now 47, is currently the chief of staff of a southwestern military unit and was promoted to general just last year. At the article's end, there was a subtle mention of Bai Yujing. Although the writer replaced the name with initials, Ye Qiu immediately recognized who it referred to. There is very little introduction about Bai Yujing, only that he is Bai Jianjun's son and has the nickname Heavenly Bai Yujing. Together with champion Marquis Xiaojiu, they are known as the 2 greatest heroes of the era. Turning to the end of the article, a photo from the Bai family's centennial birthday banquet last year catches the eye. In that day, General Bai celebrated his 105th birthday, and the highest authority, Elder Tang, personally came to offer his blessings and took a commemorative photo with the Bai family's elders and youngsters. In the picture, General Bai sits squarely in the center, his Tang suit neat and his expression vigorous. Elder Tang stands to the left, Bai Jianjun to the right, both humble yet dignified. Behind them, the descendants align in neat rows, their smiles restrained but brimming with pride. Ye Qiu instantly recognizes a familiar face: Bai Bing. Indeed, Director Bai is the general's granddaughter. When they first met, Bai Bing's innate noble aura and exceptional beauty made Ye Qiu realize that this Director Bai was no ordinary person, although he hadn't expected such a prestigious background. However, a new question follows immediately. With Bai Bing's background and overseas returnee status, she could easily work at any top hospital in the country. So why choose to stay at Jiangzhou Hospital? Leaning closer to the photo again, Ye Qiu tries to spot Bai Yujing's figure, but finds only Elder Tang, General Bai, and Bai Jianjun, no other men. In a gathering like this, Bai Yujing couldn't be absent. So where is he? With lingering doubts, Ye Qiu searches online for quite a while, but cannot find a single photo of Bai Yujing anywhere, as if the man never appeared in the public sphere, making him even more mysterious. Closing the webpage, Ye Qiu throws himself into his clinic work. Yet after seeing several patients, an uneasy restlessness refuses to fade. He finally asks the nurse to pause calling out numbers. Jiu Qiansui didn't stay at the hospital to accompany the injured party. Where could he have gone? A thought flashes through Ye Qiu's mind, and he suddenly stands up. "Dr. Yi, are you all right?" The nurse is startled by his sudden movement. "Please inform Director Bai that I need to take leave. I have an urgent matter." Before finishing his sentence, Ye Qiu rushes out the door and hails a taxi. "Driver, please take me to Yunwu Mountain as fast as you can." Ye Qiu's judgment. Jiao Qiansui's trip is to consolidate control over Jianghao's underground factions, with the Dragon King as the primary target. Last night, Jiao Qiansui was ambushed, and several guards died. Whether the Dragon King was behind it or not, he cannot be absolved. Since Jiao Qiansui is no longer at the hospital, he has probably gone directly to confront the Dragon King. Thinking this, Ye Qiu urges the driver to go faster. Yunwu Mountain, the Dragon King's residence. Dragon King. All the luggage is packed and ready to depart at any time. Zhao Yun reports respectfully. In the courtyard, the Dragon King holds his grandson, little Hood boy who was recently rescued from drowning in Mirror Lake by Ye Qiu. The old man's rough palm gently strokes the child's head. Little Hu, when you get abroad, remember to listen to Uncle Zhao Yun, study hard, and become a useful person, okay? Okay. Little Hu nods, then quietly asks, Grandpa, aren't you coming with us? Grandpa is old and can't walk anymore. The Dragon King replies with a kind smile, though tears glisten at the corner of his eyes. When you grow up, come back to visit me. But I don't want to leave you, Little Hu says, hugging him tightly. Blood ties torn apart, the underground magnate, who has ruled Jiangzhou for years, weeps silently. His final reminder. Little Hu, you must listen to Uncle Zhao Yun no matter what happens. Okay. The Dragon King looks toward Zhao Yun. Little Hu is entrusted to you. Zhao Yun nods solemnly. Rest assured, I Zhao Yun will never fail you in this life. I trust you. Take him away. After speaking, Zhao Yun suddenly kneels and kowtows deeply 3 times before the Dragon King. Then, holding little Hu's small hand firmly, he resolutely heads for the gate. At that moment, a faint voice comes from the doorway. Where are you all headed? At these words, Zhao Yun snapped his head up. The sensor light at the villa's entrance flickered on as 4 strangers slowly approached down the corridor. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, fair-skinned and clean-shaven, dressed in a finely tailored teal long robe. His black hair was neatly pinned up with a jade hairpin, as if he had stepped out of an ancient painting. The light caught the subtle patterns of green bamboo etched on his sleeves, delicate and distinct. Close behind him were 3 burly young men, each around 30, their footsteps steady and resolute, their auras solid as iron. Who are you? Zhao Yun asked in a low, firm voice. And how did you get in here? The door was open, so naturally we just walked in, the middle-aged man answered casually, as if there were nothing strange about it. That's impossible. Alarm bells rang in Zhao Yun's mind. The villa's main gate was guarded. Any outsider would be stopped. If these 4 really swaggered in like that, the guards would not have stood idly boundless. These people had violently forced their way through, and the guards failed to stop them. Thinking quickly, Zhao Yun pulled Xiao Hu tightly behind him, eyes narrowing suspiciously as he sized up the middle-aged man. Tell me who exactly are you? My name is Chao Yuan, came the calm reply, accompanied by a faint smile. Chao Yuan? The name sounded familiar. As Zhao Yun struggled to recall, hurried footsteps echoed from deep inside the living room. The Dragon King rushed over, and seeing Chao Yuan's figure, his face suddenly paled. Knees buckling, he dropped to the floor with a heavy thud and shouted, Greetings to the 9,000-year Lord. I did not know your exalted presence graced us. Please forgive my failure to prepare a proper welcome. The 9,000-year Lord? Zhao Yun's mind buzzed in disbelief as he looked at Chao Yuan, his face draining of color. Zhao Yun, get down on your knees. The Dragon King barked lowly. With a thud, Zhao Yun knelt, his voice full of reverence. All hail the 9,000-year Lord. Chao Yuan stepped forward briskly and helped the Dragon King to his feet with a gentle laugh. Dragon King, no need for such formality. I am younger than you. By rights, I should be the one paying respects. Forgive me for dropping in unannounced. I hope it's not an inconvenience. Having the 9,000-year Lord visit my humble abode is my greatest honor, the Dragon King said, trembling, sweat gleaming on his brow. Chao Yuan glanced at Zhao Yun and said kindly, You may rise now. Yes, Zhao Yun replied, standing but still on edge. Before the atmosphere could ease further, Chao Yuan's eyes settled on Xiao Hu, and he motioned, Come here, little one. Let me hold you. Xiao Hu, just a child unaware of the weight behind adult words, obediently walked over. Chao Yuan bent down and lifted him up, gently rocking him. Such a fine child, clear and handsome features. I wonder if there will ever be another chance to hold him again. No sooner had he spoken than the Dragon King's expression darkened sharply. Dropping to his knees again, he kowtowed repeatedly. 9,000-year Lord. Xiao Hu is still a child, please spare him. I swear on the brothers of Jiangzhou that we will all surrender to Longmen. Dragon King, what exactly do you mean by that? Chao Yuan asked softly, stroking Xiao Hu's back with a calm, deliberate voice. I am the leader of Longmen. Do you think I would harm a child? He then looked at Xiao Hu with a smile and asked, Little one, where are you and Uncle Zhao Yun planning to go for fun? We're going abroad, Xiao Hu began, but Zhao Yun quickly interrupted, glaring fiercely at him. Not so loud about that in front of the 9,000-year Lord. Chao Yuan wasn't offended. Instead, he appeared intrigued and pressed on. Which country? Let me guess, the United States? Switzerland? Or Dedong? No, maybe Australia? How do you know we're going to Australia? Xiao Hu blinked, completely puzzled. Qiao Yuan glanced at the Dragon King and patted Xiao Hu's shoulder, calm yet confident. Some things I know well, I just choose not to look into them. But if I ever wanted to, nothing could be hidden from me. Hearing this, the Dragon King's heart was violently shaken, like a tempest raging inside. The estate in Australia had been quietly purchased through secret channels more than a decade ago. It was extremely secluded. The Dragon King only confided this to Zhao Yun yesterday. Until then, he had never told anyone. Unexpectedly, the 9,000 years had uncovered this secret down to the smallest detail, causing the Dragon King to feel cold sweat soak through his vest instantly. 9,000 years. To be honest, I want to send my grandson abroad, the Dragon King said, bracing himself to speak. Qiao Yuan's smile did not fade, but his voice was icy. Why? Has he done something to wrong me? No. The Dragon King looked Qiao Yuan directly in the eyes. I swear before you, I have no ulterior motives. They stared at each other for half a minute. Only then did Qiao Yuan ask coldly, then why send your grandson away? I've made enemies and fear reprisal, the Dragon King said with a bitter smile. Young Master Xiao was seriously injured. He surely won't let me off. You stirred up trouble on my turf and think I'll let you live? Qiao Yuan's smile vanished instantly. The entire courtyard seemed to hold its breath. 9,000 years, I was unaware of that matter, but you were attacked in Jiangzhou, and I cannot deny responsibility. Do what you will, kill or maim. The Dragon King bowed his head in admission. Good. Qiao Yuan's voice was low and every word clear. Xiao Qingdi acted on my behalf, yet you conspired with others to kill his servant and seriously wound him. That's one crime. Several brothers died protecting me last night. My sworn son nearly didn't make it. And as the leader of the underground in Jiangzhou, you allowed chaos to reign. That's another. Insumi want your head. Do you accept? Yes. The Dragon King bowed and knelt, begging for one thing. But I implore 9,000 years to spare my grandson and Zhao Yun. Family does not suffer for one's sins. That's the code in our line of work. I understand, Qiao Yuan replied calmly. Grateful relief showed on the Dragon King's face. His voice trembled. Thank you, 9,000 years, for your great mercy. I wish you vast blessings, and may you soon unify the realm. Dragon King, farewell, Qiao Yuan said, and as his voice fell, a young man stepped forward behind him, a cold flash in his palm a dagger. Zhao Yun's face paled. He collapsed onto his knees with a thud. 9,000 years, please spare the Dragon King's life. I am willing to die in his place. Impudent. The Dragon King shouted fiercely. Before 9,000 years, you have no right to speak. Get out. But Zhao Yun persisted, pounding his head on the ground, blood soon streaking his forehead. 9,000 years, I beg you. A flicker of admiration passed in Qiao Yuan's eyes. In our world, fame and profit aside, morality comes first. I respect your willingness to die for your lord, but I will not agree. Why? Zhao Yun asked, confused. Though I have killed countless, I do not kill the innocent, Qiao Yuan said evenly, with an undeniable authority. You are innocent and must not be slain. Besides, if I agree today, what happens when others demand the same exchange tomorrow? If I agree, the rules of long men become meaningless. If I refuse, it seems unjust. Do you understand? Tears reddened Zhao Yun's eyes, and he nodded firmly. I understand. Kill. Qiao Yuan raised his hand to shield Xiao Hu's eyes. With Qiao Yuan covering his eyes, the young man lunged forward with the dagger aimed at the Dragon King's throat. At the moment of death, people's hearts are usually filled with fear. Yet the Dragon King was exceptionally calm now, not even a hint of trembling. He slowly closed his eyes as memories flashed before him like a revolving lantern, recalling his brief but glorious 40-plus years. At 18, he left home to venture into the world. He wandered the Jianghu, enduring hardship and honing his martial arts, stumbling through bloody trials until finally carving out a path with his fists and countless clashes of swords and knives. Ranking 12th on the Hubang list, and ruling the underworld of Jianghao earned it all through sheer strength and countless battles. What he treasured most wasn't power or fame, but his code of honor, never slaughtering innocents, never killing the wrong person. He was loyal to heaven above and brothers beside him, with a clear conscience ready to meet death without regret. The cold dagger pressed against his throat, the blade quivering slightly. Just one more inch, and his ties to the mortal world would be severed forever. The Dragon King whispered inside, Die, for who in life escapes death? Stop. A fierce shout tore through the air, followed by a sharp gust of wind. The crisp clang of metal rang in his ears as the assassin's dagger was knocked aside, slamming against the wall before falling to the floor. The Dragon King snapped his eyes open, catching sight of a stunned young man. Turning to the doorway, his face darkened. Ye Qiu, what are you doing here? Leave at once. He was already doomed and didn't want to drag his benefactor down with him in his final moments. I came to save you. Ye Qiu quickly surveyed the scene. Seeing the Dragon King unharmed, his gaze settled on a middle-aged man in blue robes. Zhao Yuan. So you are the 9,000 years? Ye Qiu asked. That's me. Zhao Yuan smiled lightly. Life is full of unexpected encounters. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. The Dragon King looked at Ye Qiu in shock. You've met 9,000 years? We crossed paths at the hospital this morning, though I didn't know then who he was. Ye Qiu's tone was brief before meeting Chao Yuan's eyes directly. Will you spare the Dragon King's life? Why do you want to save him? Chao Yuan countered. Because the Dragon King owes me a great debt. By that debt, do you mean how he stood up for you last night at the Crystal Palace? Or are you referring to Zhao Yun burying Guo Xiaocong alive? Boom. A thunderclap exploded in Ye Qiu's mind. The events at the Crystal Palace were public knowledge, but the secret of Guo Xiaocong's live burial was only known to him, Zhao Yun, and Zhao Yun's trusted men. How did the 9,000 years find out? Cold sweat dampened his back. Chao Yuan smirked slyly. I'm guessing you're wondering how I knew, right? There's nothing in this world I want to find out, but cannot. Ye Qiu took a deep breath, steadying his shock, and spoke bluntly. What must I do to save the Dragon King? The Dragon King must die. Chao Yuan shook his head. Why? First, last night Emperor Shaoqing conveyed a message for me, but the Dragon King conspired with you and Lin Jingji to wound him, killing his servant as well. Second, I was ambushed the moment I arrived in Jiangzhou, losing several men. The chaos in Jiangzhou speaks volumes. As the underworld ruler of Jiangzhou, the Dragon King allowed things to spiral out of control. He must be eliminated. Anger rose in Ye Qiu's chest. Neither of those things are the Dragon King's fault. Oh, Chao Yuan arched an eyebrow with interest. Do elaborate. Ye Qiu's eyes burned with intensity. Shaoqing is arrogant and tyrannical, doing as he pleases. Yet you let that man deliver your messages? I think you're the one who lacks discernment and misuses your allies. At the banquet, it was Emperor Shaoqing who first harbored murderous intentions and struck first, attempting to kill Yusuf. Everyone present knew this. We were merely defending ourselves. Cutting down his servants and crippling his legs was nothing but self-defense and retaliation. Besides, when you came to Jiangzhou, the Dragon King was completely unaware of it. You never asked him to send protection, so the assassination attempt was entirely your own affair. How could the Dragon King be held responsible? As the leader of the Dragon Gate sect, you should know all too well how many people in the world want you dead. If you had taken proper precautions last night, how could your enemies have found a chance? Moreover, those few subordinates who died protecting you sacrificed themselves for you. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have died. In other words, you're the one who caused their deaths. How dare you? Before the words were finished, a young man shouted sharply. Ye Qiu glanced at him and recognized the very same person who had tried to stab him earlier. He snapped angrily, I'm talking to your master. And you, a mere lackey, dare to interrupt? Yuatsu. Being a dog without knowing what it means to be a dog. You're begging for death. The young man's fury exploded as he threw a punch at Ye Qiu. Yet Ye Qiu stood perfectly still, calmly waiting. When the fist came within half a meter, he suddenly countered. Bang! The fists collided with a muffled thud, and both men staggered back 5 steps. They stared at each other, shocked by the other's strength. The fellow was arrogant, but it turned out he only had amateur skills after all. Come again. The young man swung his fist again. Ye Qiu met it heated. Bang! The second clash of fists sounded less loud than before. Their bodies barely moved as their punches lightly grazed and separated. Both took 3 steps back. You've thrown 2 punches at me. Now it's my turn, Ye Qiu said. Before he finished, his figure shot forward like lightning and was suddenly right in front of the young man. Boom! Their fists slammed into each other fiercely again. The young man was forced to retreat, the leather soles of his shoes squeaking sharply against the ground as he stumbled back over a dozen steps before finding his footing. He stared at Ye Qiu in astonishment. Meanwhile, the other 2 young men behind Chao Yuan stepped forward, ready to fight. Ye Qiu's eyes darkened as he met their charge without fear, sneering. So this is how Dragon Gate operates, using numbers to bully the weak? Today I've truly opened my eyes. Stop! Chao Yuan shouted fiercely. A dense pressure of authority spread through the air. He fixed his icy gaze on Ye Qiu, chilling him to the bone like plunging into an ice cellar. Chao Yuan spoke in a low, grave tone. If anyone else dared to be so disrespectful to me, they'd already be dead. But out of gratitude for you saving Han Long, I won't hold it against you today. You want to save the Dragon King, right? Fine. I can let him go, but on one condition. What condition? Ye Qiu asked urgently. Find the assassin who tried to kill me last night within 3 days, Chao Yuan said coldly. All right. Ye Qiu agreed without hesitation. As long as it saves the Dragon King's life, I'd even sacrifice an arm. Chao Yuan shook his head. Don't be so quick. I haven't finished. You have only 3 days. If you find the culprit in that time, I won't contest what happens on the Dragon King's side. But if you fail, not only will I take the Dragon King's life, I will also sever one of your arms. Do you still accept? Ye Qiu clenched his teeth and said firmly, I accept. Good. Chao Yuan nodded. Don't disappoint me. With that, he led the 3 young men away from the Dragon King's villa, leaving behind a heavy and tense atmosphere in the night. On a secluded road, a Mercedes camper slowly drove away from Yunwu Mountain. Stop the car. Chao Yuan suddenly commanded. The driver slammed on the brakes, and the vehicle shuddered slightly. Chao Yuan glanced at the young man in black beside him, his tone calm. Don't push yourself too hard. It's bad for your health. The car window rolled down, letting in a cold breeze. The young man leaned out, spitting out a mouthful of dark red blood. Earlier, he had exchanged 3 heavy punches heated with Ye Qiu, and after the last blow, he had been knocked back more than 10 steps. Though internal injuries surged and he had held back his pain, Qiao Yuan still saw through his act. Sorry, master. I've let you down, he said, clutching his chest with a quiet guilt. It's nothing, Qiao Yuan replied without concern. Even Xiao Qingdi was defeated by that kid, so you stand to reason. He paused, then asked, what do you think of Ye Qiu? Strong. The youth answered without hesitation, then added, very strong. His skills are nearly at the dragon ranking level. If he fights next year, he might make the top 10. And the intel? All here. The youth handed over a tablet. Qiao Yuan flipped through it quickly, his fingers gliding over the screen. 3 minutes later, he closed the tablet, eyes briefly showing surprise. Ye Qiu's mother is actually the eldest daughter of the Qian family from Sahangyan expected. But what about his father's record? There's not a single mention. Checked. Nothing found. Nothing. Qiao Yuan raised an eyebrow. It's like that person doesn't exist in this world. The youth shook his head. Have Zhuke dig deeper, we have to find out who Ye Qiu's father is. Qiao Yuan ordered decisively. Yes, sir. What about the fallen brothers' bodies? Currently, in the ice storage. We plan to send them back to the capital for cremation after the Jiangzhou affairs settle. Send them back immediately. Qiao Yuan's gaze was steady. Compensation is 2 million each. Master, the rule states 1 million. He'll pay the difference personally. Qiao Yuan's voice was low but resolute. They died protecting me. We can't let their families down. Understood. With orders given, he closed his eyes to rest. Silence fell in the cabin. The young man hesitated before speaking. If you want to ask, just ask, Qiao Yuan said without opening his eyes. Master, since we've identified the Wuxian sect as the culprit, why send Ye Qiu to investigate? Qiao Yuan smiled softly, his eyes calm. Don't you think he's a rare talent? The youth suddenly understood. You want to test him? He's teachable. Qiao Yuan nodded gently. Erase all leads completely. Don't give him any hints. That makes it nearly impossible for him to find anything. The youth hesitated. If he can't finish it in 3 days, do you really intend to kill the Dragon King? Yes. Qiao Yuan's tone was cold and unyielding. I'm the Dragon Gate sect leader. If I break my word, how can I command 100,000 brothers? Besides, he added lightly, a dying man hardly holds much value. A dying man? The youth was confused. The Dragon King has been poisoned by a deadly toxin for years. He's close to death. I see now. The youth muttered low, then reported quickly, Master, of the 7 assassins who attacked you last night, 5 were killed on the spot, 2 were slain by Han Long, and only 1 escaped after severely injuring Han Long. Investigate. Find this guy? Yes, sir. The young man acknowledged with a sharp tone. Then he added, Master, the Witch God sect has already sent assassins after you several times. Shall we strike back now? A cold glint flashed in Qiao Yuan's eyes. His voice was as hard as a blade. Not yet. Wait until I pacify the world, then I'll deal with them all. When that day comes, whether Witch God or Plague God, I will wipe them out together. In the courtyard, a damp, chilly night breeze swept slowly through the mist. After Qiao Yuan left, Dragon King and Zhao Yun struggled to stand from the stone floor, faces pale and shaken. Ye Qiu's shirt and vest were soaked through, cold sweat clinging to his back as his breathing faltered. Dragon King gave a bitter laugh. Little Yi, you shouldn't have come today. I'm already a man marked to die, whether sooner or later, it's the same. You saved me, but dragged yourself into this mess. What for? Don't say that. Ye Qiu shook his head. Last night in the Crystal Palace, you and brother Zhao confronted Xiao Qingdi head-on for my sake, getting hurt in the process. Compared to what you two did, what I did barely matters. Anyway, I owe you both a debt I can never repay. Dragon King nodded gratefully, patting his shoulder. Hearing you say that puts my heart at ease. Zhao Yun also spoke solemnly. Ye Qiu, I consider you a brother. From now on, whenever you need me, through fire or water, I'll go anywhere. Ye Qiu wiped away his smile. To settle this once and for all, we have to find the killer. Zhao Yun's fist clenched. Leave that to me. I'll dig as deep as I have 3 feet into the earth to bring the assassin to justice. Dragon King shook his head and sighed softly. You're thinking too simply. Finding the killer won't be easy. Both men looked to him. Dragon Lord Jiu, he began gravely, is the leader of Long Men, surrounded by top fighters. Forget assassination, the killer had to get past his elite guards and nearly killed his adopted son last night. To pull off something like this, the assassin must be highly skilled and have powerful backing. Catching them within 3 days is almost impossible. Zhao Yun clenched his fists tighter. We have to find them. If we fail in 3 days, you'll die and Ye Qiu might lose an arm. I only said it's difficult, not impossible. Dragon King gazed toward Ye Qiu with a complicated expression. Little Yi, you shouldn't have accepted Jiu's terms in the first place. Why? Ye Qiu frowned, puzzled. You could have lived a peaceful life as a doctor, saving lives and healing the sick. With your talent, you'd become a legendary healer. But by agreeing to find the killer, you've stepped into the martial world. It's full of bloodshed and danger, not a good place for you. Ye Qiu knitted his brows. Dragon King, what exactly are you trying to say? Do you remember what Zhou said? He claimed that anything he wants to investigate, he can find out. Ye Qiu's eyes widened in realization. You mean Zhou already knows who the killer is? That's certain. Then why send me? He paused, then suddenly understood. He's testing me? Dragon King nodded slightly. Only then did Ye Qiu grasp the meaning behind Chao Yuan's parting words. I hope you won't disappoint me. It was a trial. If he found the assassin, he would pass. What happens after, whether he joins Long Min or something else, was another matter. Shaking off distracting thoughts, he said, test or not, we catch the killer first. Where was Jiu attacked last night? Ye Qiu asked. At the Guangming Hotel. Ye Qiu inhaled sharply. We only have 3 days. No time to waste. Let's go to the scene immediately. Bright Hotel, room 8001. This was a presidential suite. Pushing open the door, Ye Qiu's eyes quickly scanned the living room. The coffee table was spotless, sofa cushions perfectly arranged, and the carpet looked freshly vacuumed. Brother Zhao, are you sure Junyan Sui was attacked here last night? He asked quietly, frowning. This doesn't look anything like a crime scene. I'm sure, Zhao Yun replied firmly. I checked, Junyan Sui stayed here all night and didn't leave the room once. Then why is the room so clean? Did the hotel staff come to clean? Ye Qiu pressed. I asked. No one was sent. Zhao Yun shook his head. Ye Qiu turned to Long Wang, his frown deepening. Does this look like a place where an assassination happened to you? Long Wang scanned the room indifferently. No, it doesn't. I agree, Ye Qiu said grimly. If Junyan Sui was attacked here, and some guards were killed, there should be signs of a struggle. But it looks like no one has stayed here at all. Could it be that Junyan Sui stayed here last night, but the actual scene of the attack was somewhere else? Long Wang suggested. Before he finished, Zhao Yun interrupted sharply. I have watched the surveillance footage carefully. Junyan Sui came into this room last night and didn't leave until this morning. The bodies of those guards were also carried out this morning from this room. I'm certain this is where the attack happened. So why can't we find any evidence? Long Wang frowned. Maybe Junyan Sui had someone clean the place up? Ye Qiu offered casually. His words caused Zhao Yun and Long Wang to freeze momentarily. Zhao Yun asked, if Junyan Sui did that, why? What benefit does he gain by cleaning so thoroughly? Long Wang gave Zhao Yun a sharp look. You're really dense. Can't you see it? Junyan Sui is testing Ye Qiu. A test? Zhao Yun's confusion deepened. Long Wang explained. Junyan Sui arranged this investigation as a test for Ye Qiu. Erasing all evidence just raises the difficulty level. If Ye Qiu finds the culprit, we'll be fine. If not, Junyan Sui promised he'd take my life and one of Ye Qiu's arms. That bastard, truly devious, Zhao Yun cursed, then quickly covered his mouth, looking around to make sure no one was listening before lowering his hand. Long Wang scolded with a stern face. Watch your words. Careless talk leads to trouble. Don't say things like that within earshot of the Dragon Gate people, or you'll be courting death. Understood. They'll be more careful, Zhao Yun admitted. Long Wang turned to Ye Qiu. So little Yi, what's the next step? Find the killer, Ye Qiu answered decisively. How? Wherever the culprit's been, they'll leave traces. No matter how much Junyan Sui cleans, they can't erase everything. Ye Qiu looked around. Let's start by searching the room. All right. The 3 of them got to work immediately. The presidential suite was spacious, with 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms in addition to the living room. Ye Qiu, Long Wang, and Zhao Yun split up and searched exhaustively. They gently lifted decorative paintings from the walls, shone flashlights under the beds, even emptied and examined trash bags piece by piece. Time passed quietly amidst the sounds of careful searching. Nearly an hour later, despite their thorough efforts turning the room upside down, they found no sign or clue whatsoever. I'm now certain that the 9,000-year-old ordered someone to erase all the traces, because no ordinary person could have scrubbed the evidence so thoroughly. The Dragon King sighed. No wonder Longmin has expanded so rapidly. The 9,000-year-old really has some hidden talents working for him. Brother Zhao, where's the hotel surveillance room? Take me there, Ye Qiu said as he scanned the empty room. With no other options, he pinned his hopes on the security footage. Zhao Yun shook his head. I've already reviewed the footage. There's nothing valuable in it. I still want to see it for myself. Seeing Ye Qiu's firm resolve, the Dragon King spoke up. Zhao Yun, lead the way. He'll go too. All right. Zhao Yun agreed and led the 2 down the corridor to the hotel's basement surveillance room. The surveillance room was dimly lit, the air conditioning humming softly. The 3 sat before multiple screens, fast-forwarding and rewinding through every clip from last night until morning. Just as Zhao Yun had said, the footage showed the 9,000-year-old and his guards entering the room and never leaving all night. The door remained closed the entire time. Only at dawn did a group carry out several bodies, after which the 9,000-year-old finally left. When the video ended, Ye Qiu stared at the dark screen, whispering, the footage has been tampered with. Ye Qiu, what makes you say that? The Dragon King asked quickly, Zhao Yun also directing his gaze toward Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu pointed at the paused frame. The 9,000-year-old and his guards were inside all night without opening the door. So how did the killer get in? If you say through the window. I've checked. All the windows are intact, the Dragon King interrupted. The 9,000-year-old may have wiped the traces inside the room clean, but he wouldn't have replaced the windows too. Then the killer must have entered through the front door. Ye Qiu tapped the table. But from start to finish, we don't see a single shadow of the killer. He paused, then raised another troubling point. Most importantly, I don't see Han Long anywhere. Han Long? Who's that? Zhao Yun asked. The 9,000-year-old's sworn son. He was rushed to Jiangzhou Hospital early this morning with dozens of gunshot and stab wounds, barely clinging to life, Ye Qiu explained. His injuries prove he was with the 9,000-year-old when the assassination happened, but he's nowhere in the footage. Piecing these points together, Ye Qiu said with conviction, the video has been cut, and it was very likely done on the 9,000-year-old's orders. Damn, Zhao Yun started to curse, but swallowed the word back under the Dragon King's sharp glance. Little did they know, Ye Qiu was cursing silently in his heart. This sneaky bastard wiped everything so clean. How am I supposed to find the killer now? Zhao Yun composed himself. He'll find someone to try to restore the footage. Leave it to Brother Zhao. The Dragon King and I will check the room again. Ye Qiu nodded. The two returned to the scene for another thorough search. Half an hour passed, and they still found nothing. Zhao Yun came back with bad news. The video can't be restored. Ye Qiu's heart sank. Looks like it's time to try Maoshan talismans. While the Dragon King and Zhao Yun weren't paying attention, Ye Qiu crossed his hands and quickly formed signs in front of his chest, his lips barely moving as he whispered a barely audible incantation. Soon, a wisp of black mist appeared out of thin air, hovering in front of Ye Qiu's eyes. A thin wisp of black mist floated before Ye Qiu's eyes, as fine as a strand of hair, so subtle that if you weren't paying close attention, you wouldn't notice it at all. Go, he whispered sharply. The black mist seemed to understand the command. It silently circled the room once before slipping out under the door gap. Swish! Ye Qiu suddenly dashed out of his room. Long Wang and Zhao Yun were left confused, unable to grasp what had just happened, but hurriedly followed him. The hallway light cast a dim yellow glow. Their footsteps were uneven and hurried. Only Ye Qiu's gaze was sharp and focused as he moved back and forth, seemingly tracking an invisible trail. Ye Qiu, what are you looking for? Zhao Yun asked nervously, unable to hold back his worry. Ye Qiu didn't answer, his full attention fixed on following the faint traces left by the black mist. After a few steps, he stopped in front of his own door, eyes locked intently on the door panel. The black wisp had settled there, almost blending into the wood grain flawlessly. Brother Zhao, give me a glass of water, Ye Qiu said quickly. Zhao Yun was momentarily stunned but turned back into the room and grabbed a bottle of mineral water, handing it over. Without hesitation, Ye Qiu twisted open the cap and poured the entire bottle down the door. Xiaoyi, what on earth are you doing? Long Wang frowned, looking puzzled. This will soon give us a clue about the murderer, Ye Qiu replied softly, his eyes never leaving the door. Half a minute passed as the water ran slowly down the door's surface. Zhao Yun couldn't hold back any longer. Ye Qiu, where's the clue? I don't see anything. Found it. Ye Qiu cut him off. Zhao Yun instinctively looked where Ye Qiu was staring, then took 2 steps back in shock, exclaiming, why is there a snake here? On the door's surface, a black snake roughly the size of a fist was appearing within the wet, stained. The snake's body coiled sinuously, its head raised high, its slightly open mouth revealing bright red fangs, seeming almost alive. Most unsettling were the snake's eyes, faintly glowing with an eerie green light. Ye Qiu stared for a moment, a chill running from his spine up through his head. Ye Qiu, is this left behind by the killer? Zhao Yun said hoarsely, pointing at the pattern. Probably. Ye Qiu nodded. Just looking at it for a moment made my whole body freeze. It's definitely not normal. He turned to Long Wang but found the old man's jaw clenched tightly, knuckles white, eyes burning with barely contained fury, finger trembling as it fixed on the black snake. The old man growled, it's this one. It's them. Long Wang, what's wrong? Ye Qiu asked, puzzled. Zhao Yun suddenly recalled something. Long Wang, could this pattern be connected to the person who poisoned you? That's right, they're in cahoots. Long Wang's words were sharp as ice. Ye Qiu realized Long Wang recognized the symbol and pressed him further. Long Wang, what does this pattern mean? Long Wang took a deep breath to control his anger and spoke gravely. This is no ordinary pattern. It's the totem of the witch god cult. The witch god cult? Ye Qiu asked immediately. No way you don't know about the witch god cult? Zhao Yun looked at him like he'd just encountered an alien. Before today, I hadn't even heard of Longmen. Ye Qiu shrugged. It's normal for Xiao Yi not to know about the cult since he's not from the Jianghu world, Long Wang explained for him, then continued. The witch god cult is a very mysterious organization. Ye Qiu's eyes lit up with curiosity. The Dragon King's path and the Wuxin sect both originated from Yaojiang. Although they don't have as much influence as the Longmen sect, in my opinion, they are far more terrifying. Why is that? Ye Qiu blurted out. Longmen operates by certain rules. The Wuxin sect never follows any, the Dragon King said in a low voice. Anyone who crosses them rarely has a good outcome. I am one of those unfortunate ones. You? Ye Qiu's pupils constricted sharply as a suspicion arose. Could it be that the poison you carry? That's right. It was the Wushan sect who did this. The Dragon King ground his teeth. He recalled those past events many years ago. He rescued a man covered in wounds in the countryside, unaware that he was a Wushan sect disciple. After bringing him home and getting him medical care, the man stayed by his side for 2 years, working diligently like a grateful servant. The Dragon King never suspected that the man was simply probing for information about him. Later, having proved his strength, he ranked 12th on the Tiger list, controlling the underground forces of Jiangzhou with pride and confidence. At his peak, the man suddenly asked to spar. Without much thought, the Dragon King agreed, only to find his opponent fighting desperately. Forced to retaliate seriously, he ended up injuring him. In that moment of chaos, the man covertly implanted a poison on him and then disappeared without a trace. When the Dragon King sent people to investigate, they discovered the man was a Wushan sect disciple. Over the following years, he searched in secret for clues, but found almost nothing. That doesn't make sense. The Wushan sect is so powerful, how could there be no leads? Ye Qiu asked in puzzlement. That's exactly what makes them terrifying. The Dragon King shook his head. Their headquarters are in Miaojiang, but no one knows the exact location. In major cities, they may have branch halls, but never more than 10 people. Each disciple masters lethal skills: assassination, tracking, poisoning, even witchcraft. Witchcraft? Ye Qiu's heart skipped a beat. Could there really be such things in this world? The Dragon King continued. They are full of talented people. If they weren't so ruthless, they would have become the biggest sect in the world long ago. He then pointed to the coiled serpent design on the door panel. Whenever you see this totem, it means the Wushan sect disciples have been here. Zhao Yun's scalp tingled. So, the one who assassinated the 9,000-year-old was from the Wushan sect? Most likely, the Dragon King nodded. There is nothing they wouldn't dare to do. Ye Qiu asked again, why do they do so many terrible things? Is it for money? Or something else? The Dragon King's face grew colder. They neither seek fame nor profit. No one knows why they commit these crimes. They poison, kill, and strike without any limits. It's madness. Ye Qiu felt a chill run down his spine. This isn't madness, it's pure insanity. The Dragon King lifted his gaze, his voice more serious than ever. Xiaoyi, I advise you to stop investigating this matter. Don't dig any deeper. Why? Ye Qiu looked at the Dragon King in confusion. After finally uncovering a lead pointing to the culprit and confirming that the Wushan cult was behind the assassination attempt on the 9th Lord, the Dragon King suddenly urged him to stop digging any further. His voice was low and resolute. I told you before, the Wushan cult has no bottom line. They're a bunch of lunatics. I'm worried that if you provoke them, you'll suffer terrible retaliation. If we stop investigating now, Ye Qiu raised his hand to include both himself and the Dragon King. In 3 days, you'll be dead, and he'll have lost one arm. The Dragon King chuckled lightly, a calm acceptance of life and death in his eyes. I'm already a man on borrowed time. Sooner or later, it makes no difference. But I don't want to lose an arm. Ye Qiu touched his own arm earnestly. I'm good looking and have a great job. If I end up disabled, finding a wife will be hard. The Dragon King shook his head. Still, that's better than getting the Wushan cult angry. Ye Qiu took a deep breath and spoke faster. Dragon King, if we find the culprit and hand him over to the 9th Lord, any revenge from the Wushan cult would have to be directed at the 9th Lord first. The Wushan cult will surely target the 9th Lord. The Dragon King's gaze darkened. They won't stop just because their assassination failed. But they won't spare you either. If they come after me, they'll rely on the 9th Lord and Dragon Gate to fight back against the Wushan cult, Ye Qiu said firmly. The Dragon King sighed. You're naive. The Wushan cult is mysterious and unfathomable. Even if you find the killer and pass the 9th Lord's, Tesla won't have time to help you. Why? Ye Qiu frowned. He's busy sweeping away all underground forces across the land. Until he unites everything, he can't spare a moment to deal with the Wushan cult. The Dragon King looked up out the window, expression complicated. Ye Qiu faced a dilemma. Continuing the investigation meant making enemies of the Wushan cult. Dropping it would cost the Dragon King his life, and possibly his arm. After a pause, he gritted his teeth and resolved. We find the culprit first. If the Wushan cult wants revenge, that can wait. The Dragon King wanted to object, but, Dragon King, don't you want to catch the person who poisoned you back then? Ye Qiu's eyes burned with determination. Once we expose the killer, we might find the Wushan cult's branch in Jiangzhou. Then maybe we can track down the one who poisoned you. Zhao Yun, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. I agree with Ye Qiu. We should keep looking for the culprit. The Dragon King was silent for a long while, then slowly nodded. I also want to avenge that arrow wound. If I can kill my enemy before I die, I will have no regrets. But if that happens, Xiaoya, you will definitely suffer the Wushan cult's retaliation. We'll deal with that later. Right now, the priority is to find the culprit. Ye Qiu's resolve left no room for refusal. Seeing his stubbornness, the Dragon King finally relented. Zhao Yun asked next, now that we know the Wushan cult is behind this, where do we look for them? I've searched for years without finding a trace of the Wushan cult. the Dragon King said helplessly. The Ninth Lord gave us only 3 days. Finding the culprit in that time will be nearly impossible. That's not necessarily true. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Ye Qiu's mouth. The Dragon King stared at him. You have a plan? Yes. Ye Qiu nodded. Curious, Zhao Yun pressed. What plan? None of your concern, Ye Qiu said lightly. But as long as the culprit is still in Jiangzhou, I will definitely find him. As Ye Qiu finished speaking, he quickly formed hand seals and silently chanted a tracking spell. Before long, a wisp of black energy slowly appeared before them. Go. Ye Qiu commanded sharply, and the black mist floated into the elevator. Let's go. Ye Qiu led Long Wang and Zhao Yun into the elevator, descending to the hotel lobby. The black energy circled the hall once, then drifted straight out the hotel entrance. Ye Qiu followed closely as the mist guided them across the street, around a few corners, and finally vanished at the entrance to a dark, narrow alley. The alley was narrow and shadowy, the worn bluestone pavement cracked and irregular. It twisted away with no one in sight, eerily quiet and desolate. Be careful. I have a feeling the culprit is close. Ye Qiu warned, his eyes sharp and alert. Long Wang immediately tensed, scanning their surroundings. Zhao Yun quietly reached behind his back to grip the handgun at his waist. The three followed the black mist deeper into the alley, which finally stopped in front of an old, dilapidated courtyard gate. This is it. Ye Qiu stopped, pointing to the heavy, dark wooden door. Long Wang and Zhao Yun looked up at the tightly shut door that blocked any view inside. Xiao Yi, is the culprit really here? Long Wang asked in a low voice. Not sure, but even if the culprit isn't here, there's definitely important evidence inside. Ye Qiu's expression grew serious. Zhao Yun, knock on the door, but be cautious. Long Wang reminded again. Zhao Yun nodded slightly and walked to the door, raising his hand to knock firmly on the wooden panel. Knock, knock, knock. After several knocks, silence persisted inside. Zhao Yun raised his voice, calling out, is anyone home? He repeated a few times, but received no reply. Turning to Ye Qiu with a hint of anxiety, Zhao Yun asked, what now? What else can we do? We have to break in. Ye Qiu said decisively. Bang! With a swift kick, the door burst open, releasing a wave of acrid, nauseating stench. Ye Qiu covered his nose and stepped inside first, followed closely by Long Wang and Zhao Yun. The interior was disorderly. On the living room table sat moldy food, swarmed with flies, emitting a foul odor. Broken beer bottles and sunflower seed shells littered the floor. Clearly, this place had been occupied and by more than one person. Ye Qiu exchanged a look with Long Wang and Zhao Yun, and they quickly spread out to search the house. Not good. Long Wang. Ye Qiu, come quickly. Zhao Yun's voice suddenly called from a room inside. They hurried over to find an old bronze incense burner on a table, its design archaic and solid. Behind it against the wall stood a wooden plaque, its surface blank at first glance. Ye Qiu immediately went to the kitchen and fetched a bowl of clean water, pouring it over the plaque. After a moment, a serpentine totem gradually appeared, clearly the symbol of the witch god cult. Beneath the image, faint characters emerged, Jiangzhou branch. I didn't expect the Jiangzhou branch of the witch god cult to be hidden here. Ye Qiu said with surprise in his eyes. What's the point? The people are gone. Finding this branch changes nothing. Zhao Yun grumbled. Long Wang sighed. After finally finding a lead on the witch god cult, it's cut off again. Looks like we arrived too late. It's okay. They won't get away. Ye Qiu had just spoken when sudden knocking sounded at the door outside. Knock, 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 knock. Suddenly, there was a sharp knocking at the door. The three inside, Zhao Yun, Ye Qiu, and Dragon King, fell silent instantly, exchanging wary glances. Zhao Yun quickly walked to the door and lowered his voice to ask, who's there? Delivery, came a young man's voice from outside. Hearing delivery, the three relaxed slightly. Zhao Yun opened the door, revealing a courier standing under the corridor light, holding a square package in one hand. The courier sized Zhao Yun up and bluntly asked, who are you? I live here. Who do you think I am? Just hand over the package. Zhao Yun reached out, but the courier instinctively took a step back, eyes wary. You don't live here. Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow. How do you know I don't? I deliver here every week. I've never seen you before. It used to be Chen Gu who picked up the packages. Which Chen Gu? Dong Chen. The courier gave him a doubtful look. You don't know Dong Chen? Then who are you really? Zhao Yun smiled. Huh, of course I know Dong Chen. He's my cousin. I was working back home, just arrived today. The courier's suspicion eased. No wonder ID never seen you. What about Chen Gu? He's out on business. Well, then you can sign for him. The courier handed over the package. Zhao Yun took the package and signed on the handheld terminal. But after signing, he noticed the courier wasn't leaving, still lingering by the door. Why aren't you going? Zhao Yun asked, puzzled. The courier scratched his head. Chen Gu always tips me 100 yuan after signing. Zhao Yun's interest peaked. He pressed. Then tell me, what does my cousin look like? The courier frowned. Seriously? You don't even know his face? Are you really Chen Gu's cousin? Feigning anger, Zhao Yun said, of course I am. Don't tell me you are instead. I just want to make sure you're not a liar. Gotta be careful these days. Seeing Zhao Yun was getting annoyed, the courier laughed and waved his hand. All right, I'll describe him. Chen Gu has a round face, very short hair, and a black mole by his chin about the size of a pinky nail, right? Anything else? His complexion is paler than most. I asked him once said he had an illness as a kid, and after he recovered, that's how he's been. Do you know how tall he is? Zhao Yun asked further. The courier looked Zhao Yun over again. You're about a head taller than Chen Gu. Zhao Yun nodded silently and pulled out a red bill, handing it over. All right, you're not lying. Thanks. Thanks. The courier smiled brightly, jumped back in his van, and left in a blur. Zhao Yun closed the door and returned to the living room. Raising his voice, you both heard what the courier said, right? Ye Qiu and Dragon King nodded together. Looks like this Dong Chun is probably connected to the witch god sect, Zhao Yun said quietly. Dragon King's voice was grave. Whether or not he's from the witch god sect, now that we have his description, issue a wanted notice in the community. Get the brothers to help find him. Whoever finds Dong Chun gets 1 million as a reward. Yes, sir. Zhao Yun immediately pulled out his phone and started dialing. At that moment, Ye Qiu's eyes landed on the newly signed for package. It was tightly wrapped in layers of tape, perfectly square. He weighed it in his hand not too heavy then began tearing off the first strip of tape. Be careful, Dragon King warned. Got it. Ye Qiu moved slowly and gently, taking 30 seconds to peel off the tape sealing the package. The moment the tape was lifted, he opened the box lid, and a faint scent of paper pulp filled the air. Inside lay 2 neat stacks of brand new 100 yuan bills. The notes were bundled tightly with rubber bands. Ye Qiu flipped through a few. The texture and raised patterns were unmistakably genuine. Definitely not counterfeit. A full 20,000 yuan in cash. Strange, who still sends cash by mail these days? He muttered quietly. Standing nearby, Long Wang chuckled softly. Not so strange. With courier services everywhere, people send all kinds of things. Ye Qiu nodded, then stared intently at the thick bundle of banknotes. If someone can send cash directly to Dong Chun, they must have quite a close relationship. Long Wang gave a slight nod, agreeing with the assessment. The courier says he delivers here weekly. If every delivery is cash, Dong Chun could be receiving at least 80,000 yuan a month. He paused, eyes sharp. Now he raised the question, who sends him that much cash? And what's it for? Operational expenses? Ye Qiu guessed. Very likely, Long Wang replied. This is the Jiangzhou branch of the Wuxin sect. Dongchen definitely has subordinates. They need funds every month. This money is probably funding allocated by the sect. Ye Qiu frowned, pressing further. If it's funding, why not use bank transfers or Alipay? Why send cash? Electronic payments and bank records are easy to track, Long Wang analyzed. The Wuxin sect might find mailing cash safer and more discreet. As they spoke, Ye Qiu studied the courier box again. The sender's address had been deliberately obscured, but the characters for Jiangzhou could still be faintly seen. The package was sent this morning at 8, indicating the sender didn't know Dong Chun had already left the branch. Long Wang, can we trace the sender's address? Ye Qiu looked up. Want to find the sender? Yes. Ye Qiu was firm. He's very likely connected to the Wuxin sect as well. Finding him might uncover more clues. Long Wang nodded approvingly. Good idea. Well, work a two-pronged approach search for Dong Chun and track down the sender. Either lead could point us to the assassin who targeted the 9,000-year-old. He turned to Zhao Yun, who had just hung up the phone. I'm assigning both tasks to you. No problem. No problem. Zhao Yun responded, then immediately called his subordinates. If the address is legit, we'll have results soon. Time passed quietly, cicadas chirping in the courtyard overhead. They had stayed there almost an hour. Zhao Yun's calls kept coming, but no critical information emerged. Ye Qiu grew impatient and decided to use the tracking talisman again. Under the cover of night, he quietly raised both hands, forming hand seals. His fingertips traced ghostly afterimages as he murmured incantations under his breath. Suddenly, PHT, crimson blood spurted from his lips. Ye Qiu's vision went black as he lost consciousness. When Ye Qiu woke up, the room was dimly lit. The Dragon King sat by the bed, leaning against the chair back, smiling gently at him. You're awake? Where am I? Ye Qiu's voice was hoarse. At my place, the Dragon King said softly. You passed out earlier, so I brought you home. The doctor said you're just exhausted. He got up and went to the window, pulling back the curtains. The sunset poured in like molten silver, bathing Ye Qiu's face in warm light. His pale complexion instantly gained a flush of color. The pursuit talisman drained a lot of energy and spirit. Ye Qiu's cultivation was limited. After pushing through twice and trying a third time, he suffered backlash, vomited blood, and fainted collapsing before the Dragon King. How long have I been asleep? Ye Qiu sat up, sweat beading on his forehead. Not long, 3 or 4 hours, maybe. What? I slept that long. He suddenly threw off the blanket. Has Dongchen been found? We've got leads. Zhao Yun is investigating. The Dragon King nodded reassuringly. And there's news about the sender to should be able to pin them down soon. If you're tired, rest some more. I'm fine now. No sooner had Ye Qiu spoken than the door burst open. Zhao Yun rushed in, face bright with excitement. Dragon King, I found Dong Chun and located the cinder's position. Where? Gadisi Temple. The Dragon King stood instantly. What are we waiting for? Gather a few brothers. Let's go. Dragon King, you should stay and accompany Ye Qiu. He'll take the brothers to make the arrest. Zhao Yun urged. The Dragon King shook his head. I want to meet the witch god cult people myself. I'm coming too. Ye Qiu got out of bed sharply. Soon Zhao Yun gathered 4 or 5 brothers, and the group hurried off toward Gadisi Temple. Half an hour later, the car stopped by the roadside. Ye Qiu looked through the window and saw an exotic temple about 200 meters ahead, standing in the sunset glow. Unlike the typical curved roofs and red tiles of Buddhist temples, this one resembled a small ancient Greek temple, with a horizontal plaque above the doorway reading Gadisi. Zhao Yun whispered, Dong Chun is inside. To avoid alerting anyone, we'll get out here. The Dragon King and Ye Qiu led the way out. Zhao Yun turned to order the others, block the temple's back gate. No one's allowed in or out without my command. Yes, sir. The others acknowledged and quickly dispersed. On both sides of the main road were a few small food stalls, faint cooking smells drifting through the air. Few customers were present, making the area feel quiet and deserted. Ye Qiu remained alert, noticing no suspicious signs along the way. The three soon reached the temple's main gate, a large vermilion door wide open. Zhao Yun stepped inside first, followed by Ye Qiu and the Dragon King. The spacious front courtyard was eerily silent. Why is no one here? Ye Qiu whispered. There should have been monks and pilgrims, but the place was empty. I heard, Zhao Yun explained. Gutsis incense has died down these past few years. Only the abbot and 2 disciples remain. It's their evening prayers now. What about Dong Chun? He's inside. Follow me. They passed through the corridors, stepping on the worn stone slabs, turning through 2 bends before stopping at a courtyard gate. Behind the half-open vermilion wooden door was complete stillness. Zhao Yun pointed inside. This is where the pilgrims stay overnight. Dong Chun is in there. Let's go in and take a look. The Dragon King pushed open the door first. The 3 entered the courtyard. There was still no sign of anyone. Only a row of more than a dozen closed rooms, each door tightly shut. Where is everyone? Ye Qiu whispered, his gaze flickering between the sealed doors. They should be in one of these rooms, Zhao Yun replied quietly. A cold mountain wind blew down the corridor into the courtyard, making the wooden doors creak softly. Ye Qiu instinctively tightened his coat, a restless unease mingling with the chill spreading through him. Zhao, how are you so sure Dong Chun is here? We got the lead from the guys, Zhao Yun said, focusing on the doors. At 6 this morning, someone spotted Dong Chun sneaking into the Buddha temple on the external surveillance. One of our brothers then disguised himself as a pilgrim, entered the temple, and overheard Dong Chun asking the abbot if he could stay for a few days. The abbot agreed. Are your guys reliable? Ye Qiu asked. They are, Zhao Yun replied seriously. And the person who sent the cash to Dong Chun is here too. I traced the package. The sender's address is the Buddha temple. Our men found that person inside, also hiding and refusing to leave. Both Dong Chun and the sender hiding in the same temple? That's too much of a coincidence, Ye Qiu frowned. When did the sender sneak in? Last night. Last night. Are you sure? Absolutely. Ye Qiu's face darkened instantly. Zhao Yun noticed and asked, what is it? Something's wrong. Ye Qiu gritted his teeth. The package was sent at 8 this morning, but Dong Chun had already entered the temple by then. If the sender was inside last night, they must have met. If they met, why send a package at all? Zhao Yun fell silent, unable to answer. A bold suspicion rose in Ye Qiu's mind, but he held back from voicing it. Instead, he turned to Long Wang. The elder's expression was grave as he spoke slowly. If I'm right, this is all an ambush set by the Wushan sect. An ambush? What kind of ambush? Zhao Yun asked. A trap to lure us in. Long Wang's voice was low. Bang. Suddenly, the wooden door of one of the rooms was flung open. A man stepped out. He was short, with a round face and short hair, a black birthmark the size of a fingernail on his chin. Zhao Yun's eyes narrowed sharply. Dong Chun. Dong Chun's gaze locked onto Long Wang. A smirk spread across his lips before he laughed loudly. Old man, you're not too dumb to see through my plan. Too bad it's too late. He clapped his hands once. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 figures darted out from the shadows, landing instantly on either side of Dong Chun, their eyes cold and hard. With their numbers suddenly swelling, Zhao Yun's heart sank. He turned to shout, Ye Qiu, take Long Wang and retreat. But Ye Qiu shook his head and whispered, there's no way out. Zhao Yun spun around to face the courtyard gate. Standing there was a familiar figure, arms crossed, smiling at him. That smile cut into Zhao Yun's eyes like a dagger, and his pupils shrank as he shouted in fury. It's you. Zhao Yun never expected that the person standing at the courtyard gate smiling at him was actually the delivery man from that morning. He narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. Who exactly are you? At a time like this, you're still asking such a stupid question. The delivery man sneered, his smile laced with mockery. You're really clueless. Ye Qiu stepped up beside Zhao Yun and said calmly, he's from the witch god cult. The witch god cult? Zhao Yun exclaimed, then furrowed his brow. Why pretend to be a delivery man? Of course, to lure us into a trap. Ye Qiu's gaze swept toward the delivery man. Your scheme isn't very clever. The delivery man dropped the disguise, revealing his true identity, the Jiangzhou branch leader, Dong Chun. He raised a corner of his mouth. Maybe it's not clever, but you still fell for it, didn't you? Ye Qiu sighed. That's right, we did fall for it. If we weren't in such a rush to find the culprit, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. A breeze rustled through the courtyard, scattering a few dry leaves across the ground. Ye Qiu looked up and added, but your little invite the gentleman into the urn trick has a big flaw. Oh, Dongchen raised an eyebrow. What flaw? Your real target is 9,000 years, but he never appeared here. Dongchen laughed loudly. Who said our target was 9,000 years? Ye Qiu's heart jolted. If it's not 9,000 years, could it be the Dragon King? Dongchen's tone turned cold. To assassinate 9,000 years, I prepared thoroughly with the Jiangzhou branch, but ultimately failed. If news of this reaches the cult, it'll face severe punishment. So I thought of a new way to earn merit. Kill the Dragon King. He turned to face the Dragon King, eyes gleaming with pride. You are the king of Jiangzhou's underworld. Once you're dead, I'll redeem myself. Your time is up. The Dragon King's expression remained calm, his voice steady. If you want to kill me, you must have investigated me first. Of course. Do you know I ranked 12th on the dragon list? I know. Even knowing that, you still dared to trap me here? Aren't you afraid I'll wipe you all out? If you were unharmed, then yes, I wouldn't dare. Dongchen's lips curled into a cruel smile. But you've been poisoned by the Inyang snake goo. Killing you is as easy as flipping your hand. The Dragon King's eyes darkened sharply. If you know about the poison, then you must know who inflicted it. Where is he? Want me to find him so you can take your revenge? Dongchen laughed arrogantly. Don't dream. He'll never tell you. The Dragon King stepped forward, a cold, murderous aura instantly spreading, making the courtyard feel like it dropped to freezing point. If you don't tell me, I'll kill you here and now. What a coincidence. I've been wanting to see how strong a former number 12 on the tiger list really is. Dong Chun said as he pulled a jade green bamboo leaf from his pocket and pressed it to his lips. A sharp whistle pierced the air like a blade. Just as the Dragon King began to step forward, a sudden searing pain exploded within him. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Dragon King, Ye Qiu dashed forward to catch him before he fell. Dragon King, what's wrong? Zhao Yun asked urgently. The Dragon King trembled all over, his face pale, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He strained to utter two words, so painful. Zhao Yun asked again. Ye Qiu, what's happening to the Dragon King? Ye Qiu checked his pulse, frowning deeply. After a few moments he said gravely, it must be the goo poison acting up. Didn't you say the poison wouldn't activate within a month? Normally, after my treatment, the goo poison would not flare up within a month. But this sudden outbreak, without any warning, clearly involved him. Ye Qiu stared at Dong Chun and pointed at him, saying to Zhao Yun, the sound he's playing from the bamboo leaf seems to control the goo worms inside the Dragon King. Zhao Yun snapped coldly, quickly drawing his gun from his waist, aiming the barrel straight at Dong Chen's head. Stop immediately, or he'll blow your brains out. But Dong Chun ignored him completely and continued to play that eerie melody on the bamboo leaf. Just then, Zhao Yun suddenly felt a gust of wind was past his ear. He quickly took a step back, only to see the man disguised as a delivery courier abruptly raise his leg to kick him. What a foolish death wish. Zhao Yun's finger tightened on the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the imposter courier fell dead on the spot. However, at that moment, two of the four followers beside Dong Chun suddenly lunged forward, tackling Zhao Yun and restraining him tightly. Dong Chen's gaze turned icy cold, as if looking at a corpse. He sneered at the Dragon King, number 12 on the tiger ranking, the underground king of Jiangzhou. Humph, pathetic. He ordered sharply, kill him. The other two disciples of the witch god sect immediately charged at the Dragon King fiercely. Ye Qiu, don't worry about me. Run. The Dragon King gritted his teeth in pain, urgently instructing. Ye Qiu said nothing but concentrated his inner strength at his fingertips, quickly pressing an acupuncture point on the Dragon King's back. Instantly, the pain eased somewhat, and the Dragon King was able to catch his breath. He said again, Ye Qiu, hurry and find the 9,000-year-old. If we're late, it'll be too late. It's already too late, Ye Qiu thought grimly. Dong Chun had surely set this trap carefully, leaving no chance for escape. Sure enough, Ye Qiu glimpsed at the courtyard gate and saw two men holding blood-stained long knives. Apparently, the brothers outside had already been slaughtered. His heart sank as he hastened to press several more key points on the Dragon King's back. I've sealed your meridians to suppress the goo poison. Remember, don't use any internal energy or the poison will erupt again. Don't. Before the Dragon King could finish, Ye Qiu suddenly burst forward. Behind him, muffled thuds sounded. Soon, those two witch god sect disciples were blasted backward by Ye Qiu's powerful inner force. Huh. Dong Chen's expression shifted slightly in surprise as he stared at Ye Qiu. You know Kung Fu? Just who are you? Ye Qiu replied coldly. A man on the brink of death is not worthy to know. He strode forward to confront Dong Chun. Dong Chun showed no fear, only a calm smile. You're young and skilled, obviously not ordinary. As sect leader, I value talent and won't kill you. Leave now. Ye Qiu scoffed. Value talent? You just fear it'll ruin your plan to kill the Dragon King. Sensing Ye Qiu's suspicion, Dong Chun was frank. How about this, you join the Witch God sect? Kill the Dragon King, and he'll immediately appoint you Deputy Hall Master of Jiangzhou Branch. Deal? Not interested in being some deputy, Ye Qiu said firmly. Dong Chun misread the answer as openness to joining, just not liking the deputy role. He smiled. Then what do you want? I want your life. Ye Qiu's voice thundered as he suddenly slammed a fist toward Dong Chun. Humph, you want to throw down with me? You're looking for trouble. A cold smile curled at the corner of Dong Chen's mouth, clearly underestimating Ye Qiu. In his eyes, although Ye Qiu was skilled, if the leader of the Wushan sect's Jiangzhou branch didn't have some real skill, how could he possibly hold his ground here? Boom! Ye Qiu's fist closed in to within half a meter, and without warning, Dong Chun raised his arm and met it with a punch of his own. Bang! The two forces collided heat. A crushing power surged through Dong Chen's arm, pushing him backward 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, all the way back 10 steps before he finally stopped. The sharp scraping noise of his shoes against the ground pierced the air. A metallic taste rose in his throat as blood threatened to spill. That punch had slammed into his organs hard. Not bad for someone so young to hurt me, he said, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. He brought a bloodied fingertip to his lips and gently licked it off, his gaze cold and sharp. But if you think that's enough to take my life, then he'll give you 4 words: delusional fantasy. You're about to find out just how delusional, Ye Qiu replied briefly and coolly, clenching his fist again and advancing. Dong Chun fell silent, his eyes icy like shards of steel. In the next moment, the joints all over his body cracked sharply, as if he had been dismantled and reassembled in an instant. Ye Qiu paused mid-step, observing carefully. He saw Dong Chen's limbs bend and move with an eerie flexibility, as if they had lost the support of their bones, altogether almost unnaturally supple. What kind of technique was this? The question flashed briefly before Ye Qiu suddenly accelerated, determined to end the fight. Quickly strike at the leader first, and the other Wushan disciples would be no threat. Boom! Before Ye Qiu's fist even flew, Dong Chen's punch arrived first, crashing down like thunder. Just as Ye Qiu prepared to meet the blow he noticed the skin on Dong Chen's knuckles turning a deep purple. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Hastily, he withdrew his fist and retreated. Long Wang had warned him the Wushan sect's methods were unforgivingly treacherous. If that purple was poison, taking the hit he'd would be suicide. Seeing Ye Qiu give ground, Dong Chun sprang up and swung a powerful kick. The force exploded on impact, but Ye Qiu dodged once again just in time. Dong Chun closed in, delivering another punch aimed straight for Ye Qiu's face. The punch hadn't landed yet, but the rush of wind it generated cut painfully across Ye Qiu's cheek. He twisted his head sharply to avoid the blow. Then, suddenly, a sharp crack echoed out as a fiery sting erupted in Ye Qiu's chest. He was pushed back, stumbling until his back slammed hard against the wall. Looking down, he saw a clear palm print stamped on his chest. What happened? He had clearly dodged it. His eyes flicked to Dong Chen's right hand, but there was nothing unusual there. Was it just his imagination? The thought barely crossed his mind before another flurry of fists flew at him. Ye Qiu stepped back again to evade. Dong Chun pressed on relentlessly. As they passed each other, Ye Qiu suddenly lunged forward, landing a heavy punch on Dong Chen's chin. Dong Chun twisted his body lightly, narrowly dodging, then spun his wrist in a slicing motion, his fist like a blade slashing toward Ye Qiu's neck. Ye Qiu blocked the strike with an elbow and saw Dong Chen's right fist aimed at his heart next. Ye Qiu quickly sidestepped, causing Dong Chen's punch to miss. But at that moment, Ye Qiu suddenly saw Dong Chen's fist defy normal human anatomy, twisting a full 180 degrees at the wrist before crashing into his chest with a loud smack. Screech, screech, screech. The powerful strike forced Ye Qiu backward over 10 steps, his heels scraping faint white lines across the stone ground. His chest surged with pain and blood, as if an iron hammer was pounding his heart. A metallic, bloody taste dripped from the corner of his mouth. Wiping the blood away, Ye Qiu's eyes widened in shock. What kind of technique is this? A normal punch's power flows from the shoulder through the arm and wrist into the fist, but Dong Chen's arm hadn't moved a muscle, nor had his wrist shown any exertion. The force came solely from the fist itself, which even rotated freely on the wrist bone like a ball bearing. It was downright unnatural. No ordinary fist could do that, yet Dong Chen did. No wonder this guy became the head of the Wushan sect's Jiangzhou branches. Definitely extraordinary, Ye Qiu thought, grinding his teeth quietly. Dong Chun curled his lips into a cold, mocking smile as he stepped forward deliberately. Did you realize just how pathetic you looked back there? You actually thought you could kill me with that weak skill? Isn't that just wishful thinking? Ye Qiu glanced sideways. Zhao Yun was locked in a fierce struggle with 2 Wushan disciples nearby, neither gaining the upper hand. 2 burly men with knives blocked the temple gate behind them. With no way out, there was only one choice: to fight with everything he had. Resolving this, Ye Qiu suddenly dove forward like an arrow released, lunging back at Dong Chun. Looking for death, Dong Chun sneered coldly, halting and raising his fist with derision. In the next instant, fists and feet collided like a rainstorm and gale. Boom. Bang. Each clash shook the air with a buzzing roar, whipping the fallen leaves into turbulent spirals. Within moments, the battle reached a deadlock. About 100 meters southwest of Good Temple stood a 12-story residential building. On its top-floor rooftop, a figure in flowing blue robes whipped in the wind. Chao Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, overlooking the fighting inside the temple. After a while, he said calmly, I gave him 3 days, but he found the culprit in one, and even traced the Wushan sect's Jiangzhou branch. That truly surprised me. A surprise? A cold, strange voice spoke behind him, though no one was there. I found the culprit this morning. If you hadn't stopped me, the Jiangzhou branch would have been uprooted already. Chao Yuan chuckled lightly. You are Qing Long Envoy, one of the 4 dragon envoys of Long Men, while he is just a lowly surgeon. How can you compare? That kid is indeed foolish. If he had any cunning, he wouldn't have fallen into the Wushan sect's trap. He's too stupid, the cold voice sneered. Knows nothing of the martial world, and you call his occasional mistakes training. He's still young, Chao Yuan said, eyes steady. For him, some losses might not be so bad. You fancy him? Chao Yuan didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, heard you went north to fight Xiaojiao? You lost. Lost half a step, came the clearly defiant reply. If I hadn't been worried about your safety after hearing about the assassination attempt, I wouldn't have lost to Xiaojiao. Is that so? Heh. You don't believe me? Heh. What does your heh mean? Nothing, heh. Qinglong Envoy cursed silently. Damn it. In the awkward silence filled with heh-hehs, Chao Yuan's eyes suddenly sharpened, locking onto Good Temple. Ye Qiu is about to suffer a loss. Bang. Ye Qiu's body was thrown across the ancient temple grounds, crashing hard onto the floor as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His wounds forgotten, his eyes locked onto Dong Chun with a mixture of shock and fear. The wind had barely settled before his mind replayed their recent fight in rapid flashes had struck first with a relentless flurry of punches and kicks like a storm, yet within 2 minutes, Dong Chun had seized control and landed a decisive blow that sent him flying. If it came down to pure strength and skill, Ye Qiu was confident he wasn't outmatched and could even kill Dong Chun. What truly unnerved him was Dong Chen's strange technique after being blocked one moment. He could twist his fist in a perfect 180-degree arc around his wrist the next, leaving opponents defenseless. You think him just a figurehead as the Jiangzhou branch leader? If I weren't capable, would I dare lure you into this trap? Dong Chen stepped forward along the stairway, the dim temple lantern casting shadows over the cold curve of his lips. None of you will walk out alive today. Ye Qiu fell silent, searching his mind at lightning speed for any weakness. Suddenly, a deep voice broke through from the sidelong Wang's calming reminder. Xiao Yi, in all martial arts under heaven, speed conquers all. The word struck Ye Qiu like a lightning bolt. Frozen for a brief moment, he then whispered them repeatedly under his breath as his eyes shone with sudden clarity. I understand now. Thank you, Long Wang. With a swift shift, he blurred forward like a shadow, closing the distance to Dong Chun instantly. Heading straight for your death. Dong Chun sneered, swinging a powerful palm at Ye Qiu's shoulder but missed. Huh. Dong Chen's brow twitched in surprise, but before he could react, Ye Qiu was behind him, his fist crashing like thunderboom. Dong Chun jolted forward several steps, nearly face-planting into the dust. Strike while the iron's hot. Ye Qiu pressed on, his fists raining down relentlessly, feet striking like sudden gusts of wind non-stop. In a duel between masters, every second means life or death. Dong Chen's rhythm shattered. He was forced onto the defensive, suffering multiple heavy blows to his chest, abdomen, and arms in the blink of an eye. Enough! Dong Chun roared, spinning fiercely to deliver a backhanded smash. At that moment, an earth-shattering force burst from behind him. Thud. Dong Chun was sent flying like a kicked football, hurtling several meters before slamming heavily onto the ground with a cloud of dust. Bones aching and ready to rise, he caught a glimpse of Ye Qiu's shoe poised to stomp down. That one step, if landed, would surely be fatal. Get lost! Dong Chun bellowed, rolling to the side and whipping out a furious kick to Ye Qiu's calf. But as he struck, Ye Qiu vanished like a mirage. Where was he? Dong Chen's mind raced. Planting one hand on the ground, he spun halfway around and swept a kick through the air to the spot where Ye Qiu usually appeared behind him. Smash! The air tore apart, but the strike missed. A chill ran down Dong Chen's spine. What was going on? Looking for me? I'm right here. Ye Qiu's voice sounded beside him. Dong Chen quickly turned his head and saw a size 42 shoe sole rushing toward his cheek. There was no way to dodge it. Crack! His facial bone shattered. A sharp, intense pain exploded across his face. Of course, this injury was nothing serious to him, but Ye Qiu's action had completely enraged him. Fighting was one thing, but why the hell step on my face? Ow! Dong Chun roared furiously. Just as he was about to get up, he sensed a strong breeze near his cheek again. Damn it, not again. Drop dead. Dong Chun threw a heavy punch. Ye Qiu quickly backed off. He had planned to finish off a wounded man, but didn't expect Dong Chun to react so fast after being hurt. Dong Chun stood up, his eyes fixed like daggers on Ye Qiu, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Tisk, TSK, I thought you, the Jiangzhou branch leader, were tough, but you're just so-so. How does it feel to have your face stepped on by me? Ye Qiu taunted with a smirk. Humph, I was careless just now, otherwise you wouldn't have succeeded. Dong Chun snapped, furious beyond words. At his age, it was the first time someone had actually stepped on his face. Though the wounds weren't serious, the humiliation was indescribable. The only way to vent this rage was to kill Ye Qiu. He glared and yelled, "You bastard! No honor in fighting at all, you deserve to die. Are you crazy? This isn't a proper duel, so why care about honor? If you want honor, fine. As a senior master, let me give you 3 strikes first." Ye Qiu laughed arrogantly. The fury in Dong Chen's eyes blazed hotter. Cold and harsh, he said, "I was going to give you a quick death, but since you want it that way, it'll make you wish you were dead." With that, Dong Chun pulled out a vivid green bamboo leaf from his pocket. Ye Qiu immediately became alert. People from the Witch God sect were unpredictable, and he didn't want to get caught off guard. Dong Chun placed the leaf to his lips and softly played it. Soon, a mournful wailing sound arose, followed after a few seconds by a sharp chirping. Ye Qiu noticed a tiny snake crawling out from Dong Chen's collar. The little snake was only 2 centimeters long, as thin as a pen refill, and glowed fiery red. Despite its size, it exuded a dangerous aura. Ye Qiu locked eyes with the snake and shuddered involuntarily, a chill running through him. People say you Witch God sect folks are twisted. I never believed it before, but now I do. You don't mess with cars, watches, games, or women, you actually play with snakes. Disgusting. The thought of Dong Chin skin to skin with that snake made Ye Qiu feel nauseous. Apparently understanding the insult, the little red snake let out a shrill screech and lunged into the air toward Ye Qiu. Startled, Ye Qiu's mind raced through a series of questions. What kind of snake was this? How could it fly? Was it some kind of hybrid? With no time to think further, he immediately activated his 9-turn divine dragon technique, channeling energy into his right fist, and punched out. Boom. The little red snake was pulverized into pieces on the spot, its corpse dropping lifelessly to the ground. Suddenly, Dong Chin spit blood violently without warning, dropping to his knees. His energy rapidly dwindled, and his face turned extremely pale. This was Ye Qiu's chance. A murderous gleam flashed in his eyes as he prepared to finish Dong Chin off. But just as he moved his foot forward, a gunshot cracked sharply by his ear. Bang! Bang! A gunshot rang out suddenly. The bullet struck Dong Chin squarely between the eyebrows, and a dark red bloodstain blossomed instantly like a flower. Thud! He collapsed heavily to the ground and lay still. Ye Qiu whipped around sharply and saw that Zhao Yun was the one holding the gun. At this moment, Zhao Yun had not only killed Dong Chun but also taken down 2 cult disciples and the 2 knife-wielding men at the doorway. One hand was dripping blood, but the other still gripped the trigger steadily. Concerned, Ye Qiu stepped forward and gave Dong Chin 2 quick kicks to make sure he was truly dead before finally exhaling in relief. He looked up and asked, "Brother Zhao, how's your arm?" "No problem, just a surface wound." Zhao Yun smiled. During the struggle, one of the cult disciples had slashed his arm. Ye Qiu crouched down to clean the blood and saw the gash was easily 10 centimeters long, skin flayed back, pale muscle exposed in a gruesome sight, but Zhao Yun seemed not to feel any pain at all. Zhao Yun glanced toward a middle-aged man nearby. "Dragon King, how are you? Still hurting?" "Ye Qiu treated me, no pain now." The Dragon King exhaled softly, eyes lingering on the bloodstains scattered all around. "Today we owe everything to Xiao Yi. If not for him, we both might have died here." "Yeah. Thanks to Ye Qiu," Zhao Yun said quietly, knowing full well that if Ye Qiu hadn't held off Dong Chun, it would be him and the Dragon King lying here instead. He said solemnly, "Ye Qiu, thank you. No need for formalities between brothers." Ye Qiu waved him off. "Besides, I was also saving myself. If we don't catch the killer, Juxiansui would have taken one of my arms." Zhao Yun was still about to express more gratitude, but Ye Qiu pointed to the bodies on the ground and changed the subject. "What do we do with them? I've called some people to clean up." Zhao Yun looked to the Dragon King. "Do you want Dong Chin's body brought back to the manor?" The Dragon King nodded. "Since we caught the killer, Juxiansui should see for himself." With that order, Zhao Yun immediately made a call. 5 minutes later, several brothers carried away all the bodies and cleaned the Gadisi temple inside and out thoroughly. When everyone was leaving, they split into 2 vehicles. Suddenly, Ye Qiu said, "Dragon King, Zhao and I will ride in the back car." Both the Dragon King and Zhao Yun looked confused. Ye Qiu explained, "Zhao's arm has a severed meridian. If we don't treat it right away, there will be lingering effects. I need to tend to him." The Dragon King agreed. "All right, you 2 take the back. This is a minor injury. It can wait until we get back." Zhao Yun was about to get into the front car with the Dragon King to stay close and protect him, reaching for the door handle. Ye Qiu grabbed his arm firmly. Everyone from the cult is dead. The Dragon King is safe. Zhao, you're coming with me. Zhao Yun stubbornly protested. It's really nothing serious. I have to protect the Dragon King. Just because it doesn't hurt now doesn't mean it won't later. Ye Qiu forced him into the back seat. After the door shut, Zhao Yun tried to open it again to get out. Ye Qiu suddenly stopped smiling and grew serious. Brother Zhao, I want to talk to you about the Dragon King's condition. Zhao Yun was taken aback. What's wrong with the Dragon King? The Dragon King, he doesn't have much time left, I'm afraid. What? Zhao Yun's face went pale instantly. Last time you said he had about a month left. Why do you say he's running out of time now? Originally, after my treatment, the Dragon King still had about a month to live. But just now, Dong Chun triggered the yin-yang snake goo inside him, so I'm afraid his time is very limited. How much longer can he hold on? Zhao Yun pressed. Ye Qiu estimated after a moment, tone heavy, to be safe, about a week. Then he added, we must find someone who can truly cure the Dragon King as soon as possible. Zhao Yun's expression turned solemn, and he nodded firmly. The car sped along the road as they returned to Yunwu Mountain. As soon as the door opened, the Dragon King's hoarse yet still commanding voice asked Zhao Yun, how's your injury? It's healed. Zhao Yun answered bluntly. Healed? The Dragon King frowned doubtfully. Zhao Yun rolled up his sleeve and held out his arm. The deep knife wound, once visible down to the bone, had vanished completely, the skin restored to its natural color with no trace of injury. The Dragon King was shocked inside. This was more than skilled medicinite, was resurrection. He could not help but ask, Xiao Yi treated you? Yes, his medical skill is amazing. Zhao Yun nodded without hesitation. The Dragon King sighed inwardly. Even if Hua Tuo were alive today, he couldn't do this so quickly. From the direction of the courtyard gate came hurried footsteps. A guard rushed over and bowed his head to report, Dragon King, there is a guest waiting for you inside. Who? The subordinate doesn't know his name, but he wears a single robe of cyan and looks like an ancient figure. Enough, I understand. The Dragon King waved him away, then lowered his voice to Ye Qiu and Zhao Yun. The Ninth Lord is already at home waiting for us. Be careful how you speak later. Both answered in unison, yes. Crossing the gate, they saw from a distance a rattan chair beside the stone table in the courtyard. Chao Yuan wore a moon-white robe, gently fanning himself, eyes half closed and calm. Greetings, Ninth Lord. The Dragon King and Zhao Yun knelt and shouted together. Ye Qiu, however, stood to the side without moving. Chao Yuan raised his eyes and fixed them on Ye Qiu. Why don't you kneel? Ye Qiu met his gaze steadily. I kneel to heaven above, to earth below, and to my parents in between. As for others, I kneel to none. Chao Yuan's voice suddenly turned cold. Not afraid he'll get angry that you don't kneel? Not afraid. Why? Ye Qiu spoke loudly. Great men do not fuss over small matters. Ninth Lord has a heart for the world and aims to build a great empire. You wouldn't quarrel with a young junior like me over such trivial things. Chao Yuan smiled lightly and cursed, you're sharp-tongued, and you sure know how to flatter. Seeing the atmosphere lighten, the Dragon King immediately stepped forward to report, Ninth Lord. Ye Qiu has found the assassin who tried to kill you. His name is Dong Chun, leader of the Jiangzhou branch of the shaman god cult. Is that so? Well done. Chao Yuan showed no surprise. Ye Qiu suddenly realized. Chao Yuan not only knew the assassin was connected to the shaman god cult, but also knew Dong Chen's identity perfectly. Thinking had been used as a pawn, Ye Qiu cursed silently. Damn, if you already knew, why make me investigate, old man? Zhao Yun quickly asked, Ninth Lord, since the assassin has been found, does what you said before still stand? Of course it does. Hearing the confirmation, Zhao Yun was overjoyed and said sincerely, thank you, Ninth Lord. Chao Yuan raised a hand to stop him from rushing to give thanks. Not yet. Though Ye Qiu found the killer and I promised not to kill the Dragon King, the position of Jiang's house leader must be given up by the Dragon King. The Dragon King, already detached from power, immediately nodded, naturally. Chao Yuan turned to Ye Qiu. Tone unmistakable. Jiangzhou will be entrusted to Ye Qiu from now on. What? Hand over Jiangzhou to Ye Qiu? Not only the Dragon King and Zhao Yun looked stunned, but even Ye Qiu himself was momentarily dumbfounded on the spot. Ninth Lord, you're not joking, are you? The Dragon King was the quickest to react and tentatively asked. Chao Yuan lifted his eyes and said word by word. Do I look like I'm joking? Ye Qiu mutely nodded yes. The air in the hall suddenly felt frozen. Ye Qiu darted his eyes and waved to the Dragon King. Dragon King, I just remembered there's something urgent at the hospital I need to deal with. I've got to hurry back. See you later. Before finishing his sentence, he already had his hand on the door handle, ready to sneak away. Stop! Chao Yuan barked sharply. Ye Qiu didn't slow down. Instead, he quickened his pace. Chao Yuan's voice darkened again. If you insist on leaving, everything I promised earlier is off. Ye Qiu's foot froze at the doorway. He forced himself to brake hard, slowly turned around, and forced a troubled expression. Ninth Lord, there really is an emergency at the hospital. I have to save lives. Do you think I've never been to a hospital? Qiao Yuan snorted coldly. The outpatient clinic would have closed by now. If you say you're saving someone, what's the patient's name? Which ward are they in? What's wrong with them? Trapped by the non-stop barrage of questions, Ye Qiu's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. He wanted to use Lin Jingji as a shield and started to say, her name is. Don't tell me it's Lin Jingji. Qiao Yuan said calmly. She's already been discharged home. Damn, how does he even know that? Ye Qiu grumbled silently, but had no choice but to grit his teeth and keep making things up. I have another patient. As far as I know, Qiao Yuan interrupted, you only recently got your official qualification, and none of the patients you treated were admitted. Ye Qiu's mind boiled down to a single word, damn. Gritting his teeth, he couldn't help but ask, Ninth Lord, have you investigated me? Of course. Qiao Yuan answered plainly. You can paint a tiger's skin but not its bones. You can know a person's face but not their heart. The martial world is vast, the human heart even more complicated. Anyone who catches my attention, I will thoroughly investigate. So you fancy me, and am supposed to feel honored? Ye Qiu seethed inwardly. Bah, shameless old geezer. Snooping on me like this is an invasion of privacy. If I dared, I'd sue you to death. But he only dared mull this over inside. Saying it out loud could really get someone hurt. With a thud, a purple gold token was tossed in front of him, heavy as it hit the floor. Qiao Yuan said, Jiangzhou will be yours from now on. Don't disappoint me. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you responsible. Ye Qiu didn't bend down to pick it up. He took a deep breath and said, Ninth Lord, this is a weighty matter. Please reconsider. I'm just a lowly doctor. What merit or ability do I have to govern Jiangzhou's underworld? This is the conclusion I came to after careful thought. Qiao Yuan's tone left no room for argument. But Qiao Yuan raised a hand and listed off point by point. You are a doctor, saving lives with dedication and compassion. You grew up with your mother, honoring her teachings with filial piety. At the Crystal Palace, when Lin Jingji was humiliated, you flew into a righteous rage, showing loyalty and deep feeling. Today, to save the Dragon King, you risked losing an armed brotherly loyalty clear as day. At the ancient Virtue Temple, when trapped by Dong Chen's scheme, you faced danger unflinchingly and fought the cult leader of the Jiangzhou branch of the witch god sect. Your courage commendable. A person with such feeling, loyalty, and bravery. If I don't use you, wouldn't that make me blind? His words ended with a burning gaze. Ninth Lord, I am just a humble doctor, not a man of the martial world, and I don't want to get involved in the grudges and entanglements of that world. Do you know what Jianghu is? Qiao Yuan asked. Under the dim yellow light, the two men sat opposite each other across a heavy solid wood desk. The swords and knives hanging on the wall reflected a cold, sharp gleam, and the air seemed to still carry the metallic scent of blood. Jianghu is all about swords flashing and bloodshed, Ye Qiu answered without hesitation. Qiao Yuan shook his head softly, his voice low. No, it's not that. Then what is Jianghu? Ye Qiu pressed. Qiao Yuan tapped his fingers on the desk with certainty. Wherever there are people, there is Jianghu. Whether it's underground forces, the hospital you work in, or any corner of the world wherever people gather, there will be scheming, betrayal, grudges, and loyalties. He stood and walked to the window, overlooking Jiangzhou in the night. In recent years, the country's economy has grown rapidly, technology advances by the day, and society has improved. Yet the underground world remains chaotic and lawless. The reason I founded Longmen was to keep these people in check, to make sure every citizen abides by the law. Of course, sometimes we must use methods beyond the law when you live in Jianghu. Many things are beyond your control. Qiao Yuan turned back, his gaze intense. Ye Qiu, I know you have ideals and want to do something great for the country and its people. After careful thought, I sincerely invite you to join Longmen and help me manage Jiangzhou's underworld. Together, we can sweep across the land and clear out all the filth and corruption. What do you say? His passionate words sparked a fire inside Ye Qiu. His blood boiled instantly. But after a moment's calm, he shook his head. Thank you for your kind offer, Lord Zhouqian, but my ambitions lie elsewhere. I only want to be a humble doctor and live a peaceful life. For a moment, the study fell into dead silence. Outside, the faint sound of passing cars could be heard, but could not dissolve the oppressive stillness. After a long pause, Qiao Yuan sighed softly. Ye Qiu, how about we make a deal? I'm not interested, Ye Qiu said firmly. No, I think you will be, Qiao Yuan smiled slightly. You help me control Jiangzhou, and he'll tell you who your biological father is. How about that? The words hit Ye Qiu like a shock. His breath caught, and his eyes locked on Qiao Yuan. You know who my father is? Qiao Yuan smiled without answering. In less than a second, Ye Qiu nodded. All right, he'll make the deal. The identity of his father had long been the obsession buried deep in his heart. Good. Qiao Yuan took out a heavy purple gold token and slid it across the desk. From now on, you are the boss of Jiangzhou. Take the token at once. Ye Qiu bent down to pick up the token. Its cold gleam flashed between his fingers. He looked up and stared directly at Qiao Yuan. Who exactly is my father? What's his name? Qiao Yuan's expression was calm. I don't know. You don't know? Ye Qiu was stunned, anger rising in his brows. Are you playing me? Ye Qiu, don't get upset. Qiao Yuan raised his hand, signaling him to sit. I found out your mother is the eldest daughter of the Qian familia century-old prominent clan in Jiangsu and Zhujiang. As for your father, I've investigated thoroughly but found no trace. That's impossible. You're the Longmen leader. You once said there was nothing in the world you couldn't find out. If you really wanted to know, how could there be no trace? Exactly. That's why I'm suspicious. Qiao Yuan's expression grew serious. I suspect your father has a background so powerful it's beyond the scope of my investigation. Otherwise, with my ability, I wouldn't have come up empty. Ye Qiu was stunned. His biological father's background was enormous beyond even the reach of 9,000 years, Qiao Yuan's intelligence. This was unbelievable. 9,000 years? Are you joking with me? He looked up, staring at Qiao Yuan. Do I sound like I'm joking? Qiao Yuan's voice was calm but firm, leaving no room for doubt. Ye Qiu shook his head. Qiao Yuan continued. If you really want to know who your biological father is, the most direct way is to go back and ask your mother. She definitely knows. If she wanted to tell me, she would have already, Ye Qiu replied quietly. Qiao Yuan raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued himself. Honestly, even I can't find any information on his identity right now. You're right, your father is far from ordinary. How extraordinary. Ye Qiu pressed. After a moment's thought, Qiao Yuan said seriously, there's a very good chance his background is even greater than Xiao Jiu's. What? At that moment, not only did Ye Qiu's pupils contract sharply, but the Dragon King and Zhao Yun beside him exchanged surprised looks. Still half in disbelief, Ye Qiu said, 9,000 years. Could it be that he actually has no special background? Just a normal person? Or maybe he's already dead? No. Qiao Yuan said resolutely. Anyone who died within the past 30 years, whether from illness or accident, I can trace. But in all the records, I found no one with any special connection to your mother. A chill crawled up Ye Qiu's spine. The reach of Qiao Yuan's intelligence network was terrifying. That meant every move Ye Qiu made in Jiangzhou was probably already under his watchful eye. Qiao Yuan added. I've also investigated all possible ordinary connections. Your mother's classmates, roommates, close friends, every person she could have had a relationship with. No one was missed. But strangely, her circle hardly included any truly ordinary people. Don't forget, she's the eldest daughter of the Qian family in Suong. I even personally sent people to ask them. None of them know who your father is. Looking up at Ye Qiu, he asked, do you know much about the Qian family of Suong? No, and I don't want to. Ye Qiu replied coldly. Qiao Yuan stared at him. Do you hate them? Ye Qiu was silent. Looks like you really do harbor resentment. Qiao Yuan sighed. More than 20 years ago, when your grandfather, the old master of the Qian family, kicked you and your mother out, it seemed cold and ruthless. But I can understand him. If it were me, I might have done the same. Hearing this, anger immediately flashed across Ye Qiu's face. Don't be quick to judge, let me explain, Qiao Yuan said, waving a hand. The Qian family is a century-old aristocratic lineage. From the Ming dynasty to the late Qing, the family produced countless scholars, including several renowned Confucian masters. Teaching and educating was their lifelong mission. During the Ming, half of the talented students in Jiangnan studied under the Qian family. They truly had disciples everywhere. Even the four great talents of Jiangnan once studied with them. After the Qing fell, the family gradually declined, but its members still dedicated themselves to education. In the Republican era, they produced an important figure, one of the earliest members of the Tongmenghui, who devoted his life to education. In such a family tradition, your grandfather placed immense importance on the family's reputation. How could he tolerate your mother giving birth out of wedlock? At that time, having a child before marriage wasn't just a minor issue, but a grave moral scandal that shamed the whole family. Moreover, the Qian family is no ordinary clan. To uphold the family's so-called reputation, your grandfather personally disowned your mother. It must have been a desperate decision. The bamboo shadows in the courtyard swayed gently as Qiao Yuan paused his words and fixed his gaze on Ye Qiu's face. Do you know much about your mother? No, what exactly? Ye Qiu blinked in surprise. Her past? Not really. Ye Qiu shook his head. She never talks about it. Whenever I ask, she changes the subject. Then I'll tell you. Qiao Yuan sighed softly. Your mother was the eldest daughter of the Qian family and widely recognized as a prodigy in Suong. At 16, she was admitted to the country's top university, fluent in 5 languages, and a master of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. By 19, she was offered a teaching position therein, exceptional honor. If it weren't for you, she might have become a renowned educator by now. He tapped his fingers on the table thoughtfully. But for your sake, she gave it all up, left Suong, settled in Jiangzhou, and became an ordinary single mother. She truly is remarkable. Tears welled up in Ye Qiu's eyes. He had always known his mother sacrificed for him, but not to this extent. Sensing his emotional turmoil, Qiao Yuan continued, I have no children, but I believe no father would easily abandon his wife and child. Your father must have reasons he can't speak of. To find him, you first have to grow stronger. Only a powerful man can conquer the world. He patted Ye Qiu's shoulder firmly. Jiangzhou is yours now. My adopted son Han Long will stay here under your command. They'll keep searching for your biological father's whereabouts and inform you the moment I have any news. Finishing, he rose from his seat. It's late. I should be going. They'll see you out. Ye Qiu followed him a half step. I don't like being escorted. Chao Yuan waved a hand. Next time I come to Jiangzhou, I hope you'll come greet me yourself. With that, the man in blue robes turned toward the courtyard gate and soon disappeared from view. Watching that figure fade away, a strange feeling stirred in Ye Qiu's heart. Ninth Lord seemed a profoundly lonely man. Lonely people always have stories. What past was hidden within him? 3 days later, Jiangzhou Hospital, Executive Vice President's office. Guo Danu leaned back in his chair, frowning deeply. Guo Xiaocong was still unreachable. Where the hell has that little bastard run off to? Even if he's out partying with those scumbags, he should have called. Knock knock. A sudden sharp knock interrupted him. Come in. Guo hastily smoothed out his worry and glanced toward the door. 2 uniformed police officers stepped inside. Police? Guo's heart jumped. Are you Guo Danu? One officer asked. That's me. Guo stood up quickly, forcing a smile. Officer, I'm a law-abiding citizen. You must have the wrong person. No, we're here for you, the officer said gravely. Guo's heart shot into his throat, but he forced another smile. What can I do for you? We need you to come with us to Nanshan to identify a body. Not here to arrest him? Guo exhaled quietly, then puzzled. Identify a body? For what? Who's dead? Preliminary suspicion is that the deceased is your son, Guo Xiaocong. Boom. A bolt out of the blue. Guo Da's face turned pale with fury. His first reaction was disbelief. Officers, are you sure there's been a mistake? My son is Finith. There's no way he's dead. We're not mistaken, one of the policemen said in a low voice. The medical examiner has conducted an autopsy and matched the face and fingerprints. The preliminary confirmation is that the deceased is indeed Guo Xiaocong. But we need you to come identify the body for final confirmation. Hearing this, Guo Da trembled all over uncontrollably, muttering the same words over and over. My son isn't dead. You must be wrong. It has to be a mistake. Suddenly, his knees gave out, and he collapsed backward. Half an hour later, a faint groan came from inside the vehicle. Guo Da slowly opened his eyes. His blurred vision first landed on the 2 policemen sitting across from him. Where are we? He asked, propping himself up against the seat. Nanshan, the officer in the passenger seat replied briefly. And my son? Guo Da sat up straighter, urgency tightening his voice. Just ahead, the policeman said as he opened the car door. Stepping out, the cold, damp mountain air hit him sharply. Dim scattered lights illuminated stretches of wild grass. Several uniformed officers were searching for clues. On a slope a little farther away, a white cloth was striking against the dark, covering a mound on the ground. My son. Without hesitation, Guo Da roared and charged towards the hill. The earth was loose, riddled with gullies. His well-cultivated body wasn't built for this rough terrain. He stumbled and crawled, his knees and palms quickly scraped raw by sharp stones. The police guarding below the hill tried to stop him, but when they saw 2 officers behind him waving their hands, they stepped aside. In front of the white cloth, Guo Da stood frozen for several seconds, then slowly bent down. His trembling hand hovered in midair. As his fingertips drew close to the cloth, he suddenly jerked his hand back, muttering to himself, No, it can't be. They must be wrong. This is not Xiaocong. It can't be. Rip. The cloth was pulled back, revealing a cold, distorted face in the night illuminated by the searchlights. Xiaocong. His anguished cries tore through the valley. Tears poured down Guo Da's face. The officers around him remained calm. They were used to scenes like this and no one stepped forward to offer comfort. 20 minutes later, the crying subsided. Guo Da held Guo Xiaocong's body in his arms, gently stroking the now disfigured face. His lips quivered uncontrollably and his eyes were bloodshot. After a few more moments, he carefully laid the body back down, quietly tidied his son's disheveled hair, and recovered the face with the white cloth. Taking a deep breath, he turned toward the 2 officers who had accompanied him earlier. Have you found the person who killed my son? The 2 policemen exchanged glances. One asked, Do you believe your son was murdered? Isn't that obvious? Guo Da stared them down. Why do you think that? The other officer pressed. My son was young, talented, always healthy, and had a beautiful girlfriend. There's no way he would take his own life. So he must have been murdered. His voice grew harsh. Tell me, how did Xiaocong die? We can't say. It's part of the investigation. The officer's tone grew evasive. Tell me. Guo Da shouted. I'm his father. Don't I even have the right to know how my son died? They fell silent for a moment. Then one officer lowered his voice. Deputy Director Guo, I advise you that perhaps it's better if you don't know. I'm worried you won't be able to handle it. My son is already dead. What else am I supposed to be afraid of? Tell me. The police officer said helplessly. According to the forensic autopsy report, the victim, your son, Guo Xiaocong, died from asphyxiation due to oxygen deprivation. Asphyxiation due to oxygen deprivation? Guo Dayu furrowed his brows angrily and demanded, What does that mean? The officer explained. Simply put, it means he was buried alive. What? Buried alive? Guo Dai's eyes widened with fury. Then he cursed fiercely. Ye Qiu, you bastard. How could you use such a cruel method to kill my son? I swear I'll tear you to pieces and avenge Xiao Tsong. At that moment, two police officers spoke up simultaneously. Vice Dean Gua, who is Ye Qiu? Why are you so sure he's the murderer? Their expressions were serious, eyes fixed intently on Guo Dayu. Through gritted teeth, Guo Dayu said, because Xiao Tsong stole Ye Qiu's girlfriend. Ye Qiu hates him so much he wanted to kill him. Just a few days ago, Ye Qiu almost beat Xiao Tsong to death. As Guo Dayu spoke, the two officers' faces darkened. Drawing on their years of investigative experience, a growing suspicion rose within them. Ye Qiu was very likely the culprit. Guo Dayu pressed on urgently. Officer, Ye Qiu is the killer. You need to arrest him quickly before he gets away. Do you know where Ye Qiu is now? He's definitely still at the hospital. And by Bing, the head of surgery, is his accomplice. You have to arrest her too. Inside the lakeside villa, Ye Qiu stood outside Lin Jingzi's bedroom door, anxiously calling. Lin Jia, are you ready? I need to finish dressing your wound and head back to work at the hospital. He had been waiting outside for nearly 10 minutes. The door creaked open, and the first thing Ye Qiu saw were Lin Jingzi's long, slender, toned legs, fair and glowing. Then his eyes caught sight of the impossibly short denim skirt and her delicate navel. She wore a tight white t-shirt, slightly sheer, hinting at a seductive blush beneath that wrapped her ample curves with graceful softness. Her slender waist, narrow enough to encircle with one hand, sent a rush of heat surging through Ye Qiu, making his whole body flush. Leaning against the doorframe and blinking with bright eyes, Lin Jingji glared at Ye Qiu with a hint of playful stubbornness. Why are you rushing me? Changing clothes doesn't happen as fast as you think. Ye Qiu gave a wry smile. Lin Jia, I've got things to do. I have to get back to work. Lin Jingji teased. No matter how busy you are, shouldn't you let me get dressed properly? Or do you prefer me without clothes? Ye Qiu thought to himself. Honestly, I do. But he kept a straight face and said, Lin Jia, let me help you change the dressing? Lin Jingji didn't answer but stared intently at him, making Ye Qiu feel a bit tense. He couldn't help but ask, Lin Jia, why are you looking at me like that? It feels like you've changed. Did something good happen? Curious, Lin Jingji asked, what happened? Ye Qiu chuckled softly. Juxi Ansui just handed over Jiangzhou to me. Oh, Lin Jingzi's eyes flashed with surprise. Then she beckoned him to come closer. As Ye Qiu stepped forward, Lin Jingji suddenly pulled him into an embrace, pressing her chest against him firmly. With sultry eyes, she whispered, is it big? Ye Qiu blushed and replied, yeah, one hand can't even hold it. Lin Jingji pouted playfully. You little rascal, taking advantage of me like that. Humph. She let out a soft hum and commanded gently, help me to the bed. Ah, going to the bed? Ye Qiu looked at Lin Jingji in surprise, feeling a jolt in his heart and silently complaining. He came to change her dressing, yet she wanted to go to bed. That was really unfair. What are you thinking again? Lin Jingji rolled her eyes and said irritably, I meant for you to help me onto the bed so I can change the dressing. Only then did Ye Qiu relax, though he felt a faint disappointment inside. If she really wanted to sleep, that would be fine just as long as he was on top. He helped Lin Jingji into the bedroom and still wasn't satisfied, suggesting, Lin, how about I change your dressing on the sofa instead? I don't like sitting on the sofa, it's too hard. Lin Jingji sat straight down on the edge of the bed. Ye Qiu muttered with a smirk, don't women usually like it hard? He bent down to unwrap the gauze on Lin Jingzi's calf and checked carefully before quietly saying, Lin, your wound has actually healed already. You don't need to change the dressing every day. What do you mean? Are you saying you don't want the trouble of seeing me every day? Lin Jingji immediately puckered her lips and looked at him pitifully. Am I really that annoying? You misunderstood, Lin. That's not what I meant. Ye Qiu explained. Based on my clinical experience, you just need to take your antibiotics on time now. You don't need daily dressing changes. I will still come see you every day. Humph, that's more like it. Lin Jingji smiled again. She casually asked, by the way, why didn't I see your assistant? You mean Xiao Jia? She went to the office. Lin Jingji changed the topic. Why did Juxi Ansui suddenly hand Jiangzhou over to you? Ye Qiu told her everything that happened yesterday in detail. After listening, Lin Jingji tapped the bed frame lightly and said, although Juxi Ansui gave you Jiangzhou, he left his sworn son Han Long behind. What do you think his intention is? I guess it's to keep an eye on me. Ye Qiu answered honestly. The fact that you realize this shows you've matured a lot. Lin Jingji nodded, then added, but you don't need to worry too much. Now, you're the real boss of Jiangzhou's underground world. One Han Long can't stir up trouble. Ye Qiu replied. Lin Jingji then suggested, since the change of power in Jiangzhou hasn't been announced, and no one knows Juxi Ansui handed it to you, why not let Han Long be the public face of the boss? Ye Qiu looked puzzled. What's the point of that? Simple, Lin Jingji explained with a smile. Every move the Jiangzhou boss makes gets watched by all kinds of factions. Let Han Long deal with them openly. You control everything behind the scenes, so you'll have fewer headaches. Plus, he won't have time to spy on you. Most importantly, the wizard sect won't realize it was you and Zhao Yun who eliminated the Jiangzhou branch. They'll only blame Juxi Ansui and Han Long. It's killing three birds with one stone. Ye Qiu's eyes lit up. I think that's perfect. His biggest worry was the wizard sect. Those lunatics acted without reason and were extremely dangerous. If Han Long took the spotlight, the wizard sect wouldn't suspect him, and he'd be safe. Ye Qiu smiled and said, Lin, your move was brilliant. Not only did you save me from a crisis, you also cleared up a bunch of other problems. You're like the Zhuge Liang of our time. Lin Jingji shot him a playful glare and teased, Zhuge Liang was a man, I'm a woman. In that case, you're the female Zhuge Liang of this era. Ye Qiu grinned. Lin Jingji lightly scolded him. I'm not interested in being a strategist. Don't call me that. Then what do you want to be? Ye Qiu asked with curiosity. Lin Jingji hooked a finger under his chin and said with a seductive tone, I want to be the boss woman. At that moment, Ye Qiu couldn't meet her eyes. She was so captivating that just one look could ignite his primal instincts. He feared he wouldn't be able to control himself. Is the medicine ready? Lin Jingji suddenly asked. Yes. Ye Qiu replied. Why don't we take this chance to do some exercise? What kind of exercise? He asked, puzzled. Dummy. Lin Jingji tapped his forehead lightly, then gracefully collapsed onto the bed. In that instant, Ye Qiu fully understood what she meant. His gaze swept over her slender legs, smooth flat stomach, flawless neck, and exquisitely beautiful face. Her enchanting eyes seemed to hold 1,000 emotions. His mouth went dry and a fiery heat spread throughout his body. He longed to pounce on her immediately. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up, I can't wait any longer. Lin Jingji bit her lower lip, beckoning him with a finger and striking an extremely bold pose. Just as Ye Qiu's blood surged and he was about to move forward, a sharp knock sounded at the door, heavy and urgent like a cold bucket of water dumped on them. Who is it? Lin Jingji frowned, clearly annoyed. Ms. Lin, 2 police officers are here, looking for Mr. Yi. The maid's voice came from outside. Got it. Lin Jingji straightened up with a concerned look at Ye Qiu. Why would the police be looking for you? Ye Qiu shook his head. I don't know either. Let's go down together and see. Lin, your leg is still injured. Walking is hard for you. You should stay here. He'll go alone. No, I'm coming with you. Lin Jingji said firmly. They went downstairs together. Entering the living room, they saw 2 police officers dressed in uniforms standing there with serious expressions. Officers, may I ask why you're here for Ye Qiu? Lin Jingji spoke gently but with undeniable authority. The 2 officers' eyes flickered with surprise at her presence. After a brief pause, one said, Ms. Lin, we need Mr. Ye's help investigating a homicide. A case? What case? Lin Jingji asked. It's regarding Guo Xiaocong. Ye Qiu's heart jolted in shock. News of Guo Xiaocong being buried alive by Zhao Yun's men had just spread. How did the police come knocking so soon? Lin Jingji smiled slightly, feigning ease. Officers, are you sure this isn't a mistake? Ye Qiu is an honest man. How could he possibly be involved in a murder? Ms. Lin, the matter concerns Ye Qiu directly. We have to take him in to assist with the investigation. Do you have any evidence? Lin Jingji lowered her voice. The officers stammered, clearly lacking proof. If they had solid evidence, they wouldn't be so polite about assisting with investigation. Lin Jingzi's face darkened, her tone abruptly icy. No evidence, and you still want to take my man? Where do you get the nerve? The 2 officers looked stunned. So this guy is Ms. Lin's boyfriend? They exchanged surprised looks. Impossible. He's just a junior doctor. How could he be with the top beauty of Jiang's house business world? They glanced at each other, a helpless look crossing their faces. The thought hit them. Kept man. Ms. Lin, hey, race the deal. Guo Xiaocong's father, Guo Danu, filed a formal complaint accusing Ye Qiu of the murder. That's why we're here. Yes, please calm down, Ms. Lin. We just want Mr. Yi to cooperate. Nothing improper will happen. The officers tried to remain respectful, fully aware of her powerful reputation in Jiang's house commerce circles. Lin Jingji fixed them with a cold stare. No evidence, no taking him away. Not a chance. The officers were momentarily speechless, unsure how to proceed. At that moment, Ye Qiu spoke up, they'll go with you. As soon as Ye Qiu was about to leave with the 2 police officers, Lin Jingji grew anxious and hurriedly said, Ye Qiu, they don't have any evidence. You don't have to go with them. It's fine, Sister Lin. Ye Qiu waved at her calmly, his expression composed. The police just want me to cooperate with the investigation. They're not arresting me. Besides, you know your department never wrongfully accuses innocent people, right? Please rest assured, Mr. Yi. We would never falsely accuse someone innocent. One of the officers quickly affirmed, while the other gestured politely. Mr. Yi, please come with us. Ye Qiu glanced back to reassure Lin Jingji. Sister Lin, they'll go with them first. You should rest at home. Director Lin, sorry for the trouble. Fearing any complications, the 2 officers flanked Ye Qiu and quickly left the villa. As the front door shut, the room instantly fell silent. Lin Jingji pulled out her phone and dialed immediately. Hello, this is Bai Bing, came a cold voice from the other end. It's me. Click. The call was abruptly disconnected. Lin Jingji stamped her foot in frustration. That bitch. She dialed repeatedly, but no one answered, so she sent a text. Bai Bing. Ye Qiu has been taken by the police. Only 2 seconds after sending the message, her phone buzzed with an incoming call from Bai Bing. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Jingji answered and deliberately adopted a haughty tone. What do you want? What happened to Ye Qiu? Why did the police take him? Bai Bing asked urgently. Guo Shaokong's body was found, and the police said they need him to assist with the investigation. What? Bai Bing gasped. Lin Jingji lowered her voice to instruct. If the police ask you where you and Ye Qiu were that morning, say you went with him to Yunwu Mountain to see the Dragon King. Don't say anything else. Got it. Do you think Ye Qiu will be in trouble? Oh, you really like him now? Lin Jingji smiled meaningfully. Don't forget, Ye Qiu is my man. If you really like him, I don't mind sharing, but you'll always be the junior in front of me. Ugh. Bai Bing snapped and hung up angrily. Lin Jingji stared at the dark screen, a triumphant smile creeping across her lips. At the Municipal Bureau's interrogation room, under harsh white light, a square table separated two officers and Ye Qiu sitting opposite them. Mr. Yi, we'll ask you several questions. Please answer truthfully. Okay, Ye Qiu nodded. Name? Don't you already know? Ahem, this is standard procedure. Please cooperate. Ye Qiu. Gender? Ye Qiu raised an eyebrow and pointed to himself. Can't tell? Male. Age? 23 and a half. Ethnicity? Han nationality. After recording the routine information, the officer's expressions turned serious. Did you kill Guo Xiaozong? No. Ye Qiu denied firmly. But Guo Shaokong's father, Guo Danu, explicitly named you as the murderer. How do you explain that? Vice Dean Guo is deliberately framing me. For what reason? I did hit Guo Xiaozong, Ye Qiu said steadily. He tried to steal my girlfriend, and after plagiarizing my medical records, he twisted things and accused me of copying his. I almost got kicked out of the hospital because of it. I was furious and beat him up. The officers quickly took notes. Based on what you just said, it's clear you hated Guo Xiaozong a lot. Is that your motive for murder? Like I said, I didn't kill him. Ye Qiu and Guo Xiaozong, both taking advantage of their father's positions as executive deputy directors, have done countless despicable things. Frankly, their deaths are no great loss. In the Criminal Investigation Division, under cold white lights, two police officers sat side by side behind a desk, their eyes carefully scrutinizing Ye Qiu. We will investigate the matter concerning Guo Xiaozong, one officer said, clicking off his pen and then looking up. One more thing, the morning Guo Xiaozong disappeared, you went to his hospital room but didn't find him. At that time, only Zhang Lily was in the room. After that, you and your department head Bai Bing left the hospital together. Where did you go? To Yunwu Mountain, to see the Dragon King for treatment, Ye Qiu replied calmly. The two officers exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Not only was Ye Qiu involved with Lin Jingji, but he also apparently knew the head of the Jiangzhou underground forces. What is your relationship with Bai Bing? Another officer pressed. Can I refuse to answer that? No. Ye Qiu shrugged and lowered his voice. All right, but keep this confidential. Bai Bing is my girlfriend. Isn't Lin Jingji your girlfriend too? Yes, Lin Jie is also my girlfriend. Damn womanizer. The officers almost said in unison. These days it's nearly impossible to find a girlfriend. And yet this guy is dating two of Jiangzhou's most famous beauties. How does he pull that off? One officer slammed the desk in frustration. You're playing with people's feelings. That's immoral. You've got it wrong, Ye Qiu said lightly. They both know about each other and know about me. We get along very well. The two officers stared at him, their envy nearly tangible. They fired off a series of questions, and after half an hour, the interrogation ended. As soon as Ye Qiu stepped out of the police station, he bumped into Guo Dai, who looked furious. Only a day apart, but Guo Dai looked completely transformed. Hair messy, complexion sallow, fine wrinkles creasing his brow. All the previous vigor was gone. Like seeing a ghost. He pointed at Ye Qiu and shouted, "Weren't you arrested? How are you out?" The police said him innocent, so they released me, Ye Qiu said with a casual smile. No way. Guo Dai roared, you killed Xiaozong. You're the murderer. Vice Director Guo, you can be careless with your meals, but not your words. Did you see me kill him? Got any evidence? Keep lying, and I'll sue you for defamation. Guo Dai trembled with rage. Ye Qiu coldly cut in, evil deeds bring their own downfall. Guo Xiaozong was thoroughly wicked and deserved his fate. As his father, your failure in upbringing is also to blame. But still my condolences and may you find peace. Ye Qiu, don't get cocky. I won't let you off easy. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, his phone rang. The caller ID read, Director. Suppressing his anger, Guo Dai answered, Director, what is it? On the other end came a cold voice. Guo Dai, I am officially informing you on behalf of the organization. You are dismissed. Fired me? Guo Danois was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly asked, Director, are you sure there's been a mistake? On what grounds are you firing me? On the other end of the line, the director's voice was low and steady. If you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. Guo, the hospital already knows everything you've done. Guo Danois grew even more confused. Director, what exactly have I done? Some things lose meaning once you reveal them, the director paused. Guo Danois raised his voice. Director, you have to explain this clearly. I've worked hard in this hospital for so many years. Even if I haven't made great achievements, I've put in my effort. Why should I be fired? Nearby, Ye Qiu listened carefully to their conversation, surprised. The hospital was really going to fire Guadagnois? This was so sudden. The director sighed over the phone. Since you want to know, it'll be straightforward. From the day you joined the hospital, you accepted red envelopes from patients. The hospital once officially punished you for it, but you never changed. After becoming the executive vice director, it got worse. According to anonymous reports, just in the past 2 years, you accepted over 4 million in bribes, expensive cigarettes, liquor, luxury watches, countless gifts. Cold sweat broke out on Guadagno's forehead as he protested. Director, don't believe these accusations. They're slander. Fine, even if we put aside the bribes, your misconduct is serious. We also know about your affair with the head nurse of the internal medicine department. Boom. Guadagno's mind went blank as if struck by lightning. How could the hospital know? He had been extremely discreet. Gua, I'm not trying to be harsh, but she had 2 miscarriages because of you. To put it plainly, you're a scumbag. Guadagno's voice trembled. Director, even if I have faults, that's not a reason to fire me. I'm willing to give up my position as executive vice director, as long as I can stay in the hospital. You still don't understand. I'm only the director, half a rank above you. I don't have the authority to fire you directly. It's the higher-ups who want you out. The higher-ups? You mean the health bureau? The director's tone grew colder. 20 minutes ago, someone submitted a formal complaint about you, with solid evidence. Besides your misconduct, you also have serious financial irregularities. You've abused your power in personnel decisions, practicing nepotism. They know everything. What's worse, that head nurse filed a signed report against you. What? Guadagnois couldn't believe it. I treated her well. Why would she report me? Come on, you caused her to have 2 miscarriages. Is that treating her well? Don't forget, she has a family. The line was silent for a moment before the director's voice softened. Gua, what else can be done? You'd better handle this carefully. Click. The call ended. Guadagnois froze in place, stunned. He had worked hard for decades, finally climbed to executive vice director at Jiangzhou Hospital with great power and prestige. With the director often on long-term medical leave, he effectively ran almost everything. Not long ago, he even asked an old superior for a favor, who hinted that if the director retired, Guadagnois would become the new director. Who would have thought that so soon after, he was fired? Decades of hard work gone to waste. Guadagno's head spun with a buzzing sound, and a bone-chilling coldness crept down his spine, making him feel as if had been thrown into an icy abyss. Deputy Director Gua, Ye Qiu stood beside him with arms crossed, his voice light, yet sharp as a blade. I told you earlier, those who do much evil will bring about their own downfall. You reap what you sow. Snapping back to reality, Guadagnois pointed at Ye Qiu, shouting angrily, I know. It was you who reported me. He'll fight you to the death. With a ferocious grimace, he lunged at Ye Qiu. Just as he took a step, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Guadagnois forced himself to stop mid-motion and glanced at the caller ID WeChat video call from his wife. He glared viciously at Ye Qiu first. Humph, he'll deal with you later. Then he swiped to accept the call. Wife, where are you? Who are you with? What are you doing? His voice suddenly rose in pitch as he stared at the screen. From Ye Qiu's angle, the video was crystal clear. A still alluring woman sat astride a muscular young man, her legs wrapped around his waist, their breaths heavy. The scene left nothing to the imagination. Ha ha ha, what are we doing? Didn't you see it clearly yourself? The woman laughed shamelessly. You shameless wretch, how dare you cheat on me with some stranger? He'll kill you. Guadagno's eyes turned bloodshot. Want to kill me? Go ahead. Too bad I'm overseas. The woman's tone was mocking. Why did you betray me? Still have the nerve to ask? She snorted scornfully. With your little stick, you were done in 5 seconds flat, leaving me to be a lonely widow all these years. Betraying you now is even generous of me. Guadagnois trembled with rage. The woman delivered the final blow. By the way, I've already transferred all your money from foreign banks and sold the villa in Jiangzhou. It's over, clean break. The video ended abruptly. Smash. He slammed his phone on the ground, shattering it. Wretched woman. Using my money to support that wild man. This isn't over. Ye Qiu sneered coldly. Deputy Director Gua, are you having a string of bad luck? First your son dies, then you get fired from the hospital, and now your wife's cheating on you. Your life really is full of colorful events. You bastard. I will. Guadagnois roared and lunged again. But before he could finish his words, darkness clouded his vision, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed with a thud, convulsing on the floor. At the same time, inside a softly lit, antiseptic-smelling private hospital room in Jiangzhou, Zhou Hao, Li Qianqing, and Feng Yuling spoke in hushed tones. Yuling, how is young Master Xiao? Is he okay? Zhou Hao lowered his voice. Feng Yuling leaned against a chair by the bedside, her expression grim. Young Master Xiao's legs are completely paralyzed. The specialists say he'll only be able to use a wheelchair for the rest of his life. What? Zhou Hao and Li Qianqing gasped simultaneously. They had a bad feeling that night, but hearing the official diagnosis was still a shock. Feng Yuling continued. Right now, young Master Xiao is furious and has ordered us to kill Ye Qiu. If we don't, he threatens our lives. Ye Qiu is so skilled. Killing him will be extremely difficult. Zhou Hao frowned deeply. I've already figured out a plan, Feng Yuling said coldly. Killing Ye Qiu is tough, but killing someone else is much easier. Zhou Hao's voice trembled as realization hit him. You mean Lin Jingji? Exactly, Feng Yuling said with deadly intent. First kill Lin Jingji, then kill Ye Qiu. The next day, the moment Ye Qiu arrived at the hospital, he heard startling news. Gua Denhua, devastated by the loss of his beloved son and then fired by the hospital, had suffered a mental breakdown and was rushed to a psychiatric institution. Ye Qiu knew this was more than just a double blow. In fact, it was a quadruple disaster. Gua Denhua's wife had run off with their savings and cheated on him. Thinking of this, he sighed bitterly. People who do nothing but evil will have to pay the price sooner or later. After a busy day, he hurried to find Lin Jingji after work. At dusk, the lakeside path was bathed in an amber sunset glow. Ye Qiu slowly pushed Lin Jingzi's wheelchair along, golden light casting over her face, outlining her with an ethereal beauty that took his breath away. Lin Jia, you're the one who reported Gua Denhua, aren't you? He lowered his voice. Why do you think it was me? Lin Jingji asked in return. Because whenever I'm in trouble, you always step up. Since leaving the police station yesterday, Ye Qiu had been thinking it over. To get Gua Denhua fired within half an hour, there were only a few people he knew who could pull that off. Long Wang, Bai Bing, and Lin Jingji. But Long Wang and Bai Bing had no idea when the police took Guo away, so the answer was obvious. And Lin Jingzi's decisive style fit the swift strike perfectly. She nodded slightly. Actually, when I first learned about the conflict between you and the Guo family, I started investigating them quietly. I didn't expect both father and son to be so despicable. In just 2 years, Gua Denhua had pocketed over 4 million yuan in bribes. He even demanded money from patients' families who couldn't pay. Her tone grew colder. Last year, there was a critically ill child who needed a kidney transplant. The hospital had a matching donor, but Gua Denhua refused to clear the surgery and demanded 50,000 yuan. The parents sold their house to gather the money, and only then was the operation done. That's just the tip of the iceberg. He's a disgrace to the medical profession. Ye Qiu gripped the wheelchair handle tighter. Thankfully, the hospital fired him, or who knows how many more lives he would have ruined. Suddenly, Lin Jingji asked, Ye Qiu, have you ever accepted bribes from patients? Yes, Ye Qiu admitted openly. At first I refused them all, but then Director Bai scolded me. Oh, Lin Jingji sneered. Bai Bing always seems so righteous, yet he's greedy too? Lin Jia, you're misunderstanding, Ye Qiu explained. Sometimes Director Bai would accept red envelopes at first, but after seeing the patients, he would always find a way to return the money. If the patients insisted on keeping it, he would put the amount toward their hospital bills instead. Lin Jingji frowned. Why go through all that trouble? Why not just refuse them outright? Ye Qiu explained. When patients give doctors red envelopes, it's because they hope the doctor will be more attentive and serious during treatment. If the doctor refuses the envelope, the patient might worry. Sometimes we accept them temporarily just to reassure the patient. This is something Director Bai taught me. I see now. I misunderstood Bai Bing. Lin Jingji nodded slightly, her expression softening. Ye Qiu quickly asked, does Guadara still have other problems? Plenty, Lin Jingji sneered, counting on her fingers. He cooperated with a pharmaceutical company to bring drugs into Jiangzhou Hospital, taking kickbacks for himself. In just a few years, he bought a villa worth over 10 million yuan in downtown Jiangzhou. Also, he has an illicit relationship with your hospital's head nurse in internal medicine and caused her to have 2 abortions. Besides that, he's involved in other illegal activities. If he hadn't been sent to a psychiatric hospital, he would have faced at least 10 years in prison. Hearing this, Ye Qiu's mouth dropped open. He was speechless for a long moment. He had always thought Guadaru was just an incompetent father, but now he realized the man was a master of every kind of wrongdoing. Guo Xiaocong becoming a scumbag was no surprise with such an influence right under his nose. Lin Jingji stopped walking and looked back at him, her expression suddenly serious. Promise me one thing, okay? What is it? Always be a good doctor. Treat every patient equally, whether rich or poor. Don't accept red envelopes or make excessive demands. Uphold medical ethics and never forget your original purpose to save lives. She sighed softly. There are many doctors nowadays, but genuinely good ones are rare. Ye Qiu raised his hand solemnly to his chest. Don't worry, Sister Lin. I won't let you down. Remember I said my greatest dream is to become a great doctor? I remember, Lin Jingji nodded, her eyes warm. As long as you work hard, your dream will come true. No matter what, they'll always support you. Keep it up. A surge of warmth filled Ye Qiu's heart, mixed with a touch of unease. Sister Lin, last time at Crystal Palace you stood up for me, and yesterday you helped me settle things with Guadaru. I don't know how to thank you. To thank me? It's simple, she said with a playful wink, half teasing. How about giving yourself to me? Okay, Ye Qiu blurted out without thinking. Lin Jingji froze for a moment, then giggled coquettishly, her chest rising with laughter, full of charm. Sister Lin, why are you laughing? I just think you're kind of adorable sometimes. A chill went down Ye Qiu's spine. Was this a delicate rejection? She was a goddess, and he. Push me onto the bridge, Lin Jingji suddenly said. Ahead was an arched bluestone bridge. Ye Qiu pushed the wheelchair onto it, clearing his mind. The two had just reached the middle, not yet able to enjoy the river view, when a delivery rider in a yellow vest came rushing toward them from the other side. He held a food box, his face anxious. At about 3 meters away, the rider slipped, stumbling and nearly falling. The delivery box flew from his hands in a parabola and landed with a slap by Lin Jingxi's feet. She bent down to pick it up and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, sorry." The rider apologized repeatedly. "It's okay." She smiled and handed the box back to him. The rider took the box in his left hand, thanking her quietly, but from under his right sleeve, a gleaming dagger slid out silently, suddenly thrusting toward Lin Jingxi's heart. The delivery rider looked completely ordinary, one of those people you'd barely notice a second after seeing them, someone who would easily get lost in a crowd. He wore a light gray baseball cap pulled low, a common yellow delivery vest, and a pair of black sneakers speckled with a few drops of water. He looked just like any typical courier you'd find on the streets. Who would have thought that such a background-free guy was actually an assassin? He quickly approached Lin Jingxi, bowed his head to thank her, and reached out to take the food container from her hands. At the moment his body bent forward, a gleaming dagger slid out from his right sleeve, aiming straight for Lin Jingxi's chest. The assassin clearly believed in the success of the strike, a faint, barely concealed smirk of satisfaction appearing at the corner of his mouth. But at the very instant that smirk surfaced, Ye Qiu sensed something was wrong. Just moments ago, the rider had stumbled and should have looked unlucky, so why the sudden look of triumph? His gaze followed the assassin's hand, catching sight of the cold, glinting dagger. "Watch out!" Ye Qiu shouted, exerting force on both arms to yank the wheelchair back, pulling Lin Jingxi just half a meter away to narrowly dodge the blade. The dagger missed, and the assassin pushed off with his toes, lunging forward 2 steps as the blade flashed again. This time, he aimed for Lin Jingxi's throat, clearly determined not to stop until she was dead. In a flash, Ye Qiu swung his right arm up to block the blade. SSSHH. The sharp steel cut through flesh, and blood instantly poured down Ye Qiu's entire forearm. The assassin's pupils suddenly constricted, surprised by the unexpected resistance. Seizing the moment of hesitation, Ye Qiu stepped forward and shielded Lin Jingxi behind him, driving a left punch toward the attacker. The assassin dodged by crouching low, then performed a seamless backflip, using the bridge's railing for leverage before splashing into the lake below with a loud splash. Ripples spread briefly on the water's surface before it settled again. Ye Qiu did not chase after him, suspected it was a trap meant to lure him away, possibly with accomplices waiting to strike. But he had no intention of letting the assassin get away. Raising his hand to form a seal, he conjured a tracking talisman that turned into a wisp of black smoke and shot beneath the water. Only then did Lin Jingxi notice the blood pouring down Ye Qiu's right arm. Her eyes widened in panic. "Ye Qiu, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Ye Qiu smiled faintly, his gaze still fixed on the lake. That assassin's pretty crafty pretending to be a delivery rider almost worked. "Don't think about him now. I'm taking you to the hospital." Lin Jingxi anxiously pulled out her phone. "Why the hospital? I'm a doctor myself." Ye Qiu looked down at his arm, watching the blood dripping and staining his hand red, yet remained calm. "You're seriously injured. You have to go to the hospital." Lin Jingxi insisted, ready to dial. "It's just a surface wound." Ye Qiu raised his hand, tracing a talisman with his fingertip. A flash of golden light appeared as he applied a blood-stopping charm to the cut. Within moments, the bleeding stopped completely, and a thin scab formed over the wound. "See, it's nothing." When he confirmed no more blood was seeping out, Lin Jingxi's expression hardened as she said with finality, "We're going home." Back at the villa, Lin Jingxi immediately grabbed the first aid kit and pointed at the living room sofa with a tone brooking no refusal. "Sit down." After Ye Qiu sat down, Lin Jingxi gently wiped the fresh blood from his hand. Looking closely, she realized the wound had completely disappeared. She stared in surprise. "It healed so quickly?" "Of course. I told you I'm fine." Ye Qiu raised his hand and shook it lightly, showing the skin was intact. Only then did Lin Jingxi remember Ye Qiu's knowledge of Maoshan talismans and sighed with relief. She lowered her voice. "Thank you, Ye Qiu. You don't have to be so polite with me." Ye Qiu asked with concern. "Lin Jia, were you scared just now?" "When I saw your hand covered in blood, yes." Lin Jingxi looked up, her eyes fixed on Ye Qiu's face. "Why did you save me just now?" "I'm a man. It's a man's duty to protect a woman." Ye Qiu smiled, but didn't get a convinced look from her. He hastily added, "Lin Jia, I respect you a lot. I couldn't bear to see you bleeding." He had wanted to say like, but worried it might upset her, so he changed it to respect. Lin Jingxi stared at him, as if trying to see through him. Ye Qiu quickly changed the subject. "Lin Jia, that rider's moves were very skilled. He's obviously a professional assassin." Lin Jingxi nodded slightly. Her judgment agreed. "Do you know who wants to kill you?" "No." She shook her head. "Leave it to me to investigate." Ye Qiu's expression grew serious. "Jiu Qiansui handed Jiangzhou over to me. I have thousands of brothers under me. Finding an assassin won't be difficult." "No need," Lin Jingxi said calmly. Ye Qiu was stunned. Why not? Over the years, I've made enemies, but I know them. They don't have the guts to kill me. Only two would dare. Lin Jie, you mean Qian Yinru? She's one. She blames me for Qiandong's death and won't let it go. Lin Jingji paused, then continued, but the bigger possibility is Xiao Qingdi. I crippled his leg. That's a deadly grudge. If you were me, you'd want revenge too, right? Ye Qiu nodded, unable to argue. No matter who it is, you should be extra careful and hire more bodyguards. He warned. Don't worry, Lin Jingji smiled softly. If they want to kill me, it won't be easy. Besides, you'll always protect me, won't you? She blinked her big eyes, a bit coquettishly. Of course. Ye Qiu replied solemnly. Lin Jingji yawned. I'm tired. Carry me upstairs to rest. All right. Ye Qiu bent down and lifted her in his arms, walking steadily to her bedroom. He laid her gently on the bed and was about to get up, but she grabbed his sleeve. Lin Jie, what's this? Ye Qiu asked, puzzled. You like me, don't you? Lin Jingji looked straight into his eyes. Ye Qiu hesitated a moment before nodding slightly. Then swear you'll always treat me well. Lin Jie, what's wrong? Swear it. Her tone left no room for refusal. Ye Qiu had no choice but to raise his hand and swear. I swear that if the sky falls, I'll shoulder it for you. If the earth sinks, I'll protect you with my life. No matter how the world changes, through all the seasons and tides, I'll always stay by your side. That's better. Lin Jingji suddenly looped her arm around his neck and breathed softly in his ear. Want to work out together? Want to do something? Lin Jingji exhaled softly, her voice as sweet and delicate as melting candy. Her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Ye Qiu, playful yet alluring. Ye Qiu wanted nothing more than to say yes, even in his dreams. From his understanding of men's nature, any normal guy faced with a stunning beauty like Lin Jingji would gladly give up 10 years of his life. But reason told him she was just teasing. Lin Jie, please don't do this. He looked away, afraid to meet that exquisite face directly, worried he might lose control. Do what? Lin Jingji blinked innocently. Don't tease me so much. Honestly, it gets kind of boring. Ye Qiu said quietly. So you don't like it? Then let me try another way. How about this? Do you like it? Before he could respond, she leaned forward, her waist soft and supple as if she were a slick water snake, wrapping around Ye Qiu's arm. His face flushed red, swallowing his embarrassment. Lin Jie, this isn't good either. You don't like that either? Lin Jingzi's eyes twinkled as she suddenly grabbed his collar and pulled him sharply. Before, Ye Qiu had been holding himself 20 centimeters away, barely keeping distance. Now the space vanished instantly, their breaths mingling. The scent of perfume mixed with her warmth filled his nose. It was the closest he had ever been to a woman, and his heart pounded wildly. Lin Jie, I'm sorry. He started to apologize, but she gently pressed a finger to his lips. You didn't do anything wrong, don't apologize. But this isn't right. I'm doing this willingly. Her tone was firm. Ye Qiu froze. Kiss me. Lin Jingzi's voice was like a feather brushing past his ear. He thought had misheard and stood frozen. Then she lightly pecked his cheek. The air in the room seemed to hum with heat. Suddenly she pushed him away. Just when Ye Qiu thought the game was over, she struck a perfect pose, lowering her head, eyes shining like autumn waters, lightly biting her lip in a coy expression. In that moment, a line of poetry flashed through his mind, the gentlest bow of the head, like a lotus bending in the cooling breeze. His heart immediately lost its rhythm. What are you standing there like an idiot for? Start already. Hubby, that last word made him melt to his bones. Just as he moved forward, Lin Jingji raised her hand to stop him. Ye Qiu, if I become your woman, will you take responsibility for me for life? Her gaze was clear, her expression unusually serious. Not just for life, even for 3 lifetimes. I will take responsibility for you. Ye Qiu promised instantly. Lin Jingji giggled, then added, I have one more condition. You have to promise me. What is it? Don't move. That's it. Lin Jie, your leg is still injured. No way, I want it like this. 3 minutes later, the awkward encounter ended. Sorry, Lin Jie. Ye Qiu wished he could sink into the floor, feeling utterly embarrassed. It's okay. Lin Jingji gently patted his back like a comforter. Are you alright? I'm still fine. Ye Qiu clenched his fists, quietly vowing to reclaim his manhood. Before long, a sweet melody filled the entire room. 3,000 words omitted here. 40 minutes later, the music stopped. Lin Jingji lay against Ye Qiu's chest, her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, looking incredibly radiant. She teased softly, how come you're so strong? Ye Qiu laughed proudly. Well, I've been training my body since I was a kid. Lin Jingji rolled her eyes playfully and asked, how did it feel just now? Absolutely amazing. Ye Qiu replied with a grin. He continued, Lin Jie, how about you? Same here, Lin Jingji said, then suddenly frowned and winced in pain. What's wrong, Lin Jie? Ye Qiu asked with concern. Dummy, she said, tapping his forehead with her finger. Suddenly, Ye Qiu sat up quickly and spotted a crimson stain on the bedsheet. Lin Jie, are you okay? Don't tell me you think it was all fake. Do you see me as some unprincipled man? Lin Jingzi's eyes welled up with tears. Ye Qiu hurriedly pulled her into an embrace. Don't misunderstand me, Lin Jie. I was just thinking you must think I'm really experienced, right? More than experienced, seedier like a master, Lin Jingji said softly. Do you think I'm not a proper woman? No, don't get the wrong idea, Ye Qiu insisted. Lin Jingji chuckled. I'll tell you about this later. She then threw herself into his arms. Holding her close, Ye Qiu said, honestly, it still feels like a dream. I never thought we'd be together. Me neither, Lin Jingji replied. Over the years, many have pursued Mahai officials, billionaires, rich second-generation heirs, and famous stars, each more exceptional than the last. But for some reason, I never liked any of them. Yet the first time I met you, I felt an inexplicable connection, as if we'd known each other in a past life. Maybe this is fate. Ye Qiu marveled at how strange destiny was. Not long ago, Zhang Lili had left him, but now, he had Lin Jingji. Her family was remarkable, her skills exceptional, and above all, she was stunning, a rare beauty among thousands. Compared to her, Zhang Lili was like night and day. Husband, go wash up. Lin Jingxi's tone was completely different now, gentle and tender like a devoted wife. Ye Qiu nodded and entered the bathroom. A little while later, the bathroom door opened, revealing Lin Jingji wrapped in a form-fitting purple silk nightgown that showcased her slender figure. Do I look good? She asked coyly. You look beautiful. The spark in Ye Qiu's heart, which had dimmed, suddenly blazed again. Pulling Lin Jingji into his arms, he said earnestly, Lin Jia, I love you. Husband, I love you too, she replied, looping her arms around his neck and pressing her lips to his. In that instant, the room was filled with the scent of blossoming romance. An hour later, Ye Qiu emerged from the bathroom carrying Lin Jingji. Her hair was slightly tousled, and a soft flush spread across her fair skin, making her look even more alluring. You're such a rascal, totally wore me out. I'm exhausted, nearly dead tired, Lin Jingji complained as she wiped the water droplets from her face, her tone a mixture of playful scolding and laughter. Ye Qiu smiled helplessly. Lin Jia, you can't blame me. You kept going nonstop. Now my back and legs feel sore. Uff, that's rich coming from you. Lin Jingji stuck out her tongue. You were like a little teddy bear going wild just now. You liked it though, right? Ye Qiu's eyes sparkled as he looked at her. Loved it. A few times I felt like I was floating on clouds. It was indescribably so good, she said frankly, without a hint of embarrassment. As long as you enjoyed it, I'm satisfied, Ye Qiu said with a proud smile. Making a woman happy was his greatest sense of achievement. Although, Ye Qiu teased, your technique is still too inexperienced. They'll have to teach you a few tricks next time. Lin Jingji rolled her eyes. You actually know how to? It's just from watching too many movies and picking up some skills, she said smugly. Next time we should snuggle under the blanket, watch a movie, and practice at the same time. How about that? Sounds perfect. Ye Qiu didn't hesitate. Who would say no to that? I'm a bit tired now. I want to take a nap. Want to sleep with me? Ye Qiu stretched lazily and glanced at her cautiously. Lin Jingji blinked her big eyes, her long lashes fluttering. I'm not sleeping. Ye Qiu felt a jolt inside. Though he said nothing, he knew he was scared. Lin Jingji was truly a sorceress, beautiful, with a great figure and impressive skills. If they shared a bed, he surely wouldn't be able to control himself. Young men have to protect themselves, after all. Really don't want to sleep with me? Ye Qiu probed. Lin Jingji furrowed her delicate brows and shot him a glare. Do you even like me? Or are you still thinking about Bai Bing? Ye Qiu hurriedly waved his hands. No way. I only like you. Clearly unconvinced, Lin Jingji pressed on. You swear you've never thought about Bai Bing. My director is my boss. I respect her, but nothing else, Ye Qiu said solemnly. Not lying? Lin Jingxi's eyes were full of doubt. Absolutely not, Ye Qiu assured her. That's more like it. Lin Jingji suddenly leaned in and bit his cheek gently. Hubby, I've given myself to you. Can you promise me one small favor? Not just one. Even 100 as long as I can do it. I promise, Ye Qiu said with a grin, holding her hand tightly. What favor? He asked. Find a chance to sleep with Bai Bing. Lin Jingji said softly but firmly. What? Ye Qiu was stunned, thinking he misheard. I said, find a chance to sleep with Bai Bing. She repeated without a hint of doubt. Ye Qiu stared at her in disbelief, wondering if she was out of her mind. They had just been passionate moments ago, and now she wanted him to sleep with another woman? Was this some kind of shared boyfriend concept? Or was she testing him? Unable to read her thoughts, Ye Qiu put on a serious face. Lin Jia, don't make jokes like that anymore. I'm not joking. I'm serious, Lin Jingji said, meeting his gaze with absolute sincerity. Lin Jia, let me ask, am I your boyfriend or not? Of course. Then how can I sleep with Bai director? If I'm your boyfriend, aren't those two things contradictory? You're my boyfriend, but asking you to sleep with Bai Bing isn't a conflict, she said calmly, as if it were self-evident. How can it not be? Ye Qiu frowned and pressed further. I clearly am your boyfriend. How can I sleep with another woman? Ye Qiu could never figure out what exactly was going on inside Lin Jingxi's mind. Be honest with me. Lin Jingxi leaned against the headboard, her slender fingers tapping lightly yet deliberately on the blanket. A woman like Bai Bingdo, all you men want to sleep with her? Absolutely. Ye Qiu nodded without hesitation. Bai Bing's exquisite looks and sizzling figure had earned her the reputation of the ice goddess at the hospital. Any man would feel a strong sense of conquest if he could hold such a cool beauty in his arms. Not to mention, she always wore a white lab coat, which was seriously irresistible to those with a uniform fetish. So, are you really a man or not? Lin Jingji squinted and pressed further. Ye Qiu chuckled low and teased. Lin Jia, didn't you just test that for yourself? Lin Jingji snorted and rolled her eyes. Enough with your jokes. Anyway, I don't care. You better find a way to sleep with Bai Bing. Ye Qiu looked confused. Lin Jia, are you really okay sharing your boyfriend with someone else? The room was softly lit as Lin Jingji sighed quietly. Throughout history, have any great men only had one woman by their side? I figured it out long ago. So long as he loves me in his heart, I don't mind how many women he has. Besides, outstanding men nowadays are like luxury items. Too many people want to snatch them up. She reached out, cupping Ye Qiu's face with both hands. Her gaze was warm, yet resolute. I believe you'll only get better and better, until you become famous throughout the world. Would it not be selfish of me to want you all to myself? Ye Qiu was momentarily speechless. Lin Jingxi's words sounded at odds with traditional morals, yet each point made perfect sense. In today's society, which wealthy or powerful man doesn't have women around him? Although I don't exactly like Bai Bing, Lin Jingxi's eyes gleamed mischievously. I have to admit her looks and figure rival mine. If anyone is going to have her, it might as well be you. But she lifted her chin. With me around, Bai Bing will only ever be the second wife. But hats your true feeling showing. Ye Qiu laughed, half exasperated. All right, I'm going to sleep. Lin Jingji stretched lazily, the silk nightgown clinging to her curves. Aren't you coming to bed with me? No, I'm not. Ye Qiu fought the impulse. When you wake up, I'll make you something to eat. Lin Jia, what do you want? Her eyes swept over him, red lips pressing together, voice sultry enough to give him goosebumps. I want to eat you. Ye Qiu shivered and forced himself to sound calm. Eat now? Fine. Sleep with me, and I'll eat. Lin Jia, some other time. I'm going next door to rest a bit first. Before he finished speaking, Ye Qiu had already slipped out the door. Oh husband, don't go, let's have fun together. Lin Jingxi's tinkling laughter followed him. In the next room, Ye Qiu immediately took a cold shower, letting icy water wash away the fire burning inside him. Wrapped in a towel, he sat on the sofa muttering softly. Lin Jia really is a temptress. Just one move from her, and I lose control. Is it my youthful blood stirring, or is she just born with an irresistible charm? Once calmer, he crossed his legs and settled his gaze. It was time to start his cultivation. Recently, Ye Qiu had learned quite a few Maoshan talismans, but progress in opening his heavenly eye had stalled. With the Dragon King's life hanging by a thread, he felt an urgent pressure and had been practicing almost non-stop, barely sleeping over the past few days. Now, sitting cross-legged on the living room sofa with eyes closed, ready to channel his energy, he suddenly felt aches in his waist and legs. Sister Lin's combat power was truly terrifying. Ye Qiu forced a bitter smile and quickly adjusted his internal breath. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes and exhaled, feeling refreshed and filled with strength. He thought to himself that if he were in this state earlier, Sister Lin might have had to surrender. Shaking off distractions, he calmed his mind again and focused all his attention on cultivation. Time passed slowly, and to his amazement, his body gradually lifted off the sofa, hovering steadily about 3 feet above the ground. A faint golden light shone from his skin, making him look like a solemn deity. Following the method to open the heavenly eye, he tried to guide his breath to his forehead, but no matter how he circulated, the energy in his meridians scattered and refused to obey. Could it be that my cultivation isn't strong enough yet? He wondered, but a stronger resolve quickly replaced the doubt. Had to succeed at all costs. A few days ago, when the Wushan sect's Jiangzhou branch was destroyed, Dong Chun had triggered the venom hidden inside the Dragon King. Though Ye Qiu had used acupuncture to temporarily suppress it, the Dragon King's death sentence was set for 7 days. 4 days had passed, leaving only 3 left. Saving the Dragon King was not just gratitude for his past help, but also because, as a doctor, Ye Qiu couldn't stand by helplessly. He continued his practice for 2 whole hours, but there was still no movement at his forehead. He pondered repeatedly. Was it the cultivation technique that was flawed or some step he had missed? Just as he planned to pause and reconsider, the energy inside suddenly surged wildly toward his forehead, as if driven by an invisible force. Ye Qiu was stunned, then overjoyed. He held his breath, focused, and tightly adhered to the method. The raging energy gathered more and more densely at his forehead, the heat rapidly intensifying, as if about to burst through the skin. This burning sensation lasted nearly 20 minutes before the energy abruptly split into 2 streams, flowing through the meridians into his left and right eyeballs. His eyes instantly burned with pain, a mix of soreness and heat. Suppressing the tears that welled up, he gritted his teeth and endured. After 5 minutes, everything settled. Slowly, Ye Qiu opened his eyes and immediately raised his hand to touch his forehead, feeling a cool chill there. According to the ancient texts, About 2 inches above the glabella lies the heavenly eye. Once opened, it not only allows one to see through all things but also to perceive beings invisible to ordinary eyes. Ghosts, evil spirits, demons. At the highest level of cultivation, one could even foresee fortune and misfortune in advance, perceive a person's destiny, and understand the grand trends shaping the world. But right now, Ye Qiu stood still, touching his smooth forehead, no abnormal signs at all. Thinking about how much time he had wasted on this practice, he couldn't help but feel frustrated and let out a soft sigh. He glanced at his watch. The hands pointed exactly to 9 in the evening. It was getting late, so he quickly slipped on his slippers, planning to wash his face first and then make a late-night snack for Lin Jingji. The light in the bathroom turned on, and the mirror reflected his figure. As Ye Qiu stood there, he froze. The reflection showed lips red and teeth white, skin so delicate that even pores were barely visible. The usually gentle features were now sharply defined, as if an indescribable refined charm radiated from him. Looking this good, it's a shame not to be an actor, he mused with a wry smile, turning his head to examine himself from different angles, feeling like a completely different person. Suddenly, he noticed an even more subtle change: his pupils. The pair of clear black eyes now looked soaked in ink, deep and mysterious. Ye Qiu's heart stirred. With eyes this striking, if he threw a look at a girl, no one could resist, right? But no matter how good his appearance, without opening the heavenly eye, not even the Dragon King could save him. Just as he was lost in thought, a strange detail caught his attention. The very center of his glossy black pupils seemed to hide another pair of much smaller pupils. Was it an illusion? He quickly rubbed his eyes, then leaned closer to the mirror for a closer look. Moments later, the answer made his breath catch. The tiny pupils were real, just so subtle that they would go unnoticed without careful examination. Double pupils. Back in college, during long hours in the library, had once read about this phenomenon. Those with double pupils were born saints. Later research revealed only 4 historic figures had double pupils: Sung Jie, the sage who invented writing; Emperor Shun, the wise ruler; Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Shu; and Li Yu, the last ruler of Southern Tang. All were born with it. But for Ye Qiu, the double pupils had just appeared now. Could it be an eye disease? As a doctor, his first thought was medical. Modern medicine called this condition pupil coloboma or polychoria, usually linked to early cataracts. But Ye Qiu quickly ruled that I'd seen many cataract cases, and their symptoms were nothing like this. Plus, his vision was perfectly clear with no discomfort. Could I really be another born saint? The thought barely took shape before he shook his head mockingly. He was just an ordinary person, and until today his eyes had been perfectly normal. This change had only just occurred. Questions swirled in his mind until a sudden flash struck him. Could this be the result of opening the heavenly eye from cultivation? The moment the thought formed, he silently recited the incantation to activate the heavenly eye. In less than 3 seconds, his vision flipped. The mirror surface seemed to vanish, allowing him to clearly see the patterns on the wall behind, then penetrate through it, the scene shifting all the way into the neighboring bathroom. Damn, Sun Mingjie was taking a shower. Ye Qiu understood the principle of see no evil, but being a man, how could he miss a scene like this? Besides, not taking advantage of a good opportunity would be foolish. He widened his eyes to take a better look. Surprisingly, Sun Mingjie looked much cuter than her usual stern self. She was slender and delicate, with fair skin so smooth it seemed like it could be pierced by a breath. Her eyes shone brightly, full of charm and spirit. At that moment, her body was covered in bath foam, concealing some sensitive areas. What a pity, Ye Qiu thought with a sigh. After a while, Sun Mingjie turned on the shower, and hot water poured down in streams. Under the curtain of water, the foam gradually washed away. But just then, the mist blurred Ye Qiu's vision again. Damn, he cursed silently and rubbed his eyes. His sight cleared once more, and he suddenly froze. On Sun Mingjie's back, from her spine down to her waist, was a scar over 20 centimeters long and about 30 centimeters wide. Though the wound had long since healed, the stitches remained very visible, twisting and turning like a terrifying centipede. Ye Qiu examined it carefully and realized the scar was caused by a knife wound. Strange for a girl to have suffered such a serious injury. Clearly, there was a story behind it. Just as Ye Qiu was about to look closer, a strong dizziness hit him, and he quickly pulled back his gaze. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he barely managed to stay standing. Leaning on the wall with one hand, he looked at his reflection in the mirror and muttered under his breath, "What just happened? Did I imagine that?" With that thought, Ye Qiu hurried out and stopped outside the neighboring room to listen. Sure enough, there were faint sounds coming from inside. Bewildered, he wondered if everything he had just seen was real. How could his sight penetrate walls? Could it be? Ye Qiu suddenly had a possibility in mind. Suppressing his excitement, he silently recited the incantation to activate his heaven's eye. Soon, his vision passed through the door, and he saw Sun Mingjie wrapped in a towel stepping out of the bathroom. But just as quickly, dizziness overwhelmed him again, forcing him to withdraw his gaze. Overjoyed, Ye Qiu thought, it worked. The heaven's eye is finally activated. He tested it a few more times and discovered some downsides. Each use could only last for 30 seconds max before dizziness and weakness set in, and the range was limited to about 20 meters. As for spirits, ghosts, or correlated phenomena, Ye Qiu couldn't see them yet. He guessed that might have to do with his level of cultivation. No matter what, the heaven's eye was successfully cultivated. There was hope for the Dragon King after all. A broad smile spread across Ye Qiu's face. Just then, the door opened, and Sun Mingjie came out wearing pink pajamas. Seeing Ye Qiu standing there grinning from ear to ear, she asked sternly, "What are you doing here?" Ye Qiu smiled and replied, "I'm just enjoying the view." "Enjoying the view at this hour? Tell me, what are you sneaking around here for exactly?" Sun Mingjie demanded sharply. "I already told you, I'm just looking at the scenery." Ye Qiu glanced at Sun Mingjie. It was the first time he had seen her in pajamas, and he smiled, saying, "The view right in front of me is truly the most beautiful scenery." The soft cotton pajamas outlined the girl's slender figure. Under the cool morning light, her bare calves looked as pale and smooth as porcelain. Sun Mingjie instantly caught the hint in his ambiguous words, her ears flushing bright red. Her almond-shaped eyes widened as she snapped, "How dare you tease me? Are you asking for trouble?" Ye Qiu showed no sign of backing down. His eyes boldly roamed over her from head to toe, as if trying to take her all in at once. "Keep staring, and I might gouge your eyes out," Sun Mingjie said sharply, her voice crisp but filled with fiery warning. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Why does a young lady have such a temper?" Ye Qiu shrugged casually but added with a smile, "Still, you do look really cute in those pajamas. You bastard. How dare you run your mouth like that? Go to hell." Sometimes words weren't enough. Sun Mingjie suddenly raised her leg and aimed a kick straight for his groin. Had it landed solidly, Ye Qiu would have been crippled for sure, maybe bedridden for half a month, reflecting on his life. But this wasn't the same helpless guy he once was. With a quick twist of his waist, he dodged like lightning and smoothly reached out, catching her ankle firmly. "Let go of me." Sun Mingjie struggled, both embarrassed and furious. "You want me to let go just because you asked?" Ye Qiu teased. "You really wanted to cripple me? Aren't you a bit too ruthless?" "Humph. Better you than some poor soul," she retorted. Who else could it be if not Lin? Before she could finish, she realized Ye Qiu controlled her balance completely. She shouted, "Let me go right now." "Nope, not letting go. What are you going to do about it?" Ye Qiu pressed harder, even giving a playful pinch to her toned calf. The unexpected touch made Sun Mingjie's anger flare instantly. Her eyes glistened with tears as she shouted, "I'm going to kill you." With fury, she lashed out a sweeping kick with her other leg. But caught on one ankle, she lost her support. Her foot just swept through the air before she toppled backward with a startled cry. "Ah?" In a flash, Ye Qiu stepped forward and caught her waist with one arm, pulling her securely into his chest. "Are you okay?" The warmth of his chest and his low voice stunned Sun Mingjie. Looking up, she met a pair of dark eyes full of concern. She shook her head lightly. "I'm fine." "That's good. That's good." Ye Qiu sighed in relief. Only now did Sun Mingjie realize that she was being held tightly by a man. Her cheeks flamed hotter as she stammered, "Ew. You want to thank me, don't you?" "No need. No need. I'm just the type who loves to help people." Ye Qiu's hand wandered mischievously along her slender waist. "Let go of me." Sun Mingjie's embarrassment mixed with anger. She never expected this jerk to try taking advantage of her like this. Finding her reactions amusing, Ye Qiu lowered his voice playfully. "Such a beautiful moment. How about we talk about life and dreams?" "Get lost." Sun Mingjie snapped without thinking, grabbing two fingers and twisting hard on the back of his hand. "Let go. Let go. That hurts like crazy." Ye Qiu gasped, loosening his grip immediately. "You letcha." Sun Mingjie glared at him and stormed into her room, slamming the door shut with a bang. Ye Qiu looked at the purple bruise spreading across the back of his hand and clicked his tongue. This tigress doesn't hold back. He then tiptoed to the next room's door and peeked through the crack. Lin Jingji, exhausted by earlier events, was sound asleep with steady breathing. Looking out into the deep night, Ye Qiu's gaze turned cold and lethal. He murmured slowly, "Looks like Sister Lin won't be getting up for a midnight snack. In that case, it's time I took care of my business." Jiangzhou, inside a luxurious hotel room. A soft wall lamp cast a circle of warm orange light, revealing Hao Zhaoqiang's lean but sturdy figure. He leaned back on the leather sofa, fingertips tapping lightly on the armrest, his whole posture like a leopard ready to pounce at any moment. No one would guess that this seemingly casual man was a professional hitman. That wasn't even his real name. When he became an adult, he changed the name on his ID card to Hao Zhaoqiang. Both his father and grandfather died at 29, and he wanted to live longer than them, even if just by 1 year. The unkillable Xiaoqiang was both a hint to himself and a vow to survive in the shadows. Today was the last day before he turned 29. In 1.5 hours, once the clock struck midnight, he would enter his 30s. To mark the occasion, he had specially picked out an 8-inch chocolate cake from a bakery. The candles were set but unlit, quietly waiting on the coffee table for that moment to arrive. He glanced at his watch. 23:30. The only sounds in the room were the low hum of the air conditioner and the ticking of the clock. 30 minutes slipped by silently, the stillness making him restless, his brow gradually furrowed. I wanted to finish this job cleanly, give my 29 a perfect ending, he muttered under his breath, frustration heavy in his voice. Never thought I'd fail. Damn it. He pulled a photo from his suit's inner pocket. A radiant woman looked back. Her eyes curved gracefully, lips curled in a smile, every gesture full of charm. If Ye Qiu were here now, he would instantly recognize her as Lin Jingshai and also realize that this unassuming man was the assassin who had disguised himself as a delivery rider earlier that day to target her. TSK, can't deny it. This woman is truly stunning. The client must be ruthless too, asking me to kill such a beauty. Like they're not afraid I'd hesitate. How Xiaoqiang studied the photo again, a glint of greedy green flashing in his eyes. Wish I could have slept with her before pulling the trigger. He grinned with bared teeth, but it was just a fantasy. Hitman had rules. Crossing the line meant paying with 10 lives, not just one. Squinting, he thought again of the man from earlier, Ye Qiu. That guy was her bodyguard? That strike he made gave off pure danger. Strange, why wasn't he in the client's dossier? How Xiaoqiang frowned, tapping the photo's edge thoughtfully before smirking bitterly. Then again, if it were that simple, the client wouldn't have paid me such a fortune to do this. Knock knock. Two sudden raps at the door. Hao Zhaoqiang's gaze sharpened instantly. Almost instinctively, he grabbed the military knife from the coffee table and silently approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw a young woman in uniform pushing a food cart, standing quietly in the hallway. Who is it? His voice was cold and faint. Sir, good evening. I'm a hotel attendant, here with your late-night snack. The girl's voice was clear and crisp. I didn't order anything. Actually, sir, she replied with a slight bow. The hotel offers complimentary late-night snacks to all our VIP guests. Normally, he would have turned her away immediately. But tonight was different. At midnight, he would turn 30. Treating himself wasn't out of the question. Do you have red wine? He asked. Yes, she answered without hesitation, and steak and desserts as well. How Xiaoqiang finally released the lock. As the door opened, his eyes swept over her like Bladisa woman in her early 20s, delicate features, a professionally sweet smile. Satisfied there was no threat, he slid the knife back into his sleeve and stepped aside to let her in. Come in, then. Thank you. The waitress smiled and nodded, pushing the serving cart into the room. She then took out the steak and dessert and set them on the table. The candlelight reflected off the silver cover, and the aroma filled the air. Her gaze landed on the delicate birthday cake beside them as she softly asked, Sir, is today your birthday? No. How Xiaoqiang swallowed nervously. It's only after midnight. Well then, happy early birthday. She smiled sweetly and pointed at the deep red Bordeaux on the cart. Sir, shall I open this wine for you? Sure. How Xiaoqiang nodded without suspicion. The girl lifted the bottle, then suddenly pricked up her ears. Who's out there? How Xiaoqiang instinctively turned around, but the corridor was empty. Just as he realized something was off, a fierce gust of wind hit him from behind. Bang! A glass bottle smashed into his forehead, breaking to pieces. Wine and blood mixed instantly, dripping down his temple. Staggering backwards, How Xiaoqiang saw the once smiling waitress now wearing a cold expression, the barrel of a gun pointed steadily at him. You're not a hotel waitress. Who are you really? He demanded, clutching his wound, voice low and grim. You're not qualified to know that. She drew handcuffs from her waist. How Xiaoqiang, you're under arrest. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. How Xiaoqiang narrowed his eyes with a cold sneer. From the underworld hall, aren't you? The woman's expression shifted ever so slightly. At that moment, a steady male voice came from behind them. Since you know we're from the underworld hall, I advise you to give up. How Xiaoqiang turned his head to see a burly man in his early 30s standing at the doorway, with a square face and sharp brows. I've never provoked you underworld hall before. Why do you insist on making things difficult for me? Hao Zhaoqiang's face darkened, sensing their careful trap. The man said, the underworld hall exists to protect our country. You committed multiple murders abroad, and now you want to stir trouble in Jiangzhou. We want standby. Never thought I'd fall into your hands. Hao Xiaoqiang sneered and slowly raised both hands. The woman stepped forward, her handcuffs just touching his wrist. Click. Hao Xiaoqiang gripped her wrist fiercely and yanked her into his arms. His left arm snapped around her throat. Her face flushed red as her breath caught. Seizing her momentary weakness, he grabbed the gun from her and raised it, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet tore through the man's shoulder, blood splattering the wall. The burly man staggered, managing to prop himself up with one hand on the wall as blood dripped down his arm. In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed. You two think you can catch me? Dream on. How Xiaoqiang snarled. Captain, the woman cried out. The man gritted his teeth through the pain. How Xiaoqiang, don't resist needlessly. Since we found you, we have everything planned out. You can't escape. Can't escape? How Xiaoqiang licked the blood from his lips and smirked darkly. Then I'll kill you first, then rape and kill this woman. If you have to die, you might as well be my stepping stones. He raised the gun again, aiming straight at the man's forehead, his finger tightening on the trigger when suddenly a figure appeared in the doorway. It's you. Hao Xiaoqiang's pupils suddenly contracted. The man who had appeared abruptly before him was none other than Ye Qiu. A faint smile played on Ye Qiu's face as he said, "Didn't expect to run into me so soon. Did you? How did you find this place?" A flicker of confusion crossed Hao Xiaoqiang's face. It was understandable that someone from the underworld palace could discover his hiding spot. But how could Ye Qiu have found it too? Ye Qiu replied nonchalantly, "I have my ways. It just took some time, otherwise I would have come during the day." His gaze swept over the badly wounded man lying on the ground, then flicked to the woman under Hao Xiaoqiang's control. His tone was laced with mockery. "You're a killer, yet you always like to lay hands on women? Not a bit of grace or style?" Hao Xiaoqiang sneered in response, "I'm a killer. Grace isn't part of the job." Ye Qiu widened his eyes, feigning surprise as he retorted, "You're a man, right? Or are you not?" Hao Xiaoqiang glared fiercely and hissed, "You're the one who's not a man." His voice dripped with hatred. "If you hadn't come today, I would have taken care of that woman long ago. Perfect timing now, I'll send you on your way." Saying that, Hao Xiaoqiang drew his gun and aimed it at Ye Qiu. At the very moment he pulled the trigger, Ye Qiu urgently shouted, "Wait. I'm not here to fight you. I want to ask, what was your employer?" Hao Xiaoqiang scoffed coldly. "First rule of being a killer. Never reveal your employer, even if it means death." Ye Qiu frowned slightly. "So you mean you won't say even if it kills you?" "Not even if it kills me," Hao Xiaoqiang replied firmly. Ye Qiu's tone turned persuasive. "Why go to such lengths? Just tell me who your employer is, and I promise I won't kill you." Hao Xiaoqiang was stunned. "What did you say?" Ye Qiu repeated, "Tell me, and I'll let you go." Hao Xiaoqiang burst into laughter, as if hearing the most ridiculous joke in the world. After a long laugh, he stopped and asked meaningfully, "You know who I am?" "Yes, you're a killer." "Then do you know what I actually do?" Ye Qiu looked at him with contempt, thinking the man was foolish. "Isn't a killer just someone who kills? Since you know I'm a killer, you still dare to act cocky and say you'll kill me?" Hao Xiaoqiang raised his gun, pressing the barrel against Ye Qiu's forehead. "One movement of my finger, and your life ends." Ye Qiu stepped closer to him, his attitude casual and mocking. "Really? Go ahead and shoot if you want." Hao Xiaoqiang shouted, "Stop. Move again and he'll pull the trigger." The man lying on the ground hurriedly warned, "Brother, don't forget, there are still bullets in the gun." Ye Qiu completely ignored him, stepped forward calmly, and said, "If you're so eager to die, I'll oblige you." Bang! Hao Xiaoqiang fired. The gunshots rang out in rapid succession, bullets raining down on Ye Qiu like a storm. Hao Xiaoqiang kept pulling the trigger relentlessly until the magazine was empty. Yet Ye Qiu's figure moved like a whirlwind, suddenly right in front of him, and not a single bullet had hit him. Hao Xiaoqiang was stunned beyond words, utterly shocked that all those bullets had missed him by a mile. Is this guy even human, or some kind of ghost? He's terrifying. At this moment, Hao Xiaoqiang's mind was consumed by just one thought: escape. Second rule of being an assassin: if you can't win, run. Before checking in, he had thoroughly scoped out the room and surroundings, leaving himself a clear exit. That window 3 meters behind him was his lifeline. "Who exactly are you?" Hao Xiaoqiang demanded, holding the woman as he stepped backward toward the window. "Who I am doesn't matter," Ye Qiu said calmly. "Tell me who hired you, and I'll give you a chance. Dream on." "I'd rather die than tell you," Hao Xiaoqiang replied, his steps unrelenting as the window came within reach. Ye Qiu sighed softly and took a step forward. Suddenly, a chilling murderous aura surged from him. "Stop. Move another step and I'll kill her." Hao Xiaoqiang tightened his grip. The woman's eyes rolled back, her breathing nearly halted. Ye Qiu froze in place and suddenly asked, "Do you know who I am?" "Who are you?" Hao Xiaoqiang asked, puzzled. How could this freak dodge bullets? "A doctor," Ye Qiu said impassively. "A doctor?" Hao Xiaoqiang obviously didn't believe it. Could a doctor really dodge bullets? "A doctor can save lives." Ye Qiu's voice turned icy, "and also take lives." In an instant, like a ghost, he darted to Hao Xiaoqiang's side and delivered a crushing punch. Bang! The blow landed on Hao's lower ribs, a sharp crack audible. Hao Xiaoqiang was thrown sideways, smashing into the wall before collapsing to the floor. Before he could recover, Ye Qiu's foot crushed his throat. Spitting blood, Hao Xiaoqiang weakly glanced at his watch. 5 minutes until midnight. Changing his name hadn't changed his fate. A bitter smile crossed his face. In less than 5 seconds, he was dead, aged 29. Ye Qiu went to the woman's side and spoke softly. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, thank you," the woman replied, her eyes full of admiration. "You're welcome." Ye Qiu crouched beside the wounded man, swiftly examining him. Neither bullet had hit a vital spot. He smoothly extracted the bullets, then traced 2 bleeding stopping symbols on the wounds with his fingertips. "You'll heal with some rest. No serious damage," Ye Qiu said as he helped the man to sit up. "Thank you," the man nodded thankfully. "Are you police?" Ye Qiu asked curiously. "We're from the underworld," the woman began, but was cut off by the man's fierce glare, and she quickly stopped. The man reached out his hand. "Brother, Gu Feng. And you?" "Ye Qiu. Thanks so much, Ye Qiu. Without you, things would have been disastrous." Gu Feng and the woman expressed their gratitude repeatedly. It was nothing, Ye Qiu said just as the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He quickly took it out, and when he saw the caller ID, his expression turned grim. The call was from Zhao Yun. Ye Qiu glanced at the name on the screen, his heart tightening, was almost certain something had happened to the Dragon King. Without hesitation, he answered, Brother Zhao. Ye Qiu, the Dragon King's condition is critical. Zhao Yun's voice was low and urgent. Ye Qiu straightened up abruptly. What's his situation now? Just a moment ago, the Dragon King suddenly vomited blood and lost consciousness. His heartbeat is fading. The medical staff say he won't hold on much longer. Though he had long known the Dragon King only had days left, hearing it now still made Ye Qiu's chest tighten. Brother Zhao, do whatever it takes. Don't let him stop breathing. Wait for me can save him. Really? Zhao Yun's voice trembled. Wait for me, Ye Qiu said, hanging up. He turned to Gu Feng beside him. Brother Gu, something urgent came up. I have to go right now. Go quickly. He'll handle things here, Gu Feng said, seeing Ye Qiu's anxious expression, and didn't ask further. Ye Qiu sped off, flooring the gas pedal as he headed straight for Yunwu Mountain. 30 minutes later, the car screeched to a halt in front of the mountaintop villa. The building was brightly lit, and the guards at the gate recognized Ye Qiu, immediately opening the doors. Inside the courtyard, shadows moved through the living room. Zhao Yun and several elderly men with snowy white hair sat waiting. Ye Qiu. Zhao Yun stood up and hurried to greet him at the doorway, his face unable to hide a spark of joy. The elders exchanged glances, curious about this young man whom Zhao Yun personally welcomed. What about the Dragon King? How is he? Ye Qiu asked directly. Still unconscious. Zhao Yun stepped aside and gestured invitingly. I'll take you to him. Just as they were about to enter the bedroom, a hoarse, untimely voice cut in. Little Zhao, wait a moment. It was an old man with white hair, his gaze fixed on Ye Qiu. Are you a doctor? Ye Qiu looked at Zhao Yun, questioning. Zhao Yun quickly introduced. This is Sun Xingshou, a famed physician from Jiangzhou. The three men here are also the Dragon King's attending doctors. Ye Qiu nodded politely. Honored to meet you, senior. I am Ye Qiu, a surgeon at Jiangzhou Hospital. Surgeon? Sun Xingshou frowned. You said you can save the Dragon King, can you share your method? Ye Qiu could not reveal the bizarre method of opening the heavenly eye, so he only shook his head. I'm afraid I can't disclose that. Is it that you cannot disclose it, or that there's no solution at all? Sun Xingshou's tone turned cold. Ye Qiu remained calm. If I say I can save him, then I definitely can. I don't believe you. Sun Xingshou gave him a cold glance. Over the years, the Dragon King has invited dozens of experts, including myself. Hundreds of specialists have been powerless. You are just a young surgeon. What gives you the right to claim you can save him? Zhao Yun understood Ye Qiu's abilities and knew every second counted now. Sun Xingshou, Ye Qiu truly has the skill. Sun Xingshou waved him off, still firm. Little Zhao, I've known you for years. You have too kind a heart and are easily deceived. People like you are the easiest to fool. Zhao Yun, Master Sun then said to Ye Qiu, you must know who the Dragon King is. If anything happens to him, Jiangzhou will be thrown into chaos. Until you clearly explain the treatment method, I will never allow you to intervene on behalf of the Dragon King. We've had imposters claiming to be skilled doctors approach the Dragon King with ill intent before. Master Sun, Ye Qiu and the Dragon King are friends and would never harm him. Zhao Yun defended Ye Qiu. If it had been anyone else, he would have drawn his weapon long ago, but Master Sun was temperamental and an old friend of the Dragon King who had dedicated over a decade as his health physician. Pulling a gun now would be rude. Ye Qiu slightly cupped his hands. Respectfully, Elder, may I ask if you have any way to treat the Dragon King? No. Master Sun shook his head. Then may I ask, given his current condition, how long can he last without proper treatment? Master Sun's expression grew grave. I'm afraid he won't make it till dawn. Since things are so urgent and you have no solution, why not let me try? I'm not forbidding you to treat him. I just want to know your method. I won't trust you otherwise. Ye Qiu smiled faintly. Master Sun, pardon my frankness, but you don't even know what illness the Dragon King is suffering from. Even if I tell you the treatment, would you believe me? That. Master Sun was left speechless. Seizing the moment, Zhao Yun intervened. Master Sun, please let Ye Qiu try. I trust him. Master Sun hesitated, frowning deeply. Ye Qiu stopped wasting time. Master Sun, how about a bet? Master Sun looked at him, puzzled. If I fail to cure the Dragon King, you may deal with me however you wish. But if I succeed, you owe me a drink. Ye Qiu gestured invitingly. Deal. Master Sun nodded decisively. If you save the Dragon King, not only will I buy you a drink, but I'll also accept you as my apprentice. Ye Qiu thought bitterly to himself. Wouldn't it be nicer to take on a cute apprentice with a shapely figure? But aloud he answered firmly, agreed. It's a deal. Ye Qiu, come with me, Zhao Yun said, leading him straight to the Dragon King's bedroom. Let's go take a look, too. Master Sun called to the other three health physicians to follow. The bedroom was dimly lit with a yellowish glow. The Dragon King lay on the bed, his face pale and wan, breathing faintly, unconscious, noticeably thinner in just a few days. Ye Qiu gazed at him, eyes stinging, but quickly composed himself. Ye Qiu, start the examination quickly, Zhao Yun urged softly. Ye Qiu sat beside the bed, grasping the Dragon King's pulse, closing his eyes to deeply sense it. Master Sun watched in surprise. Are you trained in traditional Chinese medicine? Ye Qiu said nothing, focusing intently on the irregular pulse. After 3 minutes, he let go. How is it? Zhao Yun asked anxiously. Can he be saved? Yes, Ye Qiu nodded confidently. But what? Tell me whatever you need. I need to do acupuncture, Ye Qiu said. We have silver needles at home, I'll get them right away. Zhao Yun turned to leave. Brother Zhao, Ye Qiu called after him. Silver needles won't work. I need golden needles. Golden acupuncture needles? Zhao Yun was taken aback. In his experience, acupuncture typically used silver needles. Gold was precious and soft. Who would go to the trouble of crafting a whole set of needles from it? Ye Qiu's voice was low but resolute. The Dragon King is infected with the Inyang snake goo poison. The parasites have nested inside his organs. Gold needles are the purest form of yang energy, perfectly suited to counteract this evil yin. Zhao Yun scratched his head awkwardly and forced a smile. Silver needles are everywhere on the streets, but gold needles, I've never even seen a set, let alone know where to find one. From the crowd, a healthcare practitioner suddenly spoke up. Zhao, Sun Xingshou has a set, and he carries it with him. Zhao Yun's eyes lit up instantly. He turned to Sun Xingshou at once. Old son, could I borrow your gold needles? Sun Xingshou didn't reply immediately. Instead, he fixed a heavy gaze on Ye Qiu. You're saying the Dragon King really has goo toxin inside him? Yes. Ye Qiu nodded firmly. Planning to force out the goo with acupuncture? Yes. As long as we have the gold needles, the Dragon King can awaken within half an hour. The room was brightly lit. Ye Qiu's expression was confident and unwavering. After a long moment, Sun Xingshou turned and headed toward the bedroom door, without a word. Sun Xingshou, don't leave. Zhao Yun called anxiously after him. About a minute later, the two returned. In Sun Xingshou's hands was a Zitonwood medicine box, a deep black sheen highlighting intricate wood grain patterns. Its ancient style was identical to the medicine boxes carried by wandering doctors in olden times. He bent down and gently set the box down, carefully opening it. First, he took out a perfectly flat leather folder, then looked again at Ye Qiu. These gold needles can truly save the Dragon King? They can. They absolutely can. Ye Qiu replied without hesitation. Sun Xingshou handed over the leather case. Here. Ye Qiu opened it, and golden light instantly flooded everyone's eyes. A neat row of gold needles, exactly 108 in number. On the far left, two characters embroidered in gold thread read, Imperial Gift. His heart trembled slightly, thinking, could this needle set really be from the royal court? Sun Xingshou sighed slowly. My ancestors were traveling doctors. When Empress Dowager Cixi once suffered a brain illness that no one could cure, they sent for my ancestor. He cured her with acupuncture and was awarded the title of 6th rank imperial physician. But he didn't want to stay in the palace. He preferred to roam the world and help the people. The Empress Dowager gave him this set of gold needles as a token of thanks. He ran his hand over the needle case. After my ancestor passed away, it became a cherished family heirloom. It's been with me since I was old enough to remember. I never used it, partly because I feared damaging it, and partly because it reminded me to always honor the code of a physician. Today I lend it to you, hoping you can save the Dragon King. Thank you. Ye Qiu bowed deeply and solemnly to Sun Xingshou. Sun Xingshou's face hardened. Boy, I have only one condition. If you fail to save the Dragon King, I will not forgive you. Don't worry, old Sunday. I won't let you down. Ye Qiu turned to Zhao Yun. Brother Zhao, help sterilize the gold needles. He'll handle it. Sun Xingshou took the alcohol bottle, his expression serious as he carefully disinfected the needles. At this moment, Ye Qiu loosened the Dragon King's clothing. The sight was terrifying. One half of the Dragon King's skin was red and purple, like burning embers. The other half was pale as frost, chilling to the bone. Ye Qiu reached out to check the temperature. Sure enough, the left side was hot, while the right side was freezing cold. The Inyang snake goo poison was pressing on the heart meridian. Here, Sun Xingshou handed over 3 already sterilized golden needles. Ye Qiu took them, his wrist steady as he plunged the first needle firmly into the Dragon King's forehead, followed by a second at the Baihui point on the crown, and then a third directly into the throat. Sun Xingshou was stunned by the precision of the point selection and the decisiveness of the insertion. He knew well the throat was a critical area. Any mistake could be fatal, and ordinary healers always avoided it. But Ye Qiu's movements were sharp and confident, unlike a novice. Such fearless boldness for someone so young. He thought in disbelief even he wouldn't dare to administer needles like that. 3 other health doctors nearby also widened their eyes, whispering nervously. This technique is way too daring. I'd never dare insert needles like that. Sun Xingshou, what needle technique is he using? Before anyone could finish, Ye Qiu looked up and said, Sun Xingshou, give me the 3 longest golden needles. Sun Xingqiu quickly passed over 3 slender needles over 7 inches long, glinting coldly and sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Ye Qiu held 2 needles between his fingers and flicked his sleeve whoosh. The 3 needles pierced simultaneously into the Dragon King's chest, only about 2 inches of their trembling tails remaining outside his body. Then Ye Qiu snapped his fingers lightly. A hum sounded, the golden needles vibrated together, and visible currents of energy flowed between their tips. Using guided needling, Sun Xingqiu shouted in shock. The other 3 doctors were speechless. As practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, they knew well, to use qi to guide needles, one must first cultivate qi, or internal energy. Since ancient times, many renowned doctors combined medicine with Taoist arts for this reason. Many spent their whole lives struggling to cultivate internal energy. Yet Ye Qiu, barely in his 20s, had not only mastered it, but could skillfully manipulate needles with kit, was unbelievable. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Dr. Ye's mastery of guided needling theory might really be hope for the Dragon King. Sun Xingqiu regained his composure and stared at Ye Qiu with eyes full of hope. Ye Qiu then placed over 10 more golden needles across the Dragon King's body, silver light interlacing like a locking formation. When he finished, his expression suddenly turned grave. The next step was the crucial moment, separating life from death. If successful, the Dragon King would immediately recover. If not, he was doomed. Ye Qiu felt a bit nervous. After all, the Dragon King was on the brink of death, and any mistake now could be fatal. Golden needles. He reached out his hand. Sun Xingqiu was ready, immediately placing the needles into his palm. Swish, swish, swish. Ye Qiu moved the needles swiftly as the wind, inserting 36 golden needles into the Dragon King's legs and right arm in one breath, leaving only the left arm untouched. Zhao, do we have a brazier at home? He looked up and asked. Yes. Zhao Yun answered without hesitation. After the Dragon King was poisoned by a goo insect, his body temperature often fluctuated wildly, so they always kept a fire brazier at home. Bring it here. Zhao Yun hurried away and soon returned carrying a simple wooden-framed brazier. Inside the sunken iron basin, charcoal burned fiercely. Ye Qiu pushed the brazier to the bedside and said, "Get some gasoline too." Gasoline? Zhao Yun was momentarily taken aback. "Just bring it first. You'll understand why soon." "All right." Zhao Yun dashed out again and came back carrying a small bottle of gasoline. "Will 2 pounds be enough?" "That's plenty." Ye Qiu nodded. With everything ready, he glanced at Sun Xingqiu. "Please hand me the remaining needles." Sun Xingqiu passed over all the sterilized needles he had prepared. Clutching the needles in his left hand, Ye Qiu took a deep breath and silently recited the Heaven's Eye mantra. Within 3 seconds, his vision seemed to pierce through the Dragon King's skin, veins, meridians, and organs. Lei Buri was searching for the goo insect. The goo insect can only survive by feasting on fresh blood, so it is most likely hiding where the blood flow is strongest. Ye Qiu focused first near the heart. Half a minute passed, nothing. The Heaven's Eye could only last 30 seconds each time. He hurriedly withdrew his gaze, frowning slightly. "Ye Qiu, did you find the goo insect?" Zhao Yun whispered. "Don't disturb him," Sun Xingqiu warned softly. Zhao Yun immediately fell silent. The insect wasn't near the heart, which meant it was even more cunning. Ye Qiu activated the Heaven's Eye again, this time skipping the heart and scanning other organs. Another 30 seconds passed, still no trace. Undeterred, he tried a third time, but the result was the same. He lowered his gaze and spoke quietly. "This goo insect hiding inside the Dragon King is very crafty. I've searched 3 times now and still cannot find it." Zhao Yun's heart sank as he quickly asked, "Does that mean the Dragon King can't be saved?" Before Ye Qiu could speak, Sun Xingqiu interrupted, saying, Zhao, don't worry. Dr. Yi just hasn't found it yet. I believe if we give him a little more time, he'll definitely find the goo worm. Right, Dr. Yi?" Ye Qiu nodded and reassured Zhao Yun, "Don't worry. No matter where that goo worm is hiding, I will catch it today." He paused to regulate his breathing, then once again unleashed his Heaven's Eye technique, letting his vision pierce through flesh and blood to search inside Long Wang's body. But 5 scans in a row yielded nothing. The sudden heavy strain made cold sweat bead on his forehead, his face pale, and his vigor clearly drained. The 3 accompanying health doctors whispered quietly nearby, "What method is Dr. Yi using? Why isn't he moving at all? Could he be trying to see the worm with just his eyes? That's impossible. The goo worm is inside the body, it can't be seen without some kind of X-ray vision." Sun Xingqiu was also curious. Every time Ye Qiu searched, he only focused intently, perfectly still. He guessed Ye Qiu was employing some secret skill. Chinese medicine has been passed down for thousands of years, and indeed hides many incredible, unfathomable techniques. Seeing Ye Qiu's pale complexion, Sun Xingqiu spoke up, "Dr. Yi, please rest for a moment." "All right." Ye Qiu closed his eyes to steady his breath while quickly thinking, "Since I can't find the goo worm, can I force it to reveal itself on its own?" A flash of insight struck. Ye Qiu suddenly raised his hand and pressed his palm against Long Wang's chest. Boundless internal energy surged inside. In an instant, the force coursed through the 8 extraordinary vessels, accelerating the blood flow inside Long Wang's body. Riding the blood's agitation, he opened his heaven's eye again. A tiny black dot, no bigger than a pinhead, suddenly darted out from behind a lung lobe, racing wildly through the blood vessels. If not for his sharp gaze, this speck, as fine as dust, would have been nearly impossible to detect. So sly, hiding behind the lung lobe. Ye Qiu's heart jolted as his hand moved faster. Whiz whiz whiz. Glints of cold light flashed. Within seconds, 20 golden needles were driven into vital acupoints over Long Wang's body, blocking all escape routes. At the same time, the needle's pointed ends pushed the goo worm as it fled toward the left arm, cornering it step by step. 20 seconds later, the worm reached the blood vessels at the left wrist. Ye Qiu continued sealing the acupoints, forcing the black dot to move forward relentlessly. In a flash, he pierced through Long Wang's middle finger with a needle. Fresh blood sprayed out, and a streak of darkness slipped through the wound. Finally out, Ye Qiu whispered sharply, slapping the goo worm into a nearby brazier. Sizzling, a harsh crackle sounded like a dreadful scream. The worm, once only the size of a toothpick tip, instantly expanded into a 5 centimeter long little snake. A green head, a half-red, half-white body, grotesque and fierce-looking. It struggled desperately to jump out of the fire, but Ye Qiu snapped his fingers, flicking a golden needle through the air to pin the snake's body firmly onto the burning coals. Only then did the others fully realize what was happening, their gazes locking onto the brazier. The fierce flames roared as the little snake writhed in pain, releasing a thick stench of rot. Those blood-red eyes glared coldly at Ye Qiu, filled with deep hatred. Ye Qiu, didn't you say it was an insect? Why is it a snake? Zhao Yun asked, puzzled. This is a Yinyang snake goo. Ye Qiu lifted the lid of the brazier and pointed to the small snake curling up over the burning embers. When it was inside the Dragon King, it was no bigger than the tip of a toothpick. It hid behind the lung lobes and could swim through the bloodstream extremely cunning. Sun Xingqiu frowned and pressed. Dr. Yi, if it has been lurking inside his blood vessels all this time, why didn't any previous tests detect it? Ye Qiu glanced at the 3 healthcare doctors, then gave a brief but shocking explanation. Goo sorcery originated in Miaojiang. These kinds of goo insects have been domesticated from childhood, blood-trained every day. Once inside the body, they cling to vessel walls, hiding. What's worse, Miaojiang methods can block conventional instruments, making detection nearly impossible. The 3 healthcare doctors turned pale instantly, their Adam's apples bobbing. It's horrifying that it could hide inside the Dragon King for so many years. Goo sorcery is terrifying, one muttered, and another quietly agreed. Sun Xingqiu waved his hand and shouted, nonsense. The Dragon King suffered torture for years and almost died. If Dr. Yi hadn't acted in time, he would be dead now. Such evil arts must be eradicated, and those who practice them deserve to die. They do deserve to die. Zhao Yun's eyes flashed coldly. But Ye Qiu shook his head. Goo sorcery originally was like medicine used to save lives. In ancient times, Miaojiang was remote and poor. Without medicine or doctors, people turned to shamans. Shamans tried every method and found goo insects had powerful healing effects, so raising goo spread widely. Almost every household raised them, and everyone studied controlling goo. Most were good people who used it to heal, but some used it to harm or for profit, which is how goo sorcery gradually became tainted. As he finished speaking, the small snake, pierced by a golden needle, writhed wildly in the brazier's coals. Its charred skin blackened, but still it struggled fiercely, its tiny body curling up, and its red eyes glared at Ye Qiu full of grudges. What are you staring at? I'm sending you off soon. Ye Qiu muttered under his breath, then nodded. Brother Zhao, pour the gasoline. Zhao Yun grabbed a jug and poured it all into the brazier. Whoosh. Flames surged up. Blue smoke twisted upward, smelling acrid and burnt. Sizzle. The snake pierced by the pin twisted crazily as flames crept through its scales, and the coals cracked loudly. After a full 10 minutes, its struggles weakened. 20 minutes later, its body stiffened completely, shriveled black like charcoal. This beast took so long to die, Zhao Yun spat, turning back to the bedside. The Dragon King remained deeply asleep, eyes tightly shut with no sign of waking. Ye Qiu, you drove out the goo insect, so why isn't he waking up yet? Zhao Yun asked quietly. Don't worry, he'll be awake soon. After finishing, Ye Qiu quickly withdrew all the golden needles embedded in Long Wang's body. The moment the needles came out, the skin on Long Wang's chest regained its normal, healthy color. Ye Qiu lifted his thermos, scooped a mouthful of warm water, then gently supported Long Wang's neck and fed it to him. About 3 minutes later, the heart monitor in the ward changed abruptly. Cough, cough. Long Wang suddenly coughed, his heavy eyelids slowly lifting. He's awake. Long Wang is awake. Everyone cheered, and the tense atmosphere instantly melted into joy. Ye Qiu finally exhaled deeply, sweat trickling down his forehead. Long Wang looked around the ward, his voice hoarse but filled with surprise. Xiao Yi, what are you doing here? Only then did he notice Sun Xingqiu standing nearby, his confusion deepening. Old Sun, why are you here too? Sun Xingqiu smiled and patted Long Wang's hand. Long Wang, you almost lost your life, you know that? Thanks to Dr. Yi, would have lost you today. I didn't die? Long Wang couldn't believe it. Zhao Yun's eyes reddened as he replied emotionally, you're destined to live a long life. How could you die? Not only are you alive, but Ye Qiu has removed the goo toxin. Your body has fully recovered. Really? Zhao Yun, are you sure you're not lying? Long Wang still found it hard to accept. Ye Qiu stepped forward confidently. Brother Zhao's words are true. Long Wang, the goo toxin has been eliminated. You only need to rest for a few days. Is it really gone? Yes, it's really gone, Ye Qiu confirmed. Long Wang eagerly asked, can I still practice martial arts in the future? Of course, Ye Qiu answered firmly. That's wonderful. Long Wang jumped up from the bed, rekindling the fighting spirit in his eyes. As long as I can practice martial arts, I still have a chance for revenge. Thank you, Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu waved his hand. No need to be so polite. If it weren't for Old Sun bringing the ancestral golden needles, I'm not sure the treatment would have worked this quickly. Sun Xingqiu laughed heartily. Dr. Yi, you're too modest. Your medical skill astonished me. The three attending physicians standing nearby joined in praise. Though young, Dr. Ye's skill rivals that of Hua Tuo Reborn or Bien Ke himself. We feel humbled. Applause and laughter echoed through the ward, lingering for a long time. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the remote lands of Miaojiang, inside a dim wooden hut, an old man cloaked in black robes sat cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of dark blood, his once rosy face turning pale as if drained of vitality. Long Qinxiu, you actually broke my yin-yang snake goo. I will never forgive you. He wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes icy cold. Knock, knock. Urgent knocks interrupted his fury. Who is it? His voice was low and grim. Elder Mo, the sect leader is summoning you to the council hall immediately, came a report from outside. Only me? No, along with the Holy Maiden and 6 other elders. Elder Mo raised his brow. The Holy Maiden and 7 elders summoned simultaneously meant something serious. What happened? They say the Jiangzhou branch was wiped out. All our brothers are dead, the voice lowered. Elder Mo's face darkened. What about Dongchen? How is he? They say he's dead too. Boom. A dull explosion echoed in Mo's mind. Dongchen was his junior disciple and sworn brother since childhood. Who did this? He demanded fiercely. Details are unclear. The sect leader suspects the Jiangzhou underground forces are involved. Elder Mo, please hurry. Don't keep the sect leader and Holy Maiden waiting. He'll be there soon. His footsteps faded away as he sat alone on the edge of the bed, fists clenched tight. The entire Jiangzhou branch destroyed. My brother dead. Isn't Long Qinxiu the leader of the Jiangzhou underground forces? The murderous intent burned in his eyes. Long Qinxiu, I will kill you. After the Dragon King woke up, his spirits improved rapidly. He insisted on getting out of bed and wanted to hold a banquet to thank Ye Qiu, Sun Xingqiu, and the others. Supporting himself on the edge of the bed, his voice still weak but resolute, he said, Zhao Yun, prepare the food and wine at once. I want to host a banquet for Xiao Yi and the others. The soft light in the ward cast a gentle glow. Zhao Yun frowned and quickly stepped forward to steady him. Dragon King, it's already very late. How about we postpone the meal until another day? Your health is the priority. The Dragon King waved him off, his eyes bright as if ready to ignite the air around him. Order the chef to prepare some dishes to go with the wine. Also, bring out my treasured 30-year-aged wine, so I can have a good drink with Xiao Yi and the others. Knowing his temper, Zhao Yun bit the bullet and warned, the poison antidote has just taken effect. Drinking now isn't good for your body. The Dragon King turned his eyes to Ye Qiu. Xiao Yi, is it okay if I have a little wine? Ye Qiu smiled warmly. You shouldn't drink too much, but a small amount is fine. Did you hear that? Xiao Yi said a little is okay. Tonight, he'll only drink 1 cup. Go arrange it quickly. The Dragon King nodded decisively. Seeing his firm stance, Zhao Yun had no choice but to yield and quickly left the ward. Half an hour later, the Dragon Palace's exclusive dining hall was brightly lit. Surrounding the table were blue and white porcelain dishes, and fragrant hot dishes arrived one after another. The jar of 30-year-aged wine was carefully uncorked, its pale amber liquid gleaming softly in the light. Everyone sat around the circular table, raising cups and toasting. Though the Dragon King drank only 1 cup, his cheeks flushed and his mood was high. After several rounds of drinking, he put down his cup and stood solemnly, looking around at everyone. It's rare for me to invite you all to eat. I want to take this opportunity to sincerely thank Old Sun and the 3 health doctors. Over all these years, if it weren't for your wholehearted care, I, Long Qinxiu, would not be alive today. Sun Xingqiu quickly waved his hand, speaking rapidly. Dragon King, you're too kind. Even without us, you would have been fine. One of the health doctors chimed in. Yes, Dragon King. There's an old saying good people have divine protection. That must be referring to you. Another doctor nodded with a smile. But the Dragon King's expression grew serious. I have seen your care all these years and have it engraved in my heart. He then gave Zhao Yun a meaningful look. Zhao Yun understood and took 4 checks out of his suit pocket, placing them solemnly in front of Sun Xingqiu and the 3 health doctors. Sun Xingqiu glanced down, his heart pounding. The amount on each check was a staggering 50 million yuan. He looked up, puzzled. Dragon King, what is this for? The other 3 health doctors also stared at the Dragon King in disbelief. The Dragon King smiled and explained, "You have worked so hard caring for me all these years. This money is a small token of my gratitude. Please accept it." Sun Xingqiu's tone became serious. Dragon King, how can we accept this? We are doctors. Our duty is to save lives. Caring for you is our responsibility. This money we cannot take it. The other doctors also shook their heads vigorously. Dragon King, we really can't accept this. You have always been kind to us and pay us well. You should take the checks back. If you truly want to thank us, just invite us to a drink once you're fully recovered. The Dragon King laughed heartily. When I'm fully healed, I will definitely invite you all to drink. But this money you must accept it. One doctor hesitated, eyes fixed on the checks. But this is far too much. 50 million yuan, it's more than many doctors earn in a lifetime. The Dragon King's tone turned firm. Compared to my life, this amount is nothing. Sun Xingqiu tried to protest again, but the Dragon King suddenly hardened his expression. If you refuse again, he'll get angry. Seeing his determination, Sun Xingqiu paused, then finally accepted the check with both hands. The other 3 doctors exchanged glances and quietly pocketed their checks as well. Only then did the Dragon King show a satisfied smile. That's more like it. Sun Xingqiu lifted his cup earnestly. Dragon King, honestly, today it was thanks to Dr. Ye. It was Dr. Ye who saved your life. The Dragon King turned to Ye Qiu, his gaze full of gratitude. Xiao Yi has saved my life more than once. I will always be thankful to him. Come on, let's have a drink. Zhao Yun urged. Dragon King, you said you'd only have 1 cup, but you just had 2. You really shouldn't drink anymore. The Dragon King held his cup, a drunken gleam in his eyes, and shot Zhao Yun a sideways glance. Mind your own business. With that, he tilted his head back and drained the cup in one gulp. Suddenly, Sun Xingqiu rubbed his hands together and leaned toward Ye Qiu, lowering his voice but keeping it clear. Dr. Yi, do you remember the bet we made earlier? What bet? Ye Qiu was about to ask when the Dragon King's intrigued voice cut in first. Seeing this, Zhao Yun recounted the whole story from a few hours ago that Ye Qiu and Sun Xingqiu had challenged each other on their medical skills, with the wager being that the loser would treat the winner to drinks and become their apprentice. After hearing this, the Dragon King laughed heartily. Looks like Young Yi won. Ye Qiu waved his hand with a smile. It was just a joke with old Sun, nothing serious. Sun Xingqiu's expression turned solemn. Dr. Yi, a bet's a bet. Your skills impressed me deeply today. I admit defeat fully. Since I promised that if I lost, I would not only buy you drinks but also become your student, I intend to keep my word. Ye Qiu never intended to take on an experienced 60-something master as an apprentice. He was about to politely refuse, but Sun Xingqiu suddenly dropped his shoulders abruptly and plop, knelt down on the floor. Master, please accept my bow. Thud, thud, thud. He knocked his head firmly on the floor 3 times. Ye Qiu froze. Is this for real? I haven't even agreed to take you on yet. The 3 nearby health doctors gaped in disbelief. No one expected Sun Xingqiu to be so serious. Ye Qiu quickly reached out to help him up. Old Sun, please get up. My skills aren't good enough to take you as a disciple. But to his surprise, Sun Xingqiu knelt up straighter. If you don't accept me, he'll stay on the floor. Ye Qiu thought to himself, this isn't just paying respects, this is clearly extortion. Sun Xingqiu insisted, your medical expertise is outstanding, and I admire it greatly. Please don't mind my age or slow mind. I sincerely want to learn from you. Ye Qiu felt stuck. If it were a young person, accepting or declining wouldn't be awkward. But Sun Xingqiu was already a highly respected doctor. Accepting him might seem disrespectful, rejecting him might hurt his pride. As things stalled, the Dragon King smiled to ease the tension. Old Sun, kowtowing isn't all it takes to become an apprentice. Have you prepared the formal apprenticeship gift? I have it ready, Sun Xingqiu said, pulling out an heirloom set of golden acupuncture needles from his chest pocket, holding them out with both hands toward Ye Qiu. Master, please accept this as my tribute. The crowd sucked in their breath, amazed at Sun Xingqiu's generosity. Though Ye Qiu liked the golden needles, he knew their significance to the Sun family. He immediately shook his head. Old Sun, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Besides, I'm not planning to take on disciples for now. If you ever need help with medical questions, feel free to come find me. We can learn from each other. Sun Xingqiu still knelt firmly, insisting, no, I want to become your apprentice. Please accept the golden needles. The Dragon King patted Ye Qiu's shoulder. Young Yi, I think Old Sun is sincere. Just accept him. Ye Qiu pondered for a moment, then nodded. Okay, Old Sun, I accept you as my disciple. But please take back the needles. Sun Xingqiu quickly placed the needles into Ye Qiu's palm. Master, these needles will reach their full power in your hands. Please don't refuse. Ye Qiu had no choice but to accept. Thus, his first disciple was born. Afterward, the group resumed drinking, the atmosphere even more lively than before. The gathering didn't break up until 3 in the morning. As everyone left one by one, the Dragon King stayed behind and pulled Ye Qiu aside. Young Yi, wait a moment. The Dragon King left Ye Qiu alone. Ye Qiu understood perfectly, while there was something else the Dragon King wanted to say. Xiao Yi, do you know why I asked you to accept Old Sun as your disciple? The Dragon King spoke first. Ye Qiu shook his head slightly, signaling that he didn't understand. The Dragon King patiently explained, Old Sun is an excellent doctor and also the president of the Jiangzhou Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. Even your hospital's director would have to show him respect. Taking him as a disciple can only benefit you, not harm you. Besides, his attitude is sincere, he truly wants to learn from you. Ye Qiu smiled lightly and nodded in agreement. So it sounds like accepting Old Sun as a disciple was the right decision. The Dragon King added, Old Sun has a wide network in Jiangzhou. You'll definitely find him useful in the future. After a brief pause, the Dragon King changed the subject. Xiao Yi, how exactly did you cure my Yin-Yang snake goo? Ye Qiu didn't hide anything. I've learned how to open the heavenly eye. What? The Dragon King's pupils contracted sharply. Zhao Yun, standing nearby, showed equal shock. When he first met Ye Qiu, the young man barely knew any basic skills. Now he had the abilities of a top dragon list expert and had even mastered opening the heavenly eye. It was terrifying. The Dragon King immediately warned, the technique to open the heavenly eye must never be mentioned to anyone else. Understood. Ye Qiu nodded. He knew that such a mystical skill would bring nothing but trouble if word leaked out. Once he confirmed Ye Qiu's understanding, the Dragon King turned to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, bring it here. Yes. Zhao Yun stepped into the room and soon returned with a document, holding it out to Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu unfolded the papers. His brow slightly raised. It was a share transfer agreement. What does this mean? He asked, puzzled. It's the share transfer of Joy Plaza, the Dragon King replied calmly, but seriously. Once you sign it, Joy Plaza will be yours from now on. Joy Plaza was the largest shopping center in Jiangzhou, worth hundreds of millions. Ye Qiu hadn't expected the Dragon King to be so generous. His heart jolted, and he hastily waved his hand. Dragon King, thank you for your kindness, but I can't accept this. You've saved my life many times. This is just a token of my gratitude. You must accept it, the Dragon King said firmly. Ye Qiu wanted to refuse again, but the Dragon King cut him off. You're already the underground boss of Jiangzhou. How can you command your men without funds? A man needs more than power. You need money. Nowadays, money makes the world turn. Still, Ye Qiu hesitated. This was a priceless shopping plaza after all. The Dragon King spoke again. Xiao Yi, you have to grow strong quickly. You have many enemies, not just Feng Yuling and his people, but also Xiao Qingdi. One day, you'll have to go to the capital. Who knows what new enemies you'll face? You have to build your foundation now, or what can you rely on to stand up to them? Ye Qiu smiled bitterly. Dragon King, I understand what you're saying, but even if I accept the plaza, I don't know how to run a business. I'm just a doctor. The Dragon King laughed heartily. It doesn't matter if you can't manage it. Someone will help you. Who? Your woman. My woman? Ye Qiu was stunned for a moment. Lin Jingji. The Dragon King hinted. She's a business prodigy. With her in charge, the plaza's profits will at least double within 2 years. Ye Qiu still shook his head. Dragon King, you should keep the plaza for yourself. The Dragon King's face turned serious. Xiao Yi, if you refuse me again, he'll be angry. Sign the papers now. Zhao Yun also urged. Ye Qiu, this is the Dragon King's heartfelt gift. Please accept it. Ye Qiu reluctantly signed his name on the equity transfer document. The Dragon King beamed with satisfaction and casually closed the file. Tomorrow, have Zhao Yun handle the formalities. It's getting late, you should rest. But Ye Qiu didn't stand up. Dragon King, I have an idea and would like your advice. What is it? Ye Qiu shared his plan. He didn't want to appear in the spotlight himself. He wanted Han Long to take the stage while he directed things behind the scenes. The Dragon King lightly tapped the table. Very good. There's an old saying, the tree that stands out in the forest will be the first to be blown down. You've become the underground leader of Jiangzhou at such a young age. Many envy you and want you eliminated. By putting Han Long front and center, all the guns will aim at him first. Isn't that a bit underhanded? Ye Qiu frowned. Great achievements don't care about trivial details. Besides, Han Long is the sworn son of the 9,000-year-old. Ordinary people wouldn't dare touch him. The Dragon King said confidently. Ye Qiu thought it over and realized he was right. The Dragon King added, if you have any private matters, hand them over to Zhao Yun. The brothers on Jiang's house streets all owe him respect. Understood. Ye Qiu nodded. The Dragon King's expression suddenly grew serious. There's something important. We wiped out the Jiangzhou branch of the Wushan cult. Dong Chen died. The cult will definitely send people to investigate. Han Long at the front can shield you from bullets. But if these madmen fix their sights on you, they won't give up easily. Don't worry, they'll be careful. You and brother Zhao should also stay vigilant. Then Ye Qiu detailed the attack on Lin Jingji. Dragon King, who do you think the employer is? The Dragon King contemplated for a moment. No evidence yet. The most suspicious are Feng Yuling and Xiao Qingdi. Most likely one of them hired the killer. This was consistent with Lin Jingxi's judgment. Ye Qiu pressed further. Who's more likely? Feng Yuling. Why? He's narrow-minded and vindictive. At that banquet, Yu and Lin Jingxi humiliated him. He won't let that go. As for resorting to hired murder, someone arrogant like Xiao Qingdi would probably disdain such a lowly tactic. The Dragon King paused, then warned, don't underestimate Feng Yuling. He often hangs out with Zhou Hao and Li Qianqing. 3 mediocre minds together can become a formidable force. You have to be on guard. I will, Ye Qiu nodded. I want to trouble brother Zhao to help investigate this. No problem. I'll have Zhao Yan look into it. The Dragon King stared intently at Ye Qiu. Xiao Yi, if the evidence is solid and Feng Yuling turns out to be the culprit, what will you do? A cold light flashed in Ye Qiu's eyes. He replied with a single word, kill. Ye Qiu had made up his mind. No matter who hired the assassin, as soon as he found proof, he would never show mercy. While pouring tea, Long Wang warned him, Feng Yuling is one of Jiang's Hao's 4 young masters, and behind him stands the entire Feng family. If you make a move against him, you're declaring war on the Feng clan. Besides, Feng Yuling is very close with Zhou Hao and Li Qianqing. Should you kill Feng Yuling, they will surely seek revenge and then you'll have 2 more enemies to deal with. Ye Qiu tapped his thumb lightly on the table, furrowing his brow, and though they hadn't expected to have to consider so many complications just to kill one person. Yet the hesitation lasted only a moment before his gaze sharpened again. If it really is Feng Yuling behind this, then he'll wipe them all out together. His voice was cold, brimming with deadly intent. Good. Long Wang smiled broadly, revealing white teeth. That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. Once you make up your mind, you must eradicate the roots completely, or else troubles will never end. I've noted that. Lin Jingxi had told him much the same a few days ago. Long Wang glanced at the clock on the wall. It's late. Go home and get some rest. All right, you get some rest too. Ye Qiu said goodbye and, once home, immediately fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Ye Qiu arrived at the hospital on time. Upon entering the lobby, he spotted Zhang Lili. Several young nurses were bossing her around at the reception desk. Zhang Lili, wipe the table clean. Later, mop the floor too. Make sure you clean out the trash cans, as well. Back in the day, not just the nurses, but even attending doctors would respectfully call her Sister Lily. Since Guo Xiaokong's death and Vice Dean Guo Dhanu's dismissal, she lost her support and was soon demoted to the staff assistant station. Even there she was shunned, forbidden to care for patients, and relegated to menial cleaning tasks. Outsiders might mistake her for an external janitor. Zhang Lili, what's wrong with you? Can't even wipe down a table properly? Are you handless or blind? A young nurse snapped coldly. Another chimed in immediately. I think she must be blind. Otherwise, how could she dump Dr. Yi for Guo? A third joined seriously. Dr. Yes, tall, handsome, an excellent doctor who famously cured Director Li's father at the health bureau. If I could date him, I'd wake up laughing every morning. But this stupid woman picked that useless Guo instead. She's definitely blind. Laughter and mockery echoed around her. Zhang Lili lowered her head, clenching the rag harder and harder as tears welled up in her eyes. Before, these people had called her sweetly Sister Lily. Now, they treated her like a servant, shouting orders and humiliating her openly. If Xiaocong hadn't died, if Vice Dean Guo hadn't been fired, would you dare treat me like this? You bunch of dogs. She thought angrily and painfully. She had sunk so low, and yet Ye Qiu still hadn't shown up to help. Did he not know what she was going through? Just then, one nurse stepped up, pretending concern. Sister Lily, we're just joking with you. Don't take it to heart. Zhang Lili remained silent. Oh, what's that on your face? The nurse suddenly remarked softly. Instinctively, Zhang Lili raised a hand to touch her face, but the nurse stopped her. Don't move, Sister Lily. I'll take it off for you. A flicker of malice shone in the nurse's eyes. Slap. A sharp slap landed hard across Zhang Lili's face. Caught completely off guard, she stumbled back 3 or 4 steps before collapsing onto the cold, hard floor. Pain and humiliation flared across her cheeks like fire. She looked up, glaring angrily. What do you mean by that? The young nurse crossed her arms, voice sharp and cutting. You've got the nerve to ask? Back when Guo Xiaokongus, as he was still alive, you used the fact that you were his girlfriend to bully me, even slapped me. This slap just pays you back. With that, she grabbed a grimy rag from the table and slapped it onto Zhang Lili's face. The wet, dirty water splattered everywhere. Clean the lobby floor. If I see a single speck of dust, they'll complain to the nurse station and have you kicked out of the hospital. Passers-by chuckled and whispered, their voices like needles stabbing into Zhang Lili's heart. Once, she had bossed these nurses around just like this. But now the tables had turned. She was the laughingstock. Burned by shame and anger, she screamed silently inside. Ye Qiu, where are you? Hurry and help me. Suddenly, a familiar figure pushed through the crowd. Ye Qiu. A spark lit up in Zhang Lili's eyes the instant she saw him. At the same time, the nurses glanced nervously at Ye Qiu, stiffening, worried he might defend Zhang Lili. But Ye Qiu didn't even look at them. He walked straight up to Zhang Lili with a calm tone. Are you okay? His concern brought tears of joy to Zhang Lili's eyes. I'm fine. I'm fine. Good. Then get back to work. Ye Qiu said, then turned and steadily walked toward the elevator. Zhang Lily froze. Wasn't he here to help her? Why was he leaving so quickly? She couldn't believe it until he disappeared inside the elevator. The nurses burst out laughing first. See that, Zhang Lily? Even Dr. Yi doesn't care if you live or die. Still standing there? Get back to work. Her emotions shattered. Zhang Lily jumped up and slammed the dirty rag down heavily. She shouted in fury, "Screw you. I quit." Then she stormed angrily toward the surgery department. To her, Ye Qiu's attitude was a blatant insult, and she refused to swallow it. Inside the consultation room, Ye Qiu had just sat down when the door was slammed open. "What are you doing here? If you've got nothing to say, leave. I have patients to see." His brow furrowed slightly. Zhang Lily burned with rage. "Ye Qiu, you heartless jerk. I followed you for so long, and now when people bully me, you don't help. On top of that, you humiliate me in public. Are you even a man?" Ye Qiu flipped through a medical chart without looking up. "Done talking? Then leave and don't interrupt my work." His coldness only made Zhang Lily fiercer. Like a cornered dog, she howled. "Is it because I dumped you? You want to take revenge? I won't give you the chance. Consider this official. I'm done. I'm quitting this lousy hospital." Pointing at Ye Qiu, her words struck like daggers. "Don't think you're someone special just because you became permanent staff. In my eyes, you're a hopeless loser forever. You'll never forget this humiliation today. One day, I'll pay you back tenfold. Goodbye." While Zhang Lily was furiously shouting at Ye Qiu, in a high-end private hospital in Jiangzhou, Feng Yuling's face was dark and grim. The hospital room's curtains were half drawn. The afternoon sunlight filtered through in scattered patches, but failed to dispel the gloom in his heart. Why was there still no news? An ominous feeling swelled heavier and heavier inside his chest. Creaked door to the ward opened, and Zhou Hao led Li Qiansheng inside. Their leather shoes clicked sharply against the pristine white floor. Seeing Feng Yuling's sullen expression, Li Qiansheng immediately curled his fingers in a delicate gesture and cooed in a teasing voice. "Yuling Gij, what's wrong? Are you too tired? Want me to give you a massage to help you relax? Get lost." Feng Yuling snapped, his voice cutting through like shards of ice. Li Qiansheng flinched from the roar and immediately put on a hurt look, wrapping his arms around Zhou Hao's arm and batting his eyes coquettishly. "How Gij, look? Yuling Gij is being mean to me again. He's so mean to me. Boo-hoo. Shut your mouth. Say that again, and I swear I'll kill you." Feng Yuling shouted again, a cold, murderous gleam flashing in his eyes. Li Qiansheng shrank away behind Zhou Hao, mumbling under his breath, "Freak," but dared not say another word. Zhou Hao stepped in to smooth things over. "Yuling, what exactly is wrong? The assassin I hired can't be reached." "Can't be reached? Did he run off?" Zhou Hao frowned. "I don't know." Feng Yuling shook his head, looking grave. "I suspect something happened to him." "You mean failed to kill Lin Jingji?" Zhou Hao said, drawing in a sharp breath. Feng Yuling nodded heavily. "Lin Jingji is so famous in Jiangzhou. If she were really dead, the whole city would be in an uproar, with non-stop news coverage. He'll check now." Zhou Hao took out his phone and made a call. The only sound in the ward was the ticking of the clock, the atmosphere suffocating. 3 minutes later, Zhou Hao's phone rang again. After hanging up, he looked at Feng Yuling. "Lin Jingji isn't dead. She even went to a company meeting early this morning." Bang! Feng Yuling slammed his fist against the wall, making the plasterboard tremble. "Damn it, can't even kill a woman. What a waste of money and effort." Li Qiansheng hurried forward with a placating smile. "Yuling Gij, don't be angry. What if you hurt yourself? I believe there's always a way." "Shut up, freak." Feng Yuling's mood plummeted. He had spent a fortune hiring that assassin, paying a 10 million yuan deposit up front. Now the target was alive, and his money was gone. Zhou Hao calmly tried to reassure him. "Yuling, don't rush. We'll think of other plans. There's always a chance to get rid of her." Feng Yuling rubbed his forehead irritably. "You don't know Xiao Gongzi hasn't even answered his calls these past 2 days. If we can't calm his anger, all three of us are doomed. We have to find a way to kill Lin Jingji." Li Qiansheng hesitated, then timidly suggested, "What if we kill Ye Qiu first? Can't even kill Lin Jingji, and you want to kill Ye Qiu? Have you lost your mind?" Feng Yuling snapped back. Li Qiansheng's eyes welled with tears, clutching his sleeve, almost crying. Zhou Hao agreed reluctantly. "Yeah, actually, compared to killing Ye Qiu, Lin Jingji is easier." Feng Yuling nodded coldly. Lin Jingji crippled Xiao Gongzi's legs. Only by killing her can we ease his mood a bit. The assassin you hired failed, which proves Lin Jingji has expert protection. After one attempt, shall be more cautious. Killing her won't be easy. Lin Jingji is a very clever woman. I'm worried she might suspect that we're planning to kill her, so we have to strike first before she gets the chance to act against us." The room fell into a heavy silence, thick with tension that made it hard to breathe. The three men furrowed their brows, lost in deep thought, each weighed down by their own concerns. Suddenly, Li Qiansheng's phone vibrated. He stood up quickly and walked outside, saying as he left, "I'm going to take this call." Outside the door, he shifted uneasily, clearly anxious. Less than half a minute later, he rushed back in, his face glowing with excitement. "Brother Hao, Brother Yuling, great news. Tremendous news. Zhou Hao and Feng Yuling instinctively turned to Li Qianqing, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Zhou Hao was the first to ask, "What news?" Li Qianqing beamed as he answered, "I know a young man who's very well connected. He told me that the power in Jiang's house underworld has changed hands." Feng Yuling's eyes lit up immediately. "You mean the Dragon King was taken down?" Li Qianqing nodded. "Yes, that young man said the 9,000-year-old has deposed the Dragon King. Then Jiangzhou has a new boss now?" Zhou Hao pressed. "That's right," Li Qianqing smiled. "The new boss is named Han Long, the adopted son of the 9,000-year-old. I heard he's injured and currently receiving treatment at Jiangzhou Hospital." Li Qianqing added eagerly, "I really want to know what Boss Han looks like. Is he a tough guy or a gentle type? I wish I could meet him." Zhou Hao shot Li Qianqing a cold glare, and the latter immediately shut his mouth. Feng Yuling frowned, thinking for a moment. "Brother Hao, Jiang's house takeover is good news for us. We can use Han Long to our advantage. What's your plan?" Zhou Hao asked. "That dead demon just said Han Long's injured and hospitalized, right? I know a famous doctor in Jiangzhou named Sun Xingshou. We should bring him to treat Han Long and build a relationship. Maybe Han Long will help us deal with Lin Jingji and Ye Qiu." "Good idea," Zhou Hao decided at once. "Yuling, don't waste time, contact Sun Xingshou right away." Feng Yuling pulled out his phone and made a few quick calls. Soon after, he said, "We've reached Sun Xingshou. Let's go pick him up and head straight to Jiangzhou Hospital to see Han Long." Earlier that morning, Ye Qiu had just finished seeing patients when he suddenly remembered that Han Long was still in the hospital. He decided to visit him. But as he reached the ICU corridor, he spotted Feng Yuling, Zhou Hao, and Li Qianqing standing at Han Long's room door, all wearing warm smiles that suggested a close, almost familial relationship with Han Long. What surprised Ye Qiu even more was seeing Sun Xingshou there as well, his expression uneasy and unnatural. When Feng Yuling noticed someone approaching, he instinctively turned and recognized Ye Qiu. His smile vanished instantly. "What are you doing here?" he asked coldly. Ye Qiu smiled calmly and replied, "I came to see Boss Han." Feng Yuling sneered, "Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve to treat Boss Han?" Ye Qiu kept smiling softly and asked without impatience, "Then Feng, who do you think actually deserves to treat Boss Han?" Feng Yuling pointed at Sun Xingshou and said coldly, "Sun Xingshou is the most famous doctor in Jiangzhou." Sun Xingshou seemed not to notice the remark at all. His face flushed awkwardly, his eyes shifting away, clearly hurt by the conversation. Li Qianqing quickly jumped in to back him up. Sun Xingshou's reputation in Jiang's house medical circles is well known as a veteran expert. Zhou Hao agreed. Sun Xingshou's skill is exceptional, a true miracle worker. Finally unable to bear it, Sun Xingshou stepped forward, trembling as he knelt before Ye Qiu and shouted, "Teacher, I pay my respects." Feng Yuling's expression froze. His smile disappeared without a trace. Not only was Feng Yuling stunned, but Zhou Hao and Li Qianqing were speechless as well. The three of them stood frozen at the hospital room's entrance, as if rooted to the spot, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Then, in full view of everyone, the man in his 60s, Sun Xingshou, suddenly dropped to one knee with a plop, clasped his fists above his head respectfully, and called out loudly, "Greetings, master." Sun Xingshou kneeling to Ye Qiu and calling him master? Feng Yuling's mind went completely blank. Just based on age alone, this gesture defied all common sense. Sun Xingshou was well into his 60s, while Ye Qiu was barely in his early 20s. It seemed impossible for them to have a teacher-student relationship. Feng Yuling forced back his shock, his face darkening as if it could drip water, and demanded harshly, "Sun Xingshou, what is the meaning of this?" Sun Xingshou looked at him calmly but resolutely. "Young Master Feng, Dr. Yi is my teacher." "Impossible," Feng Yuling blurted out. "You're so much older than Ye Qiu. How could he be your teacher?" "In medicine, the one who excels is the teacher," Sun Xingshou said solemnly. "Dr. Ye's medical skills are unparalleled. Being able to study under him is my honor." "Well, you're honored, but I just look ridiculous." Feng Yuling felt a weight on his chest, almost like he might vomit blood right then and there. He had traveled thousands of miles to bring Sun Xingshou here to treat Han Long's wounds, hoping to use this connection to gain favor with Han Long. But the savior turned out to be Ye Qiu's disciple. Talk about shooting oneself in the foot. Sun Xingshou added, "Young Master Feng, since my master is here, please let him examine Brother Han. His medical skills far surpass mine by 100-fold. Feng Yuling's face turned ashen. Sensing the tension, Zhou Hao quickly tugged his sleeve and tried to soften the mood. "Yuling, with Dr. Yi here, there's no doubt Han Long's injury will be taken care of. Let's head back and visit him another day." Yes, no need to bother Han Long, let's go. He probably wants to sleep," Li Qianqing chimed in, giving Zhou Hao a flirtatious wink, causing Zhou Hao to awkwardly look away. Weighing the pros and cons, Feng Yuling realized it was best to back off for now. He turned toward the bed and forced a smile. "Brother Han, we'll come see you another day." Han Long replied quietly, expressionless. The three turned on their heels and walked out, their shoes clicking rapidly on the polished hospital floor. At that moment, Ye Qiu spoke softly, "Young Master Feng, please wait." Feng Yuling stopped in his tracks and turned, his eyes cold as ice. Dr. Yi, what do you want? Not advice, Ye Qiu said, narrowing his eyes, his tone suddenly sharp. I just want to ask you one thing. Why did you try to kill Lin Jingji? Boom. A dull roar exploded in Feng Yuling's mind. His heart raced, but he maintained a confused expression. Dr. Yi, I don't understand. What do you mean? Do you really not understand, or are you pretending? Ye Qiu said evenly. Last night, an assassin disguised as a food delivery rider tried to kill Miss Lin. I caught him on the spot. He said the three of you hired him. Zhou Hao quickly raised his hand, denying it. Nonsense. I, Zhou Hao, have always been honorable. How could I hire a killer? Dr. Yi, you can't be scaring me. I'm timid since childhood. I wouldn't even dare step on an ant. How could I hire an assassin to kill Lin Jingji? Li Qianxing echoed nervously. Ye Qiu's gaze swept over the two before saying coldly, if it's not young Master Zhou or young Master Li, then it must be you, young Master Feng. Before he finished speaking, there was a crisp click as Ye Qiu's hand shot out like lightning, gripping Feng Yuling's neck and lifting him off the ground. You, what are you doing? Feng Yuling's face flushed crimson, his legs kicking wildly in midair. Zhou Hao panicked, speaking rapidly. Ye Qiu, please let's talk this through. Don't use violence. Li Qianxing screamed sharply. Hey, Dr. Yi, what are you doing? Stop fighting, stop fighting. Shut up. Ye Qiu had long been irritated by Li Qianxing's effeminate manner. He shot him a cold glare, then turned his gaze to Feng Yuling, his voice edged with accusation. If I'm not mistaken, you hired someone to assassinate Sister Lin, all to avenge Xiao Qingdi, right? Feng Yuling panicked, shaking his head frantically and struggling to speak. No, I didn't. Let go of me. Ye Qiu didn't loosen his grip. If you admit that you hired that killer to go after Sister Lin, they'll let you go immediately. Feng Yuling's face turned pale, teeth clenched as he said, I do hate that Lin Jingji. That bitch, it's true. But hiring a hitman? I'm not that ruthless. That killer was definitely not sent by me. Really not. Ye Qiu's stare grew even fiercer. Really not. I swear, if that assassin was ordered by me, I wouldn't be alive right now. Feng Yuling's voice trembled. Only then did Ye Qiu release him, but suddenly slapped him hard across the face. What the hell? Why did you hit me? Feng Yuling gasped, angry and shocked as he touched his stinging cheek. Ye Qiu's tone was ice cold. Remember this. Lin Jingji is my woman. If I hear you call her that word again, I swear I'll cut your tongue out. Now get the hell out of here. Feng Yuling's eyes blazed with fury. Ye Qiu, watch yourself. I'm no pushover, you can just squeeze it well. Don't push me too far, or I won't show mercy either. Dare to threaten me? Ye Qiu's face darkened, killing intent flashing in his eyes. The tension in the room was unbearable. Zhou Hao quickly grabbed Feng Yuling and rushed him out, with Li Qianxing close behind. Silence fell again over the ward. Sun Xingqiu stepped forward and apologized to Ye Qiu. Master, I'm sorry. I didn't know you and Mr. Feng had this conflict. If I had, I wouldn't have come here no matter what. Ye Qiu waved him off. It's fine. You're a doctor. Your duty is to save lives. I won't blame you. He turned and asked Han Long, how are you feeling? Much better. Thank you for saving me. Han Long replied respectfully. No problem. Rest well. There's still important work waiting for us once you heal, Ye Qiu reminded him. Sun Xingqiu listened quietly to their exchange, silently wondering if Master was even more formidable than Han Long. Ye Qiu glanced at him and said, Old son, since you're here, run a full physical exam on Han Long. I have other matters to attend to. Okay. Sun Xingqiu nodded and went to Han Long's bedside. Ye Qiu returned to the consulting room and resumed seeing patients. Near the end of his shift, he noticed a hospital WeChat announcement by Bing had been promoted. After Guadagno's dismissal, the executive deputy director position was vacant. Following careful discussion by the health bureau and hospital leadership, Bai Bing was appointed. The chat exploded with congratulations, but Ye Qiu remained silent, thinking that after work he should personally go congratulate Bai Bing. However, when he arrived at Bai Bing's office, she had already left. Bai Bing was usually a workaholic, often staying late. Why did she leave so early today? Never mind. He'd congratulate her tomorrow. Ye Qiu went home, ate dinner, and retreated into his room to cultivate the 9 turns divine dragon technique until midnight. Just as he finished showering, his phone rang. The caller ID showed Bai Bing. Ye Qiu answered. Hello, Director Bai. Her voice was slurred and unclear. I'm at True Love Bar, come pick me up. Before he could say anything, the call disconnected. Director Bai got drunk? Ye Qiu's heart raced. He didn't hesitate and threw on his clothes, rushing out the door immediately. True Love Bar is a very popular spot in Jiangzhou, beloved by many young people. The night was deep, and the neon lights cast a sultry red glow on the pavement outside. Ye Qiu paid the driver, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door. This was his first time ever stepping into a bar. The air was thick with the mixed scents of cigarette smoke, beer, and perfume, making him frown slightly. The DJ blasted the music at full volume. The pounding drums seemed ready to shatter the floor. Countless young men and women swayed wildly under the flashing lights. Ye Qiu stood out in a simple white shirt and casual pants, an unremarkable outfit, but his handsome, refined face, and naturally aloof aura quickly caught the attention of several girls. "Hey handsome, free later?" A heavily made-up girl in high heels swayed up to him, smiling flirtatiously. "For what?" Ye Qiu looked up. "If you're free, I'll treat you to some late-night snacks." He had heard the usual pickup lines men used to charm women in bars, but hadn't expected women to use such a cliché approach on men. He glanced her over. Barely 5 feet tall, a large face with dull skin, and a slightly pudgy figure overall, answering to the phrase poorly developed. "Sorry, I'm not that kind of person." "What do you mean? You think I'm that kind of person?" The girl's voice rose sharply. "You're lucky I even noticed you, ungrateful jerk." She shot Ye Qiu a glare, then swayed away. Ye Qiu didn't bother to argue. He slipped further into the crowd, scanning through the flickering, intense lights for White Bing's figure. The music grew louder and more chaotic as the dancers lost themselves to the beat. After searching a while, he finally spotted her familiar silhouette sitting by a tall stool in the corner. "Oh my god, is that Director Bai?" His heart skipped a beat. He thought he must be hallucinating. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again. Sure enough, it was Bai Bing. Usually at the hospital, she was impeccably dressed in crisp professional attire, hair neatly tied back, competent and dignified. But now, her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, bright red lips vibrant under the lights. She wore a tight-fitting, ultra-short pink dress with a plunging neckline that revealed elegant collarbones. Her smooth white back was largely exposed, glowing softly under the lighting like it was dusted with a shimmering halo. Sexy, captivating, true goddess. Director Bai dressed like this, and all alone. Isn't she just teasing those beasts intentionally? Ye Qiu felt a sour ache in his chest. Sure enough, 2 blonde guys plopped down on either side of Bai Bing, smirking wickedly. Anyone could guess their intentions. Ye Qiu quickly stepped forward, standing in front of them with a voice cold as ice. "Move. Kid, who do you think you are? This girl is ours. Don't you know first come, first served?" One of them sneered. "She's my girlfriend," Ye Qiu said calmly. "Huh, you say she's your girlfriend? Got any proof?" "Want proof?" Ye Qiu casually grabbed a glass from the table, fingers closing around it tightly. Crack. The glass shattered into powder, shards falling through his palm. "Is this proof enough?" Ye Qiu said coldly. "If not, I'll use your heads as evidence." The 2 blondes turned pale, waving their hands frantically. "Bro, sorry, we didn't mean any trouble." They quickly slipped away from the crowd. The 2 young men immediately ran off. If they had waited any longer, someone might have really gotten hurt. The only ones left in the bar's private room were Ye Qiu and Bai Bing. Ye Qiu sat down right beside her and spoke softly with concern. "Director Bai, are you alright?" Bai Bing turned to him. Her cheeks flushed, eyes glazed with drunkenness. When she recognized him, her eyes curved into a gentle smile like a child's. "You came? Stay and drink with me, drink." The alcohol softened her usual poised sharpness and added a touch of charm. Her fitted professional suit outlined her curves clearly, and coupled with her unconscious smile, it was enough to stir feelings. "Director Bai, you really shouldn't drink anymore." Ye Qiu reached out to take her glass. "I want to drink, so I will." Bai Bing lifted her finger to him. "Don't call me director, call me Sister Bing." "Sister Bing, you've already had too much. You really can't drink anymore." "Ye Qiu, are we friends?" she suddenly asked. "Of course we are." "Then stay with me. We won't leave until we're drunk." With that, she threw back her glass in one gulp. Looking closely at her expression, Ye Qiu grew even more puzzled. She had just been promoted today and should have been happy, yet her mood was clearly down. "Sister Bing, they'll drink with you. But you have to tell me you had exactly is bothering you? Forget it. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. You helped me when I was in trouble before. But now you have problems and won't say a word. What do you take me for? Even if I said, you couldn't help." Bai Bing waved him off and cut off the subject. Enough of the sad talk. "Drink." She proceeded to down 2 bottles of whiskey in a row before finally collapsing heavily onto the sofa. Ye Qiu's heart tightened, and he sighed softly. Such a foolish woman. He bent down and lifted Bai Bing, expertly finding the keys in her bag, to open the apartment door. After setting her down on the living room couch, he was about to stand when he heard her mumble, "Water, water." Ye Qiu hurriedly poured a glass of warm water, propped her up, and patiently helped her drink it. Bai Bing half closed her eyes. The sharp contrast of black and white in her pupils reflected the light, like blooming peach blossoms in full flush. "Sister Bing, do you feel any better?" Suddenly, she threw herself into his arms, her little fists punching his chest repeatedly. "You're so mean. Mean as can be. You don't know how to care for me at all." Ye Qiu froze in place. In the hospital, this ice goddess was always cold, and aloof. Never imagined she could act like a little girl and act spoiled. So hot Bai Bing clutched her chest, gasping for breath. The summer night was stifling, and the alcohol made her sweat lightly at her temples. "I'll turn on the AC." Ye Qiu rummaged through the living room to find the remote and pressed the button. As cold air sprang to life, he finally turned back around. When he looked back after switching on the air conditioner, his blood instantly ran hot. Bai Bing loosened the straps of her dress, revealing a patch of pale, flawless skin. What was most striking were her delicate, slender hands, tearing at her clothes as she gasped breathlessly. clearly quite drunk. Ye Qiu had never seen Bai Bing like this before, and he could feel his own body reacting involuntarily. He needed to leave immediately. Staying any longer could lead to trouble. After all, Ye Qiu was a normal man, and he feared losing control and doing something he shouldn't with Bai Bing. Bing Jia. Bing Jia, Ye Qiu called softly, hoping to say goodbye. But suddenly, Bai Bing lunged at him, wrapping her arms around his neck, pressing her bright red lips against his. This was way too forward. Ye Qiu's mind went blank. As she kissed his cheek, Bai Bing murmured seductively, faster. This was a far cry from Bai Bing's usual composed, dignified demeanor. Could her poised image at the hospital have been just an act? Was this her true self? No, Director Bai wasn't like this normally. Something felt wrong. Ye Qiu gently pushed her away and looked at her closely. Her cheeks were unusually flushed, and a faint pink tint spread across her neck and back. Her eyes, glazed and unfocused, held a desperate yearning. No, this wasn't the gaze of drunkenness. Ye Qiu grabbed her wrist and took her pulse. Quickly, he figured out what was happening. Bai Bing had been drugged. His face darkened with anger. How stupid, she went off alone to a bar dressed like that? Of course someone would slip her something. Swish. Ye Qiu pressed a finger sharply against her neck. Bai Bing's head lolled to the side, and her body went limp, collapsing onto the sofa, unconscious. Then Ye Qiu pulled out a gold needle and swiftly inserted 2 acupuncture points. One hand pressed firmly against her back, channeling his inner energy steadily into her body. 5 minutes later, he withdrew his hand. Soft snores came from Bai Bing's nostrils. Ye Qiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, she met me today. If it had been anyone else, her innocence would have been lost. He glanced at her. Under the soft lighting, Bai Bing's skin was as white and smooth as jade. Her figure perfect curves in all the right places, with long, toned legs that were captivating. Her disheveled clothes added an unexpected allure. Ye Qiu's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he dug his phone from his pocket and took several photos of her. Chuckling quietly, he said, Director Bai, you look really beautiful like this. I'll keep a few pictures for myself. He snapped 2 or 3 dozen photos from various angles. After reviewing them carefully, he put the phone away, satisfied. In her sleepy state, Bai Bing shifted and turned her back to Ye Qiu. Instantly, a flawless shaped curve appeared. The tight outline sent a surge of heat through Ye Qiu again. Especially under the light, her back skin gleamed like white jade, glowing softly. Ye Qiu couldn't resist reaching out to stroke it. So smooth. Like silk. No, I have to get out of here quickly. Staying any longer will definitely cause trouble. Ye Qiu carried Bai Bing into the bedroom and gently laid her down on the bed, carefully tucking in the blanket around her. As he glanced up, his eyes caught a photograph on the nightstand. Only half of it remained intact. In the photo, Bai Bing sat on a lush green lawn, her smile radiant and bright. The other half had been torn away. Ye Qiu didn't dwell on it and quietly slipped out of the room. Just as he stepped into the living room, Bai Bing's phone suddenly rang. Who would be calling Director Bai at this late hour? A flicker of doubt crossed Ye Qiu's mind. He walked over to the sofa and glanced at the caller. It was an unfamiliar number. Before long, the call was disconnected. Just as Ye Qiu was about to move away, the phone rang again. The same number. Could it be something urgent? After a brief hesitation, Ye Qiu answered the call. Before he could speak, a familiar male voice came through. Bai Bing, you finally picked up. These past few days, I've been dying to reach you. The voice was unmistakable. Xiao Qingdi. I visited your father today. He's in good health, so don't worry. I even stayed for dinner. Your second uncle and cousin Bai Yujing were there too. We had a pleasant chat. Bai Bing, are you listening? Ye Qiu interrupted from the side. She's not listening. She's asleep. Suddenly, Xiao Qingdi's tone stiffened and turned cold. Who are you? How are you with Bai Bing? I'm Bing's boyfriend, Ye Qiu responded confidently. There's no way Bai Bing has a boyfriend unless you're Ye Qiu. Xiao Qingdi pieced things together. Ye Qiu chuckled. Xiao Gongzi has a good memory, remembering a small-town guy like me all the way from Beijing. Quite an honor. Xiao Qingdi's voice grew harsh. You killed my servant Lin Jingji and crippled my legs. I will never forget. Why are you pestering about my relationship with Bai Bing? Xiao Qingdi pressed. Ye Qiu sneered. Xiao Gongzi, not only are your legs ruined, but your mind isn't working well either. Of course, I'm Bing's boyfriend. Otherwise, why would I be by her side? And what about her? I already said, Bing is sleeping. On the other end, Xiao Qingdi was seething with rage. Late at night, Bai Bing lay in bed asleep with Ye Qiu beside her. What did that mean? They were clearly close. Xiao Qingdi wanted nothing more than to jump down the line and beat Ye Qiu up. You bastard. This is more than just a grudge over a wife, it's mortal hatred. Suppressing his fury, he said coldly, Ye Qiu, no matter how far things go between you and Bai Bing, I'm telling you, Bai Bing will be mine in the end. She can only belong to me, Xiao Qingdi. Ye Qiu shot back without flinching. Then hey, raise something else for you to know. Bing is carrying my child. Heavy breathing came through the phone, followed by Xiao Qingdi's roar. Ye Qiu, you better stay put in Jiangzhou. If you dare come to Beijing, they'll make sure you never return. Click. The call was cut off, but Ye Qiu felt an inexplicable sense of relief swelling in his chest. He calmly set down the phone and muttered to himself, time to go home and get some sleep. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Ye Qiu was jolted awake by a sharp, urgent ring. On the other end was Zhao Yun's grave voice. Bad news? Ye Qiu, something's happened. Ye Qiu asked anxiously, Brother Zhao, what's going on? On the other end of the line, Zhao Yun lowered his voice. I just got news that the witch god cult is sending people to Jiangzhou soon to investigate Dong Chen's murder. Hearing the name witch god cult, Ye Qiu's racing heart slowly settled. Nothing to be afraid of. When soldiers come, we fight back. When water comes, we use earth to block it. Don't be so careless, warned Zhao Yun. Those people are maniacs. They'd do anything. You, me, and the Dragon King, we all have to be careful. I understand, Ye Qiu nodded. After confirming a few more safety details, they hung up. As dawn broke, Ye Qiu got out of bed. The sound of running water came from the bathroom as he quickly washed his face. His eyes in the mirror were still sharp and alert. When he entered the dining room, Qian Jinglan had already set out a steaming breakfast. The aroma of soy milk mingled with the savory scent of fried eggs. Mid-meal, Qian Jinglan suddenly asked, Qiu'er, where were you last night? Ye Qiu paused with his chopsticks. Mom, how do you know I went out? Don't worry about how I know. What were you doing out in the middle of the night? A date? No. Ye Qiu hurriedly shook his head and explained honestly. Director Bai got drunk last night and asked me to take her home. Qian Jinglan's eyes lit up with a teasing smile. Qiu'er, are you dating Director Bai? No. If not, then why did she have you send her back so late? She's working alone in Jiangzhou, has few friends, and no one to look out for her. Is Director Bai not local to Jiangzhou? She's from Jingqing. Jingqing, huh? Qian Jinglan's hand holding the spoon froze, her expression distant as if recalling some memory. She fell silent for a moment. Ye Qiu noticed and asked, Mom, what's wrong? Nothing. She snapped back, then said earnestly, Qiu'er, men have to take the initiative. What do you mean? If you like someone, you have to speak up and pursue her. Director Bai is beautiful, educated, has good temperament, and most importantly, she has a big behind she'll definitely bear you a son someday. Here we go again. Ye Qiu rubbed his temple. Am not right for Director Bai? Why not? I think you two would be a good match. Mom, do you know her background? What background? Never mind, I won't say. Don't want to scare you. Ye Qiu smiled wryly. Don't treat me like I haven't seen the world. Tell me. Ye Qiu finally said. Director Bai is from the powerful Bai family in Jingqing. Her grandfather is Bai Jingyao. What? Bai Bing is General Bai's granddaughter? Qian Jinglan couldn't hide her shock. Ye Qiu probed. Mom, do you know General Bai? He's a pillar of the military, often on the evening news. How could I not know him? But have you ever met him in person? Well, actually. Qian Jinglan hesitated, then added, of course not. Someone like that? I'm just an ordinary woman, I wouldn't have the chance. Ye Qiu sensed his mother was lying, but didn't confront her. She was the person who loved him most in this world, and if she wasn't telling the truth, there must be a reason. He went on. Director Bai's father is Bai Jiang Wo, former commander of a Southwest unit, once the youngest general in the army with a brilliant future ahead. But fate was cruel, died suddenly in a car accident 3 years ago. Director Bai's uncle, Bai Jianjun, is 47 years old and serves as the chief of staff for a southwestern military unit. He is also a general. Besides him, Bai has an outstanding peer or cousin Bai Yujing, famously known as the Heavenly Bai Yujing. He and champion Marquis Xiao Jiu are regarded as the two greatest heroes of their time. Ye Qiu sat in the living room with a wry smile. Mom, I'm just a low-level doctor. Do you really think I'm worthy of Director Bai? Why wouldn't you be? Qian Jinglan pushed a plate of sliced fruit toward her son. My son is the best there is. Maybe all mothers are like this, seeing nothing but perfection in their children. Yet Ye Qiu shook his head. With my background, even if we were truly together, her family would definitely oppose it. So that's what you're afraid of. Qian Jinglan set down the fruit knife, her eyes suddenly sharp. As long as you love each other, who dares to stand in your way? Not just the Bai family, even the biggest fortunes can't look down on my son. The sudden surge of confidence stopped Ye Qiu in his tracks. To his mother, the mighty Bai family was simply no big deal. Where did that certainty come from? The Qian family of Suzhou and Hangzhou? Impossible. His mother had long been disowned by her father. While the Qian family was prestigious, it still couldn't compare to the Bai family's influence. The only remaining explanation was Ye Qiu's biological father, whom he had never met. Ye Qiu recalled that the mysterious 9,000 years old had hinted his father's origins might be even more powerful than champion Marquis Xiao Jiu. Could it really be true? As he was about to ask, Qian Jinglan spoke again. Qiu'er, I believe in you. Give yourself time, and you'll make your mark. If you like Bai Bing, go after her. Mom will always support you. Ye Qiu's throat constricted, the words stuck inside him. So instead, he said, Mom, actually, I already have a girlfriend. A girlfriend? Qian Jinglan's jaw dropped in surprise. Then her expression turned serious. Is it Zhang Lily? Did you get back together? I don't agree. It's not Zhang Lily. Then who is she? That's a secret for now. When the time is right, they'll bring her home to meet you and I promise you'll be satisfied. You're really that confident? Of course. Ye Qiu puffed up proudly. My girlfriend is breathtaking, better than director Bai in looks, figure, and charm. Qian Jinglan clearly didn't believe him. Bai Bing is more beautiful than any TV star. I don't buy that you found someone better. Wait until I bring her here. You'll see for yourself. Ye Qiu glanced at the clock on the wall and suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh no, I'm running late. I have to get to work. He hurriedly put on his coat and dashed out the door. At 7:59, he arrived just in time and burst into the clinic, heart pounding. He had just changed into his white coat and sat down when the door swung open and two unexpected guests walked in. Just as he had settled into his chair, two uninvited visitors appeared from outside. You two, what are you doing here? Ye Qiu asked, his face full of puzzlement. Standing at the door were Gu Feng and the highly skilled woman he had unexpectedly met that night while investigating the assassin. Their brief encounter under the cover of darkness was still vivid in his mind, yet now they boldly barged into his clinic. Gu Feng smiled casually, but his tone carried a note of seriousness. Brother Ye Qiu, this time I came specifically to find you. Find me? Ye Qiu frowned slightly, his confusion deepening. Gu Feng dropped the pretense. We've run into some trouble and want to ask for your help. I think you've got the wrong person. Without hesitation, Ye Qiu shook his head. I'm just a doctor, I can't help you. He didn't know much about Gu Feng and was always cautious about getting involved. The woman stepped forward, her voice soft but resolute. Dr. Yi, you're incredibly capable. If you can't help us, I'm afraid no one can. A chill ran through Ye Qiu. This woman seemed to know something about him. Even the skills he kept carefully hidden. His gaze sharpened as his mind raced. Gu Feng quickly explained, as if reading his doubts. We found you because someone recommended you to me. Who? Ye Qiu interrupted. Long Wang. Oh. A flicker of surprise crossed Ye Qiu's eyes. Gu Feng continued. Long Wang said if you can't solve it, no one else will. Since Long Wang was involved, Ye Qiu felt he couldn't refuse. All right, tell me what's going on. The smile vanished from Gu Feng's face. He lowered his voice. I'm investigating a very strange homicide. We're stuck figuring out the cause of death. We combed through the crime scene evidence, but can't find why the victim died. So I want to ask you to examine the corpse and find the truth. That's it. Ye Qiu expected something more complicated. Gu Feng smiled bitterly. Because the cause of death is unknown, the case has completely stalled. My superiors are pressuring me. I'm about to break under the strain. After a moment's thought, Ye Qiu nodded. Okay, they'll come take a look after work. Don't wait till after work. Come with me now, Gu Feng urged. If we delay any longer, the situation will get worse. They'll arrange leave with your hospital. The woman added, Dr. Yi, this case is very high profile. A whole building, 5 households, 12 people all dead, from elderly to children. The captain is under immense pressure. A whole building, 12 deaths? Ye Qiu's pupils constricted and his expression darkened. She nodded. Yes, 5 households. Even infants didn't survive. Hearing this, Ye Qiu realized the gravity of the situation and no longer hesitated. Where are the bodies? I stored them temporarily in the morgue, Gu Feng answered. Lead the way, Ye Qiu said, standing up immediately. Gu Feng's face lit up with relief as he led him out of the hospital. On the way, Ye Qiu sent Bai Bing a message to request leave and casually chatted with Gu Feng, learning the woman's name was Yang Qi, Gu Feng's subordinate. Both belonged to the same mysterious department. 20 minutes later, their car stopped in a dimly lit warehouse district. Outside the morgue stood several guards, all muscular and alert, clearly not ordinary security personnel. Open the door, Gu Feng signaled. At once, the guards operated the controls. The heavy metal door rumbled open slowly. A biting cold rush poured out, as if it sucked all the warmth from the surrounding air. Brother Ye Qiu, please. Gu Feng stepped into the morgue first. Ye Qiu followed closely behind with Yang Qi. As soon as Ye Qiu entered the cold storage room, he saw 12 bodies lying on the floor, some old, some young. None of them wore clothes anymore. Clearly they had all undergone autopsies. What did the forensic doctors who did their autopsies say? He put on a disposable mask, his gaze still fixed on the pale corpses. Gu Feng rubbed his cold hands and answered. 3 different forensic experts examined them, but none could find anything. No clue about the cause of death. I was at a loss, so I sought help from the Dragon King, and he referred me to you. Brother Ye Qiu, you have to help me. They'll do my best, but I can't guarantee we'll find the cause, Ye Qiu said calmly. No matter the result, I owe you one, Gu Feng said firmly. Don't be so formal. Ye Qiu bent down, took disposable gloves from a stainless steel tray, and began examining the bodies. The 12 bodies lay scattered on the floor, the youngest under 10, the oldest close to 80. The cold white light made their skin look even more gray and lifeless. A chill and silence hung heavy in the air. Half an hour later, Ye Qiu stood up. Gu Feng hurried over, eyes full of hope. Well, no external injuries, and for now no clear cause of death. Ye Qiu shook his head. Did they use specialized equipment before? We used everything available, still nothing. Gu Feng sighed heavily, then lowered his voice. Could it be some kind of dark magic? Ye Qiu denied without hesitation. Not dark magic. Why are you so sure? Gu Feng asked in confusion. If it were, the The bodies would carry malignant spiritual energy, but I sense none. Ye Qiu scanned the corpses. I'm leaning towards poisoning. That's impossible. Gu Feng frowned. If it were poison, the forensic doctors would have found it. Yang Qi, standing nearby, spoke up. Usually poison victims have purple or black lips, spreading discoloration, bulging eyes, clenched hands, curled limbs. None of these 12 show those signs. Ye Qiu glanced at her in surprise. You know about autopsies too? Handled enough cases to pick up some basics. Yang Qi smiled. Ye Qiu looked away. Though we don't have solid evidence yet, my gut says they died of poisoning. Gu Feng still seemed doubtful, pressing on. If it's poisoning, what kind of poison? A rare toxin we've never encountered. Ye Qiu bent down to examine again. This time, he inspected every inch of skin, even between fingers and behind ears. 45 minutes later, he stood straight, voice steady. I'm almost certain it's poisoning. Then why don't the bodies show typical symptoms? Gu Feng asked, puzzled. Take them outside and expose them to sunlight. For what? The symptoms will appear after sun exposure. You're sure? Absolutely. Despite doubts, Gu Feng called the guards to carry the 12 bodies outside one by one. The sun blazed overhead, casting beams onto the cold white corpses. Within 15 minutes, a strange and eerie transformation began to unfold. Under the scorching sun, one corpse developed livor mortis first, then the second, the third. Within less than 3 minutes, all 12 bodies laid out in the open displayed the same dark patches without exception. Common knowledge tells everyone present that livor mortis usually appears as purple or dark red stains after death. Yet these corpses bore patches of glossy pure black, each roughly the size of a fist, and shaped like petals resembling 12 sinister black roses that sent chills down the spine. Gu Feng gasped sharply. Normally, livor mortis shows up about 2 hours after death. These bodies have been in cold storage for a full 30 hours. They should have shown signs long ago. Ye Qiu pondered briefly and offered a theory. It must have something to do with the low temperature in the cold storage. The chill may have coagulated the blood, preventing the livor mortis from appearing. But Gu Feng shook his head in objection. We found them more than 12 hours after death, and still no livor mortis was visible at that time. Hearing this, Ye Qiu frowned deeply and lowered his head to think. That doesn't add up. Where's the problem? As confusion filled the air, a sudden wave of foul stench hit their noses like a blow to the head, causing everything to darken before their eyes. Yang Qi doubled over, gagging and soon vomiting. The smell was even stronger and more repugnant than rotten stinky tofu. Even Ye Qiu, who had faced countless death scenes, felt his stomach turn violently. Ye Qiu, brother, look. The bodies are still changing. Gu Feng's voice trembled with barely concealed terror. Ye Qiu raised his eyes, pupils shrinking in shock. Within seconds, the 12 bodies' flesh below the neck rapidly darkened to a coal-black shade, as if they had been dredged from a mine. Strangely, the skin above the neck did not blacken, but was instead covered in interlacing dark red veins crisscrossing the face like horrifying bloodshot roots. Each corpse's eyes were wide open, pupils frozen with the extreme terror they experienced in their final moments. Their fists were clenched tightly, limbs stiff, evidence that they had seen some dreadful sight before death came. Hissing, Ye Qiu sucked in a breath, face grave. As expected, poisoning. Do you know what poison it is? Gu Feng asked anxiously. Let me examine again. Ye Qiu crouched to inspect each corpse carefully. His gaze darted between the blackened skin and dark red markings, calm turning to shock. His Adam's apple bobbed as he murmured, How is this possible? Gu Feng, worried, asked, Brother Ye Qiu, what have you discovered? The poison looks like. Ye Qiu hadn't finished when he caught sight of Yang Qi reaching out towards the bodies and shouted sharply, Don't touch. Startled, Yang Qi immediately withdrew his hand, eyes wide with confusion. Ye Qiu's voice turned low and serious. The toxins in their bodies are extremely potent. If I'm correct, this is the legendary mandala poison. Mandala poison? Gu Feng and Yang Qi exchanged uncertain glances. They had never heard that terrifying name before. Ye Qiu explained, Mandala is originally a beautiful flower resembling a rose, whose stamen contains a deadly toxin. When refined and purified, this toxin becomes a rare and extraordinary poison known as mandala poison. This deadly poison is colorless and odorless when it first enters the body. It only gives off a foul stench after death, just like those people. Ye Qiu crouched beside the corpse and pointed to the deceased on the ground with the back of his hand, his expression grave. Those poisoned by mandala toxin experience extremely vivid hallucinations. Just before death, they see their deepest fears. That's why their eyes remain wide open, staring in terror at the moment they die. He looked up and added, Mandala is said to have completely disappeared centuries ago, but somehow these people were poisoned by it, and to this day, there is no cure. What? Gu Feng and Yang Qi exchanged looks, their faces draining of color. Ye Qiu continued, These bodies were originally stored in a cold chamber, where the low temperature suppressed the poison spread. But once exposed to sunlight, the toxin rapidly activates, turning the skin black. Now every inch of their skin, every pore, oozes deadly venom. Anyone careless enough to touch them will catch the mandala poison. At that point, even if Hua Tuo himself returned, it would be impossible to save them. Gu Feng frowned. Then what do we do with the bodies? We can't just leave them here. All must be burned, then the ashes buried in a deep pit. Ye Qiu's tone left no room for argument. That seems to be the only option. Yang Qi nodded but then raised a questioning look. Dr. Yi, I have another question. Go ahead. How long does the mandala poison usually take to manifest after death? Normally no more than 4 hours, Ye Qiu answered sharply. But when we found them, they'd been dead over 12 hours with no symptoms. Yang Qi pressed. Ye Qiu shook his head. That anomaly puzzles me too. I need to examine the scene myself to find answers. Gu Feng immediately volunteered. Brother Ye Qiu, we'll take you there. All right, Ye Qiu agreed readily. He too wanted to understand what kind of place could harbor such a rare poison. The crime scene was about a half-hour drive from the morgue, so the three set out at once. In the car, Ye Qiu opened the folder Yang Qi handed him and skimmed through as he asked, have you completed background checks on all 12 victims' family, social ties? All done, Yang Qi replied. The files showed that the 12 victims were ordinary residents living in the same apartment building, on friendly terms with neighbors, and with no notable grudges. Ye Qiu's frown deepened. Their lives were so ordinary. Why would they fall victim to such a rare, exotic poison? Half an hour later, the car stopped beside a riverbank. Gu Feng pointed to a five-story residential building on the shore. We've arrived at the scene. Police tape cordoned off the building's perimeter, with officers standing guard at the entrance, alert to their surroundings. Even without being told, Ye Qiu immediately recognized the site. Let's go take a look. Crossing the tape into the courtyard, a chill shot down Ye Qiu's spine. He shivered involuntarily, brow furrowing sharply. The air here is heavy with dark energy. Ye Qiu stood in front of the residential house, feeling a chill run through his entire body as every hair on his skin stood on end. Was it this cold last time you came here? He asked, frowning. Yes, it was always like this, Yang Qi replied, rubbing her arms. This place is colder than anywhere else. Colder? It's more like an ice cellar, Gu Feng shivered. Brother Ye Qiu, you don't know inside the house is even colder. Really? Ye Qiu stepped inside. A blast of cold air hit him, as if he had fallen into a cold storage room. It was the middle of summer. Outside, near Jiangzhou, the temperature soared close to 40 degrees Celsius, the air thick with heat. But inside the house, it was barely -5 degrees, and every breath he exhaled instantly turned into white mist. Ye Qiu activated his inner strength to resist the chill, while Gu Feng and Yang Qi were already trembling from the cold. This cursed place. I don't know why, but it's unbearably cold, Gu Feng complained nonstop. Ye Qiu already had a rough idea. He turned and stepped out, heading to the adjacent stairwell. Looking up, he saw a clear blue sky outside. Here, not a ray of sunlight penetrated. The residential building had 5 floors, each with a separate entrance. Let's go up and have a look, he said, leading the way. His footsteps echoed through the empty stairwell, with Gu Feng and Yang Qi close behind. The three inspected each floor carefully, all the way to the top. The rooftop connected to a terrace covered with grapevine trellises. The vines had grown wildly, forming a lush green canopy that blocked out all sunlight. The ground was covered in slippery moss. Ye Qiu squatted down and scooped up some soil from beneath the vines, rubbing it in his palm. It was pitch black and icy cold. Don't you think something's off here? He asked. Yes, it feels incredibly cold, Yang Qi agreed. Right, that's just one part. Ye Qiu glanced around. What else? Gu Feng and Yang Qi looked closely, but found nothing else unusual. Haven't you noticed there's no sunlight here? Ye Qiu prompted. Gu Feng suddenly realized. Yeah, no sunlight at all, it's freezing. This is the terrace. It should get plenty of sun. Ye Qiu pointed at the thick grape leaves. Yang Qi frowned. The grapevines have grown too thick, blocking the light. That's not strange. But don't you think the vines are excessively dense? The terrace is large, no matter how thick, some light should break through. Yet here there's absolutely no sunlight, and it's unusually damp. None of this makes sense. Ye Qiu's voice turned serious. What does that prove? Gu Feng asked. It means this is a place of extreme yin energy. Ye Qiu spoke each word slowly and clearly. Extreme yin energy? Gu Feng and Yang Qi exchanged confused looks. In feng shui, land is classified as either yang or yin, Ye Qiu explained. Yang land brings comfort and well-being. Yin land causes discomfort, invites negative energy, and can bring accidents or even sudden death. This place is not only in its extreme yin. He held up 3 fingers. Extreme yin land has 3 key signs. First, constant cold wind. Second, no sunlight all day. Third, soil that is deep black in color. When I first entered, I immediately sensed a thick yin aura. The whole building is much colder than outside. From the entrance to each household, every floor, the stairwells, and even the terrace, there's no sunlight anywhere. Just now, I checked the soil beneath the grapevine. It was black. The judgment that this was an extremely yin place was finally confirmed. Black earth covering everything. A chilling cold that pierced to the bone, like a natural cold storage. Because of this, No livor mortis appeared on the bodies of the deceased. Ye Qiu's tone grew serious as his gaze shifted between Gu Feng and Yang Qi. After you first returned from here, did you experience anything strange or feel unwell? Yes, Gu Feng answered without hesitation. The moment I got back that day, I had nonstop diarrhea. It only started to get better yesterday. I had nightmares all night and was too scared to close my eyes, Yang Qi added, still shaken. Ye Qiu nodded. That's caused by the yin energy here. Luckily, you didn't stay long, so you were only minimally affected. If you'd stayed any later, I might not have been able to find you alive. Before he finished, terror already showed plainly on their faces. Brother Yi, the yin energy here is too strong. We should leave immediately, Gu Feng urged. Yes, Dr. Yi, this place feels really sinister, Yang Qi agreed repeatedly. Ye Qiu raised a hand to stop them. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Then, he quietly chanted a spell and swiftly traced a symbol in the air. Two pale golden talisman seals instantly appeared on their chests. The chill dissipated as if being torn apart at once. How do you feel now? Ye Qiu asked with a faint smile. Warm all over, and much more clear-headed, Gu Feng breathed out in relief. Yang Qi nodded. Same here. The talismans ward off the yin energy. Even if you stay another hour or two, you won't feel cold, Ye Qiu assured them. Then he returned to the case. Captain Gu, I have a question. How did the victim get poisoned by Mandrake? Gu Feng frowned. I was just going to ask you that. Ye Qiu's expression grew grave. No clues for now. We have to keep investigating. He started searching layer by layer, from the rooftop down, checking each household twice, but still found no trace of how the Mandrake poison got there. This is strange. To poison so many people at once, it has to be the water source, he said, inspecting the water tower and pipes, but all were normal. With the trail gone cold, Ye Qiu resorted to his last method, the heavenly eye. The moment he opened his third eye, his face changed dramatically. His voice dropped low with a tremor. There's something beneath this building. What is it? Gu Feng's heart jumped. Immediately gather a team and dig under this building, Ye Qiu commanded without a hint of doubt. But Gu Feng hesitated. This is the crime scene. Digging before determining the cause of death might cause problems. If we dig down, we'll find the cause of the poisoning. Trust me, Ye Qiu said firmly, unwavering in his conviction. After a brief pause, Gu Feng made the call. Yang Qi, get back up right away. Do as Brother Yi says. Yes. Within half an hour, the roar of excavators filled the air. Two machines worked inside the cordoned area, their steel arms swinging, sending rocks flying as the building was quickly leveled to the ground. The machines kept digging deeper, dust billowing, until in the swirling gray dust, the surface of a stone emerged. As the final layer of dirt was removed, an enormous stone statue slowly took shape. Gu Feng and Yang Qi's pupils contracted sharply. Is that a Buddha's head? Gu Feng was stunned. He never imagined that beneath the soil under the apartment building, they would unearth a massive Buddha head more than 10 meters tall, nearly touching the load-bearing beam at ground level. Unlike the usual serene and kind temple statues, this Buddha head's face was twisted and horrifying, especially its pitch-black eyes that seemed like deep wells. Anyone who met its gaze even for a moment would feel a chill racing down their spine. Oh my god, how could there be a Buddha head here? Yang Qi asked loudly, her face full of shock. Ye Qiu didn't reply. He just stared fixedly at the Buddha head and secretly activated his heaven's eye ability. In an instant, in his vision, the black mist swirling over the Buddha's eyes appeared dense and solid like compressed matter, tightly wrapping those unfathomable eye sockets. 30 seconds later, Ye Qiu withdrew his gaze and murmured with admiration, I see now. Brother Ye Qiu, what did you discover? Gu Feng hurriedly asked. These eyes weren't originally black, Ye Qiu explained. They turned this way because of excessive yin energy. This place is an extremely yin region. Without this Buddha head suppressing it, all living things within 200 meters would have perished long ago. He paused a moment, then added, obviously, someone skilled deliberately placed it here. But yin energy has already begun to seep into the Buddha's eyes. In another 2 years, the head will shatter. With that, Ye Qiu stepped closer and examined the rough stone surface carefully. At the neck, he found an inscription, Year 3 of the Republic of China, erected. Besides that, there was no other information about its origin or purpose. The third year of the Republic of China is 1914, over 100 years ago, he pondered and added. So before this apartment building was built, the Buddha head was already here. The builders must have been incredibly daring to break ground right above it. That's courting death. Brother Ye Qiu, you don't know the whole story, Gu Feng interjected. This building was a joint effort by 5 families. Ye Qiu glanced around and snorted coldly. Disturbing a Buddha head grave is a death sentence. Everyone knows disturbing the Tai Sui Grand Duke Jupiter is a terrible omen, let alone tampering with a god's head. Some things you may not believe, but you cannot ignore or disrespect. Like ghosts, no one can prove they exist, but neither can anyone prove they don't. Many things defy science. Then what does this Buddha head have to do with the Mandrake poison? Gu Feng pressed. Don't rush. Let me take another look. Ye Qiu circled behind the Buddha head and suddenly noticed a pitch-black hole, about half a person's height, carved out of the back of the head. It was so dark he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. He activated his heaven's eye again, trying to see through the hole, but his vision was blocked by the stone, only catching the swirling yin energy inside. Gu Feng saw the hole too, frowning. Why is there a hole in the Buddha head? Ye Qiu shook his head, signaling he didn't know. He casually asked, "Got a flashlight?" "Yes." Gu Feng immediately handed over a compact military flashlight. "They'll go inside and have a look." Ye Qiu grasped the flashlight firmly, his tone resolute. "I'm coming with you." Worried for his safety, Gu Feng followed. "I'm coming too," Yang Qi said. "You all stay here. The air at the cave entrance is thick with yin energy, and if you get exposed to it, it'll cause serious trouble," Ye Qiu said. "But you're going in alone." Yang Qi started to protest. "Don't worry, they'll be careful." With that, Ye Qiu leapt silently, landing gracefully behind the Buddha head about 10 meters up. His movements were sharp and fluid, not even disturbing the edge of his clothes. Yang Qi watched in stunned silence, whispering, "Captain, Dr. Ye's skills are incredible." Gu Feng's brows furrowed in surprise as well. "Truly remarkable. Ye Qiu's strength likely rivals the top names on the Tiger ranking. No wonder the Dragon King recommended him." Yang Qi's eyes brightened. "Captain, I have an idea. Should I say it or not?" Gu Feng caught on immediately. "You want to bring Ye Qiu into the underworld palace?" "Yes." Yang Qi's tone was earnest. "He's an exceptional doctor and a formidable fighter. Having a talent like him would benefit the underworld palace greatly." Gu Feng nodded slowly, then said thoughtfully, "The underworld palace reports to the military, led by the god of war. Every member must show absolute loyalty to the organization and the state. I worry about Ye Qiu's. I can tell Dr. Yi has a kind heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have volunteered to help our investigation. Kindness doesn't equal loyalty, Shao Qi. The underworld palace demands 100% allegiance." Gu Feng shook his head but promised, "They'll report Ye Qiu's case thoroughly to the god of war. Whether he can join is up to that decision." Yang Qi pressed on. "Dr. Yi uncovered the cause of those deaths. The case has made a significant breakthrough. If we report this, the god of war should agree, right? Who hasn't earned merits before joining the underworld palace? That alone isn't enough. Unless Ye Qiu achieves even greater accomplishments." "Greater accomplishments?" Yang Qi frowned deeply in thought. At the Buddha head cave entrance, as soon as Ye Qiu stepped inside, a biting cold hit him like a gale, the temperature at least minus 10 degrees Celsius. He quickly circulated his internal energy to protect his blood flow, then switched on his flashlight, the beam piercing the dark stone chamber. The Buddha head's interior was spacious, around 50 to 60 square meters, the air filled with a pungent stench. The light barely reached far, so he activated his heavenly eye skill, instantly sharpening his vision. At the bottom lay a rough stone bed, nearby scattered with some worn clothes, as if someone had once taken shelter there. Before the residential buildings were demolished, the Buddha head was buried underground year-round, a place saturated with extreme yin energy and never touched by sunlight. Ordinary people would succumb to the yin poisoning within 2 weeks at most. Who dared live here? As he continued to search, he suddenly noticed a patch of ink-black stain beneath the stone bed, identical in color to the discoloration on the corpse. Ye Qiu's heart tightened. Mandala poison. No sooner had he realized this than he sprang down, landing firmly at the Buddha head's base. Before his toes settled, a chill ran down his spine. He spun around abruptly, and immediately, a ghastly face appeared before him. Ye Qiu startled and quickly stepped back 3 meters, shining his flashlight toward the figure. The beam trembled as it swept across the face, not the ghostly visage he had imagined, but a human face, though chillingly gaunt. Shriveled skin tightly stretched over bone, deep layers of wrinkles, eyes bulging with a pale, grayish-white tint, unfocused like a dead fish's gaze, yet fixed unblinkingly on Ye Qiu. He lowered the light. The person sat cross-legged on the ground, long hair clumped in strands, draped in tattered old clothes that emitted a pungent stench of rot. The smell was identical to the foul odor of those who had died from the mandala poison before. This person was poisoned just the same. "Who are you? Why are you hiding inside this Buddha head? And how did you get poisoned by the mandala toxin?" Ye Qiu was full of questions, stepping forward cautiously. Just half a step closer, the dead fish-like eyes slowly turned. He froze. "You're not dead?" Almost dying, the croaky, fleeting voice whispered like a chilling wind brushing past Ye Qiu's ear, sending a shudder over his skin. "Who are you?" Ye Qiu quietly clenched his fists, ready to defend himself if needed. "You can call me Ghost Servant." "Ghost Servant?" That didn't sound like a name. Ye Qiu pressed on. "Why are you staying inside this Buddha statue?" "This place is extremely yin. It can suppress the mandala poison," the Ghost Servant said, seeming to catch his breath as his tone grew steadier. "How many years have you been here?" "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the 25th year." Ye Qiu's heart tightened. Over 20 years? That was before he was even born. How had this person survived so long in such a dark, hopeless place? "When were you poisoned?" Ye Qiu asked again. "Before I came here." "What?" Ye Qiu found it hard to believe. Mandala is a deadly toxin ordinary people can't survive 2 hours. How could you possibly endure over 20 years? This place is extremely yin, it suppresses the mandala poison. Otherwise, I'd be dead long ago. Cough. Cough. The ghost servant coughed violently, his condition quickly deteriorating. Ye Qiu hesitated briefly. I'm a doctor. Let me examine you. It's no use. Mandala poison has no cure. More than 20 years ago, the three greatest healers of the nations all failed helplessly. If I hadn't stumbled upon this place by accident, I would have turned to bones by now. Cough. Cough. Blood mixed with foam seeped from his cracked lips. Ye Qiu then asked, as far as I know, Mandala disappeared centuries ago. How did you get poisoned? I was betrayed by a villain, he said simply. But those dead fish eyes suddenly filled with boundless hatred. After a moment, he abruptly looked up and asked, who are you? I'm a doctor. The ghost servant stared at Ye Qiu's face, motionless, his eyes first full of surprise, then confusion. Finally, he muttered to himself, so similar. So similar. Similar to what? Ye Qiu felt puzzled. The old Buddha headstone cave was damp and dark, with a musty and bloody smell hanging in the air. The dim oil lamp barely lit the gaunt old man sitting opposite him, the ghost servant. What's your name? The ghost servant's voice was hoarse but urgent. Ye Qiu. You're also surnamed Ye. How old are you? 24 and a half. A faint light suddenly ignited in the ghost servant's eyes. The age matches too. Do you know Ye Wushuang? No, I don't. Ye Qiu shook his head in confusion. Who is Ye Wushuang? Are you sure you don't know Ye Wushuang? I really don't. That glimmer abruptly died out. The ghost servant's face fell with disappointment. After hesitating, he forced down his emotions. You're a doctor. Why have you come here? To investigate a case. Ye Qiu looked him straight in the eye. On top of this Buddha head is an apartment building, with 5 families and 12 people. They all died 2 days ago. When they built that house, I warned them. The ghost servant shook his head and gave a bitter sigh. Disturbing the Buddha head is disrespectful to the gods, but they said it would bring great fortune. No one listened. But they died from poisoning. Datura poison, Ye Qiu added. The ghost servant shuddered, seeming to want to stand, but his crippled legs were motionless. His face turned ashen. In the end, it was my fault they died. Ye Qiu quietly activated his heavenly eye and scanned the old man's lower body. Below the calves was empty, the stumps dry and withered, clearly from an old injury. He couldn't imagine how someone so poisoned and without legs could have survived all this time in this sunless Buddha head cave. Suddenly the ghost servant lifted his head. You remind me of an old friend. Who is your father? I've never met my father. I don't even know his name. What about your mother? My mother's name is Qian Jinglan. The ghost servant's pupils contracted sharply. What did you say? What's your mother's name? Qian Jinglan. Ye Qiu repeated. Qian Jinglan, the eldest lady of the Qian family from Suhang? You know my mother? Ye Qiu was stunned. The ghost servant fell silent, tears suddenly welling in his gray, lifeless eyes. His cracked lips twitched, voice trembling. Haha, heaven has eyes. His laugh tore through his throat as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Brother, 25 years I've finally kept my promise. I found him. He raised a trembling hand and pointed toward the stone bed. The thing under the stone bed foot is left for you. Remember, don't go to the capital no matter what. Don't go to the capital, and don't mention Ye Wushuang, or else great disaster will come upon you. PFT. His last mouthful of blood splattered on the cold stone floor. Within half a minute, the ghost servant's head tilted to the side and his breath ceased. Even as his breathing stopped, his eyes remained fixed on Ye Qiu, with a faint smile of satisfaction on his lips. For some unknown reason, at that moment Ye Qiu felt a sharp ache in his heart, as if he had just lost a close family member. At that moment, Ye Qiu felt an intense pain in his chest, like a knife twisting inside him, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. Even he couldn't explain where this sudden grief came from. The ghost servant before him was a stranger, yet the curled-up corpse on the ground made him feel as if he had lost a close relative. For a full 3 minutes, the sharp pain in his chest gradually eased, and his mind refocused on the dying ghost servant's last words. The item is under the stone bed. It's for you. For me? Ye Qiu was filled with questions as he shone his flashlight toward the foot of the stone bed. The beam revealed a slight depression on a green brick at the footboard. Activating his heavenly eye, he discovered that the brick had been hollowed out. Ye Qiu removed the brick to find a bundle of grayish-brown cloth lying quietly inside. Unfolding it, he saw an ancient map, its edges stained with dried blood but the mountains and rivers clearly visible. In the lower left corner, 2 tiny seal script characters caught his eye. Treasure map. A treasure map? Ye Qiu gasped, turning it over carefully. The map's thin, silk-like fabric carried a faint fragrance. Leaning in to smell it, the elegant scent instantly wiped away his exhaustion and cleared his mind. That unique subtle fragrance and silky texture made him blurt out, Shu brocade. Shu brocade, famous for over 2,000 years, was once called gold for every inch of silk. Only the royal family and nobility could afford it. This treasure map was woven from Shu brocade. Its origins were unmistakably significant. Unfortunately, scanning the entire map revealed no further clues. He carefully put it away. Suddenly, an important question struck him since the mandala poison wasn't airborne. How did those 5 households and 12 people in the apartment building come into contact with the toxin? The only link had to be the ghost servant, but what was the actual method of transmission? Using the flashlight, Ye Qiu thoroughly inspected the stone chamber. In a corner, a square water pool came into view. The water was black and foul-smelling, with faint toxic vapors swirling above it. At the bottom of the pool, a thick metal pipe penetrated through the wall and surprisingly connected to the Buddha's head. Aside from this pipe, there was nothing else suspicious. A chill ran through Ye Qiu. Most of those poisoned people were likely affected by this pipeline. He was about to trace along the pipe when he stopped mid-step and glanced back at the ghost servant's body. The mandala poison had ravaged his body for over 20 years, yet he had barely clung to life. That kind of endurance, that willpower, was extraordinary. Those strangers, Ye Qiu had received a priceless shoe brocade treasure map from his hands. Taking a deep breath, Ye Qiu bent over and nodded slightly to the corpse. You've endured the mandala poison for over 20 years. That perseverance is beyond ordinary. Though we were strangers, I've received a treasure map from you, and I won't accept this gift in vain. I will find the person who poisoned you and avenge you. Rest in peace. Ye Qiu bowed 3 times, then turned and left. The poison still lingered inside the ghost servant's body, making it impossible to carry the corpse out. He had no choice but to leave first. Back on the surface, Gu Feng had been anxiously waiting. The moment he saw Ye Qiu, he hurriedly asked, "Brother Ye Qiu, how's it? Did you find anything?" Yang Qi, equally curious, followed up, "Dr. Yi, what exactly was inside the Buddha head?" "There was a person living inside," Ye Qiu replied calmly. "A person?" The two exchanged surprised looks. Yang Qi shook his head in disbelief. Living inside the Buddha head? What did he eat? What did he drink? Even Gu Feng found it hard to accept. Ye Qiu did not reveal the whole truth, only saying, "When I entered, the person was already dead. I detected datura poison in his body. He concealed the ghost servant's identity and the other mysteries. So it seems the person was poisoned first, and then the toxin spread to the apartment building." Gu Feng frowned, deep in thought. "What's puzzling you is how the poison was transmitted, right?" Ye Qiu hit the nail on the head. Gu Feng nodded. "How did all 5 households and 12 people get poisoned?" "There's a pool of water inside the Buddha head with datura poison in it. I also found a pipeline extending from the pool. That's probably the key." The 3 immediately split up to investigate. Before long, they dug out a pipe over 100 meters long winding from the Buddha head's pool to the vegetable garden. Ye Qiu tested on the spot. Sure enough, both the soil and vegetables in the garden were contaminated with datura poison. Each kitchen in the apartment had these vegetables. His theory took shape. Poisonous water from the pool irrigated the garden through the pipe. The toxin adhered to the vegetables, and the residents got poisoned after eating them. Gu Feng exhaled deeply and patted Ye Qiu's shoulder hard. "Brother Ye Qiu, we owe you big time. Who knows how long this would have taken without you." "Thank you. You're welcome," Ye Qiu replied. "Both the Buddha head and the garden must be thoroughly cleaned. We can't let the toxin spread further." "Got it." Gu Feng agreed, glanced at the sky, and said, "It's getting late. You should go rest first. They'll handle cleaning up here. I owe you a meal sometime." "Xiaoyang, see Brother Ye Qiu out." "Yes," Yang Qi responded. In the car, Ye Qiu closed his eyes, leaning against the seat. His mind replayed the ghost servant's dying warning, how emotional he was mentioning his mother, and the phrase, "Don't enter the capital, or great disaster will strike." Who was Yi Wushuang? And what secrets did the capital city hide? Beep beep beep, the sharp ringtone shattered his thoughts. The caller ID showed, Bai Bing. As soon as he answered, Bai Bing's grave voice came through. "Where are you? Something's happened." When Bai Bing reported there was an emergency, Ye Qiu's heart tightened immediately. He asked hurriedly, "Director Bai, what happened?" On the other end, Bai Bing's voice was urgent. "A serious traffic accident on Zhongshan Road. A school bus was hit, carrying over 20 elementary students. The higher-ups have ordered Jiangzhou Hospital to rescue the injured. I'm rushing to the scene now and should be there in about 20 minutes." Ye Qiu instantly realized the gravity of the situation and quickly responded, "I'm only 3 minutes from Zhongshan Road. I'm heading there right away. Remember, do whatever it takes to save the victims." "Understood," Bai Bing replied decisively. After ending the call, Ye Qiu turned to Yang Qi in the passenger seat. "There's a major accident on Zhongshan Road. I'm going to the scene to help." Before he finished, Yang Qi smoothly pulled the warning light from the glove box and affixed it to the roof. As soon as the piercing siren blared, cars ahead quickly made way. With well-coordinated movements, shifting gears, and pressing the accelerator like flowing water, the car shot forward instantly. From ignition to arrival took only 2 minutes and 11 seconds. The car screeched to a sudden halt, and Ye Qiu pushed the door open. "We're here, Dr. Yi," Yang Qi said just as Ye Qiu dashed toward the accident site. From a distance, the road was cordoned off with police tape. Several cars were tangled with the overturned school bus, its front and rear crushed and twisted. Two traffic officers were directing order, waving onlookers back repeatedly. The air was thick with the stench of gasoline and burnt rubber, suffocating and sharp. As Ye Qiu approached, one officer stepped forward, blocking his path with a stern look. What's your business here? No unauthorized personnel allowed on the accident scene. I'm a surgeon from Jiangzhou Hospital. I'm here to treat the injured, Ye Qiu explained. The officer scrutinized him and softened slightly. Your work ID? I don't have it with me. Ye Qiu frowned, speaking faster. Who carries their work ID everywhere they go? The officer's expression hardened again. Sorry, I can't let you in. Why not? It's the rules. We can't let anyone in without authorization or ID be violating protocol. Suppressing his frustration, Ye Qiu pressed. I told you, I'm a doctor. My colleagues and superiors are on the way. Unless you show me your work ID, I can't come in. That's the regulation. Minutes ticked by, and Ye Qiu grew desperate. Rules are rigid, but people's lives aren't. If you don't let us in immediately to treat the injured, what will you do if their conditions worsen or they don't make it? The officer said nothing. Ye Qiu was about to force his way through when Yang Qi's cool voice cut in beside him. Let him in. The officer blinked at the unexpected command and looked up at Yang Qi. Who are you? Yang Qi said nothing and tossed a badge onto the officer's palm. Take a good look. The officer's face changed sharply as he read it, then snapped to attention and gave a perfect military salute. Greetings, Major. He respectfully handed the badge back to Yang Qi. Ye Qiu caught a glimpse of the large major title on the card and was stunned. This young woman of barely 20 held the rank of major in the military. No wonder she was formidable. Dr. Yi, go treat the injured. He'll assist you, Yang Qi said briskly as she pocketed her credentials. Only then did Ye Qiu fully snap back to focus and hurried into the chaotic scene. 6 or 7 vehicles had collided, but the worst hit was the school bus. Ye Qiu jumped out of the ambulance and looked around. Other vehicles also had injured people, mostly just minor scrapes and bruises, but the most critical injuries were all on the school bus. The bus windows were shattered, seats and backpacks splattered with blood. A few children with scrapes huddled together, their cries rising and falling. Ye Qiu's gaze immediately locked onto the severely injured children who were bleeding heavily, his expression growing grave. Xiaoyang, keep the kids calm. Get the lightly injured off the bus first, he ordered in a low voice. Got it. Yang Qi nodded and quickly wove into the crowd, gently soothing the children. One by one, the kids got off under her encouragement, and the chaos finally started to settle. With the bus cabin somewhat emptied, Ye Qiu rushed to the driver's seat. The driver's forehead rested against the steering wheel, blood dripping down his face. Sir, can you hear me? Ye Qiu reached out to tap him. There was no response. He quickly felt the pulse and lifted the eyelids. Heart had already stopped. Even more shocking, the driver's right foot was still pressed hard on the brake pedal, never released until the last moment. Ye Qiu sighed softly, forcing down his emotions, and turned to focus on the children's emergency care. In the middle of the bus, 5 children were bleeding heavily, their vital signs rapidly deteriorating. Ye Qiu only had a set of golden needles on him, not even basic disinfectants, leaving no room for hesitation. He inserted needles swiftly, sealing the wounds while pulling out talisman papers. His fingers performed rapid hand seals, and the Maoshan talisman power immediately sealed several major blood vessels. 10 minutes later, the bleeding in all 5 children finally stopped. Sweat beaded on Ye Qiu's forehead, his back was soaked through. Just then, Yang Qi returned inside. How are the children? Ye Qiu didn't look up. They're just shocked, but calming down. She looked down at the 5 children. What about their injuries? The bleeding stopped. They just need hospital rest for a few days. Before she finished, Ye Qiu already hurried to the back row. Yang Qi followed, her face paling at the sight. Under a seat lay a boy around 6 or 7 years old. His upper body was torn in multiple places, and a steel rod pierced through his chest, blood dripping down the rod. The boy was unconscious, breathing faint and shallow. Ye Qiu pulled out his needles like lightning, pressing several into the boy to stabilize the bleeding. Then he closed his eyes, channeling inner energy, abruptly opening his heaven's eye. His vision cut through flesh like X-ray, locating the tip of the steel rod. He gasped sharply. Just 2 millimeters separated the rod's end from the boy's heart. His brow furrowed deeply, frozen for a long moment. Yang Qi watched anxiously and called out, Dr. Yi, what's wrong? This is complicated, Ye Qiu said quietly. If the rod goes any deeper by 2 more millimeters, it will pierce the heart. Not even immortals could save him then. Yang Qi swallowed hard. Should we send him to the hospital? No, Ye Qiu shook his head. Moving him risks touching the heart. What do we do then? Ye Qiu thought for several tense seconds and slowly rolled up his sleeves. Seeing this, Yang Qi's face changed drastically. You want to remove the rod here? But you said if it moves. There's no choice. We have to take the risk. His voice was grave. But if something happens? No if. If we don't remove it, he will die anyway. With that, Ye Qiu grasped the steel rod firmly in one hand. Just then, the sound of an ambulance siren broke the silence outside. Outside the window, Jiangzhou Hospital's rescue team was jogging briskly. Leading the group was by Bing, her white coat perfectly pressed, hair neatly tied up, her cold, sharp face appearing resolute under the flashing red and blue police lights. She walked with steady steps, each one radiating an unmistakable aura of authority. A few reporters followed closely behind, cameras raised and clicking nonstop. Ye Qiu slowly released the rebar, head been gripping, and quietly watched the scene unfold. After several dozen seconds, Bai Bing boarded the school bus and approached Ye Qiu like a gust of wind, cutting straight to the point. How's it looking? This is tricky. Ye Qiu gestured toward the young boy pinned to the seat by the rebar. Bai Bing glanced down, her brow tightening sharply. He needs emergency surgery immediately. The rebar is only 2 millimeters from the heart. Ye Qiu dropped the critical detail. 2 millimeters. Bai Bing, a doctor of Western medicine, instantly grasped the gravity behind the number, her voice lowering. Any plan? Remove the rebar right here. Ye Qiu's answer was firm. Performing surgery inside the vehicle will save transport time. That's extremely risky. I know. Confidence level? Bai Bing pressed. 80%. That level of certainty made Bai Bing's eyes brighten slightly. Shock flickered just beneath the surface, but she quickly composed herself. She motioned to the accompanying paramedic. Run the tests first. The paramedic hauled a portable monitor aboard and worked swiftly, placing ECG electrodes on the chest, clipping the pulse oximeter to a finger, data streaming rapidly. Heart rate 170, oxygen saturation 65, airway unobstructed. After a minute and a half, he closed the device, his face grim. Director Bai, there's continuous bleeding. The rebar must be removed immediately by surgery. I recommend a prompt transfer. The rebar is 2 millimeters from the heart. Any movement could be fatal. Bai Bing repeated the assessment, then turned sharply to Ye Qiu. Get ready to start. Understood. Ye Qiu nodded and pulled out a gleaming set of golden needles. The paramedic blinked in surprise. What are you doing? Ye Qiu didn't answer, but his wrist twitched as 5 needles pierced precise points around the boy's heart. With a flick of his finger, a subtle vibration hummed through the needle handles, a thin, visible current flowing delicately between them. Bai Bing keenly caught the movement. The acupuncture effect is sealing the vessels, Ye Qiu said calmly, to block blood flow around the heart and prevent massive bleeding during rebar removal. Can a few needles really seal the vessels? The paramedic couldn't believe it. Ye Qiu glanced at Bai Bing. Do I look like I'm joking? I'm starting now. Bai Bing nodded and whispered, be careful. Don't worry. Ye Qiu gripped the rebar with his left hand, his expression more serious than ever. His right hand formed a sword shape with the index and middle finger, ready to draw a symbol for bleeding control at any moment. Bai Bing, Yang Qi, and the emergency doctors all fixed their gaze unwaveringly on Ye Qiu's hand. Everyone knew the most critical moment had arrived. Just then, a reporter squeezed onto the school bus. Seeing the tense standoff inside, she immediately raised her phone and quietly began recording. The bus was silent except for the sound of breathing. Ye Qiu remained perfectly still, his left hand gripping tightly onto the steel rod embedded in the little boy's chest. The atmosphere felt as heavy as lead. Dr. Ye, do you really plan to pull out the steel rod directly? One of the emergency doctors whispered anxiously. It's best not until you pull it out. The wound could start bleeding heavily at once. Ye Qiu chuckled inward. Did this person really need to be told such basic knowledge? But he stayed silent, still holding on. The emergency doctor pressed on. Director Bai, I suggest we call in the top experts at the hospital immediately. Let them draft a surgical plan first before moving. Shut up. Bai Bing frowned. Don't disrupt Dr. Yi while he's trying to save the boy. But that's enough. Ye Qiu said coldly. If we waste time like that, the child will be dead before the experts arrive. Do you want to watch a child die right in front of you? I didn't mean it like that. I'm just saying it's too risky. Doctors work with risk every day. Ye Qiu's gaze was sharp as steel. If we shy away from any risk, why do this at all? If doctors fear risk, it's a tragedy for medicine and for humanity. Medicine is still a young science, with far more unknowns than knowns. Only through constant exploration can we gain new understanding, and exploration always means taking risks. If we refuse to do the surgeries we should do, refuse to take the risks we must take, just to avoid mistakes and be safe, do we even deserve to call ourselves healers? His series of questions flushed the emergency doctor's face red and silenced him completely. With a sharp movement, Ye Qiu suddenly pulled hard with his left hand. The steel rod came out. At the same time, his lips silently muttered an incantation while his right hand swiftly traced symbols over the boy's chest. An unbelievable sight unfolded. The rod was extracted, but instead of a gush of blood, the flesh visibly began closing and healing right before their eyes. The emergency doctors gaped, their mouths shaped in stunned OS. Bai Bing and Yang Qi were equally shocked, as if witnessing a miracle. 5 minutes later, the wound on the boy's chest was completely healed. Ye Qiu exhaled deeply and looked up at Bai Bing, quietly saying, it's done. Bai Bing noticed his pale face and sweat-drenched forehead. She quickly said, you go rest now. They'll take over here. All right, Ye Qiu replied. As he turned, his vision suddenly went black and his body pitched forward. Ah, The emergency doctor shouted, arms spread to catch him. But then the strange scene repeated just as Ye Qiu fell forward. He suddenly stopped mid-fall, turned around, and collapsed headfirst into Bai Bing's arms. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.